In the overgrown Wayne Manor, the primordial, desolate Batcave lies in wait. When Bruce fell alongside his parents in Crime Alley, 2 decades passed, yet Gotham has not deteriorated any further. However, it hardly seems to have improved either. As the Joker wipes away his pallid makeup, the young Penguin remains in hiding, while Harvey continues to ponder how to dismantle Maroni's gang. The world is starkly real, evoking a shudder. Perhaps it lacks the potent liquor known as extreme villains and the embellishments of arcane powers and mutants. Yet this does not diminish the fierce flavor of this Bloody Mary. Indulge in it, drink deeply, and then, amidst the violent dizziness, witness the birth of a heretical Batman. Chapter 1. In Gotham, hell begins. If you are an exceptional criminal or striving towards that path, then come to Gotham. It will fulfill every fantasy of a criminal regarding scale and method, from petty scams and thefts to armed assaults. You might even encounter a madman wrapping you in explosives, forcing you to guess his tedious riddle amidst the maddening ticking of a timer. The crime-ridden Lower East Side, the seedy sewers, Blackgate Prison, City Hall. Oh, I almost forgot, the Arkham Asylum, ensconced in layers of rusty barbed wire. Many like you have checked in. Believe me, it will not disappoint. Wait, what did you say? Concerned about that weirdo in a skin-tight suit and bat cowl coming to trouble you? Ha ha, you must be joking. This is neither a comic nor novel. Idealism cannot blossom in the fetid mire. Speaking of which, let me elaborate a bit more. Many perceive Falcone as the murderer of the Wayne family, while a few believe it to be the work of the Court of Owls, as the Wayne Enterprises revitalization plan threatened the positions of these elites in Gotham. But heed my advice, stay out of it, do not even inquire. Well, that concludes the introduction. I hope you enjoy your time in Gotham. Chenway awoke from a familiar dream, the yellowed sheets beneath him soaked in cold sweat. Clutching his throbbing head, he stepped out of the room, the wooden floor creaking beneath his feet. The damp, moldy odor wafted toward him, tinged with a hint of acidity, reminiscent of a decade-old tin of peanuts being placed over his head. He struggled to breathe. The corridor was narrow and dim. Voices bounced from the peeling wooden doors, a cacophony of static from an old television, arguments, and the dedicated moans of prostitutes. Entering the restroom at the end of the corridor, the flickering yellow light danced between shadows. Amidst the heavy, acrid scent, Chenway splashed water on his face, regaining a semblance of clarity. Having inhabited this body for 3 months, he still recoiled the unfamiliar face staring back at him in the mirror, the visage of an American man, with deep brown hair curling in dryness, and sunken eyes housing bloodshot gray irises. This face was far more handsome than Chenway's original, yet the only lament was its lack of humanity. He looked as pallid as a vampire. Nonetheless, recovering to this extent was quite commendable. Recalling the moment 3 months prior when he had first entered this body, clambering from a gutter beside a trash can, entirely stripped of clothing, with naught to identify himself, save for a deep stab wound across his abdomen. This scar was fresh, inflamed, and swollen, the stitching a chaotic mess. The original owner of this body must have had numerous enemies, to be wounded and yet dare not seek medical help. Contemplating this, Chenway dismissed the foolish notion of randomly accosting a passerby on the street to ask, "Do you know me?" Although utterly clueless about his current identity, he had gleaned an astonishing piece of news from an old newspaper in the trash. This cursed place was Gotham City. Innocent Gotham City, with its talented denizens and the infamous Arkham, encapsulated all of Chenway's understanding of this fabled locale. Beyond that, nothing. Indeed, he was bereft of any further knowledge. He was no comic book enthusiast. His acquaintance with DC was limited to films. In terms of familiarity, he felt he would be better suited in Queens, frolicking with the neighborhood boy, Peter, or in Metropolis, where Superman held sway. He certainly should not be in this hellish version of Gotham. Why go to such lengths to bring me here, when you could have simply let me die? Thank you very much. Uncertain to whom he was speaking, Chenway raised a middle finger skyward. Yet, regardless of his unfamiliarity, he was aware of Batman. He might just be his last hope for survival. Thus, on that day in the streets of the Lower East Side, a curious sight emerged. A naked man, modestly covering himself with a newspaper, wandered the streets in search of news. Regarding Bruce Wayne, the outcome was predictable. No one wished to engage with this lunatic. Save for the arriving police officers, he was pinned in a cold, foul puddle at the street corner, losing even the newspaper meant to shield his modesty. Chenway found himself in despair. This frustration lingered until he felt some relief outside the interrogation room. The dim corridor, thick with the scent of tobacco, featured a wooden bench. On one side sat a biker with a smoky visage and an exaggerated hairstyle, while on the other sat a brutish figure exuding a potent body odor, his tank top cut into jagged edges. Qin Wei, covering himself, was wedged awkwardly between them. The bizarre attire and odd behavior of the criminals made this naked pervert seem almost normal. Soon, he was called in for questioning, facing a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Unlike other scruffy officers, this one sported a well-groomed mustache and a pristine deep burgundy suit. The multitude of scars on his hands hinted at his extensive experience in the force. Name? Qin Wei shook his head, hesitating before responding. Perhaps you can call me Will. Do you have any mental health issues? Absolutely not. I simply suffered a beating and lost my memory. Qin Wei quickly displayed his abdominal stab wound, fearful that he might be sent to Arkham if he hesitated. All right, but that does not excuse your nudity. Your actions violate the Gotham Public Health and Safety Ordinance, and you will be detained for 3 days. During this time, I will assist you in locating your family. Hey, Gordon, want to grab a drink after work? A police officer waved to the man as he passed through the bustling hall. Sorry, Barbara has insisted I refrain from drinking. Really? What a pity. Through their conversation, Qin Wei learned the man's name. Gordon? Why does that name sound so familiar? Could it be the same Commissioner Gordon who lights the bat signal? In a moment of confusion, Qin Wei grasped at this lifeline. Once the officer had departed, he leaned closer to Gordon and whispered, "Can you take me to meet Batman? You know, the one in the black cowl with the 2 pointed ears." Gordon raised an eyebrow, his expression filled with bewilderment, seemingly unaware of what Batman referred to. Yet, Qin Wei seemed to misinterpret the meaning behind this expression. Gordon was not a secret of contact for Batman. Everyone sought him out in hopes of reaching the Dark Knight. Perhaps he should be more direct. I actually have intel to report to him, about the Joker. You know who the Joker is, right? Gordon lifted his right eyebrow, the confusion in his eyes lessening, as if he was solidifying a newfound determination. Qin Wei was in a state of frantic urgency as he observed the demeanor of the other party. Then take me to meet Bruce Wayne. That should be acceptable. Upon hearing this, Gordon finally displayed a different reaction. He sighed deeply, crumpled the inquiry record, and tossed it into the wastebasket at his feet. I will contact the staff at Arkham to escort you. Please no. At the mere mention of Arkham, Qin Wei felt a chill run through him and instinctively grasped Gordon's sleeve. Gordon's gaze turned icy, and he instinctively reached for his firearm, only to relax slightly upon realizing that Qin Wei bore no intent to attack. Those suffering from mental illness are often unaware of their afflictions. But I am truly not ill. You claim to know Bruce, yet all of Gotham is aware that Bruce has perished, alongside his unfortunate parents, in Crime Alley. Chapter 2. Oswald. That night, Qin Wei, confined in the police station's holding cell, found himself unable to sleep. The incessant babbling of the madwoman in the adjacent cage and the snoring of the burly man across from him sounded like the sawing of wood, leaving only his cellmate to appear. Somewhat composed. Well, if one could even call it composed. His gaze seemed like a slick hand, wandering over Qin Wei repeatedly. This was a dapper young man with slicked back hair and striking blue eyes, accompanied by a prominent hooked nose. Clad in an oversized suit, he sat upright on the cot, casually crossing his legs. Their eyes met, and the young man spoke first. My name is Oswald. I work for Mr. Maroney. What's your name? I don't know. The thought of being sent to Arkham the next morning soured Qin Wei's mood. However, had he chatted a bit longer with Gordon, he would have realized he wouldn't be directly sent to Arkham, but merely subjected to a mental evaluation. Oblivious to this, he turned away in a huff, presenting his back to Oswald. Yet, the other party seemed undeterred in continuing the conversation. You have quite an impressive physique. What do you want? At this remark, Qin Wei shuddered, covering himself and rolling back to face Oswald. Just a little joke. Don't take it to heart. Oswald grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. However, your physique is indeed commendable. You would make an excellent enforcer. I happen to be recruiting. Would you be interested in joining the Romans and establishing a promising future at the Senate? The Romans? Qin Wei felt a sense of familiarity with the name. Wow, how could a Gothamite not know of the Romans? Surely, you've heard of the illustrious Carmine Falcone. This name was familiar to Qin Wei. He was the head of Gotham's largest crime syndicate, which, as it turned out, was indeed called the Romans. With that, Oswald was extending an invitation for Qin Wei to join the Mafia. Batman had yet to find him, and here he was, inexplicably invited to join a gang. The disparity between reality and ideals was stark. However, the pressing concern was not whether to join, but the alternative of being sent to Arkham. If I agree, will you help me get out of here? Of course, my friend. We are here to run errands for Mr. Maroney. Surely we can manage to escape this petty police station." Just as Oswald finished speaking, footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by the jingle of keys, and a rotund guard opened the door. "I want to take him with me," Oswald said, adjusting his collar and pointing to Chinwei. "He costs extra." The corridor was filled with surveillance cameras, yet the guard unabashedly reached for money. "We Romans pay our dues on time each month. You should be asking your damn chief for this money, not me. But he is not part of the gang, and besides, this individual is being interrogated by Gordon himself." "Is that so?" "Very well." At this point, Oswald realized that further negotiation was futile and shook his head in disappointment. He removed his watch. The gleaming timepiece felt heavy in his hand. Chinwei was puzzled, wondering why Oswald would part with such a valuable item to secure his release. However, he soon realized his naivety when he saw Oswald slide the watch on his right fist and deliver a punch that sent the guard reeling. Amid the cheers of the inmates, Oswald kicked the fallen guard and turned to wave at Chinwei. "You're free now." From that day forward, Chinwei joined the Romans, becoming a subordinate to Maroney's right-hand man. In short, he was a little brother. Having moved into the Senate, his future appeared bright. By the way, the name Senate was coined by Oswald, drawing inspiration from the ancient Roman Senate. Oswald fervently assured Chinwei that the gang would unite Gotham, and all who resided in that building would become true Roman senators, in reality. However, the Senate was merely a dilapidated tenement in the Lower East Side, a two-story wooden building steeped in dampness, with cockroaches and silverfish lurking beneath every floorboard, crunching underfoot with a crisp crackle. Such a dismal reality made it hard for Chinwei to believe in Oswald's grand visions. 3 months flew by, and Chinwei gradually adapted to life in the Senate, collecting rent, overseeing the territory, and engaging in brawls with rival gangs. He came to understand that being a gang member was not as glamorous as portrayed in films. Most of the time, it was merely a facade, with the glamorous exterior masking the harsh reality of sitting on a concrete block, gnawing on stale bread. Fortunately, Oswald was there for him. He was a considerate little boss, and without his patient guidance, Chinwei might not have survived the adjustment period. Returning to the present, after splashing water on his face, Chinwei felt much more alert. On his way back to his room, he encountered Oswald. "Hey, buddy, time to get to work. This time, it's at Mr. Maroney's casino. We're just responsible for security until 3 in the morning, and each of us will earn $200. Chinwei nodded mechanically. "What's wrong? Cheer up. This should be your first time working outside the district. You might even get a glimpse of Mr. Maroney's grandeur." "Oh, all right." To avoid embarrassing Oswald, he forced a smile, but truth be told, it looked rather unappealing, perhaps better left unfurled. How could Chinwei muster a smile? Since his arrival, the system had yet to manifest. There was no shop to unlock by completing tasks, no superpowers, and even the path to return remained shrouded in mystery. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, once physiological and safety needs are met, individuals naturally seek something to occupy themselves. But what should he do? Chinwei adored open-world games, having spent countless nights playing Skyrim. Yet now he yearned for an automatic navigation system to ease his mind. "You toss me into this wretched place, and I could endure it. But what's the reason? You ought to inform me of my purpose." Upon returning to his room, he opened the mothball-scented wardrobe, revealing a tailored black suit. Joining the Romans required one to don a sharp suit. Ideally, a slick-back hairstyle would be an added bonus. Living in a ground-floor apartment, yet needing to dress impeccably. As Chinwei took the clothes down, a superhero comic tumbled out from the inner pocket. He could not recall ever having read a comic book, and one might even question the existence of superhero comics in this world. As he picked it up and flipped through its pages, he quickly realized that the matter was far more complex than he had initially thought. To his astonishment, it was a comic about Batman. After 3 long months, Chinwei had finally encountered this name in Gotham. Though it existed solely within the realm of comics, the thrill it provoked was undeniable. The antagonist within the story was a biology PhD named Hugo Strange. Desperate for funds to conduct his experiments, Dr. Strange borrowed money at exorbitant interest from Maroney. Unable to repay the debt, he faced humiliation from his creditors, which sowed the seeds of resentment within him. Armed with his research, he unleashed 3 bioengineered beings upon Maroney's casino, ruthlessly slaughtering everyone present and seizing all the money from the gambling tables. The narrative abruptly ceased at this juncture, with numerous blank pages following. Is this the system's hint? Truly, is an open-ended game. Chinwei muttered a curse, ruffling his disheveled hair. He was no fool. By extracting the key term casino and engaging in a bit of contemplation, the conclusion became clear. The absence of subsequent plot developments indicated that he and Oswald would be heading to the casino as bodyguards, only to be torn to shreds by the bioengineered beings. Much like the faceless cannon fodder depicted in the comic, it seemed that those $200 were indeed a price for survival. Had it not been for this hint, Qin Wei would undoubtedly meet his demise tonight. However, with the foresight provided by this prophetic comic, he felt he might still salvage his fate. The immediate priority was to devise a means of survival. Should he directly disclose the truth to Oswald? "Hey brother, I have this comic that says we're all going to kick the bucket tonight." It would be absurd to expect him to believe such a claim. Besides, $200 was no trifling sum. Oswald was the type to take risks for profit, and he indeed had the means to do so. Last week, the two had encountered a gang of masked lunatics outside their apartment. Oswald single-handedly dispatched a dozen of them, sustaining merely a minor tear in the seat of his trousers. Alternatively, feigning illness to avoid the casino might be a viable option. However, he was reluctant to let Oswald face danger alone. Oswald had pulled him out of prison, secured him a job, and even lent him money to buy a suit in this cursed place called Gotham. Oswald was a breath of fresh air, the only person Qin Wei could genuinely call a friend. Forget it. Why overthink? Just take it as it comes. Adjusting his suit, Qin Wei tucked the comic into the small of his back. Chapter 3. The Train Incident. Departing from Gotham's lower district, the rusted light rail traversed the bridge, cutting through the murky waters of the Gotham River straight towards the city center. Inside the desolate fifth carriage, 7 or 8 sharply dressed enforcers occupied an entire row of seats. Oswald, having distributed the food from paper bag, settled beside Qin Wei and handed him the last hot dog. "You seem distracted," he observed. Qin Wei shook his head in silence, accepting the steaming hot dog wrapped in old newspaper, blowing on it before taking a bite. "When I first entered this line of work, I was just as bewildered as you. Yet, every time I saw Mr. Maroney, I felt invigorated." In Oswald's account, Maroney was elegant and charming, leaning on a cane reminiscent of Michael Corleone stepping out from The Godfather. "When I ascend to Mr. Maroney's position, I too shall possess a cane as splendid as his," he declared. Qin Wei nodded in agreement. For reasons unknown, Oswald's words carried an air of authenticity, as if the very owner of that name was destined to carve out a remarkable career. As the light rail halted, new passengers boarded, and upon spotting the gang of suited thugs, they scampered away like frightened rabbits. Only an elderly man, stooped and frail, took a seat across from them. His hair was sparse and gray, and the wrinkled coat he wore exuded a foul odor. In his hand, he tightly clutched a paper bag, his gaze fixated on the half-eaten hot dog in Qin Wei's grasp. "Would you like some?" Qin Wei offered, lacking appetite. The old man nodded, mumbling unintelligibly as he accepted the hot dog and began to devour it hungrily. "Are you satisfied now? If so, be on your way," Oswald interjected coldly, revealing a brass knuckle from his inner pocket, sending the old man scurrying to the corner of the carriage in fear. "The Romans are not a charity foundation. We must maintain a strong exterior. Otherwise, anyone will take liberties with us," he explained to Qin Wei as he stowed the brass knuckle away. "I do not wish for such incidents to recur." Qin Wei could only nod in agreement. Yet before the small episode could conclude, the old man was still voraciously consuming the hot dog when a hand reached forth, attempting to grasp his paper bag. Instinctively protecting the bag, the old man raised his head only to receive a sharp slap across the face. The 3 troublemakers had drifted over from another carriage, reeking of stale alcohol. In Gotham, violent occurrences transpired daily in the shadows, and the conversing Romans merely cast a cursory glance, showing no inclination to intervene. Refusing to relinquish his paper bag, the old man was dragged to the ground, where he was kicked and punched. Qin Wei's fists clenched tighter. Yet, as he attempted to rise, Oswald restrained him. "Have you forgotten what I just said?" Oswald's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with cold intensity beneath the shadows. The old man's cries echoed within the stillness of the carriage. "It's a bit noisy. I wish to remind them to lower their volume. That's a rather novel excuse. If you truly feel that way, then go ahead. The glory of the Romans shall support you from behind." "Boss, are we really letting Wei go?" "Those guys reek of alcohol," one of his companions warned, implying that drunken individuals lacked reason. "Let him experience the warmth of Gotham's residents on his first outing." The 3 youths, caught up in their revelry, were oblivious to the approaching threat until one was seized by Qin Wei, his collar gripped tightly against the glass of the carriage. The remaining 2 hastily drew their knives. "Are you Romans? We haven't provoked you, have we?" You're disturbing my eyes. Qin Wei retorted, regarding them with disdain, his head tilted as he smirked. Over the past 3 months, he had observed enough to mimic the arrogant expressions of gang members. Falcone's name held considerable sway in Gotham, and the youths shifted nervously, their postures suggesting they were ready to flee at any moment. Understood, we will tone it down. Please let him go. One of them pleaded, their tone respectful enough to ease Qin Wei's wariness, unbeknownst to him that the subdued youth had drawn a dagger from his pocket. Tension surged within the carriage. As the light rail approached the station, slowing down, one of the youths suddenly struck Qin Wei in the face with his elbow, then reversed his grip on the knife, lunging at the staggering Qin Wei. Just as the blade aimed for Qin Wei's abdomen, a shadow emerged from the side. With a swift kick and a cry of pain, the youth fell to the ground, the knife spinning gracefully through the air before landing in Oswald's hand. Now, tell me, how many cuts must grace that pretty little face of yours before you learn about justice and humility? With that, the Romans rose in unison from their seats. These individuals are battle-hardened, some of whom bear the stains of blood on their hands, exuding an imposing aura that is far beyond the capabilities of a mere novice like Qin Wei. The youths, wishing to flee, found their escape route obstructed by a throng of onlookers. These naive souls were quickly subdued. Open the compartment door. Mori to your command, boss. A subordinate named Mori inserted a dagger into the crevice of the door, and with a piercing alarm, a rush of air flooded into the stifling compartment. The area where the compartment connected was crowded with spectators, each acutely aware of the grim fate awaiting the three rogues. Yet, not a single person dared to intervene, not even with a word. The youths cried out, pleading for mercy, one even soiling his pants in terror. They were unceremoniously tossed from the vehicle, and chaos erupted beneath the bridge, the sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground and screeching brakes quickly swallowed by the speeding train. Inside the compartment, tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. The paper bag in the elder's pocket had long since been torn in the scuffle. Blood trickled from his lips as he knelt, gathering the remnants of the cake scattered upon the floor. This was meant to be a gift for his beloved wife. For you, dear Jenny. The words now distorted and smeared with collapsed cream, reminiscent of maggots crawling upon a corpse. A fine excuse, but you must learn to cast aside that futile compassion, Oswald gently reminded, noticing Qin Wei's rapt attention. The train came to a halt in the city center, and as Qin Wei stepped onto the platform, he found himself encircled by towering skyscrapers. The glass facades reflected dazzling light. Luxury cars sped down the streets, and impeccably dressed pedestrians strode with their heads held high, each step firm and confident. Despite the mere river separating them, Qin Wei felt as if he had crossed a boundary between hell and paradise. Stand tall, my friend. We represent the Romans and must not be underestimated, Oswald said, adjusting Qin Wei's collar and giving him a sly wink. But in a rented room in Gotham's Northport, the elder pushed open the slightly ajar door. Jenny, I'm home. The room was eerily silent. I have some bad news. The cake I prepared for you was ruined, but there's good news too. I encountered an intriguing fellow. Clearing his throat, the elder's voice regained its clarity to enter the bathroom, and faint rustling sounds emanated from within. From his silhouette, it appeared as though he were tugging at his hair in front of the mirror. A human skin mask appeared in his hands. That he helped me, offer me half a hot dog, and dealt with 3 ruffians. Can you believe there are still such people in Gotham? It's quite amusing. Silence enveloped the room. Gleaming dress, shoes kicked up swirling dust as they stepped into the living room. Jenny, so you are home. But why are you silent? The polished shoes reached the sofa, grasping the hand of a lifeless figure. The pale face was turned towards empty eye sockets, as if seeking to unearth something from within. After a moment of silent exchange, he slowly inserted 2 fingers into the corpse's mouth, attempting to manipulate its withered lips into a desired shape. Please, dear, give me a smile. Why do you look so grave? Asterisk asterisk chapter 4. In Gotham, it is best not to provoke 2 types of people asterisk asterisk. As night fell, the city sparkled to life, and the lion-headed Roman casino slowly opened its gaping maw. A diverse array of guests entered and exited, adorned with alluring figures and dapper gentlemen. Watching those glimmering jewels and luxurious watches, Qin Wei couldn't help but recall a line from a song. Back at the school dance when he was 18, standing like a mere lackey. Yet now, he was not merely a lackey. He was one himself. Relax, Wei. We are not here to stand guard, Oswald said, producing 2 glasses of champagne from seemingly nowhere and offering one to Qin Wei. His joy was remarkably simple. Just the sight of a beautiful woman passing by could lift his spirits. Do not be misled by their expensive attire into thinking we are to serve them. In truth, our dealings are quite similar, and these individuals may possess more blood on their hands than we do. Oswald took a sip of his champagne. Let me clarify, they may have more blood than I do. After all, you are a paragon of virtue, akin to Jesus. I will resort to violence if necessary, Chinwei retorted, slightly irked by Oswald's teasing tone that, if necessary. You hardly understand what that entails, Oswald chuckled. It is well known that there are two types of people in Gotham that one should avoid provoking, but if you must, you should be prepared to kill. The first type is the drunkard. Chinwei could relate deeply to this. His father was a drunkard, and each time he indulged, he became unpredictable. As a child, he could only endure until that fateful day at 17, when he could no longer tolerate the abuse and kicked his old man into the ICU for a week, after which the man finally learned the meaning of restraint. Upon hearing Chinwei's tale, Oswald erupted in laughter. In a way, you are far more ruthless than I. If I could relive my life, I would certainly follow your example and give that bastard a kick or two. And the second type of person one should avoid provoking? Chinwei, wishing to divert the conversation from his father, asked. However, Oswald's expression darkened at this mention. He tilted his head back and down a large gulp of his drink, wiping his mouth with force. More precisely, it is one individual, the former leader of the Red Hood gang. He is a genuine madman, daring to infiltrate Mr. Falcone's residence while being fully aware of the Roman's pursuit. He's not dead. He is wrapped in remote-controlled explosives and has taken Mr. Falcone hostage. No one dares to act against him. Chinwei pondered, sensing that the person Oswald spoke of bore a striking resemblance to a notorious villain. And then, he kidnapped Mr. Falcone and fled in a vehicle, ultimately abandoning it in Northport, with Mr. Falcone unharmed. Unharmed? Then why abduct him? Perhaps for amusement. We should not attempt to fathom the thoughts of a madman. Though Mr. Falcone emerged unscathed, he was adorned with a suicide vest. The vest was rigged to a fine wire connected to the car door handle, initiating a 5-minute countdown as soon as Mr. Maroney opened the door. Then the madman called him, informing Mr. Maroney that to save the boss, he must sever his left hand, or he could simply wait for the bomb to detonate, allowing him to ascend to the throne of the Roman Empire. With that, the story concluded. Chinwei had all but confirmed that the individual was indeed the Joker that I surmised that Maroney chose in action, resulting in the bomb being a ruse. Based on the Joker's character, Chinwei arrived at this conclusion. Oswald raised an eyebrow in surprise, his expression revealing everything that a master of psychological manipulation. The Joker may not be Gotham's most intelligent villain, but he is undoubtedly its most insightful, knowing that only by orchestrating such chaos could he achieve the most dramatic effect and create discord among the ranks of the Romans. As the guests filed in, their conversation drew to a close. Another group was responsible for the casino security. Richie's faction was also under Maroney's command, and Richie Pantone, a junior leader, had far more experience than Oswald. In that comic, the fate of the unfortunate Richie is revealed. Initially, he is interrupted by Batman at the docks, resulting in the shattering of his right hand. Subsequently, he incurs the wrath of Dr. Hugo, and ultimately, he is violently torn apart by a biochemically enhanced being. However, to everyone's surprise, Richie, who should have been encased in a plaster cast, appears unscathed before Chinwei, suggesting that this version of Gotham truly lacks the presence of Batman. Surrounded by a throng of sycophants, Richie approaches Oswald with a boisterous laugh. Hey, look who's here. Our little T attempts to pat Oswald's hair, slicked down with gel, but his hand is swatted away by Oswald. I advise you not to utter that damn nickname. Oswald's face is a stormy hue as he strives to hold his head high, but at a modest height of 5 feet 6 inches, standing beside the towering Richie at 6 feet 2 inches makes him resemble a petulant child, arguing with a parent. Fine, we won't use it. By the way, why did Mr. Maroney summon you? Are you in charge of security? I believe we are sufficient here. Richie tosses out the question, and his companion, a young man named Carlo, swiftly picks up the thread. Mr. Maroney must be worried about thieves lurking under the gambling tables. While we might not catch them, Mr. Oswald can see without bending. Oswald bites his lip, exhaling sharply. He halts his companion, who is about to engage with Richie, and for the first time in his life, offers a smile to Richie. You are correct. If we collaborate, we shall undoubtedly excel in this task. Yet, as Richie departs with laughter, Oswald's expression darkens like a storm cloud. Wait, let us patrol the second floor. But in the second floor restroom, Oswald furiously kicks the toilet in a fit of rage, not stopping until the tiles shatter and the pipes burst. He has harbored a long-standing grudge against Richie. Upon joining the Romanos, Oswald was once Richie's subordinate, and Richie, a despicable scoundrel, routinely bullied his subordinates, with the smaller Oswald being his primary target. Not only did Richie bestow upon him a repugnant nickname, but physical assaults were a daily occurrence. Perhaps this is why Oswald treats his own subordinates with kindness. He refuses to become a wretch like Richie. Having vented his fury, he cautiously tucks his disheveled hair behind his ears amidst the swirling mist. "Way, I wish to kill Richie. Do you have any brilliant ideas?" The youth grits his teeth, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as the lights dim. "You ask me? I've never killed a chicken. I can only curse him and hope he doesn't survive the night." Chinwei replies absently. The gambling game has already commenced, and Dr. Hugo, along with the 3 biochemically enhanced beings, could strike at any moment. Yet he has yet to devise a plan to divert Oswald. Just as he is lost in thought, Oswald makes a shushing gesture. "Shoo, did you hear that? There's noise coming from Mr. Maroney's room next door." Chapter 5, Catwoman. Upon hearing this, Chinwei feels a chill run through him. Just as he contemplates a way to escape, Oswald has him pinned against the door. "Did you hear that?" The closet door has opened. Rustling sounds as if someone is undressing. Oswald lowers his voice, straining to listen, while discreetly placing his hand on the doorknob. He signals to Chinwei to count down from 3 and then rush in together. Chinwei nods, secretly pleased. The biochemically enhanced beings possess tremendous strength. There is no need for stealth on the second floor. Clearly, a thief has entered, and if he can use this to draw Oswald away from the casino, it would be ideal. As they count down, the 2 burst through the door. However, the anticipated scene of capturing both the thief and the loot does not unfold. Instead, they're met with a pair of long, smooth legs. A beautiful blonde girl clad only in lingerie lets out a piercing scream upon noticing their intrusion. Chinwei recognizes her as a waitress from the first floor. He had noticed her beauty and stolen a few extra glances. "Did Mr. Maroney not inform you that this room is off limits?" The girl crouches, hugging her knees, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" Oswald is not swayed by her words. He pulls out a knuckle duster, advancing menacingly. Clearly, if her answer does not satisfy him, a brutal scene awaits. "Do you think I wanted to be here? I was forced by that damn Maroney." The girl bites her lip, appearing genuinely pitiable. "Oh, not insult Mr. Maroney." "Fine. It was Mr. Maroney who sent me here. I can call him if you don't believe me." She covers her chest and walks to the table, grabbing the telephone and dialing a series of numbers. Whether by accident or design, Chinwei notices that the distance between Oswald and her has now increased. "See, didn't you tell your subordinates? They suspect me now." After some complaints, she gestures towards the receiver, urging Oswald to listen, then steps away from the table and retrieves a leather outfit from her bag. Who knows why Mr. Maroney is so fond of leather? Does he have a penchant for role play? In mere moments, the girl has donned the leather attire, energetically tugging up the zipper. While one might be captivated by such a tantalizing scene, Chinwei, unfortunately, recognizes her true identity the instant he sees the revealing outfit. To confirm his suspicion, Chinwei attempts to call out her name. "Hey, Selina." Catwoman, still immersed in her role play, is momentarily jolted from her reverie by the unexpected shout, her body trembling at the sound of her name from a stranger's lips. It truly is Catwoman. "Selina Kyle." Oh no, don't touch the phone. The warning comes too late. Oswald has already grasped the receiver. Unbeknownst to him, Catwoman has tampered with it, unleashing a powerful electric shock that leaves him convulsing on the ground. Chinwei decisively launches a kick. With a swift strike, Oswald crumples to the floor like a log tumbling from a truck. Well, the plan may have gone awry, but progress is being made. Now to figure out how to get him out. "All right, handsome, the nuisance is gone. Now, can you answer one question for me?" Selina saunters toward Chinwei with a confident stride, regarding him as though the threat has been neutralized. Removing her exaggerated golden wig, she reveals her sleek silver gray bob. She closes in on Chinwei, pushing him against the wall with an assertive stance. Not using her hands, but rather her legs, Catwoman performs a split, her long, graceful limbs pinning Chinwei in place. She truly knows how to wield her charm. "Where did you hear that name? Or let's be more straightforward. How do you know me?" Chinwei can hardly withstand this onslaught. He nearly succumbs to the allure, but fortunately, he recalls the matter at hand and, in a fleeting moment of clarity, pushes Catwoman's leg aside. "Help me lift him out the window." The enchanting allure that once proved irresistible has faltered, leaving Catwoman somewhat taken aback. Her brows knitted in confusion. She pouted, for the first time seriously questioning her own charm. "Why are you just standing there? Lend a hand," Qin Wei urged impatiently. "Oh, all right." After securing the rope around Oswald, Catwoman lowered it from the window, while Qin Wei stood ready at the base, successfully bringing him down without incident. With a graceful backflip, Catwoman leaped from the second floor, landing soundlessly. "Goodness, you truly possess iron knees," Qin Wei couldn't help but exclaim. "Now you can answer my question. No more evasion," Catwoman murmured, preparing to employ her usual tactics once more, only to be deftly sidestepped by Qin Wei. The cool night breeze dispersed the restless hormones coursing through his veins. He realized that no matter how fervently he had fantasized about Catwoman, he could not equate a work of art with a living, breathing individual. Beneath her exquisite exterior lay a dangerously deceptive allure. Selina also recognized that the man before her had become immune to her charms. Her extraordinary beauty had afforded Selina many advantages from a young age, leading her to assume that all men should fall at her feet. Navigating the shadows of Gotham, she was both a captivating socialite and an entrancing cat-eyed thief, never failing to steal both riches and hearts. Her strong sense of pride and desire for control would not allow Qin Wei to be an exception, even if it meant resorting to violence. Without uttering another word, Catwoman revealed her sharp claws beneath her suit. Yet, just as tensions reached their peak, a thunderous crash shattered the tranquility of the night. A scream, sharp enough to shatter glass, heralded the unfolding of a grand drama. The prophesied event from the comics had finally arrived. Dr. Hugo had come with his bioengineered creations. "This place is dangerous. Come with me." Lifting Oswald onto his back, Qin Wei grasped Selina's hand, pulling the bewildered woman into the shadows of an alley. He was fortunate to leave early, for the massacre that ensued was far more brutal and bloody than depicted in the comics. The multiple locks that had once kept Gotham's police at bay now stood as a formidable barrier against the desperate gamblers seeking escape. Countless gamblers were trapped inside, frantically pounding on the doors, while ominous shadows loomed ever closer, shattering their psychological defenses. The shadows advanced relentlessly. Richie Pantone sat in despair on the ground, head held high, his unfocused gaze seemingly seeking divine intervention, reminiscent of the ancestral figures depicted in the sacred wheat field. That a colossal hand descended to deliver judgment. No one emerged alive from the casino, including all but 2 members of the Roman Empire gang. When Gotham's police finally arrived to breach the casino doors, a thick mixture of blood, entrails, and filth poured from the venue, the acrid stench causing even veteran officer Gordon to cover his nose in disgust. "Damn it, I'm going to have nightmares tonight." Chapter 6. The audience with Maroney Gordon cautiously navigated the corners of the venue, while his old partner, Harvey Bullock, carelessly stepped into a viscous pool of blood and lit a cigar in the center of the casino. "Be careful not to destroy the clues left by the perpetrator." "Oh, come on, Gordon. The place is crawling with clues. This guy clearly had no intention of concealing his identity." Bullock, indifferent, took a deep drag from his cigar, revealing a smile adorned with smoke-stained teeth. He picked up a playing card from the ground, which seemed to have fallen into a bucket of glue. It took some effort to lift it, as the dark red, sticky plasma clung to the card's surface, snapping back to the ground with a wet thud. "Lucky me. It's an ace. If I were you, I'd raise the stakes." He whistled, glancing at the unfortunate corpse sprawled beneath him, torn from shoulder to hip, surrounded by a heap of scattered chips. A fortunate gambler, yet an ill-fated soul. Returning his gaze to the playing card, he carefully plucked a hair from it. This strand was coarse and bristly, reminiscent of boar bristles. After handing the clue over to the forensic team, Bullock exhaled a plume of smoke and, removing his grimy felt hat, called out to Gordon, "Hey, have you found anything over there?" Indeed, a significant discovery. Gordon was examining the scratch marks on the wall. These marks were spaced about 10 centimeters apart, shallow and fine below, short and thick above, typical of primate clawing. Gordon gestured with his hand, estimating that if it were a human palm, the assailant's hand must be at least the size of a car tire. The perpetrator possessed immense brute strength capable of tearing a living being apart and had a pair of large, hairy hands. Could it be Bigfoot? Gordon thought uneasily. Harvey began to chatter beside him. "Did you know a newcomer has been transferred from New York to replace the district attorney who was assassinated by the mob last week? I think his name is Dante." "Yes, just like mine, Harvey Dent. I heard this kid graduated only 2 years ago, yet he is quite tenacious. Many wealthy businessmen and politicians in New York have found themselves imprisoned by him. Why are you telling me this? Gordon furrowed his brow and shook his head gently. Even though he was regarded as the refreshing current in Gotham's police force, he had learned over decades of service when to let things go and when to turn a blind eye. In order to protect his daughter, Barbara, he had been forced to become the very type of person he despised. If Harvey Dent was indeed as upright as the rumors suggested, he would not last long in Gotham. Bullock continued to prattle. Commissioner Loeb just called me, insisting that we must solve this case before he arrives. We can't let that kid from New York look down on us. Look down? The Gotham Police Department has long become a laughingstock of New Jersey. Gordon huffed, his mustache bristling with a short, sharp snort. He knew this was merely Loeb's excuse. In reality, he did not want Harvey Dent involved in the case concerning Maroney. If Harvey Dent were to collude, he would siphon off his profits. But if he remained incorruptible, he would obstruct Gordon's financial gains, regardless of the outcome. It was not a fortunate situation for Rob. Hey, come and see what I have discovered. A young officer peeked around the corner, beckoning to the two elderly men. They approached to find the restroom resembling the aftermath of a colossal groundhog's excavation, with dirt and debris strewn across the floor. The officer pointed to the largest hole in the center, stating, "I suspect those strange creatures crawled out from the Gotham sewer. Should we send someone down to investigate? There may be more clues." Gordon and Brock exchanged amused glances. "Go down and take a look?" "Sure, but I must warn you, if we encounter any monsters, I shall be the first to flee." Oswald stirred from his stupor, trembling as he propped himself against the wall and retched a puddle of clear liquid. "Where in the hell are we? That wretched woman. She has escaped. You wouldn't expect me to capture her single-handedly, would you?" Chenway averted his gaze, rubbing his nose. Just a minute ago, Catwoman had been entangled with him, and given her relentless demeanor, he feared he would be unable to sleep if he did not provide her with some form of explanation. It was only upon witnessing Oswald's awakening that she reluctantly took her leave. "Am I not in the casino? How did I end up outside?" Oswald's memories began to resurface, finally recognizing the dissonance of the situation. "Ah, indeed. How could you forget? You chased after me, and I noticed your peculiar expression. Had you already lost consciousness?" Oswald blinked, skepticism etched across his handsome features. Chenway's fabrications were exceedingly clumsy. Yet he could not fathom that Chenway had conspired with Catwoman to extricate him from the predicament. After exchanging a few brief words, Chenway estimated that the slaughter must have concluded, thus proposing they return to the casino. However, before they could step out of the alley, several towering figures blocked their path. With the light behind them, Oswald could not discern their faces, but the palpable aura of menace was unmistakable. "You go first." He shielded Chenway behind him, drawing a dagger from his belt. "You've landed in deep trouble, daring to confront the Roman. You must be prepared to be hunted throughout the city." Yet the response from the figures left Oswald momentarily stunned. "What nonsense are you spouting? It was the boss who sent us." Oswald sheathed his dagger. In Gotham, the title of the boss typically referred to Mr. Maroney. Had Mr. Maroney indeed sent for them? Was there a significant crisis unfolding? He leaned in closer to inspect, realizing it was Mr. Maroney's personal security detail. This band of individuals, hailing from Blackgate Penitentiary, certainly emanated a formidable aura. However, they usually remained glued to Mr. Maroney's side, and their current behavior was decidedly atypical. It seemed that something substantial had transpired. "You all carry on. I shall not intrude further. I will take my leave now." Chenway, sensing the shift in circumstances, attempted to make a discreet exit, only to find the alleys and also blocked. A revolver's ominous barrel pressed against his forehead, forcing him to obediently raise his hands. Draped in a black hood, Chenway was forcefully thrust into the confines of a vehicle, plunged into a state of overwhelming panic due to his inability to see. In both film and comic, Maroney merely serves as a pawn among the myriad villains of Gotham. His sole claim to notoriety lies in the act of splashing acid upon Harvey Dent's visage, thus birthing the indelible character of Two-Face. Yet, such feats are insignificant when measured against the omnipotence of Batman. To an ordinary individual like Chenway, the title of the second-in-command of Gotham's Roman Empire is enough to instill a chilling dread, compounded by the man's inherent, cold-blooded brutality. He is a tyrant who regards human life as mere fodder. For any subordinate who errs, the repercussions are grimly severe, a maiming or worse. Observing his dealings with Oswald, it was evident they were ostensibly pursuing a thief, yet they returned empty-handed. Maroney would undoubtedly perceive their negligence as a dereliction of duty. The thought of facing the consequences of such a failure was too harrowing for Chenway to contemplate. The vehicle came to a halt, and the two blindfolded men were led through a labyrinthine path. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the creaking of a door signaled the removal of Chenway's hood. He found himself in a dimly lit, deserted study. To his left loomed a tall, built-in bookshelf brimming with an array of books, while to his right stood a barren wooden desk, atop which rested a half-burnt cigar in an ashtray. "We seem to be in grave trouble, Way," Oswald murmured, his voice quivering and raspy as though gripped by a powerful hand around his throat. He recognized the room. It was here, 3 years prior, that he had first encountered Mr. Maroney, who had at that time wielded an ashtray to smash the skull of an unfortunate soul mercilessly. Qin Wei remained silent. From the moment he escaped the casino, the narrative of the comic had unfolded. Now, he found himself hunched beneath the light, fervently flipping through the pages, seeking any clues that might grant him a chance at survival. Chapter 7. A dangerous man after plundering the casino. Dr. Hugo committed an act of sheer folly. He laundered the bloodied money and allocated a portion of it as repayment for a loan shark, audaciously paying Maroney. This was an unabashed provocation. Regrettably, Maroney was too preoccupied with the massacre at the casino to pay any heed to Hugo Strange. Upon hearing that the two fleeing subordinates had been located, Maroney tightened his tie and, leaning on his cane, made his way to the study. Meanwhile, Qin Wei had reached the conclusion of his comic. Batman, summoned by Gordon, surveyed the crime scene before descending through a gaping hole in the restroom into the sewers. There, he stumbled upon a considerable amount of hair and a damaged paper bag marked with biohazard labels. Upon returning to the Batcave, he successfully identified Dr. Hugo through these clues. However, just as Batman prepared to infiltrate the doctor's laboratory for further investigation, the comic once again faded into blankness. Qin Wei was perplexed. If the previous casino had been an unavoidable calamity, was this infiltration of Hugo's laboratory also an inescapable chapter of his narrative? He furrowed his brow in contemplation as a series of footsteps echoed from outside the room. With the door to the study creaking open, Maroney, with his golden-oiled hair standing upright, entered with a sullen expression. He removed his exquisitely tailored gray checkered suit and hurled his cane high into the air. Seizing the lower end of the cane, he struck Oswald's jaw with the force of a golf swing. Crack! The sharp sound of a fracture resonated as Oswald fell to the ground, howling in agony, blood spilling onto the deep russet Persian carpet as he writhed in torment like a maggot. "Well, do you have anything to say?" Maroney shot a cold glance, fixing his gaze upon Qin Wei's face. "It was not us who orchestrated the casino incident," Qin Wei asserted defiantly. "I know. If you truly had the capability to commit such an act, it should be me lying on the ground in agony." He scoffed disdainfully through his nostrils, as Maroney swung his cane again, striking Oswald on the back. The sharp tip of the cane tore through Oswald's suit, leaving a gaping wound on his gaunt back. Flesh exposed. "What exactly do you wish to inquire? It would be splendid if you knew who the culprit was. If not, it matters not to me." "I merely seek an explanation," Maroney stated, delivering another blow. This time, Oswald remained silent, having succumbed to the pain. "You had better hurry. He cannot withstand much more." Qin Wei began to understand that Maroney was not concerned with identifying the true perpetrator of the casino massacre. He was solely intent on reclaiming his stolen wealth. As Maroney prepared to strike again, Qin Wei urgently interjected, 3 days. Grant me 3 days, and I will assist you in recovering that money." Qin Wei's conjecture proved accurate. Maroney indeed ceased his assault. A chilling smile graced his lips as he wiped the blood from the tip of his cane with his thumb. "How can I trust that you genuinely intend to help me recover the money rather than merely seeking to buy time for your escape? I believe the true culprit is Dr. Hugo Strange. Unable to repay his debts, he resorted to robbing the casino. And the assailant is likely one of his latest bioengineered creations." In a moment of desperation, Qin Wei divulged everything he had gleaned from the comic, disregarding the potential repercussions of his knowledge. "What if I inquire further? How do you possess such knowledge about the bioengineered beings?" Maroney tightened his grip on the end of his cane, aware that the information about the bioengineered beings had come from the police's informants at the crime scene. He was acutely interested in the source of Qin Wei's information. If his explanation lacked coherence, he would not hesitate to drive the cane into Qin Wei's eye socket. Qin Wei bit his lip fiercely, drawing blood. All his knowledge had been derived from the comic. What evidence could he possibly provide? "I possess no evidence, however. During a prior encounter at the casino, Mr. Pantone engaged us in a conversation regarding a matter involving Hugo's laboratory, where monsters are purportedly immersed in a nutrient solution. Oswald was also privy to this discussion, and you may inquire with him. You mentioned that Pantone and Carlo Maroney seemed somewhat convinced. He assigned these two individuals yesterday to recover Hugo's debts. Moreover, the silent black and white surveillance at the casino captured the exchange between Oswald and Pantone, seemingly corroborating the veracity of Qin Wei's assertions. What truly dispelled Maroney's doubts was a cryptic remark made by Dr. Hugo upon returning the funds. Please convey my regards to Mr. Pantone, and kindly remind him not to flick ash into my experimental solutions in the future. I almost forgot. He should no longer have that opportunity. Could it truly be that Hugo, that wretched scoundrel, is responsible? No wonder this destitute fellow managed to repay $5 million today. It appears he was using my own money to return to me. Observing Moroni's wavering resolve, Qin intensified his persuasion. The money he brought also raises concerns. One may verify by bringing over the box of cash that Hugo delivered and preparing a UV lamp. Before Qin could finish, Moroni already discerned the next course of action. His subordinates retrieved the items, and the laundered bills, once illuminated, revealed their true nature. Boss, this one has blood on it. This one too. The entire stack at the back is tainted. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Moroni's eyes narrowed to slits. The perpetrator had surfaced. The next challenge was to determine how to address the situation. Setting aside the reliability of the Gotham police, with so many eyes watching from the outside, the Romans must resolve their grievances independently. Yet, Moroni had heard of the tragic state within the casino, hastily dispatching subordinates to apprehend Dr. Hugo could lead to significant losses if the latter were cornered and unleashed those three monsters. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Qin. This man differed from most of his foolish subordinates. He maintained composure under deliberate pressure and managed to deduce the identity of the culprit from scant evidence. He indeed possessed the capability to shoulder this task. Qin felt a chill under Moroni's scrutiny, and piecing together the location of the comic's disappearance. He surmised what Moroni was about to propose. Give me 3 days. I will do my utmost to recover the funds. In truth, he had no intention of involving himself in such a perilous endeavor. His sole desire was to expedite Oswald's escape. Perhaps Moroni sensed Qin's thoughts, or perhaps he did not, yet this did not hinder him from making a sound judgment. The prerequisite for compelling others to serve obediently is to hold leverage over them. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is truly a relief. I will arrange for someone to provide him with treatment, and in the meantime, I shall take care of the little penguin. Moroni extended his toe, gently prodding the nearly lifeless Oswald's face to direct it toward Qin. Ostensibly, he was conversing with Oswald, yet in reality, he was signaling to Qin that the hostage was in his grasp, and it would be prudent not to attempt any clever maneuvers. Yet, within this threat lay an explosive revelation. Qin seemed to be electrified, his entire body trembling. I beg your pardon, I didn't quite catch what you just called him. Penguin, of course. That is the illustrious moniker of dear Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot. Are you unaware of this? Qin gradually closed his eyes, the stifling air rich with the scent of tobacco flooding his lungs, miraculously soothing his dizzy mind. He began to slowly accept the reality that Oswald was indeed the penguin, and that one day he would surpass Moroni, stepping upon the skull of Falcone to ascend the throne of Gotham's underworld. Chapter 8. Alliances. Currently, Qin resembled a reverse Batman, where the latter deduced outcomes from clues. He was tasked with piecing together clues from the outcome. The notorious Hugo Strange would not be foolish enough to await the police's arrival, having long since vacated his laboratory and vanished. Discovering his hideout posed the greatest challenge for Qin. Upon returning to the asylum, he collapsed onto the wooden bed, the bedside lamp casting light upon the moldy ceiling. The mold formed a mottled pattern, mirroring the chaos of his current thoughts. Aside from Oswald, Qin was unfamiliar with the others. Indeed, he found them rather detestable. Take, for instance, the man across the hall. Even at midnight, he remained oblivious to the need to lower the volume of his radio. The faint sounds echoed through the night like a dull knife, incessantly gnawing at Qin's fragile nerves, accompanying him through countless sleepless nights. But now, it was different. The loathsome individuals were all dead, leaving the asylum desolate. The sound of dripping water from a faucet at the end of the corridor reverberated through the shadows, each drop piercing his ears. An overwhelming sense of suffocating emptiness enveloped Qin. Calm down. Think about what Batman would do. You can do this, he murmured to himself for encouragement. Yet the more he tried, the harder it became to mend his shattered spirit. Exceptional martial skills, an indomitable will akin to steel, advanced technological gadgets, substantial financial resources, and a network of beggars and orphans scattered throughout Gotham serving as his eyes and ears. Bruce possessed all that he lacked. How could he ever hope to become Batman? He had sworn to Moroni that he would retrieve the stolen money within 3 days, yet at the end of the day, he was but a mere mortal. Engulfed in profound anxiety and self-doubt, Qin pressed his pillow tightly against his head. Knock, knock, knock. In his drowsy state, he thought he heard someone tapping against the window, but this was the 5th floor. Assuming he had misheard, he chose to ignore it. However, moments later, someone yanked the pillow away from his head. Hey, I'm back. Did you miss me? Selina teased, her arched brow reflecting the light, her azure eyes shimmering like a river of stars. What brings you here? I'm here to make you answer my question, she replied, settling at the foot of his bed, tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear. Since her identity was already known to Qin Wei, she saw no need to don her mask. The leather mask was poorly ventilated and prolonged where was detrimental to her skin and hair. On ordinary days, Qin Wei would undoubtedly devise a way to shoo away the bothersome cat. However, during such extraordinary times, as he sought to infiltrate the Hugo laboratory to pilfer funds, who could be more suited to lend a hand than a feline thief? Qin Wei rubbed his temples, striving to excavate the memories of Catwoman buried within his mind. He vaguely recalled a version of Catwoman as the illegitimate daughter of Falcone, who callously abandoned the pregnant Maria, thereby instilling in Selina an unrelenting resentment towards Falcone from the moment of her birth. This narrative could elucidate why Catwoman would steal from the Maroni Casino, and it likely resonated with this world's Selina. Thus, you seek vengeance upon your father, aiming to dismantle Falcone's criminal empire in retribution for your deceased mother. Qin Wei articulated his conjecture, quietly observing Selina's expression. In truth, he did not need to focus so intently. The very next moment, she revealed the answer. Damn it. I haven't even mentioned this to Holly, Selina exclaimed, covering her head and taking several deep breaths to calm the tumult within. She had come seeking an answer from Qin Wei, yet now the fog seemed to thicken. She had grown weary of questioning the why and only wished to uncover the true intentions of this enigmatic man. What do you desire? Our goals align. We both seek to topple Falcone. To entice Selina onto the path of crime, he spun a falsehood. It must be said that with remarkable psychological resilience, Qin Wei was a born deceiver. Whether facing Maroni or Catwoman, he maintained a steady breath, sincere gaze, and measured tone with each lie. As anticipated, Catwoman did not see through his ruse. You wish to collaborate with me? Selina's shock mingled with hesitation. In her eyes, Qin Wei appeared formidable and mysterious, having not only accurately predicted the casino massacre, but also possessing extraordinary methods, able to uncover the life story of even a minor figure like her with ease. Yet, strength often implies a hierarchy within the food chain, and with it, peril. Selina stretched languidly, resting her hands on the bed, gracefully approaching Qin Wei like an agile feline. What are you doing? Qin Wei inquired warily, only to be pushed down by Catwoman. She had drawn near, too close for comfort. He could even see the few delicate freckles dancing across her cheeks. His breath quickened, hands gripping the bed frame tightly. I eagerly anticipate our collaboration, but before that, I must ascertain who you truly are. She extended a gloved finger, the sharp claws gliding from Qin Wei's forehead down to his throat. Selina's face was etched with caution. Despite his adept deception, revealing information too soon had cost Qin Wei Catwoman's trust. Fortunately, his mind was sharp. Within mere seconds, he concocted a fictitious background to counter Catwoman's scrutiny. In this narrative, Qin Wei, a scion of a merchant family devastated by the machinations of the mafia, has taken refuge in the Roman Empire, biding his time while clandestinely collaborating with minor gangs and the police. More importantly, he has conducted an investigation into the interpersonal relationships of Falcone and is well aware of Selina's appearance. It is no wonder you recognized me at a glance. The expression of Catwoman softened considerably, indicating she momentarily believed his tale. So what are your thoughts on my proposal for collaboration? Naturally, the gentle kiss like a dragonfly's touch upon her forehead was Selina's response, as she nimbly leaped back onto the windowsill. She pushed open the window, her silver hair dancing in the Gotham night breeze, the clouds parting to reveal a crescent moon like a blade. Farewell, mysterious man, should you require my assistance. I shall return. Don't leave. I have tasks for you to assist with right now. Poor Selina, just as she was about to leap from the windowsill, was pulled back by Qin Wei's words, her footing slipping perilously close to the edge of the 5th floor. Are you attempting murder? Selina exclaimed through gritted teeth. Qin Wei retrieved 2 bottles of beer from Oswald's mini-fridge and ascended to the rooftop via the fire escape. Selina had been waiting for some time. Do you have something to open the bottles? The girl pointed at the beer in his hands. No need for such a thing. Qin Wei employed his skill honed at the barbecue stand, biting down and flicking the cap off. Bang! The beer cap was propelled by the bubbles, spinning down into the night, vanishing into the darkness. Selina accepted the beer, bubbles clinging to the glass's inner surface. The fresh foam mingling with the aroma of fermented wheat, stirring the hormones of the night. She tilted her head, stealing glances at Qin Wei. With a high nose and deep-set eyes, his finely chiseled features perfectly aligned with her discerning standards for a partner. Bringing beer. It seemed he possessed an appreciation for ambience as well. Selena took a small sip of the beer, awaiting him to say something. Maroney has given me 3 days to locate the missing illicit funds, and I require your assistance. Is that all? Selena felt a twinge of disappointment, but her spirits lifted upon hearing the sum amounted to 5 million. Any leads? I intend to start my search in the sewers. Chinwei ultimately clarified his thoughts. If the bioengineered beings launched an assault on the casino from the sewers, they must be hiding there. Dr. Hugo's relocation must also be near the bioengineered entities for his safety to be assured. He relayed the potential dangers to Catwoman, expecting her to take heed. Yet Selena merely tilted her head back and downed an entire bottle of beer. There's no time to waste. Let us take action. Chapter 9. Terror in the sewers. Gotham's sewers always prompted Gordon to recall some unpleasant memories, such as the case of Laszlo Valentine, a criminal with severe dissociative identity disorder who brutally murdered numerous children, disposing of their bodies in the sewers in a misguided attempt to piece them together into a new being through rudimentary medical practices. Certainly, such whimsical notions are destined for failure. What he has created is merely a grotesque amalgamation of stitched corpses. Gordon and Brock followed the clues to locate Valentine, who was hiding in the sewers, and effortlessly subdued him. Unfortunately, his split personality allowed him to escape a dire fate, leading to his confinement in Arkham Asylum. Just months prior, Gordon had visited him. Now, Valentine had become taciturn and withdrawn, donning a cartoonish pig mask and engrossed in medical texts, seemingly spending entire days in study. It appeared he had not relinquished his ambitions and had learned to arm himself with knowledge. Compared to that delusional madman, Gordon deemed this version of Valentine far more perilous. Are you thinking of something ominous? Is it that wretched Laszlo Valentine? Brock discerned the anxiety etched on his partner's face. Harvey Brock, you're like a tapeworm in my gut. Gordon jested with a laugh. With flashlights in hand, the duo waded through waist-deep sewage, exploring the depths. Gotham's history can be traced back even before the establishment of the United States, and as French laborers laid the city's foundations, Northern revolutionaries clashed fervently with plantation overseers. Built upon the blueprints left by French architects, Gotham's sewage system underwent numerous reconstructions, transforming into an authentic subterranean labyrinth. Even with a map in hand, the multi-layered structure and interconnected waterways could easily disorient newcomers. Fortunately, their quarry had left behind ample clues. The bloodthirsty creature's untamed ferocity marked the walls and pipes with horrifyingly large claw marks. Gordon meticulously studied the sewer map to plan their route, while Brock took it upon himself to mark their path, their silent cooperation exhibiting a remarkable synergy. Yet, after their departure, a diminutive shadow emerged from the darkness, erasing the markings they had left behind. Having wandered through the sewers for a full 2 hours, Gordon began to feel an unsettling sensation. Are we lost? This place feels eerily familiar. That can't be right. I've marked everything, Brock replied, nervously scratching his head while clutching a nearly spent piece of chalk. The map indicates we should have turned left by now, but there's no left turn here. Just as they were about to examine the map further, the ground trembled inexplicably beneath them. Initially dismissing it as an illusion, Gordon shone his flashlight to find ripples forming in the sewage below. An earthquake? A flicker of fear crossed Brock's eyes. He was acutely aware, yet reluctant to confront the reality. Gordon drew his firearm. Stop lying to yourself. As his words faded, the ground shuddered once more, this time with greater intensity, accompanied by a wave of water surging half a meter high. At the other end of the sewage system, a sudden, labored breathing echoed ominously, draining the color from their faces. The guns in their possession were GP-100s, chambered for 357 rounds, effective at only 100 meters. A slight misalignment would fail to penetrate even a skull, let alone be of any use against the monstrous entities that awaited them. They exchanged glances, a singular thought igniting in their minds. Run. Gordon had not anticipated a means of survival. After all, the creature towered over them with long limbs, and should it choose to pursue, it could close the distance in mere strides. Each step he took splashed in the puddles, and the grip on his weapon grew clammy with sweat as he resolved that if today were to be his last, he would at least inflict significant harm upon the monster, ensuring it could not escape the sewers to wreak havoc upon Gotham. Yet, for reasons unknown, the beast behind them remained elusive, manifesting only as tremors beneath their feet and sporadic, labored breathing that fluctuated in proximity. It was as if the creature possessed an extraordinary intellect, deliberately herding them towards a specific location. This startling notion shocked Gordon. If the hypothesis held true, then what awaited them ahead was undoubtedly a peril far more sinister than the beast itself. Block, stop, he called out to his partner. But Block's mind was already consumed by terror, leaving no room for reason. Gordon reached out to grasp Block, and in that instant, both lost their balance, tumbling into a nearby drainage outlet and cascading down with the current to the lower level. Meanwhile, in the sewer's sublevel, Qin Wei and Selina were likewise being pursued by the bioengineered entity. Qin Wei was the first to sense something amiss. His analysis mirrored that of Gordon S. Yet his conclusions were far bolder. According to the garage dragon principle, if a fire-breathing dragon were concealed within a garage, it would be invisible, suspended in midair, exhaling flames devoid of heat, and undetectable by any means. How, then, could one prove its existence? The answer is simple: no proof is required. For it does not exist at all. Any entity that cannot be substantiated by concrete evidence can be deemed illusory. To this day, Qin Wei had never laid eyes on the bioengineered creature. The tremors might not originate from it, and the terrifying breaths could easily be fabricated. Much of human fear is rooted in the imagination. He halted, his pupils dilating as he fixed his gaze on the corner behind him. He no longer wished to flee. Are you mad? If you don't run, it will catch up. Selina, noticing Qin Wei's stillness, assumed he was exhausted. She reached out to pull him along, but he brushed her hand away. I have an idea I want to verify. If I'm wrong, we may both perish, so you must go. Qin Wei gritted his teeth, his voice trembling in his throat. He was indeed terrified, yet he reasoned that being manipulated by an unseen foe was far more perilous. Thus he would take a gamble. He would wager that the entity pursuing them was akin to a fire-breathing dragon concealed within a garage. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct, resonating with the quaking of the sewer. Debris and moss fell upon his head. Qin Wei even caught a whiff of the odor emanating from the bioengineered creature's mouth, a stench that overpowered the foulness of the sewer. It was reminiscent of herring marinated and stuffed within a seal carcass, fermenting alongside seabirds for 6 months. How could such a foul odor exist in this world? Qin Wei sensed that the bioengineered creature had halted, lurking just around the corner. But why did it not reveal itself? Just as he resolved to venture forward, Selina grasped his hand. Let us go together. Her hand was soft, dampened by cold sweat, and felt like a slippery piece of konjac. As the two approached the corner, a mere few dozen meters felt as precarious as walking a tightrope over a precipice. With his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, terrified that peering around the corner would reveal a monstrous visage, death would have been a more merciful fate. Upon reaching the edge of the corner, the nauseating stench assaulted his senses, so acrid that even with his nose covered, it mercilessly tore through the blockade, ravaging his sense of smell. Did he truly wish to look? No matter how he willed himself, he could not take that final step. While he lingered in hesitation, Selina had already conducted her reconnaissance. There is truly no one here. You were right. With her words, he exhaled a sigh of relief, the tormenting stench dissipating as if it had never existed. Qin Wei then realized that it was not the foul breath of a biochemical being, but rather the scent of fear emanating from within himself. Just as he managed to quell his anxious heart, 2 figures plummeted from the waterway above with a muffled thud. Chapter 10. Formulating a Plan. Commissioner Gordon. And who was that again? As Qin Wei recognized the identities of the newcomers, he struggled to recall the name of Gordon's sidekick. The figure before him bore a striking resemblance to characters from films. With unkempt stubble reminiscent of a pasture ravaged by goats, a filthy wool hat perched atop his head, and a stout, rumpled trench coat that resembled crumpled newspaper. Coffee stains lingering at the collar. In Qin Wei's memory, he was one of Gotham's rare commendable officers, though regrettably, his screen time was exceedingly brief. Why him? Why has James become the commissioner? Why am I stuck with that who was that again status? Brock was exceedingly displeased with the title, reaching for a cigarette only to discover his stash had been dampened. It's you. Gordon recognized Qin Wei, as Gotham was home to many lunatics, but few deviants. Yet, his gaze swiftly shifted to Catwoman, a young woman clad in leather, donning a feline mask, her appearance strikingly similar to the recent suspect sketches from the robbery case. Hands on your head. Just a moment ago, Gordon had been relaxed, but he suddenly drew his weapon. Seeing that Catwoman offered no resistance, he retrieved handcuffs and crouched down, slowly approaching her while reciting the Miranda rights with remarkable fluency. You have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. What is happening here? Qin Wei was bewildered, yet Selina's thoughts were crystal clear. Catwoman never allowed herself to be a passive participant. As the silver bracelets were about to be clasped on her, she twisted her wrist to strike first, seizing Gordon's shoulder, executing a swift kick and a pull that brought him down in an instant. As Brock fumbled to draw his revolver, Selina had already ensnared Gordon's neck with her whip. Gentlemen, your dedication surpasses even my expectations. While neglecting the lurking monsters in the sewers, you seem preoccupied with a mere thief. A thief? Do not belittle yourself. You now bear the weight of assaulting an officer, and the gates of Blackgate Prison stand wide open for you. Brock, with his sights trained, incessantly spewed forth taunts. Is that so? What of the individuals of the Roman Empire? They have assaulted countless officers, yet I have never seen them languish in prison. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target, or is Falcone a tougher nut to crack, you spineless rat? As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Chinwei spread his arms and stepped between the two. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. I believe we are all here for a singular purpose. So why not collaborate and first address this imminent crisis? I have no objections. You might as well consult your thieving companion. Brock lowered his firearm and spat into the murky water. The rat has no objections, so what can I say? Selina smiled, though her tone dripped with sarcasm. Noticing that Brock had lowered his weapon, Selina pushed the hostage back, yet she remained vigilant, stealthily pocketing Gordon's firearm and handcuffs. I shall safeguard these for you. And upon our exit, I will return them, provided we manage to escape. What do you mean by that? Brock glared, his frustration mounting, particularly after being insulted twice in so few words as the rat. Aside from his innate fear of Disney's legal department, Brock harbored a deep disdain for that moniker. Yet, who could blame them when Gotham's corrupt police reigned supreme? It was no wonder the citizens whispered such things behind their backs. And even he and Gordon found themselves caught in the crossfire. Selina scrutinized Brock with undisguised contempt. It appears you two have descended from a higher level, hiding in the shadows while the enemy deliberately creates noise to drive us downward. I dare say a sinister plot awaits us further down. Whatever machinations may lie ahead are of no concern to me. I have had my fill of this wretched place. Partner, let us examine the map and find a way out as soon as possible. As Brock spoke, Gordon remained silent. What is it? He turned to find Gordon tapping at his waterlogged phone. My phone is soaked. Can yours still function? Brock fumbled about, finding nothing. His animosity toward Catwoman naturally led him to suspect her of theft. Thief, did you steal my phone? Ridiculous. The rat, who accepts money from gangs and evades taxes, dares to accuse another? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? As tensions flared anew, Chinwei felt his head throb. He knew that if they continued to bicker, escape would become impossible. Silence. With a thunderous roar, all three turned their gazes toward Chinwei. Now, let me clarify. Do you all lack a map? The trio shook their heads. And no one knows the way? They nodded in unison. The sole means of escape lies in reaching the drainage outlet, praying that the current will carry us into the sea. Upon hearing this suggestion, Gordon's eyes sparkled with hope. But he quickly resumed his serious demeanor, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Theoretically, this method is feasible. Gotham's sewers had dismantled the filtration systems along the way in the last century to ensure a clear passage. Otherwise, they would not have plummeted so smoothly to the next level. Following the current, they indeed have a significant chance of flowing into the ocean. However, the problem lies in the drastic drop in the sewers. No one can guarantee they would emerge unscathed from such a fall. Even if they were to plunge into the sea from the outlet, they would face a second peril. The main sewer outlet leads to the Covington area adjacent to Arkham Asylum, where the cliffs soar 30 to 40 feet high. And beneath the surface lies a treacherous expanse of hidden reefs and jagged rocks. Would they truly survive the fall? And even if they did, how would they return to shore? Yet, to remain here and await rescue is nothing short of a fantasy. No one understands Gotham's police better than Gordon. The two most reliable individuals in the entire precinct are trapped here. If they were to rely on those incompetent officers for salvation, they would either succumb to methane poisoning or starve to death. My apologies. Incompetent is considered a compliment within Gotham's police department. After weighing the pros and cons, Gordon became the first to endorse the plan. Brock, initially hesitant, quickly followed suit upon seeing his partner's approval. Likewise, no one knows him better than Brock. Gordon's love for his daughter Barbara is profound. He would never willingly put himself in danger unless left with no choice. Chinwei turned to Selina, the only one yet to express her stance. Me? Catwoman puffed out her cheeks and exhaled deeply. To be honest, I do have some regrets. Tonight's plan has been a failure. We haven't found the money and are lost in the sewers, and now you're telling me to enter the sea through the outlet. Her instincts warned her that this plan was exceedingly perilous, leading her to contemplate abandoning the group. Nevertheless, before departing, she offered the three men her sincere wishes. I will stay here and try to find an exit. I hope we all survive to return to the surface. Chinwei did not attempt to persuade her. Although the likelihood of Catwoman's scheme to steal money would likely fail, he could not bear to drag her into danger, fully aware of the risks involved. Thank you for your kind words. May you have a smooth journey. He handed his flashlight to Selina and waved goodbye. Chapter 11. The Biochemical Man. Now the team consists of three rugged gentlemen. Brock, having gone without nicotine for an extended period, began to experience withdrawal symptoms. He hunches over, his head bobbing like a pendulum, resembling a zombie that has abandoned all thought. How long until we can get out of here? If luck is on our side. Perhaps by tomorrow morning. I suspect it is around 3 in the morning now. I wonder if Barbara is asleep. The thought of possibly never seeing his daughter again weighed heavily on Gordon's mind. Qin Wei, too, bore a heavy burden. He was the initiator of this reckless plan, shouldering all the pressure. In the past, while watching Batman movies, he had harbored a certain confusion to cleanse Gotham of its festering wounds. A mere masked hero who prowls by night is woefully insufficient. The economy remains stagnant, and the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished is abysmal. The current reality, where the aristocracy drains the lifeblood of the common folk, will persist unabated. Rather than risking everything to combat crime, it would be far wiser to allocate funds to rejuvenate Gotham's economy. For every job created, a potential criminal could be deterred. Yet, he soon realized that Gotham's afflictions had been sown a century prior, with corrupt roots intricately entwined, leaving Bruce Wayne devoid of anything but wealth. Ironically, that wealth is of little value to his adversaries. Was it merely a fleeting thought from his past that birthed this world devoid of Batman? This contemplation deepened Qin Wei's despondency. The more he succumbed to despair, the more his negativity proliferated, creating an unending Mobius strip of anguish, where he felt like an ant crawling upon its surface. The trio descended further into the sewers, plunging down 2 more levels. Although they lacked a map, Gordon retained a vague recollection of the sewer's layout, which comprised 4 layers, and they had now reached the final one. Should fortune favor them, they would discover an exit on this level. The water rose to their waists, its current growing increasingly tumultuous. The silver lining was that they were propelled forward by the flow. The grim tidings, however, were that Brock seemed to exhibit symptoms of poisoning from an excess of methane gas. I feel a chill, and my head is spinning. Surely I shan't perish here. Brock managed a weary smile, aware that with such a weakened body, even if they reached the surface, escaping the sea would be impossible. Gordon's face was pale, his silence thick with determination as he supported his partner, pushing him onward. The rugged man was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Qin Wei found himself yearning for Bruce Wayne more than ever. The subtlety of comic book portrayals transitioned into the stark reality before him, revealing the immense burden that rested upon the shoulders of the Dark Knight. Divinity. This was perhaps the elusive quality that all superheroes possess, yet which Batman singularly lacks. What do people envision when discussing this term? Is it the sun-kissed figure of Superman, arms outstretched, cape billowing in the wind, or the Flash, racing against time? His last shred of humanity at stake? Certainly, it is not Bruce Wayne. Even under Nolan's lens, the Dark Knight, bearing the sins of Harvey Dent, falls short of embodying divinity. Yet now, that which had never been articulated, divinity, was tangibly felt by Qin Wei. To understand, to become, to transcend, this was the call to save Gotham, to rescue its wretched populace. In a moment of reverie, Qin Wei's mind flickered with memories that did not belong to him, seemingly belonging to the original occupant of this body. He found himself submerged in a vast vessel, the air filled with the rasping echoes of fragmented whispers. The exit is ahead. Gordon's exuberant call pulled Qin Wei back to reality, the sound of cascading water echoing in his ears. Through the narrow, tomb-like corridors of the sewer, the dim light of the flashlight illuminated a vast, open area ahead. Shaking his head, Qin Wei endeavored to cast aside the tumult in his mind and pressed forward. The good news was that they had indeed found the outlet. A massive vertical shaft, nearly 100 feet high and as large as a football field, loomed before them, its walls riddled with honeycomb-like openings through which wastewater poured incessantly. The bad news was that the grid-like floor at the bottom of the well was covered with a layer of metallic mesh. This mesh was so fine that only objects the size of an apple could pass through. If they wished to slip into the sea via the outlet, they would have to pry open the mesh. Was there even worse news? Indeed. For instance, the 3 bioengineered beings stationed at the bottom of the well. To say they were stationed there was perhaps an exaggeration. They were merely scavenging for food on the mesh. Putrid meat, wilted vegetables, and even plastic debris seemed to fill their insatiable appetites. Their stomachs appeared as if forged from steel, welcoming anything that came their way. Of course, if they could have human flesh, tender and succulent, like the unfortunate souls in the casino or Qin Wei's party, that would be even better. If they remained silent, the creatures likely wouldn't notice them, given the cacophony around. However, Gordon's enthusiastic cries of encouragement for his partner were far too loud. The thought that the bioengineered beings might also feel inspired was unsettling, as they turned their gazes towards the trio. These beings were even taller than Gordon had imagined. Towering at approximately 12 feet, their bodies a grotesque amalgamation of gray-green muscle, resembling malformed bodybuilders. Their arms and backs were covered in coarse, wild boar-like fur, while their legs remained disturbingly smooth. In an effort to conform to censorship, the comics had dressed these beings in tattered shorts, but reality was far less forgiving. Just a glance from Qin Wei twisted his expression in pain. He felt as though he were about to be sick. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. All three bioengineered beings suddenly turned, lowering their backs and bending their knees, resembling silverback gorillas as they positioned their hands on the ground. What were they planning to do? Even Brock was startled awake, his eyes wide and alert, a stark contrast to his earlier lethargy. "I don't know, but we should run," Gordon exclaimed, turning to flee, only to be yanked back by Qin Wei, who gripped his collar tightly. "Jump!" Without waiting for a response, Qin Wei leaped into the abyss. "What did you say? Are you out of your mind?" Gordon couldn't comprehend why Qin Wei would suggest such a reckless act. The walls of the outlet were smooth. Once they jumped, there would be no climbing back up, and they would inevitably become a delightful snack for the bioengineered beings. But the urgency of the moment left no room for further deliberation. The creatures had gathered their strength and sprung into the air, lunging towards the two men. Originally, there had been a distance of several meters between them, but in the blink of an eye, the monsters were upon them. At the last moment, Gordon chose to trust Qin Wei, seizing his partner's collar as they both leapt into the unknown. Their position was elevated by 5 or 6 meters from the bottom of the well. Fortunately, the walls of the well sloped at nearly 60 degrees, allowing the two to half-slide, half-fall to the ground without serious harm. Qin Wei's assessment was accurate. If they attempted to flee against the current, they would never outrun the formidable bioengineered beings. However, merely jumping onto the filter mesh at the bottom of the well was not a sustainable solution, as the bioengineered entities, having missed their initial strike, leaped back down. A thunderous crash echoed as the bioengineered beings landed simultaneously. The filter mesh deformed under the pressure, yet remarkably remained intact. This was initially part of Qin Wei's plan, relying on the kinetic energy from the being's descent to rupture the mesh, though he had clearly underestimated its quality. Wasn't Gotham City notorious for rampant corruption? Why had no one embezzled funds for sewage infrastructure? In his dire predicament, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Chapter 12. On the brink of despair, Gordon instinctively reached for his firearm, only to realize, upon encountering the empty holster, that Catwoman had long since pilfered his weapon. A heavy punch from a bioengineered being struck him head-on, the stench assaulting his senses, accompanied by a chilling rush of wind. A profound terror pierced through him like a wooden wedge, pinning him in place. In a moment of life and death, his old partner lunged to push him aside, the fist narrowly grazing their cheeks, and sharp bristles sliced across Gordon's cheekbone. It was a close call. He had nearly met his end, stumbling and rolling to evade being trampled. They had no time to celebrate their narrow escape, as they found themselves ensnared once more in an unending chase. Block withdrew his weapon to retaliate. As the police force's sharpshooter, he was confident that in the light, he could have pierced the eyes of the bioengineered entities before they reached him. Yet here, in the depths of the sewer, the dim beam of their flashlight was their sole source of illumination. He was left to fire blindly towards the nearest sounds of labored breathing. This tactic proved effective, temporarily repelling the bioengineered beings, but they remained undeterred, howling like enraged gorillas while pounding their chests and circling the duo. The situation appeared to be at a stalemate, yet it fluctuated like a seesaw at the summit of a mountain, poised to tip with the slightest breeze. Meanwhile, Qin Wei crouched motionless in a corner. Upon descending to the well's depths, he had discerned the bioengineered being's weakness. They had spent years in nutrient chambers and had only recently been released into the sewer, environments characterized by low light. This indicated a significant degeneration of their visual systems, allowing them to perceive only light sources. Their clamorous shouting and frantic waving of flashlights were akin to placing a guiding sign at a buffet, ensuring no one would miss the dining area. Qin Wei intended to offer a warning, but time was of the essence, and he could not afford to jeopardize his own safety. Naturally, he had no intention of feigning death. Gordon and Block served as a shield. Without them, how could the soldiers withstand the volleys of the enemy? He needed to devise a plan, and quickly. What would Batman do? Throughout his life, those who knew Qin Wei described him as exceptionally intelligent, albeit chronically lazy. Indeed, the term lazy vividly encapsulates his approach to life. Even during his school days, he would always settle for mediocrity rather than striving for excellence. This habit persisted into his professional life, where he would merely coast along, often dozing at work, fiddling with his phone during meetings. and postponing tasks until the very end of the day. Nevertheless, his innate talent and quick wit allowed him to accomplish in an hour what others would take an entire day to achieve. His greatest pleasure lay in teamwork. Within a group, he was free from the burden of critical thinking. He would dutifully follow the directives of his superiors, knowing that any blame would not fall upon him. Although accolades were of little concern to someone like him, who was not driven by ambition, he was content to merely drift through life. However, after his unexpected journey through time, a series of burdens have now been thrust upon his shoulders. He must rescue Oswald. And now he is also compelled to save Gordon from the clutches of the bioengineered beings. He despises responsibility and the lack of alternatives. And now he finds himself ensnared by both. Qin Wei longed for a moment of surrender, a final escape, yet an instinct for survival relentlessly urged him onward. His heart raced like an overheated engine, pumping a torrent of adrenaline throughout his body. In that instant, his thoughts sharpened with an unusual clarity. A frenzied idea leaped into his mind. "Gordon, the handcuffs." "What?" he shouted. "I said handcuffs." His hoarse cry cut through the surrounding noise and reached Gordon's ears. Under the beam of the flashlight, Qin Wei saw a set of handcuffs hurled towards him. Yet, his outburst also attracted an unwelcome visitor, a bioengineered creature. Wounded and retreating after being shot by Brock, now turned its attention toward him. As the beam of light flickered, Qin Wei heard the distinct sound of the handcuffs clattering to the ground. He recalled their location and, with his hands braced against the ground, began to feel around. Simultaneously, the filter beneath him began to tremble violently. Something was approaching. It halted, hovering ominously above him. Scalding gas wafted against the back of Qin Wei's neck, soaked in sewage. While a fetid odor invaded his nostrils, he held his breath, remaining utterly still, even as his heart pounded like a drum. At last, his fingers brushed against the handcuffs, only to find that they were precariously lodged in the filter's crevices. A gentle nudge sent them tumbling down. In a moment of desperation, Qin Wei lunged forward, catching the falling handcuffs with his fingertips. However, his movement was alarmingly loud. Despite the cover of surrounding noise, the bioengineered creature detected the disturbance. It bent down, its nostrils flaring like decaying strawberries, seeking to discern the scent of humanity amidst the chaotic aromas. In truth, it need not have exerted itself. A mere half-step forward would be sufficient to crush Qin Wei's skull. "You cannot find me, you cannot find me," he chanted silently to himself in an attempt to hypnotize his own fear. Remarkably, this self-soothing mantra proved effective. The creature did not advance, and his racing heart gradually calmed. He naively believed he could evade disaster. Yet, the thin rope of fate chose to snap at its most delicate point. Just as one wave settled, another rose. Caught off guard, a revolting mass of mucus splattered upon his head. Qin Wei managed to endure, but the visceral disgust stirred his stomach into a tumultuous spasm, overwhelming even his sense of dread with a fierce urge to vomit. His face drained of color. Were he to succumb at that moment, it would surely signify the end of his life. He bit down hard on his lip, finally suppressing the urge to retch. However, that loathsome blob seemed to possess a will of its own, trailing down his arm and swiftly seeping into the crevices between the handcuffs and his fingers. The cuffs, now slick with mucus, gradually slipped from his grasp. Qin Wei's countenance turned ashen. These handcuffs were the sole hope for escape, and should they fall away, all would be lost. He attempted to reclaim the cuffs, but the slippery substance rendered his efforts futile, evading his grasp at every turn. After enduring the rough friction against the mesh holes for some time, his wrists were marred with crimson stains. The bioengineered being also caught the scent of blood, inching ever closer. Suddenly, Qin Wei felt a lightness at his fingertips. Fate, having toyed with him time and again, did not spare this unfortunate soul. The handcuffs, along with Qin Wei's hopes, plummeted into the abyss. In a fit of despair, he unleashed a furious roar, venting the fury within him. The bioengineered creature, initially seeking its prey, recoiled in fear at the thunderous cry, but soon regained its composure. What was there to fear about food? It extended its large, furry hand and seized Qin Wei. Hearing the commotion, Block recognized the perilous situation Qin Wei found himself in. In his frantic attempt to redirect his weapon, he overlooked the lurking bioengineered being poised to strike. Bang! A dull thud echoed as he was struck down by the creature's powerful arm, collapsing to the ground. His life uncertain, the bioengineered creature opened its gaping maw, and in the flickering light, Qin Wei glimpsed 2 rows of decaying yellow teeth, a foul stench assaulting his senses. The air was thick with the scent of impending death. Yet, amidst the despair of all present, a shaft of light burst forth from a crevice in the well wall, shattering the darkness, followed by 2 gunshots. One bullet pierced through the creature's jaw, prompting it to release Qin Wei in fright. The other struck the bioengineered assailant targeting block, penetrating its eardrum and burrowing into its brain. The creature's visage twisted into a grimace, and in a fit of agony, it abandoned its pursuit of Gordon, thrashing about like a mad bull before succumbing to its injuries. Witnessing the demise of its comrade, the remaining bioengineered beings hesitated, wary of making any rash movements. Gentlemen, are you truly so ineffectual without women by your side? A melodious voice echoed from the well. Chapter 13, Dr. Hugo. Selina blew away the gunpowder smoke and leaned against the wall, striking a pose. Surviving the ordeal, Qin Wei felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Were it not for the constraints of his gender, he would have lunged forward to plant a kiss on Catwoman's cherubic face. Selina had leapt into the depths of the well, brandishing a firearm to ward off two bioengineered beings. These creatures, remnants of humanity, still bore the imprint of fear towards firearms, retreating while emitting low, threatening growls. Are you all right? Selina inquired with genuine concern. Thanks to you. My muscles are resilient and my health robust, Qin Wei replied, feigning bravado. The grip of the bioengineered beings was immensely powerful. Their recent grasp had shattered several of his ribs, and even the act of breathing now sent sharp pangs of pain through his chest. However, Brock's situation was far more dire. He was on the brink of unconsciousness, supported by Gordon as he rejoined the group. It's good to see you alive. Brock managed to lift his eyelids slightly, and as he spoke, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Mr. Harvey Brock. You, like James Gordon, are a truly great officer. Qin Wei acknowledged solemnly, grateful for the man's sacrifice, even though it was Selina who had ultimately saved him. How did you return? Did you find a way out? Qin Wei inquired. Catwoman shook her head. Her return was solely to provide assistance. Do you recall Selina's earlier speculation? She believed the enemy had meticulously driven everyone to the depths of the sewer because a far greater conspiracy lurked below. The exit was indeed situated at the very bottom of the sewer. After parting ways with the others, Selina's unease grew. She remembered having disarmed Gordon and feared for the safety of her companions, prompting her to return. Now it seemed her suspicions were entirely justified. These bioengineered beings were confined to the sewer's depths, and Hugo Strange had orchestrated this scenario to use them as instruments of murder and silencing. Once they perished, Hugo's hideaway would remain eternally shrouded in secrecy. Yet, while the immediate crisis had been averted, the dilemma of escape loomed large. Why did you need the handcuffs? Gordon asked Qin Wei. The filtration net cannot be breached by mere human effort, but perhaps the bioengineered beings could. I intended to cuff one end to the iron mesh and the other to the creature's toe, using its strength to tear through the filter. However, I may have been overly optimistic. Qin Wei briefly articulated his plan. In retrospect, this spur-of-the-moment idea was fraught with flaws. How could he persuade a volatile beast to comply with such an arrangement? Would he sacrifice himself or serenade it to sleep? Nevertheless, Selina perceived merit in the concept of leveraging strength. A revised plan might prove feasible. Just as the group engaged in animated discussion, the work lights embedded in the well's walls suddenly illuminated one by one from top to bottom. Accustomed to the darkness, they were momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness. Once their eyes adjusted, they discerned a slight figure on one of the three platforms along the well wall, a scrawny man in his 50s, bald with a scruffy goatee, smiling broadly with his hands in his pockets as he regarded them. He is indeed quite diminutive, and the laboratory's white coat he dons gives the appearance of a flowing gown. There is no need to state his identity. Who else could it be but the grand boss, Hugo Strange? Qin Wei rubbed his forehead and sighed. He understood that the time for the villain's monologue, a staple in comics, had arrived. These individuals could easily conceal themselves in the shadows and remain silent, yet they patiently choose to elucidate matters for the protagonist. However, he was not Batman, nor did he care for Hugo Strange's motives. He had no intention of condemning the man for his heinous acts devoid of humanity. All he desired was to reclaim the money, to redeem Oswald, and to save his own life. As for Selina, he was even less concerned the moment the villain appeared. She fired 3 shots in quick succession, yet the disparity in elevation was too great, causing her bullets to veer off course. Gordon pressed his firearm down, signaling the young woman to conserve her dwindling ammunition. Welcome to my laboratory, everyone. Are you satisfied with my creations? Dr. Hugo proclaimed, extending his arms in a condescending manner. Surveying the crowd. Creations? You mean those 2 little mice that became submissive upon meeting the barrel of a gun? Selina retorted, her hand on her hip as she toyed with her revolver, a posture that accentuated her alluring figure. Alas, the mask she wore concealed her disdainful smirk. Otherwise, it would have outshone her physical allure. Fear is an instinct inherent to all living beings, Dr. Hugo continued, unfazed by Selina's provocation. His countenance adorned with a warm smile as he spoke deliberately. Without reverence for danger, life tends towards self-destruction, and when death becomes the dominant theme, procreation loses its intrinsic significance. Selina pursed her lips, attempting to decipher the doctor's cryptic discourse. But your bioengineered beings don't seem to require procreation, do they? Qin Wei interjected at an opportune moment. Upon seeing his face, the doctor's brows furrowed momentarily. He seemed to struggle to maintain his composure. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling upward despite his efforts. In Qin Wei's eyes, the expression appeared exceedingly peculiar. And it was precisely this oddity that solidified his suspicions. You recognize me. Indeed, I have seen that face before, not merely once, but repeatedly. One could say I have been in pursuit of its owner. Regrettably, I am unaware of your name, as I harbor little curiosity for mundane affairs. It is precisely this indifference that allows my clients to trust me in our dealings. The information conveyed in this statement was minimal, yet Qin Wei gleaned some significant insights between the lines. The doctor mentioned clients, implying that the body he inhabited may have once belonged to one of them. The doctor also indicated that they had been searching for him, suggesting that he held considerable importance to Strange. Perhaps through this connection, Qin Wei could negotiate a path to survival for them all. However, the doctor's subsequent actions swiftly shattered his hopes. Hugo Strange retrieved a remote control from his pocket. You were correct. Bioengineered beings do not require fear, which is why I shall sever all their emotions. In the next 10 minutes, they will transform into merciless killing machines. Wait a moment. You just said you searched for me for a long time. But if I were to perish, Qin Wei would still wish to seize the last opportunity. Yet the doctor grants him no chance for rebuttal. What is truly valuable is your body. As for life and death, I remain indifferent. With a press of the switch, amidst the frenzied cries of the bioengineered beings, the doctor vanished into the darkness without a backward glance. Fortunately, the doctor departed without extinguishing the lights, allowing Qin Wei and his companions to engage in battle under the illumination. Yet, even with the advantage of sight, could they truly escape from the clutches of the two rampaging bioengineered beings? The transformation of these beings was visibly apparent. Previously, their faces would occasionally display expressions of confusion, anger, or fear, but now they were left with only a blank, apathetic visage. The two bioengineered beings slightly parted their lips, drooling profusely like waterfalls cascading from their lower lips, splattering onto the ground. Selene, undeterred by fate, fired 2 shots at the nearest bioengineered being. Bang! Bang! The eyes exploded, and the spurting blood adorned the grotesque and numb face of the bioengineered being with a ghastly hue. There were no groans or howls of rage, only the most basic reactions to external stimuli, such as the sound of gunfire. Upon hearing the gunfire, the two bioengineered beings moved, advancing towards the group on all fours. Chapter 14. My life is entrusted to you. Selene thrust the handcuffs into Qin Wei's hands. Act on your thoughts. My life is entrusted to you. And you? Stall for time. A flicker of determination crossed Catwoman's eyes as she returned the gun to Gordon and drew a long whip from behind her waist. Director Gordon, I require your assistance. Gordon was perplexed. Though he was merely an investigative sheriff, everyone referred to themselves as director. Nonetheless, the title sounded quite pleasant. If he were to truly become a director, the first order of business would be to eradicate the cancers within the police force, then declare war on Gotham's underworld, ensuring those wretched scoundrels were incarcerated. Before that, however, he would ensure his daughter left Gotham safely. Rest assured, I am your most steadfast support. Gordon nodded earnestly, his deep, resonant voice always instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Catwoman charged forward, her barbed whip slicing through the air with an ear-piercing sonic boom, striking the face of the bioengineered being with tremendous force. Crack! The whip struck the shoulder of the bioengineered being, tearing through its slate-gray skin, blood and flesh bursting forth like a firework, revealing the stark white of bone beneath. Such an injury would incapacitate an ordinary person, yet for the tough-skinned bioengineered beings, it was of little consequence. Nevertheless, this was of no concern. Selene's intent was solely to divert their attention, buying time for Qin Wei. The bioengineered beings, drawn to her, charged towards Catwoman, seeking to crush this petite feline with their robust frames. In terms of individual combat capability, Catwoman was at a considerable disadvantage compared to the likes of Batman, Bane, or Deathstroke. Yet when it came to agility, few in Gotham could rival her swiftness. With agility and finesse, she navigated through the intersecting attacks of the two bioengineered beings. Her leaps, flips, and dodges echoing like thunder in the depths of the well. Selina deftly wielded her whip, ensnaring the neck of one of the creatures, using the momentum to vault onto the shoulder of the monstrous figure. The other bioengineered being, alerted by the noise, retaliated with a swift slap aimed directly at Catwoman. Selina, leveraging her position on the shoulder, executed a second jump, narrowly evading this round of assault. However, her evasion only placed her in the crosshairs of the other creature. It sensed something had landed on its shoulder and, before it could react, was met with a powerful blow to its face. The hurricane-like gust from the slap ravaged the well, propelling the unfortunate bioengineered being several meters away, crashing against the wall with enough force to leave a substantial dent in the concrete. The cacophony resonated through the air, causing the onlookers' eardrums to throb painfully. Watching from the sidelines, Qin Wei's heart raced. He knew Selina had neither received any serum nor undergone genetic enhancements. In the midst of such intense exertion, her muscles would soon succumb to the buildup of lactic acid, leading her to fatigue far quicker than anticipated. The situation was more dire than he had imagined. In midair, Selina felt a sharp, stabbing pain in her calf, causing her to lose her balance and crash to the ground. Her leg had cramped, and worse still, she seemed to have twisted her ankle upon landing, leaving her clutching her ankle, unable to rise. The bioengineered beings, devoid of mercy, raised their hands high, forming hammers with their crossed fists, intent on reducing the Catwoman to mere pulp. In that critical moment, Gordon sprang into action. His marksmanship did not rival that of Brock, yet he aimed to close the distance to his target. He swiftly discarded his obstructive suit and lunged forward, adopting a sliding stance as he fired 3 shots in quick succession. Bang! The first shot pierced the right eye of the bioengineered being. But Selina had already demonstrated that such a strike would not deter a frenzied monster. Bang! As he continued his slide, he unleashed a second shot. The muzzle flared with fire, and the scorching bullet spiraled through the smoke, plunging into the wound created by the first shot. The bullet finally breached the defenses and struck the creature's brain, yet this was insufficient to incapacitate it. Blood gushed from its mouth and nose, but it still raised its fists high. Bang! Another shot rang out. Gordon's leg was grazed, the friction tearing away flesh, and blood seeped through his trousers. However, every sacrifice bore fruit. Bolstered by the first 2 shots, the third bullet penetrated the skull of the bioengineered being without obstruction, reducing its brain to a pulpy mass. With a resounding crash, a great mountain seemed to collapse. Gordon maintained his kneeling posture, gun still raised, as cold sweat disheveled his meticulously arranged hair, the damp collar of his shirt clinging to his neck. His legs trembled violently, rendering him incapable of standing. A wave of dread crawled up his spine. With only 3 bullets remaining, he willingly placed himself within the reach of the bioengineered creature's assault. Should he fail to vanquish this monstrosity, Gordon could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him. He nearly lost the chance to see Barbara again. "Thank you, Commissioner Gordon," said Selina, limping forward and extending her hand. Gordon, weary yet smiling, rose with Catwoman's assistance, replying, "It is I who should express my gratitude. You appear to be merely a few years older than my daughter. Yet you are compelled to confront such a fiend. Your daughter must be immensely proud of you." As she spoke, a flicker of something danced in Selina's eyes. This gentle and courageous father reminded her of Falcone, who abandoned his family. Both played similar roles, yet the disparity was stark. Selina, reluctant to admit it, felt a twinge of jealousy towards Barbara, despite their never having met. Yet the true peril had not yet subsided. The bioengineered being, having been slammed against the wall, was stirring, clutching its head. Worse still, there was nothing left to pose a threat to it. "You go first. It's my turn now." Gordon shielded Catwoman behind him, fully aware that despite his reluctance to part with this ravaged world, it was time for him to fulfill his duty as a police officer. "Don't be modest. Come here, I have an idea," came Qin Wei's shout from behind. Gordon turned to see him crouching beneath a bioengineered corpse, fastening handcuffs to the filter. "Selina, toss me the whip." Catwoman understood instantly and threw it to him, just as the creature had risen again, pounding its chest in preparation for another assault. "Run this way." Quickly, Qin Wei dashed forward to retrieve the whip, initially intending to thread it through the handcuffs, tie it to the corpse, and then lure the creature to attack the lifeless body, using the momentum to pry open the filter. However, plans often falter. As he looked up, he found the bioengineered creature mere feet away from Gordon and Catwoman, poised to reduce them to mere flesh. With no time to contemplate, he executed a reckless maneuver, jumping while clapping his hands and emitting nonsensical shrieks. "Hey!" This act was nothing short of a blatant provocation, instantly igniting the creature's wrath. It abandoned its pursuit of Gordon and Catwoman, charging towards Qin Wei instead. With a grotesque visage, flying spittle, and the terrifying muscles rippling with each movement. Qin Wei momentarily hallucinated, perceiving not a bioengineered being, but rather an enraged Kodiak bear barreling towards him. Chapter 15. A narrow escape. Qin Wei's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground. He too wished to flee, but his muscles spasmed, rendering him powerless. An excess of adrenaline constricts blood vessels, directing blood flow to the brain. A protective mechanism designed to enhance cognitive function in crises. Yet, this very mechanism now betrayed Qin Wei. What use is my mind when I need my legs? In the critical moment between life and death, a long whip descended from the corpse of the bioengineered human beside him. Qin Wei looked up to see Block, breathless, sprawled over the lifeless form. He had already assisted Qin Wei in completing the majority of the task, leaving only the final step. Just a little more. The tip of the whip needs to be secured tightly. Despite his nonchalant appearance, Block was a remarkably reliable adult. Noticing Qin Wei paralyzed with fear on the ground, he dragged his battered body to shoulder the burden. In the blink of an eye, the bioengineered human charged toward Qin Wei, lowering its body and tilting its shoulder. The sharply defined musculature resembling a colossal battering ram aimed directly at him. Simultaneously, the whip was successfully knotted. "It's coming. Quickly dodge," Block shouted urgently, rolling away almost in sync with Qin Wei, narrowly evading the assault. Boom. The two massive bodies collided violently. The scene reminiscent of a runaway dump truck crashing into an African elephant. How much does the bioengineered human weigh? A brown bear of similar size weighs around a ton. Considering their broader physique, the actual weight might be even more staggering than Qin Wei had anticipated. Yet, astonishingly, even this immense weight could not withstand the impact. As the bioengineered body was torn asunder, flung into fragments that flew several meters away. Witnessing this, Qin Wei felt a chill of dread. Had it not been for Block's assistance, he would have already transitioned to the next world. "What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to stay and grapple with it?" Block's slap brought Qin Wei back to his senses, and he suddenly realized that a large gap had been pried open in the filter. The plan succeeded. Catwoman and Gordon jumped down first, with Block following closely behind. However, when it came time for Qin Wei, he hesitated. Beneath the filter lay an abyss, with murky water flowing into the darkness. What lay at the bottom of the abyss? A stream or treacherous rocks that could shatter him to pieces. As he continued to waver, the bioengineered human was gradually regaining consciousness. Qin Wei understood that he had no choice. With eyes closed, he leapt into the void. Fortune smiled upon him, as he was enveloped by the water during his descent. Otherwise, even if there was water below, the nearly 100-meter drop was sufficient to leave him shattered. But do not rejoice too soon. The true ordeal was only beginning. Not long after, the water pipeline began to narrow, twisting with many bends. Qin Wei found himself ensnared in the sewage, unable to breathe. His head bouncing like a cue ball struck by a hapless snooker player, relentlessly colliding with the pipeline walls. He felt as if his brain was being jostled into a muddle. Boom. The thunderous roar echoed in his ears, the sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloping him. A cold breeze with a hint of salt caressing his exposed skin, sending chills through him after an entire night without sustenance. Have I emerged? With his tightly shut eyes perceiving a radiant light, Qin Wei groggily opened them, witnessing the fiery horizon where the sun blossomed over the sea. In his recollection, Gotham's skies had always been shrouded in gloomy clouds, with the damp air and decaying mildew establishing its melancholic tone, the gray-black Gothic architecture serving as its backdrop. Sunshine, he realized, had been absent from his life for far too long. How beautiful, Qin Wei murmured, instinctively reaching out to cradle the light in his palms. Yet, the fleeting sensation of weightlessness was swiftly followed by a rapid descent, his head heavy and feet light as he plunged into the dark waters. Unexpectedly gulping down 2 mouthfuls of seawater, his throat and lungs igniting with searing pain. In his haze, someone clutched him tightly from behind, pulling him back to the surface. "Can you hear my voice?" "Hold on." Selina's voice echoed in his ears, distant yet close, an indistinct whisper. But Qin Wei was too fatigued, closing his eyes and wishing never to awaken. "I can barely hold on. Will anyone come to rescue us?" Selina's voice trembled, sounding weary and cold. With great effort, Qin Wei cracked open his eyes, catching sight of her frostbitten, purplish wrist. "There's no need to save me. You won't escape either." He wished to advise her to let go, yet he was too exhausted to even part his lips. Time slipped by, and he and Selina sank deeper into the water, feeling the icy liquid invade his airways, filling every alveolus within his lungs. What an absurd journey through time and space this was. Qin Wei felt a twinge of reluctance. He opened his eyes, yearning for one last glimpse of the world. Beyond the swirling, distorted waters lay a pink sky, where a dark speck grew larger until it hovered above the surface, and only then did Qin Wei recognize what it was, a bat-shaped warplane. They say that in the face of death, one experiences hallucinations. Now, Qin Wei believed it. Even at the brink of death, I am still fantasizing about Batman's heroic arrival. I am truly beyond redemption. Gotham has no Batman. Screaming, he awoke from the nightmare, his body springing up like a trap, nearly colliding with the girl who was about to change his bandages. "You're awake? Just a moment, I'll go call Dad." The girl, perhaps 17 or 18, had beautiful golden hair tied into a high ponytail, wearing an oversized t-shirt adorned with a Winnie the Pooh graphic. "Where am I?" The girl hurried away, leaving Qin Wei no time to inquire. Turning his head, he found the answer in a family portrait of the Gordons on the nightstand. Gordon's home? Phew. That's a relief. This might be the safest place in all of Gotham. Instinctively, he reached for his hair, a habitual action he employed to alleviate stress. But this time, his fingers brushed against a head full of bandages. The terrifying experience in the sewers slowly resurfaced in his mind. He opened his palm to examine it, lifted the covers to stretch his legs, and finally touched the symbol of manhood. After confirming his well-being, Qin Wei let out a long sigh and collapsed back onto the bed. The perilous journey, fraught with near-death experiences, left Qin Wei with only superficial injuries, leaving him to ponder whether he was unfortunate or fortunate. Shortly thereafter, Gordon entered the room, appearing quite well, suggesting that his mind had not suffered significant damage. "Indeed, you seem rather well yourself. You appear more handsome than when I first met you," Qin Wei jested, feeling buoyant in spirit. "Roll your tongue up and keep it in your mouth. I am not some sweet-talking maiden," Gordon retorted with a smile. "What about the others?" "Brock sustained more severe injuries and remains hospitalized, but at least his life is spared. Your friend woke a day earlier and slipped out through the window without a word." "That's good to hear," Qin Wei replied, relieved to learn that Selina was unharmed. Yet, he soon caught an important piece of information in Gordon's words. Gazing out at the night sky, an ominous premonition began to swell within him. "Wait, she woke before me? What time is it now?" It was 11 p.m. on the 13th, 2.5 days since their escape from the sewers. "What's the matter? A rendezvous with a fair maiden?" Gordon, still oblivious to the gravity of Qin Wei's predicament, jested. "An hour from now, it will be the deadline set by Maroni," Qin Wei thought. "A rendezvous? Huh. What awaits me is a demon from the depths of hell." Chapter 16. Hope, Conspiracy, Betrayal. Who saved us? Qin Wei posed the most critical question, his dry lips licking as his gaze fixed intently on James Gordon. If what he had seen earlier was not an illusion, then Batman was concealing himself in an even more clandestine manner within this world. "You don't know either? Brock and I fell into the sea, clinging to a rocky outcrop. Gradually, our strength waned, and we sank, only to awaken ashore." Gordon's response served as a potent reassurance. Qin Wei needed to depart. He had to find Batman within the next hour. Before leaving, he borrowed some money from Gordon, along with a flashlight and a length of rope. "What do you need these for?" "Fear not. I shall not engage in any illicit activities," he assured, "but I cannot disclose the details, otherwise you would surely insist on sending me to Arkham Asylum, just like last time." After bidding farewell to Gordon, Qin Wei hailed a taxi on the street. When he mentioned his destination, Wayne Manor, the driver cursed and attempted to eject him from the vehicle. Over the years, rumors of hauntings had surrounded Wayne Manor, and aside from outdoor adventure vloggers, no one dared approach that cursed place, especially not at such a late hour. It was only when he slapped $300 onto the driver's face that the man relented. "In a hurry? Make it fast. Then buckle up." The orange taxi sped through the desolate streets of Gotham, racing across the Robert Kane Bridge, heading towards Wayne Manor, located in the northeastern outskirts of Gotham. The headlights illuminated the rusted fence, and the abandoned Wayne Manor loomed like a decaying beast, exuding an unsettling aura. "I await you in the vehicle." The driver secured the car doors and produced a pack of pasta, munching on it with a crunch. Scaling the barrier, Qin Wei discovered the well sealed with wooden planks. It led to the Cave of Bats, harboring Bruce Wayne's fears. It marked the genesis of a hero's saga. With a forceful strike, he shattered the planks, tethering one end of the rope to a gnarled, dead tree, and flashlight in mouth, slowly descended into the abyss. The slick walls of the well were cloaked in moss, and the noise disturbed the slumbering bats within, the cacophony of flapping wings rushing forth from the profound darkness. Qin Wei thought himself fearless of bats, yet as countless winged creatures fluttered past him, he instinctively shut his eyes in terror. A familiar stench, reminiscent of the foul odors often encountered in sewers, wafted through the air, a scent of fear emanating from his very pores. This dread of these virus-laden creatures was ingrained in the very fabric of human DNA. It is no wonder that Batman adopted them as his emblem. Reaching the bottom of the well, Qin Wei traversed the rugged cavern for approximately 5 minutes. The beam of his flashlight illuminated an underground chamber adorned with stalactites. Disappointment awaited him. No high-tech gadgets, no Batmobile, no transparent glass cabinets housing battle armor. It remained as it was, an abandoned mine, with rusted ladders lying dead at the cave's base, akin to the stubborn corpse of a bygone era guarding its stronghold. Without Batman, Qin Wei knew he would surely perish at Maroni's hands. The tedious traversal had long outlived its purpose. His survival to this day was mere fortuity. Have you found what you sought? Upon returning to the vehicle, the driver prattled on. Fear not. If the police question us, I shan't reveal your presence. In Gotham, everyone harbors secrets. Qin Wei dismissed the chatter, pressing his forehead against the car window, allowing the desolate landscape to retreat within his gaze. Time was fleeting, and in the twilight of his life, he yearned to return to the old manor, the only familiar place in this cold world. After exiting the car, he handed over all the cash in his pocket to the driver. Sheriff Gordon, I suppose I won't be able to repay you, Qin Wei muttered, grinning foolishly. Upon turning, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face on the steps of the old manor. Oswald. Two battered individuals exchanged wide-eyed glances. Damn it, Oswald. How did you escape? After posing the question, Qin Wei felt somewhat foolish. Maroni had no reason to restrict Oswald's movements, for the entire city of Gotham rested in his palm. I just slipped out of the hospital. That dog Maroni thought I was still unconscious, and didn't he assign Minnie to keep an eye on me? Oswald, his jaw encased in plaster, spoke with a muffled tone. After that incident, Maroni's stature in his heart plummeted, and he was no longer addressed with the respect of sir, but rather likened to a sour pickle. You didn't retrieve the money, did you? Qin Wei shook his head. Oswald bore no resentment. It was an impossible task, yet I must express my gratitude for all you have done. It seems you have endured considerable pain. I pilfered 2 bottles of your wine to level the score. The two exchanged a smile, silently accepting this most disheartening conclusion. With 10 minutes remaining until midnight, they sat on the steps of the apartment, engaging in aimless conversation during the twilight of their lives. You belong to the Cobblepot family, don't you? How does the heir of one of the 4 prominent families end up as Maroni's subordinate? That tale is rather unflattering. Perhaps I shall share it with you another time. Oswald stroked his characteristic high nose. Though he spoke of future opportunities, they both understood that such chances would never arise again. At the stroke of midnight, the chimes resonated through Gotham, and hurried footsteps echoed at the street corner. Had Maroni sent assassins? Oswald brushed off the dust from his rear and stood, attempting to greet death with as much dignity as possible. Yet, when the figure emerged from the shadows beneath the streetlight, Qin Wei's heart raced. Selina, what brings you here? I finally found you. Why didn't you inform Sheriff Gordon of your whereabouts before leaving? I've been searching for you repeatedly. Come with me. I have something to discuss. Casting a wary glance at Oswald, she grasped Qin Wei's hand and darted into a nearby alley. I apologize. I may not survive the night. Cooperation. Just as Qin Wei was about to apologize, a stack of checks was thrust into his hands. He switched on his flashlight and counted 9 checks totaling $500,000, which, along with the $500,000 that Hugo returned to Maroni, precisely matched the stolen gambling funds. Where did this come from? From Hugo Strange, of course. Selina tilted her head, raising an eyebrow at Qin Wei with a sense of triumph. But we never located Hugo's hideout. Are you a fool? Think it through. The volatile temperament of the bioweapon suggested that if Dr. Hugo wished to protect his experimental apparatus, he would never establish his laboratory in the lower sewers, where the bioweapons frequently roamed. The first and second levels were also precarious and easily discoverable. Thus, his laboratory must be on the 3rd level of the sewers. You found his laboratory and stole the money? Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's breath quickened, and he pressed a hand to his chest, struggling to regain composure. Each time he prepared for the worst, death seemed to brush past him, and after numerous close calls, even a healthy heart could be driven to distress. Yet, Catwoman's response was unexpectedly different. No. I initially intended to steal it, but Hugo seemed to know I would come and was waiting for me. So to clarify, I was not waiting for this beautiful lady, but rather for you. That familiar voice resonated from the shadows as Qin Wei lifted his flashlight towards the sound. Doctor. Hugo's face, a mask of insincere mirth, appeared in the flickering light like a specter, just as Qin Wei was taken aback by the doctor's sudden presence. Selina unexpectedly turned against him, plunging a sharp object into his neck. The sensation of a needle piercing his flesh sent a jolt of paralysis coursing through his body. Chapter 17. Absurd notions. The numbing feeling arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Selina withdrew the needle, and Qin clutched his neck, collapsing onto the ground. Hearing the commotion, Oswald rushed into the alley, clutching a brick. Who are you? Keep your distance from him. Relax, I harbor no ill will. I merely seek a sample of your friend's blood. Dr. Hugo shook the vial handed to him by Catwoman, listening to the liquid slosh within, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Once he obtained what he desired, Dr. Hugo turned and departed, the heavy footsteps of the bioman gradually fading into the darkness. Oswald, still eager for answers, was restrained by Qin grip. Let it go. The money is already secured. Qin handed over the check he held. I'm sorry. I should have informed you, but I feared you might object, Selina said, her gaze evasive, her earlier actions betraying her partner. It's all right. I would have acted similarly. Qin reassured Catwoman. Initially, he felt a surge of fear, yet upon reflection, he realized that if Selina truly wished to betray him, she could have easily avoided returning to the sewer and even returned the check to him. That thin stack of checks amounted to a staggering $5 million. Dr. Hugo was meticulous, a dangerous individual. It was inevitable that the inexperienced Selina would fall prey to his schemes. Fortunately, he only requested a vial of blood. Although Qin felt an inkling of unease, he understood that his immediate priority was to repay Maroni and bring this farce to an end. He voiced his thoughts, only to be met with Oswald's refusal. No, I intend to present this to Mr. Falcone. Just moments ago, Oswald had concocted a bold scheme, one aimed at sowing discord between the top brass of the Roman Empire. Since the Joker incident, a rift had emerged between the two, and Falcone had long sought an opportunity to replace the ambitious Maroni. I will inform Falcone that this entire affair has been orchestrated by Maroni in collusion with Hugo. Oswald sneered, his eyes wide and bulging, his face appearing particularly grotesque under the beam of the flashlight. Qin furrowed his brow in silence. He believed that Oswald, having been with Maroni for so many years, must possess a deeper understanding of the inner workings of the Roman Empire and a more accurate assessment of the feasibility of this plan. Yet, inexplicably, he found the notion utterly absurd. What is your perspective? Qin inquired of Catwoman. I believe it is viable. Pitting the two against each other could significantly weaken the power of the Roman Empire, Selina replied, sidestepping the question. Upon reflection, it is indeed understandable. Catwoman's objective is to topple Falcone, and despite the exceedingly low probability of success, she would endeavor to pursue it. Furthermore, as an outsider, Selina need not intervene. She merely has to await the outcome. I should not have questioned her. Qin felt a pang of regret, for Catwoman's words had bestowed upon Oswald what he lacked, confidence. Am I not correct, Wei? We are certainly capable of this. Let us seek out Mr. Falcone. As long as we assist him in dismantling Maroni, Mr. Falcone will not forsake us. Oswald reached out to pull Qin along, his impatience palpable. Can we take a moment? I have an uneasy feeling about this. What are you hesitating for? It is already past midnight, and Maroni's assassins could locate us at any moment. Wait, perhaps we should allow the assassins to find us, sustain some injuries. This way, Mr. Falcone will believe Maroni intends to eliminate us, thereby enhancing his trust in us. Unable to withstand Oswald's fervor, Qin reluctantly acquiesced. There was no escaping the fact that Oswald, consumed by hatred and desire, was impervious to alternative perspectives. Qin doubts were not unfounded. Rather, the logic had yet to be clarified within the short span of time. If their relationship had long been fraught with fractures, why would Falcone retain Maroni? Could $5 million truly serve as the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back? After acquiring Falcone's address from Catwoman, the duo pried open a muscle car parked by the roadside. Oswald climbed into the driver's seat and began to tamper with the dashboard. Just moments after promising Gordon to refrain from criminal activity, he had swiftly transformed into an accomplice of grand theft auto, prompting Qin to turn his gaze toward the window, choosing to ignore Oswald's actions. However, even in doing so, he discerned something amiss. Two inebriated men, who had previously been sprawled on the street corner, were now sitting upright, gazing strangely at the pair. Without warning, they reached into their pockets. A chill ran down Qin spine. Duck! Accelerate! No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of bullets rained down upon them. The car windows danced violently as the bullets made contact, shattering into a cascade of glass fragments that filled the interior. With shards of glass raining down upon him, Oswald pressed the accelerator with fervor. The car careened through the streets, twisting into an S-curve like a rampaging bull, leaping into the darkness. Maroni's cadre of assassins opened their jaws wide in pursuit. The car barreled through the streets in the early hours, the towering buildings along the way flashing with bursts of light as cold shots struck the vehicle's body, leaving a series of dark holes upon the hood. The black rearview mirror was illuminated by the headlights of the pursuing vehicles. Qin Wei stole a glance and was taken aback to see a dozen motorcycles racing towards them. What an overwhelming display! Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a force to eliminate two insignificant failures? Before Qin Wei could voice his grievances, a motorcycle sped alongside them, and through the window extended an Uzi, its barrel aimed squarely at the driver, Oswald. Upon witnessing the scene, he swiftly kicked the firearm away, the bullets roaring as they shattered the windshield, leaving a cascade of bullet holes on the glass facade along the street. The disarmed assassin, in a desperate move, flicked out a hidden blade aimed at Qin Wei's femoral artery. With remarkable agility, Oswald seized the assailant's wrist, yanking him off the motorcycle. A sharp crack echoed as the assassin's helmet collided with the vehicle's frame, followed by another resounding crunch as the sports car rolled over the assassin's body, bouncing merrily on the asphalt. "Can you drive?" Oswald inquired while retrieving the fallen submachine gun from the assassin. "Does playing Need for Speed count?" He added. "Prepare yourself." Grip the steering wheel. Qin Wei, momentarily dazed, realized that Oswald might be oblivious to the concept of Need for Speed. However, it was too late for reminders. Oswald had already leapt into the back seat, leaving Qin Wei with the daunting task. With his hands freed, Oswald's murderous intent surged, the submachine gun erupting in flames of fury. Using the back seat as cover, he swiftly dispatched half of the motorcycle assassins. Qin Wei, caught in a rush, struggled to recall the controls from the game. Ahead loomed a sharp turn. Shifting gears, braking, steering with precision, he believed his maneuvers flawless. Yet, one of the wheels inexplicably lost traction. The distinction between gaming and reality became glaringly apparent. "What are you doing? Why is the car flying?" he exclaimed. "It's drifting," Oswald replied. "Why are we drifting? Don't chase scenes in movies involve drifting?" Before he could finish his sentence, the sports car completely lost control, vaulting over the guardrail and hurtling towards the embrace of Gotham River. The assassins parked their motorcycles on the bridge, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the bubbles rising in the water. The two men clung to a bridge pillar, shivering in the cold immersion. Although Qin Wei had flipped the car, it was not entirely disastrous. At least their pursuers had temporarily lost sight of them. As the assassins withdrew from the bridge, the two men, exhausted, dragged themselves ashore and collapsed on the overgrown riverbank, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, Qin Wei confirmed the check was still intact, and the two set off on foot towards Falcone's nightclub. Having entrusted all his gray enterprises to Maroni, the present-day Falcone had transformed into a respectable businessman in Gotham, with only this nightclub remaining as a remnant of his former glory. Some claimed he had aged, lost his ambition, no longer the tempestuous Roman emperor he once was. Others speculated he was merely biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash a shocking event upon Gotham. Yet, who could truly fathom the thoughts of this cunning old fox? Even Oswald, drenched and seated at the table opposite Falcone, could not decipher his intentions. However, he felt no need to overthink. He merely needed to hand over the $5 million and pin everything on Maroni. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Wei interjected. "Mr. Maroni has instructed us to deliver this sum to you. This is not a disturbance." A sixth sense warned Qin Wei that the elderly gentleman before him, with his graying hair and leisurely chewing of beef while adjusting his napkin, was perilous, perhaps even more so than Maroni. Falcone had yet to truly regard the two. A mere cursory glance imparted a disconcerting feeling of being utterly exposed. Falcone was acutely aware of everything. To lie in his presence was to court death. Qin Wei sensed the gravity of the situation. However, Oswald failed to grasp the underlying tension and seemed dissatisfied with Qin Wei's alteration of the narrative. "It's not like that. This money was stolen by Maroni, and we came to report him, only to be pursued by his assassins." The instant the lie slipped from his lips, despair enveloped Qin Wei as he pressed his forehead in resignation. It was over. As anticipated, Falcone raised an eyelid, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, releasing a brief, derisive snort from his nostrils. Meanwhile, Oswald, in his foolishness, flailed his arms dramatically, attempting to lend credence to his words through exaggerated gestures. When Falcone produced a revolver, Oswald's expression froze in shock, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. "Whose words hold truth? I do not care. Let the Almighty resolve this troublesome affair." Loading 3 bullets into the chamber, Falcone slid the revolver across the long dining table. "Gentlemen, I merely wish to hear from the living. 1 gun for each. Who shall go first?" Oswald stared blankly at the revolver before him. The intricately designed silver body reflected the flickering candlelight. It was a beautiful weapon, Yet, beauty often conceals lethality. With 3 bullets in its 6-chambered cylinder, the chance of a fatal shot was a staggering 50%. His mind in turmoil, Oswald lifted his gaze, pleading with Falcone to withdraw from this tiresome game. Alas, Falcone remained preoccupied with his plate of beef, indifferent to Oswald's plight. The medium-rare meat, still tinged with crimson, was methodically sliced by the old lion, who savored each morsel, allowing the subtle metallic taste to linger on his lips and teeth. The overwhelming pressure nearly drove Oswald to madness. In a daze, he envisioned himself as the steak on the plate, a colossal fork piercing through him, a serrated knife slicing him apart. "Why must you force me?" In a frenzy, Oswald clutched the handgun, his wild eyes betraying his inner chaos and despair. Pressing the revolver against his temple, he emitted a nervous laugh, suddenly appearing to grasp some revelation. Slowly, he turned the gun's muzzle towards Falcone. "If you wish for my death, you shan't fare any better." In that critical moment, Qin Wei pressed down on the barrel. "Calm yourself, Wei. I should have heeded your advice long ago," Oswald stammered, his lips pale as he turned to Qin Wei. "It's not too late to listen to me now. Hand me the gun. I will lead you to safety." Qin Wei smiled, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Oswald, whose psychological defenses had crumbled, resembled a ticking time bomb, and the immediate task was to soothe his emotions. However, there was no room for hesitation. "Trust me." Oswald released his grip, allowing Qin Wei to deftly withdraw the handgun. His expression appeared calm, yet the trepidation within him surpassed even that of Oswald's. Had that shot been fired moments earlier, both of them would have met their demise. "Shall you go first?" "But do hasten," Falcone said languidly, casting a sidelong glance. The old lion's relaxed demeanor only strengthened Qin Wei's suspicions. He hesitated no longer, pressing the gun to his temple and resolutely pulling the trigger. Click! The shot did not fire. Oswald exhaled deeply, collapsing like a ragdoll onto the table. Qin Wei's sudden discharge had caught him off guard. Falcone finally lifted his head, retrieving a napkin from the side to wipe his hands. "You've survived. Now it's your turn." Before he could finish, Qin Wei pulled the trigger once more. Click! Again, a blank shot. Curiously, despite having fired twice, Qin Wei showed no inclination to lower the firearm. Falcone raised an eyebrow, as though he had stumbled upon a piquant spice in an otherwise bland evening. The two exchanged silent glances for a moment before he gestured invitingly. "Come, let me witness your audacity." Click, 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 click. For consecutive shots, all blanks, and Qin Wei placed the gun back upon the table. The room was suffused with a stifling silence. "Mr. Falcone, I do not wish to undermine you. I simply wish to convey that I am an astute individual, one who may prove advantageous to you." After a prolonged silence, Qin Wei spoke first. "When did you make this discovery?" Falcone chuckled, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that distorted his features. "Discovery is too strong a word. It's merely conjecture. I surmised that the Emperor of Rome would not be so reckless as to hand a loaded gun to 2 dubious characters." Falcone pushed the table aside as he gradually rose. He approached Qin Wei, casually seizing the blood-stained dining knife from the table. Indeed, the truth is painfully evident. Many may guess, yet not all possess the courage to wager, especially not with the audacity to gamble 6 shots in succession. His gravelly, muddled voice rolled in his throat, sounding particularly discomforting, akin to coarse sandpaper scraping bone. Falcone circled behind him, abruptly yanking Qin Wei's hair and slamming his head onto the tabletop. Bang! As dizziness enveloped him, a knife was pressed against his throat. The cold metal against his skin raised goosebumps. The lion, though aged, possessed astonishing strength. I admire the clever and the brave, but I have no fondness for those who embody both. They are inherently unbound and cannot forever remain subordinate. Feeling the coldness of the dining knife, a shiver ran down Qin Wei's neck, causing goosebumps to rise. The surge of adrenaline rendered his complexion flushed and his breathing rapid. What appeared to be a mere statement from Falcone transformed into a poignant inquiry. "Why should I trust you?" This was the final question, one that held the weight of life and death for both men. Yet, Falcone, who could have posed the question directly, chose a more circuitous route. Qin Wei endeavored to unravel Falcone's innermost thoughts, seeking the truth beneath the surface. His mind raced, and a sudden epiphany struck him. No, the intelligent and courageous individual Falcone referred to was not him. His earlier display hardly warranted such praise. It was about him. With this revelation, clarity dawned upon Qin Wei. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat, parched from tension. "You are correct, and thus I shall assist you in eliminating him, eradicating Moroni." Upon hearing this, Oswald nearly crushed his own bones in agitation, perplexed as to why Qin Wei would utter such redundant words after their scheme to sow discord had already faltered. Was he not inviting disaster upon himself? Yet, in the next moment, he beheld Falcone retracting the knife. Bring a steak for these two gentlemen as well, medium rare. The old lion ambled back to the table, grasping his phone to make a call. Dear Moroni, it has been a while. He feigned pleasantries before steering the conversation back to the crux. Your people are with me. Indeed, they retrieved your money, but due to those owl fledglings, they could not deliver it, leaving me as the only option. Falcone ended the call, and shortly thereafter, the server presented the beef before the two men. While Oswald fretted over the possibility of poison in the food, Qin Wei, disregarding decorum, voraciously dug in. It had been several days since his last meal, and the adrenaline coursing through him had drastically lowered his blood sugar. If he did not consume something soon, he risked fainting. For certain reasons, I cannot deal with Moroni directly. Falcone cast a glance at Oswald, his disdainful gaze seemingly mocking the foolish notion that one could topple Moroni with a mere $5 million. The optimal method is to imprison him. I need you to gather evidence of his crimes. Tapping his fingertips lightly on the table, he appeared to be contemplating while observing Qin Wei's expressions. In a few days, Harvey Dent will arrive in Gotham. He was quite the firebrand in New York, and his presence is likely to incite a storm. Moroni has been too ostentatious in his dealings over the years, and it is highly probable that Dent will target him first. You can leverage this. Should you gather sufficient evidence, it could also be submitted to Gordon or Bullock. Having conveyed his points, Falcone's gaze shifted to a more intricate expression as he opened his mouth as if to add something further, yet ultimately waved his hand dismissively. Once the meal concludes, you may return. Moroni may become wary, but he will not trouble you. Oswald, as if granted a reprieve, seized Qin Wei and attempted to depart. Wait. I seek to understand what the reward is, for the task is indeed perilous. Qin Wei halted his movements, gazing intently at Falcone. Are you contemplating benefits before the mission is accomplished? Do you not fear my wrath? As a merchant, you ought to comprehend that profit is a far greater motivator for the execution of a transaction than mere threats. Falcone nodded, acknowledging Qin Wei's perspective. If you succeed, I promise you all the wealth and status of Moroni, and a place as the second in command of the Roman Empire. Is that sufficient? Indeed. That is precisely what Qin Wei desired. Epilogue of Chapter 19. Upon exiting the nightclub, Oswald's countenance was overshadowed by despair. Due to his rashness and cowardice, the two had nearly perished at the hands of Falcone. Wei, I apologize. This was not the first time he had uttered such words. Oswald's voice trembled within his chest. Too timid to meet Qin Wei's gaze. What is there to apologize for? Qin Wei appeared remarkably at ease, stretching languidly against the chill of the early morning breeze. At least your judgment was sound. There is indeed a rift between Falcone and Moroni, and we have achieved our goal. We have secured a task ahead of us, ensuring we will not be idle for some time. You wouldn't truly consider becoming Mr. Falcone's informant, would you? It is best to remain uninvolved in such matters. Caught between two titans, we mere ants are destined to be crushed. Oswald's face reflected sheer terror. Having recently faced numerous setbacks, his fighting spirit had dwindled to a mere flicker. The once confident and flamboyant Oswald had all but vanished. What troubles you, little penguin? Your stature may be modest, but have you lost your manhood as well? Qin Wei's unexpected jibe caught Oswald off guard. What did you say? I said you were a little penguin, you fool. Oswald's features contorted in disbelief, rage flooding his face as crimson crept up his neck. He could hardly fathom that Qin Wei, whom he regarded as his closest friend, would intentionally strike at his vulnerabilities. Wei, I do not wish to quarrel with you, but you must provide me with an explanation. Did I speak amiss, little penguin? Why is your face so flushed? Those eyes of yours are not about to well up with tears, are they? Are you planning to run home to your mother? With a resounding thud, Oswald retaliated with a powerful punch in response to Qin Wei's provocation, who, not to be outdone, countered with a blow of his own. Thus began their brawl, curiously devoid of evasion, as if they had joined a fight club, recklessly absorbing one another's fists and venting their frustrations. After a full 10 minutes, it was Oswald who ultimately succumbed first. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face marred by a myriad of bruises. His right eyelid swollen to the point of nearly obscuring his deep-set eyes. Qin Wei fared little better. His visage was similarly disfigured, his nose askew, saliva and blood mingling at the corner of his mouth. The handsome young man had been reduced to a grotesque sight. The two locked eyes, and in a moment of shared absurdity, they burst into laughter. You wretched cur, does my fist not bring you discomfort? Just look at your comical nose. I could curse your mother, Oswald. Yet here you are, still chattering away despite being knocked out by me. Qin Wei jestingly scolded, pulling the other man up. This wild outburst swept away the burdens that had accumulated in their hearts, aiding Oswald in rediscovering himself. Wei, You speak the truth. We must not bow to others. We shall overthrow Maroni. But this time, it is not for vengeance, nor to ingratiate ourselves to Falcone like obedient dogs, but because we possess the capability. This position is rightfully ours. Chenway nodded in satisfaction, for this was the very outcome he desired. In Gotham, devoid of Batman and with no one to uphold justice, the only means of establishing stability was to erect walls of order with the bricks of malevolence. To avoid being controlled or coerced by anyone, he had to act thus. And Oswald would be his most capable ally. He would spare no effort in assisting Oswald to ascend the throne and become the king of Gotham's underworld. 3 days later, Chenway's superficial injuries had nearly healed, and the bruises on his cheek seemed to have no effect on his striking handsomeness. The duo had earned a total of 100,000 from Maroni for their recent endeavor. Oswald immediately purchased a Ford Mustang, driving through the lower district to recruit henchmen. After all, with the elders of the Senate perished in the casino massacre, he could not operate without subordinates. During this idle period, Chenway first visited the Gordon household to repay a debt. At that moment, Gordon was on duty, and Barbara welcomed the famished Chenway with a strawberry-filled pancake. Engaging in light conversation with the enthusiastic and innocent girl, he learned that she would be heading to university after this summer. Having applied to the police academy to follow in her father's footsteps, Chenway chose not to elaborate, as according to the original timeline, Barbara would become Batgirl and fall in love with Robin. But in this world devoid of Batman, everything lay shrouded in uncertainty. He then proceeded to the hospital. Intending to visit Bullock and adhering to the customs of his hometown, he brought along some fruits. However, the burly officer was absent from his room. After searching, Chenway discovered Bullock chatting with a lovely nurse, supported by a cane. Deciding not to disturb him, he quietly departed after setting down the basket of fruit. His final destination was Selina. Chenway retrieved a note. That night, Catwoman had inscribed Falcone's address on it. Upon flipping the note, he found another location. Following the address, he took the light rail to the fashionable district in the city center, locating the yoga studio within an office building. Selina was the instructor there. And as the workday drew to a close, the students gradually left, leaving her alone, stretching before the mirror. The figure on the yoga mat was as supple and graceful as a cat, with Selina gripping her ankles, bending her body into a bow. The action was not without its challenges. She pressed her crimson lips together, beads of fragrant sweat cascading down her fair neck, saturating her gray tank top, flowing over her well-defined abdominal muscles, and dampening the waistband of her yoga pants. The exquisite curvature of her physique left Chenway momentarily entranced. After an indeterminate span of time, he lifted his gaze to find Selina tilting her head, observing him with a mischievous smile gracing her face. Is it beautiful? He mused. Even Michelangelo would sing its praises. I shall take a shower. Let us dine together shortly, for I have some inquiries to make, he suggested. The two exited the office building. The gentle summer breeze of the evening greeted them, and Selina closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, naturally intertwining her arm with Chenway's. While it was an instinctive gesture, she was momentarily startled by the firmness of his muscular arm. Do you exercise often? She inquired, seemingly with genuine curiosity. Chenway scratched his head. Before his transition, he had occasionally found time for the gym, not to bulk up, but merely to prevent his sedentary body from deteriorating. Yet this physique was different. While it might not be apparent when clothed, once stripped, one would discover muscles sculpted as perfectly as granite, almost beyond the realm of normalcy. He had entertained doubts. Could he be Bruce Wayne? However, no evidence substantiated this theory. He could not access Wayne Enterprises, nor could he find Alfred within the abandoned manor. More importantly, he did not wish to delve into such inquiries. He had no desire to bear the weighty mantle of Batman. What would you like to eat? Selina prompted, noticing Chenway's reluctance to respond. This question suddenly evoked a yearning for the flavors of his homeland. I crave dumplings. Dumplings? Chinatown may have them. Just beside the Brooklyn Bridge, a short passage through the city center will lead you there. Chinatown. At the mere mention of this name, Chenway's heart raced. Though returning was impossible, the framework of Gotham mirrored that of the real world, where he could hear familiar dialects and savor authentic tastes. Let us go to Chinatown, he exclaimed, exhilarated, shaking off Selina's hand to dash toward the light rail station. Where are you headed? Selina called after him. A deep, throaty engine roared behind him. Turning around, he saw a Catwoman donning her helmet, perched atop a matte black Ducati Diavel, which trembled in response to the engine's growl. That is incredibly cool. Chenway whistled in admiration. Chapter 20. Chinatown. The Ducati sped through several blocks before coming to a steady halt beneath the archway of Chinatown. Chenway rubbed his face. realizing that the motorcycle had only one helmet, and as the passenger, he had not enjoyed this privilege. He held onto Selina's waist, his head resting against her back. The rush of air whipped Selina's golden wig, striking his face like a whip. Though not painful, it was decidedly uncomfortable. Noticing his flustered expression, Selina smiled knowingly. "Shall I prepare a helmet for you next time? Is that necessary? I don't ride often." Qin Wei pretended not to understand. As the two entered Chinatown, he noticed Selina was about to head into a restaurant with a red sign. He quickly called her back. "Where are you going?" "To eat. The butter noodles here are delicious." "Butter noodles? What on earth is that?" Qin Wei muttered, casting a glance at the establishment. All these restaurants have such auspicious names. Which Chinese restaurant would name itself like this? It's probably run by ABCs or Southeast Asians, catering to your American tastes, completely unrelated to authentic Chinese cuisine. "So, you're quite knowledgeable about Chinese food, huh?" "Just kidding, I know a lot." Selina placed her hands on her hips, observing Qin Wei with keen interest. Since meeting him, she had sensed a thick fog of mystery surrounding this man. Was he brave? It was he who, wrapped in blankets in the desolate Senate, mourned in silence. Was he cowardly? He was the one who, in a critical moment, diverted the bioweapon to buy himself time to escape. It wouldn't be accurate to say he was rational. After all, who in their right mind would devise a suicidal escape plan through a sewer outlet? Yet, to call him insane would also be misleading, for he had conceived an escape strategy under immense pressure while preserving himself amidst the clandestine struggle between Moroni and Falcone. She always believed he concealed his true self well, except for now. Ever since they arrived in Chinatown, Qin Wei's expression had shifted to one of vibrant energy, glancing around as if he had an endless nostalgia for the place. It was only natural for Selina to think this way, as Catwoman usually mingled with wealthy merchants and politicians who were accustomed to stripping away their facades to reveal a blood-soaked smile. But Qin Wei was different. He embodied courage, cowardice, rationality, and madness. There was no need for pretenses. Humanity is inherently complex. Qin Wei chose a small eatery named Chunfong Dumpling House to settle in. It was a modest establishment of about 30 square meters, with peeling walls adorned by yellowing calendars, and at the back, a small wooden table housed a tiny Buddha statue. The dining area was filled with faces of Eastern descent. Some wore work uniforms while others donned shirts and ties, eating dumplings while casting inquisitive glances at the two, as if Qin Wei and Selina were the foreigners. "Is this place truly authentic?" Selina mused. "Look at who's eating here. Americanized Chinese food might fool others, but not them." The proprietor, a woman in her 50s, approached them, rubbing her hands on her grimy apron, and asked in halting English, "How can I help you?" "2 large plates of dumplings, pork and scallion flavor," Qin Wei replied in Mandarin laced with a local dialect. Instantly, the woman's eyes brightened, and the other diners raised their heads in surprise. "Oh my, where did you learn that?" "Quite standard. After living here for over 20 years, how could it not be?" Qin Wei smiled, and the people around him followed suit, as Selina distinctly sensed the subtle hostility dissipating, replaced by an inexplicable warmth. While the dumplings boiled, Selina poked Qin Wei's hand. "Why do these people view us so differently now? Just a moment ago, they were so indifferent, and now they are suddenly enthusiastic. It is due to cultural recognition. By learning our language, they acknowledge our culture. This ethnicity is open and inclusive, yet remains vigilant towards outsiders. There is no denying that the scars of past oppressions have left indelible marks on her, and to be accepted, one must first shed their biases and defenses." Selina nodded, as though grasping the concept, though not entirely comprehending it. When the dumplings arrived, Qin Wei poured some vinegar for Selina and picked a few cloves of garlic from the table, peeling them and popping them into his mouth. "Garlic? This is an advanced way to enjoy it. Would you like to try?" Selina vigorously shook her head. Qin Wei did not press her, instead taking a dumpling and dipping it in vinegar. The moment he bit into it, the fragrance of scallions, mingled with the savory aroma of the meat, wafted through his nostrils. He smacked his lips, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Ah, this is the flavor." Selina chewed a few bites, her eyes brightening. Having clawed her way through life in a slum, she had sampled countless street foods. Yet she could not recall anything more delectable at this price point. "Is this really a dumpling? It seems you did not exaggerate. You truly know your stuff." With genuine admiration, Selina looked up, only to find Qin Wei still in the same position, head held high, squinting his eyes as he savored each dumpling. The soft glow from the altar behind him cast a gentle radiance on his back, creating a faint halo. "Is this delicious enough to ascend to the heavens?" Selina chuckled softly. This meal unknowingly bridged the gap between the two. After dinner, they exited the dumpling shop, both wearing satisfied expressions, while the shopkeeper cheerfully called after them. Young man, do come again. Absolutely. Qin Wei waved goodbye with a smile, turning to find Selina arching an eyebrow at him. What is it? Come to my place for a coffee or something, she invited. Uncertain of her intentions, Qin Wei hesitated, believing it prudent to decline. Falcone was Selina's father, and if he wished to support Oswald's rise to power, he would inevitably clash with the old lion. Although Selina also wished to undermine Falcone, her blood ties might influence her ultimate decision regarding the old lion's fate. Yet, as a small player, Qin Wei could not afford any missteps. Navigating between the titans Moroni and Falcone was fraught with peril, and a single miscalculation could lead to his downfall. He took a deep breath. Sure. Wait, no? I meant to refuse. As he regained his senses, he found himself seated on the back of a motorcycle, vowing that he was not one to speak insincerely. Yet, it seemed as if another consciousness within him had made the choice. Was this moment, akin to the casino massacre, an unavoidable juncture? A thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to lift his jacket and check. Indeed, nestled within the inner pocket was a comic book. The cover was crumpled and creased, the edges stained with coffee. It appeared to have lingered forgotten in his suit pocket, a remnant of Qin Wei's oversight. The previous comic had been ruined in the sewer, yet here was a new one. Qin Wei could finally ascertain that whenever a pivotal event transpired, a comic would refresh within the confines of his clothing. What trials awaited him this time? A vague sense of unease settled within him. Chapter 21. Two Harveys Moroni lounged on the sofa, a cigar clenched between his teeth, as the television before him broadcasted a live event. The man on screen, with lustrous golden hair, spoke confidently under the barrage of media scrutiny. With the implementation of this legislation, Gotham's crime rate will plummet by 20%. I will personally supervise its execution to ensure that no villain, be they corrupt officials or nefarious gangsters, evades justice. With that, the man gestured towards the camera. I am Harvey Dent, and I will ensure you pay for your sins. A puff of smoke escaped Moroni's lips as he leaned back, arms resting on the sofa's backrest, addressing the empty space before him. Paul, was he just provoking me? Huh. He dares to challenge me through the screen. It seems Harvey Dent is indeed as insufferable as the rumors suggest. No wonder those fellows in New York wanted to send him to Gotham. Let us prepare a surprise for him, shall we? How about delivering your corpse? We could rig a little mechanism. The moment he opens the door, you could drop down and shower him with blood. Why so silent, Paul? Oh, I nearly forgot that I had gagged you. With a cold smirk, Moroni leaned down, glancing at Paul, who was bound and bruised, before pulling out the cloth from his mouth. Boss, I was wrong. Please, Paul pleaded, his face a mosaic of bruises. I didn't willingly work for Falcone. He kidnapped my wife and forced me. I was coerced. Moroni remained silent, removing his cigar and tapping off the ash. I know, but betrayal is betrayal. You know I despise traitors. His tone grew increasingly frigid and agitated as he extended 2 fingers to pry open Paul's eyelids, and amidst the frantic pleas for mercy, he pressed the burning end of the cigar against him. A piercing scream reverberated through the room. Before long, Moroni emerged from his study with an elegant stride, beckoning his bodyguard. As per my previous instructions, send the body inside to Mr. Harvey Dent. Wait. Suddenly recalling something, he halted the bodyguard. Moroni adjusted himself and leaned in to inspect the guard's face closely. Oh my Jesus, your face is simply perfect. After a brief conversation, Qin Wei departed from the young lady's apartment. Fortunately, she did not harbor ulterior motives. Their encounter was merely a casual coffee, compared to the prior array of seductive tactics. Selina appeared to have set aside her Catwoman persona, opting instead to engage with Qin Wei as a friend, which was indeed a positive development. However, just before Qin Wei took his leave, Selina inadvertently mentioned something that piqued his interest. I almost forgot to ask you. Do you know who was piloting that aircraft that pulled us from the sea the other day? It looked like a giant bat. The Batplane? It turns out I am not the only one who saw it. Qin Wei felt on the verge of insanity. Each time he attempted to dismiss his obsession with Batman, new clues would emerge, as if Batman were deliberately evading him. Never mind, he thought. Since he had already embarked on this treacherous path, it was time to bid farewell to the thorny road of justice. His only concern was that once he grew powerful, Batman might suddenly reveal himself. This was precisely why he had pushed Oswald onto the stage. According to the script, Oswald would inevitably become a prominent figure in Gotham. If he could foster a good relationship with Oswald during this period, he would be able to live a comfortable life hidden behind the Penguin's shadow. Although Qin Wei did not wish to act duplicitously, the harsh reality demanded a shrewd mind to survive in Gotham. As he walked along the street, he witnessed a group of thugs mercilessly beating a beggar. The anguished cries prompted him to furrow his brow. Yet, unlike during the incident with the streetcar, he had grown and refrained from intervening. He cast a hurried glance and wrapped his coat tighter around himself as he left. Having endured such experiences, his heart had grown increasingly cold. Upon reaching the street corner, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Gordon. "Are you free? Someone wishes to meet you. Harvey Dent." Chenway stole a glance at a newsstand. The headline proclaimed Harvey's appointment, featuring his photograph and the title, "Can the Bright Night Bring Hope to Gotham?" Indeed, he sought to approach Maroney first and wished to gather information from you. Chenway hesitated. He would have to meet Harvey sooner or later, but certainly not now. At this critical juncture, the entire city's gangs were watching the newly appointed prosecutor, and it would be unwise to meet someone so prominently in the spotlight. "Why me?" "Because you are the only one I know, and I believe you are most likely to cooperate with the investigation." "Then you are mistaken." Chenway intended to conclude the conversation, yet his finger trembled over the disconnect button. He was in a profound state of indecision. He had examined the comic in his pocket, and the entire book was blank. The emptiness signified a pivotal decision point. In the past, such blanks would only appear at life-or-death moments within the narrative. This time, however, the comic began entirely blank, suggesting that a significant choice loomed even before the story commenced, and a misjudgment could lead to death. His sixth sense warned him that this conversation was indeed the decision point, one that could affect his very existence. "See you at the police station in half an hour. Tell Harvey to be discreet and exit through the back door. He must not be recognized." After much contemplation, Chenway ultimately acquiesced and turned to enter the men's clothing store by the roadside. He shed the black suit that symbolized the Romans, tousled his pompadour that had been set in place with hairspray, and selected a loose-fitting gray hoodie. After this transformation, he resembled an entirely different person. Upon the appointed hour, guided by Gordon, he traversed the bustling police station lobby and arrived at the conference room. Harvey Dent had been waiting for some time and, upon seeing Chenway, extended his hand in greeting. Harvey's palm was broad and strong, his skin slightly yellowish compared to the average Caucasian, with a protruding chin and a prominent nose topped with a bulbous tip. In terms of appearance, Harvey could hardly be deemed handsome, yet coupled with his confident smile, his charisma rivaled that of Chenway. Following a brief introduction, Harvey proposed, "Before we delve into our discussion, it would be prudent to switch off our electronic devices." Chenway did not respond directly, but instead brandished his phone, which had its battery removed. "You are a very cautious individual. I trust our collaboration will be exceedingly pleasant," Harvey remarked, nodding in approval. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the lower district senate, Oswald parked his car by the roadside with a look of frustration. Today marked the 5th day of recruitment, and whether it was due to the casino massacre tarnishing the Romans' reputation or Harvey's inaugural speech frightening off the ne'er-do-wells, he had yet to recruit a single individual, incurring significant fuel expenses in the process. Though he had boasted of wanting to pummel Maroney and kick Carmine, he now found himself merely a small-time boss unable to gather subordinates, pondering when his dream of unifying Gotham would come to fruition. Oswald found himself missing Chenway. Whenever he was troubled, sharing a drink and conversing with him was always a reliable remedy. However, this fellow had left early in the day and, now nearing midnight, had yet to return. He glanced at the passenger seat, where the hot dogs he had bought for Chenway had grown cold, and the beer was no longer chilled. Leaning against the car window, he cracked open a can of beer and took a few hearty gulps. Suddenly, there was a knock on the glass. "Is this Mr. Oswald?" The visitor sported a hat that obscured half of his face and, even at night, wore sunglasses, rendering him quite suspicious. A look of wariness washed over Oswald's face. He placed his right hand on the door lock and drew a knife from his belt with his left, poised for action. Yet when he beheld the face beneath the sunglasses, he was so taken aback that he could scarcely steady his knife, his mouth agape like an inflating pufferfish. He never imagined this person would seek him out. Harvey Dent. Chapter 22. Maroney's scheme. After numerous unsuccessful attempts to reach Chenway by phone, Oswald had no choice but to invite Harvey upstairs. He had been present during the negotiations and had heard Falcone's plans. And now Harvey Dent had come knocking at his door. Logic dictated that he should establish contact with the man promptly. However, Chenway was like his brain. Without him, Oswald was hesitant to make any rash decisions. "Care for a drink?" Oswald deliberately attempted to divert the conversation, but Harvey was relentless in pursuing the topic. "Please answer the question quickly. Are you willing to cooperate with my investigation? I have many matters to attend to." Harvey displayed an expression of impatience, yet his hand honestly accepted the beer from Oswald's grasp. "I merely wish to understand why you are targeting Mr. Maroney." Oswald, seated on the edge of the bed, spread his fingers and crossed his hands, gazing intently at Harvey while attempting to mimic Chenway's tone, deliberately slowing his speech. Harvey, perched on a small stool, felt increasingly uncomfortable under Oswald's unwavering stare. He is a criminal, and I am an inspector. Is a reason truly necessary to confront him? The other party raised his voice, feigning sternness to mask his inner turmoil. Before being recruited by Maroney, Charlie was just an ordinary convict. At 20, he committed murder and spent 8 years in prison. In a bid to make his time more bearable, he crafted an image of himself as a remorseless serial killer. Once a key player on the college football team, his imposing physique and fabricated, fantastical criminal exploits inadvertently intimidated his fellow inmates, establishing him as a figure no one dared to challenge within the prison walls. Yet, the truth behind his lies was bound to surface eventually. The newcomers, eager to ascend by stepping over the old guard, relentlessly challenged him, increasing his stress. Initially, he could rely on his accomplices to maintain his facade, but eventually, even his most trusted allies began to doubt his true capabilities. He was engulfed in fear. Should his deception be unveiled, the web of lies he had woven over the years would turn against him, leading to his demise within the prison. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a momentous piece of news reached his ears. Maroney sought to bail out a group of criminals to form a bodyguard unit. Charlie participated in that meeting, keeping his head down and remaining silent throughout, skillfully deceiving the cunning Maroney with the performance he had honed over the years, thereby securing a spot for parole. He had indeed placed his bet wisely. In Gotham, no one dared to challenge Maroney, and becoming a bodyguard was the safest profession one could pursue. Until that evening, when his employer pinched his face and exclaimed, "Oh, my Jesus, your face is simply perfect. I have a plan that requires your execution. Impersonate Harvey Dent and uncover the ticking time bomb beside me. Rest assured, no one will lay a hand on you without my command. I have already instructed them to refrain from acting impulsively." "Why me?" Charlie feigned calmness, though his heart raced with anxiety. "Why? Because your acting skills are exceptional enough to deceive me. Do you believe you cannot fool those individuals?" Maroney's words sent a chill down his spine. This cunning fox was, it seemed, aware of everything. Everyone is like a screw, regardless of size or type. There exists a hole suitable for them in this world. Now, I shall position you appropriately. It is time for you to showcase your value. Maroney amiably patted Charlie's shoulder. "If you fail, you should be aware of the consequences. Indeed, I cannot jeopardize the boss's plan." Coming back to his senses, Charlie rubbed his brow and raised his head to meet Oswald's gaze. In that moment, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Gotham has languished under darkness for far too long. Its citizens yearn for a beacon of light, and this sentiment arises from a standpoint of justice. Charlie rose to his feet, exerting pressure on Oswald from a position of authority. "The only identity I can offer you is that of a witness seeking redemption for his past misdeeds. Once we settle accounts with Maroney, you shall not find yourself among those I prosecute." Charlie recited Maroney's lines with flawless precision, and in that moment, he himself was utterly convinced of his words. He believed he was Harvey Dent. Oswald furrowed his brow in silence, his mind in turmoil, already captivated by the false Harvey. "No matter, your silence is inconsequential. However, I fear our collaborative endeavor may now be doomed. You have failed to seize your final opportunity, and even if you beg me later, I shall be of no further use." Charlie keenly discerned Oswald's inner hesitation and fanned the flames of doubt in his heart. He turned to leave, and just as he reached the door, he heard Oswald's voice calling after him. "Wait, do you want to hear a story?" Charlie, shrouded in shadow, bore a glint of cold determination in his eyes. As he exited the police station, Wei glanced at his phone. It was already past 1 in the morning. He hailed a taxi toward the Senate, fidgeting anxiously and flipping through a comic book, yet finding no content within. The lurking dangers in the shadows were the most terrifying, and Wei's current mood mirrored that of years past when he donned VR to play Resident Evil 7, never knowing when his father-in-law, with a face full of grotesque lesions, might leap from the corner to deliver a frightful jump scare. Back then, he had screamed in terror, punching a hole through the screen. He had no desire to relive such fear. After paying the fare, Wei stepped out of the cab and stretched lazily, only to notice that Oswald's lights were still ablaze. Oswald maintained an exceedingly regular routine. What could possibly have kept him awake so late? Perhaps he was holed up, weeping over his inability to gather his underlings. Wei chuckled at the absurdity of the image he conjured. Upon opening the front door, the creaking of an upstairs wooden door echoed through the empty apartment. Ascending the staircase, he encountered a figure descending toward him, a large hat obscuring their face, their coat tightly wrapped around them. Interviewing at this hour? Surely, there is no need for such elaborate attire, is there? Are they hiding from someone? Wei mused to himself, puzzled. Reaching the 3rd floor, he pushed open Oswald's door. "You're back. Who was that person just now?" I was about to tell you, Harvey. You know Harvey Dent, right? Qin Wei froze, calculating the timeline. He recalled that when he left the police station, Harvey had been conversing with Gordon, and he had rushed back immediately by taxi. There was no way Harvey Dent could have arrived here faster than he did unless he had somehow inherited Barry's super speed. Impossible. Qin Wei's body jolted, a chilling realization dawning upon him. The terrifying jump scare had indeed caught him off guard. After a fleeting moment of fear, he swiftly clarified his thoughts. Regardless of who sent this imposter Harvey or what their intentions might be, the immediate priority was to prevent him from leaving. Hey, Mr. Harvey Dent, he called out to Oswald while chasing after him, giving a dismissive gesture. As they raced down the stairs, the faux Harvey had already opened the door, half of his body leaning outside, with only one foot still anchored to the floor. When the man turned his head slightly, Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback. He bore an uncanny resemblance. It was no wonder Oswald had been deceived. Had he not met the real Harvey today, he too might have fallen for this counterfeit. Chapter 23. Confrontation. There were still matters Oswald had not fully clarified. Qin Wei aimed to lure Charlie back into the room, but regrettably, the latter was not easily convinced. It was late. Any discussions could wait until tomorrow. Charlie remained unmoved. Oswald had shared ample information, and the evidence was sufficient to satisfy any inquiries. As Charlie was about to step outside, Qin Wei felt an urgent pang of anxiety. The imposter was tall and imposing. If he escaped, Qin Wei was uncertain of his ability to contain him. Fortunately, he had managed to piece together the underlying motives in a short span of time. If this individual truly served that cunning fox, it was time to drop some heavy intel. Ah, what a pity. I had planned to hand over the evidence of Maroni's crimes to you. Qin Wei feigned retreating his hand, engaging in a strategic game of withdrawal. Should he appear too eager, it could easily arouse suspicion. His concerns were well-founded. Charlie was, after all, a professional conman. Especially as they brushed past each other on the staircase, an instinctive awareness hinted that Qin Wei might be a formidable opponent. All Charlie wanted was to escape this uncomfortable building as swiftly as possible. Yet, at that moment, Qin Wei dropped a bombshell. Evidence of the boss's criminal activities? My heavens. They possess such dangerous materials. At the mention of this, Charlie nearly faltered. Watching Qin Wei depart, he clutched the doorknob tightly. If he returned empty-handed, would the boss blame him for failing to secure critical evidence? What if they had already delivered the evidence to the Gotham police, and he had not informed the boss? Would he face repercussions? But what if it were a ruse? If he had discovered Charlie's true identity and intended to lure him inside to silence him? Charlie, what are you thinking? Harvey Dent just assumed office this evening. How could a mere gang lackey have any connection with him? With my resemblance to Harvey, I am unlikely to be exposed. Ultimately, what assuaged Charlie's fears was Qin Wei's nonchalant demeanor. If he had truly uncovered the truth, he would undoubtedly exert every effort to retain him, not appear so indifferent. Charlie reassured himself, his arrogance causing him to forget that he had employed the same tactics to extract information from Oswald earlier. The full moon peeked out from behind the clouds, its pallid light filtering through the door and casting a glow on the dust-laden floor. Before Charlie lay a pristine and expansive street, while behind him was a staircase shrouded in shadows. As he closed the door and pursued the direction in which Qin Wei had vanished, fate had already set into motion a decisive move. Could he perhaps elaborate on the evidence? Following in Qin Wei's wake, Charlie remained on high alert, attempting to glean subtle hints from the other's words. Yet, he gravely underestimated Qin Wei's capacity for deception. It was roughly 6 months ago when Mr. Maroni had instructed us to collect a debt. We were greeted by a striking woman. On that day, she possessed cascading white curls, donned a red evening gown, and adorned her neck with a necklace of pearls worth a fortune. Qin Wei slowed his speech, meandering through his narrative, gradually luring Charlie back to their lair. As he listened, Charlie finally discerned the oddity. Qin Wei was spouting nonsense. When asked to recount the case, he incessantly described the woman, detailing her appearance, attire, and even her enchanting voice with meticulous precision. As Charlie pondered these descriptions, he realized that the woman Qin Wei depicted was none other than Marilyn Monroe. Damn it. He was stalling for time. Recognizing the imminent danger, he turned to flee. However, Qin Wei had no intention of allowing him to escape. He abruptly spun around, wrapping his arms around Charlie's waist, and they both lost their balance, tumbling down the staircase. Dazed from the fall, Qin Wei's first instinct was to pounce on Charlie while shouting for reinforcements. Help me. The apartment lights blazed to life as Oswald leapt from the 3rd floor, wielding a baseball bat. In the rush of the moment, Qin Wei had not had the chance to brief him on the plan, leaving him utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. One was his most trusted ally, the other the chosen solver of Falcone's problems. and now they were grappling on the ground like maggots in the mire. Whom to assist? Nonsense. Even a moment's hesitation would weigh heavily on Oswald's conscience regarding Qin Wei. So without a second thought, he lifted the bat and swung it at Harvey's skull. Thud! The first strike rendered Charlie unconscious. Yet with Qin Wei not calling for a stop, Oswald continued relentlessly, one blow after another, until Charlie's head resembled a mangled watermelon. Oswald finally ceased, panting heavily. Qin Wei released his grip, allowing the body to slump to the ground like a rag doll. His face and chest were splattered with blood. Witnessing a living being perish before his eyes, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no fear. However, in that moment, panic and terror were futile emotions. If they did not swiftly address the immediate crisis, both Qin Wei and Oswald would merely become two breathing corpses. Wait, what on earth happened? It seems we have killed Harvey Dent. Qin Wei pinched a golden wig from the pool of blood, lifting it before Oswald. A fake? Indeed. Had I not met Harvey first, I too would have been deceived. That damn Maroney has quite the knack. Qin Wei cursed vehemently, bending down to rummage through the corpse. You suggest that this imposter Harvey was sent by Maroney. Could we not present his corpse as genuine to claim credit? Oswald entertained a bold notion, one that would not only eliminate the need for subterfuge, but also serve to repulse Maroney. Initially, I shared this sentiment. Yet the caveat remained that this individual had not carried any recording devices. For instance, Qin Wei extracted a voice recorder from the outer pocket of the corpse's coat, its red light persistently blinking, indicating it was still operational. This was the worst-case scenario. Qin Wei had to dispose of the recorder. For doing so would hinder his performance before Maroney, as he could not feign loyalty while eliminating Mr. Harvey Dent. This faux Harvey must have been following Maroney's directive to assess the loyalty of his subordinates. Should Maroney review his actions, their collusion would undoubtedly be exposed. Two paths lay before us. Qin Wei raised two fingers. The first, while the news of death has yet to reach Maroney, we should make a swift escape. Upon articulating this plan, Qin Wei almost chuckled. Just days prior, the very individuals pursuing them, referred to as the Owl Hatchlings by Falcone, were a cadre of highly trained assassins. Escaping their clutches was no trivial endeavor. And the second path? Oswald inquired. We could also find a Harvey. As long as we leave behind evidence of him alive departing the Senate, it would suffice. This is even less feasible than the first plan. It is the early hours of the morning. Do you intend to randomly accost someone on the street and say, "Hey there, I have a lucrative role for you as Harvey Dent"? Surely, you cannot be seeking the real Harvey. What do you think? Pressing his phone's power button, Qin Wei dialed a number. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line, the jovial voice of Harvey Dent ringing out. "Ha! Let me guess. You either have news or trouble. Do not rush to laughter. You shall find something to chuckle at shortly." Chapter 24. The night of light. Harvey Dent settled into the driver's seat, tuning the radio to a pleasing melody while gently accelerating. He seldom listened to music while driving, indicating that his spirits were elevated today. On his first day in office, he had already made considerable progress, formulating a comprehensive strategy against the mob and successfully recruiting an informant. Rather than recruitment, it was more accurate to describe it as collaboration. He understood that the man named Wei was aiding him not out of a sense of justice. Yet Harvey was indifferent. He was the prosecutor, responsible for ensuring justice was served in court, while the police handled crime prevention. His objective was to gather sufficient evidence to bring the villains to trial. The means to that end were inconsequential. Indeed, Harvey was unlike those rigid traditionalists. He sought justice and glory rather than adherence to dogmatic procedures. To achieve his aims, he often skirted the edges of legality, and at times, would discreetly cross that red line when no one was watching. Coercion, intimidation, perjury, monetary inducements, and even collusion with other nefarious individuals were among his frequently employed tactics. Otherwise, how could a fledgling prosecutor possibly turn New York upside down? Many believe that Harvey fell from grace due to offending powerful figures in New York, yet the truth is that he voluntarily sought this path. Rarely does he speak of a particular matter. Gotham is both his hometown and his nightmare. The musty scent of a cramped basement, the drunken gambling father, a coin tossed high into the air, and the blows that rained down upon him. All these fragmented images weave through Harvey's dreams, crafting countless sleepless nights. His return is a quest to put an end to it all. As the haunting notes of Nirvana's Something in the Way fill the air, he softly hums along. Underneath the bridge, tarp has sprung a leak, and the animals I've trapped have all become my pets. And I'm living off of grass. And the drippings from the ceiling. It's okay to eat fish, because they don't have any feelings. Something in the way, something in the way. As Harvey stepped through the back door of the elder's chamber, Qin Wei was busy encasing a naked corpse in a black plastic bag. while a diminutive youth scrubbed the bloodstains from the floor. Do you believe he fell down the stairs? Qin Wei tightened the bag. I do. This city breeds misfortune and death daily. What a pitiful soul. Harvey cast a glance at the bloodied baseball bat discarded in the corner. Then we should discuss our collaborative prospects. Qin Wei succinctly recounted the events, while Harvey's expression morphed from astonishment to shock, ultimately settling into a knowing smile. I believe I grasp your intentions. This plan is indeed audacious. Though he spoke of madness, Harvey willingly removed his coat and donned the deceased's garments. This lengthy, lightweight trench coat was akin to his usual style, fitting even better than he had anticipated. With a peculiar expression, he nodded and retrieved the dead man's phone from the inner pocket. The device was laden with scandalous messages, aside from the indecent texts sent to a lover. The remaining recipients were all tied to Maroney. Charlie had visited over 10 leaders, reporting his findings to Maroney via text message after each encounter. Upon glancing through previous messages, he noted that 3 individuals were deemed hazardous, 2 were labeled as disloyal, 4 were considered suspicious, while the remainder were loyal. What kind of evaluation do you desire? Or how does Maroney perceive you? Harvey inquired. Perhaps as hazardous or suspicious. I have had dealings with Falcone, so Maroney must already be wary of us. It would be prudent to choose an appraisal that aligns with his preferences. You wish to employ a flaw to obscure the truth, yet such actions may expose you to peril. The fact that Maroney is engaging in such tactics indicates his heightened suspicion. Do you truly believe he would spare those he finds suspect? That is not your concern. Qin Wei bit his thumbnail, a habitual method of alleviating stress. Oswald was correct. Maneuvering between 2 mafia titans could easily transform one into a casualty of their conflict, and he had no desire to endure such trepidation any longer. If feasible, he would prefer to deal with both Maroney and Falcone in one decisive blow. Harvey dispatched the message, soon receiving a reply from Maroney. What did the little penguin say? He asked. He informed me that Mr. Falcone had once sought their allegiance, yet he is now quite ambivalent about which side to support. Mimicking the phrasing of the counterfeit message, Harvey replied, aware that this was a perilous gamble, effectively exposing the identities of their 2 informants to Maroney. Qin Wei's only hope rested on Maroney's arrogant assumption that he would refrain from confronting the obvious traitors. Oswald stood by, utterly bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the 2. He merely recognized that Qin Wei had voluntarily revealed his identity. In the past, he would have vocally chastised him as mad, but throughout their journey, Qin Wei had consistently proven the accuracy of his judgments. This time, Oswald resolved to trust his friend, acknowledging that his own reasoning could not keep pace with their conversation, and thus refrained from interjecting, instead repeatedly spraying detergent onto the ground. Once their tasks were assigned, the trio departed together, clad in the deceased's coat. Harvey approached the next leader while Oswald stowed the body in the trunk. What followed was a period of waiting, anticipating Harvey's return of the garments, which would allow them to resolve the substantial dilemma within the trunk. Can we truly survive? Oswald asked, a note of concern in his voice. It's hard to say, Qin Wei replied, biting into a cold hot dog beside him and taking a hearty swig of beer. Each move in this game harbored boundless peril. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. The situation in Gotham had become increasingly treacherous with Harvey's arrival. Qin Wei understood that mere calculations were insufficient for survival. He urgently needed to forge a power base to confront the impending tide. Once we navigate this ordeal, I will accompany you to recruit allies. After departing from the Senate, Harvey gradually furrowed his brow, and his once clear gaze took on a fierce and menacing quality. He was acutely aware that Maroney had employed someone to impersonate him, a move that served both to test the loyalty of his subordinates and to convey a blatant disregard for him. In comparison to the corpse hanging from the eaves, this act was the true affront to his dignity. You wretched scoundrel, I shall make you pay dearly for your contempt. According to Qin Wei's script, Harvey was supposed to pay a visit to a fellow named Royce. Similar to Oswald, Royce was a minor player, a peripheral figure in Maroney's empire, and implicating him in the death of the foe Harvey would raise no suspicions. However, Harvey had other intentions. He sought an audience with Dodge Bourbon, Maroney's trusted confidant, who was responsible for liaising with Mexican drug traffickers and flooding New Jersey with narcotics. He was, without a doubt, a linchpin in the criminal empire and an absolute loyalist to Maroney. Yet, this visit was fraught with peril, as this fiercely loyal dog could very well turn violent. Maroney was undoubtedly aware of this risk, but he remained unconcerned. The foe Harvey was merely a pawn. Even in death, his mission would be deemed fulfilled. Harvey understood the stakes, but he could not afford to be indifferent. Let God decide, he thought. If it is human, we shall take the risk. He retrieved an ancient Roman silver coin from his pocket, its obverse adorned with the visage of Augustus and its reverse depicting the Pantheon. The coin spun in the air before he pressed it against the back of his hand. So it is, he mused. What a splendid choice. Chapter 25. The night of light traversing the city, Harvey arrived at Dodge's residence in the dead of night. The lavish mansion, perched halfway up a hill, remained aglow with light, and he could even see a purple laser beam piercing the sky from the vast grounds beyond the castle. It seemed a lively party was in full swing within the estate. In Gotham, wealth could certainly afford a vibrant nightlife. Theoretically, Oswald and Dodge held equivalent ranks within the gang, both reporting directly to Maroney. However, in reality, their economic resources, manpower, and overall strength were worlds apart. The fallen Oswald was hardly a match for Dodge's underlings. Just look at the fellow leading Harvey, dressed in a crisp black suit, not a speck of dust upon him. And the gleam of a gold watch peeking from his left wrist spoke of sophistication, undoubtedly not a cheap accessory. Upon announcing his identity, Harvey was ushered into a golf cart that traversed the vineyards and pastures, eventually arriving at a private pool situated behind the mansion. A midnight party was underway. With over 300 square meters of backyard bustling with activity, a mere glance revealing supermodels clad in provocative bikinis. It's astonishing to consider that even a minor gang leader could indulge in such opulence. Harvey could scarcely fathom the fortune this individual amassed through drug trafficking. In the center of the pool, surrounded by a bevy of beauties, sat the rotund man on an inflatable duck, Dodge himself. Although allowing Harvey to enter, Dodgy had no intention of receiving him, merely casting a fleeting glance from the corner of his eye before plunging back into his languid reverie. He was clearly intent on snubbing Harvey, wishing to impart a Gotham-like shock to this newcomer from New York. Naturally, Harvey would not simply stand on the shore, dumbfounded. He shed his coat and, with a splash, leapt into the pool waters, swimming towards Dodgy. Caught off guard by this unexpected breach, Dodgy momentarily froze. But his reflexes were swift. He waved away the women and halted the DJ at the water's edge. From beneath an inflatable duck, he retrieved a small, sealed pouch containing 2 white pills. Care for a taste? No need. I'm here for serious matters. Serious matters? For me, pleasure is the only serious matter. Dodgy tore open the pouch and swallowed one of the pills, and soon a sickly flush spread across his face. His eyes rolled back. Labored breaths accompanied the twitching of the flesh at his cheeks, resembling an infected being on the brink of transformation. New Jersey is strict on drug use. Do you not fear I will send you to prison for indulging in front of a prosecutor? Please, Harvey Dent, I've seen many like you. Dodgy chuckled, snapping his fingers, and his men brought forth 2 bomb-proof boxes. As the boxes opened, a torrent of cash cascaded into the pool. Dodgy smirked disdainfully. Go on. Take as much as you want, so long as you agree to leave me out of your affairs. I will save you a spot at future parties. The waves stirred, pushing a $100 bill towards Harvey. The Benjamin Franklin on the bill, soaked and distorted, seemed to sneer, as if making a face. Harvey remained unfazed, letting the waterlogged currency gradually sink to the bottom of the pool. His actions caused Dodgy to furrow his brow. He paddled over to the shore, donned a bathrobe, and retrieved a cigar from his pocket. Harvey Dent, you must understand, as a newcomer, you are worth only this much. If you wish for deeper collaboration, you must provide some valuable intelligence. You have misunderstood from the start. It is not money I seek. Dodgy appeared perplexed. He had encountered numerous police and prosecutors, all unerringly motivated by monetary gain. In Gotham City, everyone had a price. Much like the glamorous models who strut on runways by day and frequent diverse social circles by night, sharing intimate encounters with anyone who can afford it. They may be adorned in beautiful attire, yet their true selves are revealed when stripped bare, disheveled. He did not trust the facade that Harvey presented. Harvey Dent, what price would reveal your true self? Not money, but evidence of Maroney's crimes will suffice, Harvey replied. With a decisive snap, Dodgy severed the end of his cigar and swiftly drew a golden revolver from his pocket, aiming it directly at Harvey Dent. You have some nerve, you could die here. Oh really? Replied Harvey, flashing his trademark, brilliant smile. Should you pull the trigger, within a heartbeat my colleague shall encircle this place and scour the entire estate. Their intentions are neither for justice nor for my vengeance. Instead, they shall seize every valuable possession within your manor. Regardless of whether Maroney has prepared a scapegoat by the morrow, you are undoubtedly more aware of the Gotham Police's corruption than I. If you intend to kill me, have you braced yourself for the prospect of losing everything? Harvey's gaze burned fiercely as he spread his arms wide. He understood better than anyone that this covert operation had no backup, yet he remained unflinching, wagering that Dodge would not dare to go all in. A rat, lured by the enticing aroma of cheese from the dining table, would not abandon such hard-won delicacies as long as its life was not in jeopardy. Dodge chuckled. sinking into a recliner and igniting his cigar with the pistol-shaped lighter he had gifted to Harvey, much to his dismay, as the latter was not easily deceived. "I have nothing more to discuss with you. Kindly vacate my estate," Dodge declared, naively believing he held the reins of this game. Little did he know that from the moment he chose to meet Harvey Dent, death had already inscribed its prologue in the shadows. Seated in the back of the tour vehicle, Harvey, after finalizing a message, flicked his wrist and, while the driver was distracted, discarded his phone into the vineyard. The unsent message, accusing Dodge of treachery, would later ignite Maroney's reckoning with him. He returned to the Senate, relinquishing his attire back to the unfortunate cadaver and, alongside Chenway, drove across the Brown Bridge to the outskirts, disposing of the body bag into the rushing waters of the Gotham River. "It is over," Harvey proclaimed. "Indeed. Let us hope it truly is over." As the temperature plummeted in the early hours, Chenway leaned against the warm hood of the sports car, absorbing its heat. Though he did not smoke, he suddenly craved a cigarette. In this desolate countryside, with the full moon sinking low and two men each lost in thought, having a cigarette in hand would have perfectly suited the ambience. "By assisting us in disposing of the body, you would become an accomplice, esteemed prosecutor," he remarked. The corpse within the bag would decompose, swelling with gas and eventually rising to the surface, following the Gotham River to the port where it would ultimately be discovered. Had it been known that discovery was inevitable, I would argue that this act would merely constitute a relocation of the body. After all, the individual merely fell down the stairs by accident, and what connection does that hold with me? Harvey Dent's words sent a chill down Chenway's spine. Their acquaintance had not been lengthy, yet he now sensed that the man harbored some psychological issues. Unlike Gordon, this man seemed to pursue not procedural justice, but rather a personal sense of fairness, which might drive him to commit any act. The Knight of Light. "If I could prevent Maroney from splashing acid upon you, would you truly alter the course of this story and ultimately become Gotham's savior?" Chenway quietly turned to glance at Harvey Dent beside him, only to find the latter gazing back. At that moment, his face was perfectly divided by light and shadow. One half bathed in moonlight, while the other lurked in darkness. Chapter 26. A new comic time quietly drifted by over the course of a week, marked by 2 rainfalls and a succession of overcast days. The garments hung out to dry remained stubbornly damp, filling the air with an unpleasant odor. Chenway could not help but ponder whether basking in the sun in Gotham amounted to a transgression against the heavens. Throughout this period, Maroney exhibited an even greater level of composure than Chenway had anticipated. Despite the disappearance of the faux Harvey, Maroney showed no signs of distress. Tasks continued to be assigned as usual, and allowances remained unaffected. Meanwhile, a tempest named Harvey Dent swept through the streets of Gotham. Gordon called to inform Chenway that Harvey had scarcely slept since taking office, tirelessly gathering information and making personal visits, which had left both him and Brock, the bodyguards, looking quite haggard. The results of this workaholic's efforts were astonishing. Within just a week, he had prosecuted 56 individuals spanning various sectors of Gotham's police, politics, and commerce, including Police Chief Rob himself. "Congratulations, Chief Gordon. It appears you are on the brink of assuming the chief position yourself," Chenway quipped. Gordon, accustomed to correcting assumptions, found himself momentarily taken aback as he calculated the implications. He was indeed the most senior detective in the precinct, and with Rob's impending departure, he was the most likely candidate for the chief's role. With a smile, Chenway ended the call, only to have his expression darken once more. Despite the uproar surrounding Harvey, Maroney remained unmoved. The casino and drug operations continued unabated, as if untouched by the turmoil. Chenway found himself unable to decipher this old fox. Oswald poured a carton of nearing expiration milk over his oatmeal, stirring it with a spoon while relishing the taste. "Do you think Maroney is afraid? It's been ages since the faux Harvey's demise, and there's been no word at all." "Not afraid, per se. I believe he is more likely biding his time," Chenway responded, clad in a bathrobe, his left hand tucked into his pocket while his right hand shook a frying pan. A golden, perfectly round fried egg rolled within the pan, the butter at the bottom sizzling enticingly. "Waiting for what opportunity?" Oswald inquired. "I'm not a gypsy fortune teller. You can't ask me everything." Chenway left a thought unspoken. Although he was uncertain of Maroney's intentions, one thing was clear. The comic remained unwritten, and the danger had not yet passed. "Fortune teller? What are they worth? In my eyes, you are far superior to those charlatans with their crystal balls. With you around, I believe uniting Gotham's underworld is merely a matter of time. When that day comes, whatever you desire, be it wealth or women, I shall fulfill unconditionally." "Dreaming already at this early hour?" Chenway flicked his wrist, sending the fragrant fried egg soaring through the air like a gymnast, landing with a soft plop on Oswald's plate. Eat the egg. Stop filling up on oatmeal and milk. There's no nourishment in that. Hey, your attitude is becoming increasingly appalling. Don't forget that when you first arrived, I was the one protecting you. Oswald chuckled as he extended 2 fingers, attempting to grasp the fried egg on his plate, with the anticipated outcome being all too predictable. He let out a wail reminiscent of Tom's infamous cry. Enough of this banter. Do you have any plans for the week? Qin inquired. Now that you mention it, I recall that a circus featuring aerial acrobats has recently set up near the West End. I need to go collect some rent, Oswald remarked, sucking on his scalded fingers. A circus? And aerial acrobats? Those 2 keywords brought to Qin mind a certain individual, the illustrious Dick Grayson. Were it not for Dick's tantalizingly notable derriere, Qin might have entirely forgotten him. Compared to the vibrant and passionate second Robin, the first seemed merely a trinket adorning Batman's presence. However, this did not diminish Qin regard for Dick. On the contrary, he believed that significant figures in Batman's orbit, such as Robin and Catwoman, should be courted whenever possible. Even if they could not be of use, it was preferable to avoid enmity. With this thought, Qin resolved to accompany Oswald to investigate. After changing into a fresh outfit, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a new comic book tucked away in his inner pocket. He turned back to confirm several times that the blank one was still resting peacefully on his nightstand. A side quest before the main storyline had even commenced. Casting a glance at the green-clad, masked figure on the comic's cover, he became increasingly convinced that he would indeed encounter Dick during his upcoming endeavors. The comic was quite thin, offering a rather cursory account of Robin's origin story. A mobster's debt collection gone awry leads to the murder of Dick's parents. Dick seeks revenge, but is thwarted by Batman, who ultimately takes him under his wing. Together, they infiltrate the mob and deliver the villains to justice. What a cliched tale. Yet, reflecting on reality, everything diverged significantly. Here, there was no Batman to prevent Dick's vengeance. Even more painfully, the story's mob landlord seemed to reference none other than himself and Oswald. Qin felt a twinge of grievance. Why was he always relegated to the role of a mere background character, whether a victim of the gambling den or a mere stepping stone in a superhero's journey? When might he possess his own narrative? Upon reconsideration, Qin realized his thoughts had strayed. Wasn't he seeking allies? Compared to nameless, faceless individuals, someone like Dick, who had been tested by the narrative, was certainly preferable. Donning his coat, Qin resolved to meet the other party. The 2 men climbed into a vehicle and set off towards the old church in the Lower East Side. The Furlandia Cathedral had once been an iconic structure of old Gotham in the last century, until a devastating fire reduced its century-old history to ashes. Subsequently, Gotham's economic focus shifted northward, and the East End, with its population decline, gradually fell into neglect, leaving the church's ruins to be forgotten. The collapsed Gothic spire, the shattered cross, and the Madonna statue cracking under the weight of history were akin to impoverished children playing in the churchyard, devoid of sunlight and forever unable to grow into towering trees. In the open space stood a massive, faded red tent. Away with you, go play. Oswald impatiently pushed aside the children gathered by the car and stepped into the tent. The circus had only just arrived yesterday, and a pair of performers clad in tight-fitting costumes were climbing a ladder to secure ropes at both ends of the tent, while 2 young boys steadied the ladder below. Judging by their hair color and features, they appeared to be family. Sir, the trapeze act begins this evening. John Grayson began to speak, but upon noticing the visitor's attire, he frowned. It was evident that the man in the black suit hailed from a certain powerful faction. Ah, so it is the illustrious Grayson family. How fortunate I am to have found you. The venue fee is $50 per week and a $10 fee per person. Will you pay now? Or shall I resort to more forceful means to ensure you do? Oswald had already donned his brass knuckles. The 2 young boys, lacking experience with such thugs, retreated in fear under Oswald's intimidation. Old John leapt down from the heights, shielding the children behind him. Hey, sir, please, remain calm. Today marks our first day in the East District. We simply do not have the funds to pay the venue fee. You must grant us a week's grace. A week's grace? And then on the 6th day, you'll vanish into the night. Oswald sneered, exposing their ploy, his knuckles cracking ominously. This circus was not unfamiliar to him. He had collected rent from them 3 years earlier when he first entered the business. And old John had employed precisely the same excuse. Yet, what was the result? On the eve of payment, the circus fled, leaving poor Oswald suspended by ropes, becoming a human punching bag for Richie Pantone throughout the day. But we truly have no money. Old John protested. Then allow me to practice my punching skills on you. As conflict loomed, Qin intervened, raising a hand to halt Oswald. Let me handle this. Oswald was perplexed by his intent. Although Qin Wei was undoubtedly clever, his business acumen was lacking. He was all too aware of this, having recently attempted to collect rent himself, only to return empty-handed after an entire day of effort. Simply put, people's mindsets do not change overnight. Qin Wei could only refrain from meddling too much. Targeting the old, weak, women, and children was beyond him. However, this time was different. He had no intention of resorting to violence for rent collection. He pulled old John outside the tent and produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one. After disposing of a body with Harvey a few days prior, he had bought a box of cigarettes for such an occasion, and today it proved useful. Old John glanced between Qin Wei and the cigarette, uncertain whether to accept. Smoke it. I'm here to collect rent, not to take lives. Do you fear I will harm you? Noting John's yellowed fingers, Qin Wei decisively placed the cigarette between his lips and lit it for him. Thank you. The shared cigarette bridged the gap between the two men, prompting old John to open up. The circus had long been stationed in Baron's territory in the West District. But recently, the rent had skyrocketed beyond his means, forcing him to relocate his family to the East District. As he recounted this, a hint of embarrassment washed over old John. He ventured into the Lower East Side upon hearing whispers of numerous gang-related fatalities that had transpired overnight, contemplating that the collection of rents would not fall upon him for the time being. Evading reality, alas, serves no purpose. Coughing violently, Qin Wei took a puff of smoke, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. His lungs seemed incapable of withstanding the acrid burn of the smoke, suggesting that the original owner of this body had never indulged in such vices. Are you all right? He inquired. I skipped breakfast. My blood sugar is a bit low. Rubbing his temples, Qin Wei hastily dismissed the awkwardness. Let us proceed this way. We are all in a difficult position. It would be unwise for me to report to Moroni without collecting some dues here. Perhaps you could contribute a nominal amount, and we can address the shortfall later. His earnest words resonated with old John, who rummaged through his pockets, finally producing a meager sum of a few dollars. In truth, he did not require the money desperately. Rather, he sought to discern whether the impending crisis could be averted. Accepting the money would momentarily dissolve the animosity between the factions, ensuring that the gang would refrain from retribution and that Dick would not suffer the loss of kin, regardless of whether he could garner support. Qin Wei wished to avoid enmity with the principal characters of the narrative. Just as he was about to accept the money, a screeching halt echoed from the street's end. Turning his gaze, he beheld a brown, mud-spattered vintage Ford, awkwardly drifting into view, toppling a trash bin at the corner before skidding to a stop in the vacant lot of the old church, accompanied by a loud cough. A thick stream of phlegm erupted from the car window, splattering onto Oswald's sleek vehicle. Goodness, the little penguin has certainly upgraded. It's been mere days since I last saw him with such an impressive car. Before he could even glimpse the individual, the sharp sound of laughter preceded the arrival of a tall, slick-haired Caucasian emerging from the driver's seat, followed by 3 henchmen, one of whom spat on Oswald's prized automobile. The leading figure, gaunt with dark circles under his eyes and sunken cheeks, resembled a famished praying mantis. He wore an unbuttoned suit, exposing a canvas of tattoos across his chest, and seized a baseball bat from a subordinate, striking the car's hood with enough force to bend it. Oswald, rolling up his sleeves, burst forth from the tent, yet upon encountering the ghastly visage of the newcomer, he couldn't help but frown in dismay. Baron, like him, had risen from a mere thug to his current stature, but unlike Oswald, Baron had succumbed to years of substance abuse, rendering him mentally unstable, a veritable lunatic. This is Baron, a man of considerable madness. We are alone here, do not engage him in conflict. After expending his surplus energy, Baron stretched his limbs and raised his arms to the sky. Then, with a flourish, he styled his hair and began to approach the group, taking exaggerated tango steps. Oh, look at this motley crew gathered here, the soaring Grayson family. John, do tell me, is your lovely wife Mary at home? Baron craned his neck, peering into the tent. His search yielded nothing, leaving him momentarily disheartened until a new target for his jests presented itself. Little penguin? It has been ages. Did you enjoy the gift I bestowed upon you? Who are you calling a penguin? Oswald's temper flared first, despite the warning to Qin Wei to remain composed. He threw a punch at Baron, but at his diminutive stature, he posed no genuine threat. Baron effortlessly sidestepped, swiftly directing the barrel of his gun to Oswald's forehead. You wish to engage me? On what grounds? With those tiny hands of yours, or perhaps your pitiful subordinates, drained of life at the casino? Baron laughed heartily, and his entourage joined in the mockery. Caught in the crossfire of laughter, Oswald's face darkened. He dared not retaliate, for Baron was indeed prepared to pull the trigger. Eventually, Baron's gaze fell upon Qin Wei. I've heard of you. You assisted Mr. Maroney in reclaiming $5 million in gambling debts. Quite the capable individual. Would you care to lend me your services? No, thank you. Not only I, but John will also cease to pay you rent henceforth. Chenway smiled, elegantly declining the offer while subtly warning Baron that the Graysons were under his protection. As the crisis appeared to be resolving, Baron S.'s arrival intensified Chenway's conviction that a pivotal event was unavoidable. Surely, the Grayson family would not meet their demise here. Baron, still dazed from his recent drug use, failed to grasp the implications of Chenway's words and turned his attention to old John. You wretched dog. You owe me money and have the audacity to wander into the East District? Baron aimed his gun at John, who bowed his head and trembled as he presented what little money he had. This is all I possess. Without fail, he received a resounding slap in return. The guns but struck his face, lacerating his skin and sending coins scattering across the ground. Not every Roman is as accommodating as Chenway. Who do you think you can fool with this paltry sum? Baron's pupils dilated and reddened, the drugs clouding his judgment as drool dripped from his lips, transforming him into a rabid beast. Old John quivered, casting a pleading glance at Chenway, but received only a resigned shake of the head in return. They, too, were threatened by Baron's goons, who had them in their sights. Chenway had already pulled Oswald aside, casting a discreet glance at Dick's anxious face behind the tent flap. Unless the principal players intervened, he would remain a passive observer, allowing the situation to escalate. Fortunately, Baron continued to pound old John's head with the gun, leaving him bloodied but, for the moment, alive. John curled into a protective ball while gesturing for Mary to restrain the impetuous youths. Remember this, when I return. Ensure you repay me, not a single penny less. Baron scolded, shaking his head as he prepared to holster his weapon. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and old John collapsed in a pool of blood, clutching his neck. Did it misfire? When did I disengage the safety? Baron was momentarily stunned. But soon he found a new course of action. The enraged brothers rushed out, yearning to confront Baron. Yet what consequence awaited their flesh and blood when they collided with the barrel of a gun? Bang! The elder brother fell, a bullet lodged in his head, sliding down to rest at Baron's feet, while the younger brother, shot in the abdomen, writhed in a pool of blood, clutching his wound. Baron, a notorious villain, chose to embrace the chaos of this accidental murder. Old John, gravely injured, summoned an unexpected strength to lunge at Baron in a desperate attempt to seize his weapon, only to be gunned down by Baron's minions from behind. Bang! 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 The cacophony of gunfire reverberated through the desolate square outside the church, as the soot-blackened statue of the Virgin Mary bore witness to this massacre. Chenway, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly forgot to breathe. Although he had anticipated the Grayson family's grim fate, witnessing the horror unfold before him left him profoundly shaken. Oswald, shoot. Without waiting for Chenway's urging, Oswald had already drawn his pistol as Baron's underling aimed his weapon. Unlike Chenway, who was driven by a desire to save, Oswald was consumed by fury. How dare you kill in my territory? Baron, you wretched cur. In the distance, 2 shots felled a minion, and Baron, startled by the sudden emergence of Oswald, ducked into a tent. As Oswald pursued him inside, the once empty tent was torn open, revealing Mary, barely clinging to life from a stray bullet wound. Save the child. The woman gasped, pointing to Dick, who struggled amidst the blood outside, as she drew her last breath. Chapter 28. Chicken Soup Therapy. Baron had fled, and in an attempt to vent his frustration, Oswald unleashed a barrage of bullets into the abandoned pickup truck left behind by Baron. In that moment, he felt as if he had been forced to swallow a cockroach. Why must I endure such indignities? As the dust settled, Oswald turned to Chenway, raising his hand in a gesture of frustration. No more questions. We need to get him to the hospital. Cradling the blood-soaked Dick in his arms, Chenway's hands trembled violently. The sight of 3 individuals gunned down before him felt like a visceral shockwave tearing through his chest. Yet Oswald appeared unburdened, swiftly starting the vehicle. Damn it, this kid has turned the car into a bloodbath. Now I have to clean it. With rent unpaid, he lamented the costs of cleaning, repairs, fuel, and soon, would we be responsible for hospital bills as well? After receiving a confirming nod from Chenway, Oswald, in a fit of anger, pounded the steering wheel repeatedly. Indeed, one must pay the price for their reckless impulsiveness. If society fails to impart this lesson, the airbag surely would. Bang! I've had enough. Engaging in the medical profession in Gotham would undoubtedly yield a fortune. The city may be small, yet it boasts an exaggerated 12 hospitals. Chenway had visited 2 of them, and now he was at a third. Regardless of the hospital or the time, a long line perpetually formed outside the doctor's office. injured by gunfire, burned, and most commonly, bruised from brawls. The notorious ruffians often clutch a piece of gauze over their wounds as they are escorted to the hospital by their rowdy companions, leaving behind a trail of crimson droplets. While accompanying Dick to the emergency room, Wei encountered two such individuals, huddled at the nurse's station engaged in a heated argument over who would receive treatment first. Trailed by a gaggle of voiceless, wounded souls. In their presence, Wei brazenly suggested the notion of cutting in line, nearly meeting their gaze with deadly disdain. Oswald, unable to tolerate such affront, retaliated with a fierce glare, one that bore the weight of a gun's threat. The moment Oswald drew his firearm, the two men, previously engrossed in their lamentations, instantly regained their composure, dismissing their injuries and beckoning their lackeys to flee. In Gotham, the wealthy may endure humiliation, yet those who carry a gun command respect wherever they tread. After settling the surgical fees for Dick and signing the consent forms, Wei returned to the nurse's station in search of Oswald, only to find him exchanging flirtatious glances with a charming young nurse. Oswald had an eye for beauty. The nurse was indeed striking. "You looked incredibly dashing when you drew your gun," she remarked. "Is that so, dear Nightingale? Has anyone ever told you that your voice is delightful?" Oswald instinctively touched his swollen nose, bruised from the impact of an airbag. "Ah, misfortunes often come in waves. Yet do not despair, perhaps fortune lies just ahead." The attentive nurse gently sprayed medication on his inflamed nose and carefully applied a bandage. All the while Oswald wore a smile. Although there was a distance between them, Wei could almost sense the intoxicating aroma of love in the air. Once they exited the emergency room, Wei discreetly poked Oswald in the side, inquiring, "What is her name?" "Gloria, such a lovely name. I even have her number," he replied. "So, you're no longer upset?" At this, Oswald's expression turned solemn once more, revealing his emotional nature. "That scoundrel, Baron, I shall one day flay him alive. You'd better hurry, or someone might beat you to it," Wei quipped, alluding to Dick, who, having lost Batman's restraint, would undoubtedly unleash a furious vengeance against Baron. It remained uncertain just how far he could go in confronting such a madman. Wei would neither intervene nor assist. He was keen to observe whether the characters could retain their invincibility outside the confines of the script, while also gauging Dick's capabilities. He felt sympathy for the boy's plight. Yet in Gotham, sympathy was the most futile of emotions. Wei was not Batman. He did not possess the luxury of time for Robin's maturation. He sought immediate combat prowess to contend with Maroni. At that moment, Oswald's phone chimed with a message. The pale blue glow of the screen illuminated his face, revealing a growing tension and unease. "What is it?" Wei inquired. "A message from Maroni, demanding that we, the 15 heads, meet with him immediately. The wretched old fox, typically so cautious, seldom convenes us except for the routine meeting on Mondays. It must be that the corpse of the faux Harvey has been discovered." Oswald licked his chapped lips and reached out, yearning to touch his nose. Wei interrupted his motion. "I shall accompany you." "Ah, I wish I could. But you weren't invited. You lack the qualifications to partake in the meeting." Oswald exhaled heavily, his concern manifesting, without Wei by his side. It felt as though he had lost his anchor. Wei, aware of Oswald's trepidation, patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Summon your courage. Is mere courage sufficient for such matters?" "Indeed it is. Your fear and worry will alter nothing but your own state of mind. The event has transpired, and we have exerted ourselves to the utmost. What remains is to raise our heads and confront this damned predicament head-on, and if we must perish, let us do so with grace." Observing the flicker of determination in Oswald's eyes, Wei seized the moment to stoke the flames further. The strong wield their blades against the mightier, while the weak strike at the feeble. "Surely you do not claim that your audacity in drawing your weapon against those two scoundrels was merely due to their lesser stature?" The provocation was always effective with the young, having been inundated with countless motivational platitudes by unscrupulous bosses prior to his transmigration. Wei had now become the very type of person he once despised. Yet, unlike employers indifferent to the well-being of their employees, he and Oswald shared a bond of fate. These words were equally a reminder for himself. Before departing, he offered Oswald a piece of wisdom. "This state of yours may not endure much longer. If your life is threatened, repeatedly chant this phrase in your mind." He leaned closer, whispering into Oswald's ear. Chapter 29. Rising tides outside Maroni's residence. Oswald encountered Royce, an elderly man with streaks of white in his hair, known colloquially as Uncle. With one hand in his pocket and a plethora of cigarette butts strewn at his feet, the night breeze billowed into his open suit. Along with the maniac Baron and Uncle Royce, Oswald co-managed the East District, mockingly referred to as the poverty triumvirate among the 15 leaders. Apart from Baron, the deranged addict, Royce was the individual Oswald found somewhat agreeable. What troubles you? You appear burdened with worry. Oswald inched closer, hoping to extract some intelligence from him. A few days ago, Harvey Dent sought me out. I did not report this, but today Mr. Maroney summoned a meeting in haste, and I fear it may be connected. Royce extinguished his cigarette and, in a fit of impatience, lit another, concerned that entering the house might lead to his demise. This old chain smoker intended to savor every last puff of his life. His words subtly validated Oswald's suspicions. Do not fret, I am in the same boat as you. Should death come, we shall face it together. Royce took a deep drag from his cigarette, tilting his head to appraise Oswald from head to toe. Having known each other for many years, they were well acquainted with one another's dispositions. If Oswald's claims were indeed truthful, he ought to be in a state of utter despair, clutching his head and rambling incessantly, rather than maintaining the serene composure he presently exhibited, even managing to divert his attention to console himself. Yet, his earnest demeanor belied any notion of jest. You've undergone quite the transformation, Royce remarked. Indeed, I concur, Oswald responded with a smile, instinctively reaching to touch his nose before hastily retracting his hand. I have a foreboding feeling. If someone is to perish tonight, it certainly shall not be the two of us. And who might that be? Surely not Dodge Bourbon, Royce quipped. Who can say? They exchanged a knowing glance, laughter erupting in unison. At that moment, a stretched Lincoln came to a halt by the roadside. Even through the soundproof glass, the jarring bass reverberated in their ears. An ostentatiously pointed shoe kicked open the car door, and Dodge, clad in a suit, swaggered over after receiving a sultry kiss from a disheveled woman inside the vehicle. Isn't this the impoverished triumvirate? Oh, we only need a venomous mutt to complete the ensemble. Where's the others? Perhaps they have already entered, Royce said, rubbing his hands together and bending slightly in agreement. In the past, Oswald would have mimicked his subservient demeanor, yet today he merely regarded Dodge with a detached calmness. If the scheme faltered, he would perish. If it succeeded, Dodge would meet his end. At this critical juncture, flattery held no significance. The trio strode into Maloney's residence. Not to a conference room, but to a study. Although referred to as a study, it might more aptly be termed an execution chamber. As the two heavy doors lacquered in deep brown wood stirred unsettling memories within Oswald. Not long ago, he had entered upright, only to emerge drenched in blood. Had it not been for Chin Wei, he would not have survived. Dodge noticed the shift in Oswald's expression, turning to adjust the latter's collar with a gentle touch. You know, little penguin, Harvey has sought out each of us. Let me share a shocking revelation. That Harvey is an imposter. He paused deliberately, hoping to extract a deeper terror from Oswald's visage. Yet, disappointment awaited him, as Oswald inhaled deeply, swiftly regaining his composure. Royce, however, exhibited a more dramatic reaction, mouth agape, his face a canvas of terror. What? Harvey is a fake? Could it be that Mr. Maloney sent him? After Harvey departed, I called the boss. This news is indisputable. Dodge dismissed Royce's inquiry with indifference, clearly finding Oswald far more entertaining. He patted the penguin's cheek. The boss mentioned that the false Harvey lingered with you for quite some time. He is quite intrigued by your conversation. You are about to meet the boss. I hope you can maintain your composure as you do now. However, I must admit, I am far more eager to witness you sprawled on the ground, howling and writhing in despair. With a grin revealing his gold tooth, Dodge chuckled dryly and forcefully pushed open the heavy door. The trio was among the last to arrive. Maroney stood at the center, leaning on his cane, while the other leaders flanked him, all silent and with heads bowed. Boss, you are increasingly dashing. Dodge's laughter shattered the stillness of the room. Unlike the other leaders, he had followed Maroney for 15 years, witnessing the rise of his fortune. Now, as a senator of the Roman Empire, the wealth amassed from the drug empire allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Maroney, freeing him from the need to curry favor like the others. Maroney responded with a smile, casually drawing his gun. It would be troublesome to clean blood from a tailored suit, prompting Dodge to sidle away and cast a sympathetic glance at Oswald. Poor little penguin. It seems you have angered the boss. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and even as his body lost balance and fell, Dodge's smile had not entirely faded. As he crumpled to the ground, an agonizing pain surged from his calf, as if a searing iron had torn through flesh and bone, roasting his very marrow. The excruciating agony robbed him of his rational thought. Instinctively, he fumbled in his pocket for a packet of pills, hastily tearing it open and chewing them without hesitation. As the pain subsided, Dodge turned his face, contorted with rage, towards Maroney, roaring in defiance. Why? A mud-streaked phone was tossed at his feet. Dodge bourbon, dodge bourbon. Maroney repeated mechanically, holstering his gun and approaching with measured steps, cane in hand. The sound of polished shoes on Persian carpet echoed softly, a grim harbinger of death. At that moment, the candle flames flickered wildly, casting Maroney's face into a grotesque mask of malice. The other leaders buried their gazes between their legs, while only Oswald maintained his posture, fixating intently on Dodge, wailing and rolling on the ground. Dodge bourbon, you have indeed foretold your own future. Boss Maroney, I have wealth, and I am willing to offer it all to you. Spare me, please. Let me live. Fear consumed Dodge, and in that instant, he wished not to ponder the reasons, but to bury his dignity in the sand, while pleading for a fleeting chance at survival. Had Maroney sensed something amiss? Certainly, for he was a cunning old fox. Dodge's mind was clouded with drugs and women. After killing the foe Harvey, he had sent someone to switch clothes and deceive the surveillance at the entrance, ultimately pretending ignorance while boasting about exonerating himself. This was not his usual style. Moreover, Dodge's estate bore no trace of evidence, save for the incriminating phone. The entire affair reeked of the bizarre. Yet, Dodge's words only solidified his guilt. Maroney raised his cane high. Even now, Dodge could not comprehend what he had done wrong or the significance of the phone. It was only when his gaze met Oswald's that he perceived the sinister, triumphant smirk etched upon the latter's face. The little penguin, it is you. You have been plotting against me. Dodge ultimately realized this, though regrettably a bit too late. Accompanied by a chilling wail, the cane was thrust into his eye socket, and Maroney obliterated his brain with a single strike. A lifeless body now lay within the room. Following the execution, Maroney shifted his gaze towards Oswald. He recalled the man named Way, who had been with Oswald. The leaders present were all fools, imbeciles, and buffoons. If there was indeed someone orchestrating this from the shadows, it could only be him. The bloodied cane pressed against Oswald's chin as Maroney squinted, surveying him with a semblance of a smile. If you are willing to divulge his methods to me, I can swear on my mother's grave that I will not hold you accountable in any way. He glanced at the corpse beneath his feet. All of Dodge's enterprises will henceforth fall under your management. Chapter 30. You've been duped, fool. Royce trembled, lowering his head, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. The oppressive aura emanating from Maroney, who stood so near, was overwhelming. He could scarcely fathom how Oswald could endure such pressure. Had he been in Oswald's position, he would likely have collapsed in terror. Yet Royce had overestimated Oswald. The latter was merely putting on a brave front. Boss, I don't know what you're talking about. Oswald's cheek twitched as he forced an exceedingly unattractive smile at Maroney. Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. Another leader was gunned down by Maroney, his life extinguished with only a muffled groan escaping his lips. Oswald, petrified, collapsed to the ground, fervently kissing Maroney's shoes. Harvey Dent visited me a few days ago, but I said nothing. Is that so? How surprising. The shadowy figure of Maroney furrowed his brow. Oswald appeared to yield to intimidation, yet he was deftly diverting the topic. Attempting to deceive me with such a feeble ruse? The once timid little penguin has certainly grown. Maroney felt the game becoming increasingly intriguing. Bang bang. 2 more gunshots echoed, and the last 2 of Falcone's traitors fell into the pool of blood. Thus, Maroney's scheme, masquerading as Harvey to sift through personnel, was nearing completion, save for the frail figure still kneeling before him. Little penguin, or perhaps I should call you Mr. Oswald. He crouched down, gently tapping Oswald's face with the heated barrel of his gun. Please, say something I wish to hear. Oswald trembled violently, seemingly on the brink of tears. I indeed had contact with Mr. Falcone. He requested that we covertly gather evidence of your crimes to hand over to Harvey Dent, but I swear, I never betrayed. Before he could finish his sentence, Maroney erupted in fury. He seized Oswald by the collar, hoisting him up only to slam him down forcefully, followed by a brutal succession of relentless stomps. Amidst the heart-rending wails, the remaining leaders huddled together like frightened birds. No one had ever witnessed Maroney in such a state. The old fox had finally shed his opulent pelt, revealing a grotesque creature reminiscent of a scarred rat that had crawled from the sewers of Gotham's underbelly. Through the window of the intensive care unit, he gazed into the obsidian sky, where a flash of lightning illuminated the horizon, heralding a torrential downpour upon the midnight city. Wei felt a surge of anxiety and restlessness, repeatedly perusing the comic. Several faint images flickered upon the pages, only to vanish almost instantly. He surmised that Oswald must be undergoing a harrowing trial, with his very existence hinging upon the choices made by others. What was the use of fretting? It would prove futile. With a click of his tongue, Wei tucked the comic back into his pocket, rather than worry about Oswald. He might as well concern himself with Dick. The boy had just emerged from surgery, the doctors having extracted the bullet that had perforated his organs. Yet he remained precariously perched on the brink of death, his survival through the night left to fate's whim. As Qin Wei turned away, he was startled to discover an elderly man standing at Dick's bedside, having appeared there without his notice. The man was tall and slender, with features reminiscent of a Middle Eastern descent. Clad in a black training outfit, his hair and beard were grizzled, yet his posture was as straight as a javelin. He was currently pressing his hand against Dick's forehead, eyes closed as he sensed something. "May I inquire who you are?" Qin Wei asked cautiously, sensing that the man's identity was far from ordinary. The elder turned his gaze, and upon seeing Qin Wei's face, his pupils trembled slightly. "Is it you? Have your injuries healed?" "Injuries?" Qin Wei recalled the gash on his abdomen from his arrival. Just as he was about to ask further, the elder averted his gaze. "I must have been mistaken. You are not him. It stands to reason. Such a severe wound could not possibly have mended." Another riddle maker, Qin Wei thought exasperatedly. First Hugo Strange, and now this elder. Each seemed to know his identity, yet chose to remain silent, which was utterly frustrating. "This child will recover. I may return again," the elder stated before attempting to exit. Qin Wei hurried to catch up, but just as his hand was about to touch the man's shoulder, the elder suddenly turned back, a lightning-fast fist striking towards his abdomen. Qin Wei could not react in time, yet his body instinctively evaded the blow, twisting away with agile precision. The elder's brow furrowed, complex emotions flashing in his eyes, shock, surprise, and a hint of melancholy and resignation. It seemed he had succeeded, albeit in an alternative manner. With that, the elder vanished into the shadowy corridor, leaving Qin Wei standing in stunned silence. Moroni, whose meticulously combed back hair was now a disheveled mess, had buttons of his vest burst open. He gripped Oswald's bloodied hair, forcefully shoving the gun's barrel into his mouth. "To hell with you, Oswald." I wish to discern the man's scheme, how he eliminated Charlie and framed Dodge for it. "Tell me, do it swiftly." As Oswald spoke, blood gushed from his mouth. I do not comprehend what you are saying." Upon hearing this, the fire in Moroni's eyes gradually extinguished. He furrowed his brow, a look of confusion overtaking him. "Could it be that I have miscalculated? Is there truly no conspiracy, merely my overactive imagination?" His resolve began to waver, with just a glance. He could terrify Dodge into submission. The little penguin was notoriously timid and greedy, and he could scarcely believe that the latter would hold firm against his threats and temptations. "Could it be that I have indeed overthought this? Esteemed colleagues, I must confess an error. I have wronged Mr. Oswald." He rose, smoothing his hair, and returned his gun to its holster. "You must be curious about what transpired. I shall elucidate everything shortly. You will soon learn that the four scoundrels who met their demise tonight were all agents of Falcone, covertly striving to undermine us." He clapped his hands, and the door to the study swung open. A procession of bodyguards entered, expertly clearing away the corpses and subsequently bringing forth a massive black plastic bag. The moment the bag appeared, an unbearable stench of decay pervaded the room. If possible, Moroni would have preferred to forego such lengthy discourse. He maintained his dominion through violence. Yet this violence was not indiscriminate slaughter. Without explanation, his subordinates would be left disheartened. Thus, he felt compelled to provide a justification for his actions. As Moroni continued his verbose monologue, Oswald wiped the blood from his face, emitting a barely audible, cold chuckle from deep within his throat. "You have been deceived, fool." Chapter 31. The shift of offense and defense. Ultimately, Moroni underestimated Oswald. The little penguin was indeed timid, yet this was a consequence of his life in Gotham's underbelly, where he had learned to read the faces of others. He was also undeniably greedy. Yet he never hesitated to generously distribute the money he acquired from Moroni among his subordinates. However, he was far from a selfish or cowardly individual. Even more critically, Moroni underestimated the influence Qin Wei had over Oswald. He arrogantly believed that leveraging Dodge's drug business as bait would compel the penguin to relent, unaware that under Qin Wei's subtle indoctrination, Oswald had already come to believe he would ascend as the king of the underground. While Dodge's enterprise was indeed enticing, it paled in comparison to that grand aspiration. Yet, upon introspection, one might find that while motivational platitudes may be palatable, when Moroni's fists rained down upon him, Oswald's inner defenses were on the brink of collapse. This cunning fox had deeply impressed the mark of fear into the minds of every leader, a fear born from the brutal punishments and public executions they had witnessed. Such terror could not be easily masked by mere platitudes and indoctrination. Qin Wei was aware of this, which is why he imparted one final piece of wisdom to Oswald before his departure. If a person possesses the power to take your life with a mere flick of their finger, yet refrains from doing so immediately, It is undoubtedly because their own interests would suffer from your demise. In such a moment, your task is to grasp their psyche. The more they desire something, the less you should concede, for that is your ultimate trump card. Initially, Oswald struggled to comprehend this convoluted phrase until he found himself bloodied and bruised at the hands of Maroney, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the lifeless body of Dodge. After years of servile obedience, he still met with death. In the instant he locked eyes with the corpse's hollow gaze, Oswald felt an unexpected urge to laugh. He wished to mock Maroney's volatility, for after all these years, he still resorted to the crude method of violence to maintain control over his subordinates. He wanted to ridicule Maroney's ineptitude, struggling even to extract a simple answer from his own lips. Most of all, he yearned to deride Maroney's foolishness, as each move he made was meticulously calculated by Qin Wei. In that moment, Oswald concluded that Maroney was indeed a pitiful figure. At last, when the blank comic finally revealed its content, Qin Wei exhaled a sigh of relief and slumped into his chair like a rag doll. Oswald had ultimately endured the trial. With a surge of excitement, he rubbed his face and composed himself to read the comic carefully. The narrative commenced with a gang of robbers donned in red hoods storming Gotham's central bank. Unlike the chaotic Red Hood gang outside, these thieves exhibited a high degree of professionalism and coordination, absconding with $45 million in a mere 15 minutes before the Gotham police could arrive, driving away in modified armored trucks. While the story itself divulged little detail, Qin Wei discerned an anomaly in one particular frame. In the corner of the image lurked a red-hooded robber, brandishing a shotgun against the temple of the bank manager, demanding access to the vault. Upon noticing a few strands of dark green hair peeking from beneath the hood, Qin Wei's mind erupted in alarm. Who could it be but the Joker? His erratic temperament, cunning nature, and penchant for manipulating others were well known, but what was even more terrifying was his lack of a defined objective. It seemed he merely sought to plunge the world into chaos and panic, deriving pleasure from the anguished screams of humanity, which catered to his peculiar taste for dark comedy. Uncooperative, untamable, and incapable of rational discourse, the Joker embodied chaos, and he was the last adversary Qin Wei wished to confront. Should this individual be the antagonist of the primary storyline, Qin Wei would unhesitatingly abandon all of his plans. Engaging in a game with the Joker, even in victory, would leave one with nothing. As he continued to peruse the comic, Qin Wei felt a wave of relief. It appeared that the green-haired figure was merely a delightful Easter egg planted by the author, as the Joker did not appear in the subsequent narrative. Returning to the comic, Batman and Gordon investigated the case, uncovering that the true mastermind behind the bank was Sal Maroni, a criminal bank dedicated to laundering money for the Roman Empire. Aside from the $45 million, Maroni seemingly lost something far more significant. He dispatched all his subordinates and set a substantial bounty, putting a citywide manhunt on the red-hooded bandits. Simultaneously, Batman pinpointed the gang's hideout, and on a moonless, stormy night, he stealthily infiltrated their lair. The comic abruptly concludes here, revealing minimal yet undeniably crucial information to Qin Wei. First and foremost, the comic corresponds with reality. The heist occurred on August 22nd, precisely 1 month ago. Secondly, Qin Wei surmised that the item Maroni concealed within the bank was likely some damaging scandals and evidence to blackmail Gotham's affluent and powerful. Should such information be exposed, without Harvey Dent's intervention, those individuals would undoubtedly not spare Maroni. This conjecture is quite plausible, which explains why the old fox displayed such distress. In other words, it is Maroni's Achilles heel. Acquiring that item would surely lead to his downfall. However, the question remains, how to obtain it? Should he act before the bandits and ransack the bank? The mere thought of this made Qin Wei uneasy, not to mention the gang's formidable security. He lacked any capable allies, rendering the plan utterly unfeasible. The second option would be to emulate Batman and trace the bandits' whereabouts, attempting to pilfer the item. Yet, this would entail a direct confrontation with the Joker. Caught in this dilemma, Qin Wei began to bite his nails. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Oswald's voice crackled through the receiver. "Are you all right? Everything's fine. Rest assured, I have not betrayed you." Oswald spoke in a hushed tone, his voice gravelly, resembling the sound of a glass marble rolling in a ceramic bowl. "What nonsense are you spouting? Did Maroni let you go?" "I fear not. This is the reason I called. You dog, Maroni wants to speak with you." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Qin Wei felt neither surprise nor concern. Rather, a surge of excitement coursed through him. In his mind, if the plan proceeded smoothly, Maroni would indeed request a meeting. The unfolding events aligned perfectly with his expectations. Everything was under control, and this delightful sensation bestowed upon Qin Wei an unprecedented sense of security. Taking a taxi to Maroney's estate, he disembarked to find Oswald waiting for him at the roadside. The poor little penguin bore the marks of a brutal beating. Bruises adorned his face, and dried blood clung to his hair, staining half of his visage crimson. Yet, Oswald stood tall, more resolute than ever. Qin Wei approached and enveloped him in a warm embrace. I will take you to meet Maroney. But are you truly prepared? Oswald's concern for Qin Wei became evident. Prepared? Do I need to prepare to see him? Qin Wei chuckled, for he required no preparation whatsoever. Whatever cards Maroney played, he would simply adapt as the situation unfolded. Initially, the fabricated plan devised by Harvey indeed caused him considerable distress. However, ever since Oswald's call, the situation has undergone a complete transformation. It is now his turn to make the next move in this intricate game. Chapter 32. A manner. The venue for this meeting was not the study, but rather Maroney's conference room. A 5-meter-long wooden table served as a barrier between the two men, the dim lighting casting shadows in the empty chamber. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous conversation with Falcone, yet this time, Qin Wei felt less constrained, embracing a newfound composure and strategic confidence. Resting his chin on one hand and his other arm casually draped over the table, he fixed his gaze intently upon Maroney. What did Falcone promise you? Maroney inquired directly, initiating the discussion. Your position, all your assets, and your business, Qin Wei replied, eliciting a smile from Maroney. Do you trust him? Of course not. Falcone has cultivated an unmanageable behemoth. Why would he repeat the same mistakes? Qin Wei stated candidly. These words reflected his true sentiments. He had never placed his faith in Falcone. Yet, he harbored a lingering doubt about the man seated before him as well. Engaging in conversation with a clever individual is always a pleasurable experience. Maroney nodded with a smile, producing an object from his pocket and forcefully sliding it across the table, creating a resounding noise as it came to rest before Qin Wei. It was a brass key, the key to Dodge Manor. From this moment forth, all of its businesses and properties belong to you. However, the condition is that you must relay false information to Falcone as per my instructions. So how about it? Is my sincerity sufficient? Indeed. Qin Wei firmly grasped the key. He had anticipated Maroney's attempt to buy him off. Compared to a pawn lurking in the shadows, a visible piece possesses inherent advantages. It can be used strategically to arouse Falcone's suspicions or even serve as a double agent. However, he had not expected Maroney to offer such a substantial price for his allegiance, leaving him to ponder the ulterior motives at play. The situation was somewhat unexpected for Qin Wei. Fortunately, he had always maintained exceptional control over his expressions, allowing only elation, urgency, and a hint of flattery to be perceived by Maroney. And what of Oswald? Qin Wei continued. Oswald will continue with his previous duties. By the way, do convey to him that if he cannot gather a team within the next fortnight, he can consider himself dismissed. Unbeknownst to whether Maroney was overly confident or believed he had the situation well in hand, he openly expressed these sentiments in Qin Wei's presence. How astute Qin Wei was. He could easily discern the implications behind the words. The previously perplexing scenario suddenly became crystal clear. 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors? You seek to use this key to sow discord between us. This cunning fox has some tricks up his sleeve, yet they are all well-trodden paths of our ancestors. Qin Wei unobtrusively tucked the key into his pocket. Is there anything else? Nothing further. You may leave, but do remember to close the door behind you as you exit. Maroney stifled a yawn, yet after Qin Wei exited through the door, his previously relaxed brow became furrowed in contemplation. He harbored a persistent intuition that the man named Wei was far more complex than he appeared. Sitting in place for a moment, Maroney bent down to retrieve a Winchester M1866 from beneath the table, inserting bullets into the chamber's side entrance. Approaching the window, he slightly lifted the curtain. Shouldering the rifle, he aligned his sights to lock onto Qin Wei's head. I find myself having second thoughts, he mused. Just as Qin Wei stepped outside, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Simultaneously, Oswald approached him briskly. What is the matter? Did Maroney give you trouble? Qin Wei remained silent, hesitating briefly before producing a set of keys from his pocket. What is this? Grab my collar, quickly. Oswald, perplexed but compliant, did as instructed. To his surprise, Qin Wei delivered a powerful punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. What do you mean by that? What do you mean I'm not part of this? This is rightfully mine. What have you contributed? Also, mister. Maroney wants me to tell you to gather everyone quickly, or you'd best leave. Was Qin Wei merely playing a role? Perhaps I ought to indulge his performance. Understanding dawned on the fallen Oswald, who bared his teeth and lunged forward like a rabid dog. The two grappled, their garments entwined before Maroney's residence. Though Qin Wei was uncertain of the source of the chill, reason urged him to embrace the entire act, as vigilance would prove prudent. This time, his cautiousness had once again preserved his life. His finger lingered on the trigger, wavering for what felt like an eternity, yet Maroney ultimately lowered his weapon. He chastised himself for being overly sensitive. After all, the man named Wei was merely a clever individual with a knack for reading the room. He had provided all that Falcone could not offer in terms of money and status, making betrayal an unlikely scenario. Damn it, have I been lacking sleep lately? He mused, rubbing his throbbing temples before discreetly drawing the curtains closed. Thus, the final opportunity to easily eliminate Qin Wei slipped silently through his fingers. Once again, Maroney faltered at a critical juncture, a misstep that would metamorphose into a butterfly in the Amazon rainforest, eventually culminating in a cataclysmic storm capable of dismantling the entire mafia empire at some future point. When the two returned to the hospital, dawn was breaking. Oswald cheerfully sought out the lovely Miss Gloria to tend to his wounds, while Qin Wei merely applied a bit of medicine before heading to the intensive care unit. Dick's room lay at the end of the corridor, where exhausted caregivers were sprawled out in the early morning light, some huddled together on benches, while others sat on the floor of the corridor. Having just endured a downpour, the temperature had plummeted, leaving many caregivers shivering. With care, Qin Wei stepped over the outstretched legs and pushed open the door to the ward. The empty bed instilled a sense of crisis within him. Before he could turn around, a slender blade was pressed against his waist. "Silence, follow me inside." Dick's voice sounded somewhat frail as he forced Qin Wei into the hospital room, carefully shutting the door behind them. "You killed my family." "Oh." Dick's accusation felt like a bucket of filthy water thrown at him. Qin Wei harbored grave doubts about whether Dick's mouth connected to a dimension replete with filth. "I saved you, even covered your medical expenses, and stayed with you until this late hour. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, you spew such venomous words. Do you possess no conscience?" Despite Qin Wei's commendable composure, he was nearly pushed to the brink, classic curses almost escaping his lips. "Who knows why you saved me? You and the murderer of my parents are both Romans. The mafia harbors no virtuous souls." Qin Wei found himself amused by the absurdity of Dick's words. Had he known that Dick was such a wretched child, he would have let him rot in the church square. He did not wish to waste more breath on the stubborn youth, yet with his waist firmly grasped, it was prudent to at least feign resistance. "All right, so it's professional discrimination, is it? What about the Gotham police? Aren't they noble enough? Go ahead. Call them and see if they will intervene. Do you think I wanted to be part of the mafia? I was once a good citizen, unable to even score 2 stars in GTA. It's all due to this cursed place called Gotham." This verbal onslaught proved effective. Whether or not Dick understood what GTA was, he was indeed silenced. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Wei suddenly turned, grasping Dick's wrist and successfully wresting the knife away. Dick's face paled in an instant, regretting that he had allowed himself to be swayed by deceitful words. Now, in his weakened state, with his weapon lost to the mafia, he was powerless to avenge his family, let alone preserve his own life. As Qin Wei raised his hand, Dick closed his eyes in despair. Yet, instead of the cold blade he anticipated, he was met with a sharp slap. Qin Wei bent his fingers, delivering a firm knock to Dick's head. Thud. "What are you doing?" Dick gasped in pain, touching his head, which had already begun to swell. Qin Wei maintained a stern expression, raising his hand once more to deliver another blow. Thud. Given Qin Wei's temperament, he would have preferred to land several slaps. However, the adversary before him was merely a 15 or 16-year-old child who had just lost his parents. He found it hard to be cruel, opting instead to mimic the methods his mother had used to discipline him during childhood, aiming to bewilder rather than harm. Yet, American children were unaccustomed to such tactics. Dick winced in pain, his bravado quickly fading as he was cornered by Qin Wei, hands covering his head, too intimidated to lift it. "Wei, you must be hungry as well. I bought some food." Oswald entered, carrying 2 bags of provisions, and fortuitously stumbled upon the scene of Qin Wei bullying the child. For a brief moment, the three of them exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening here? Could someone explain this to me?" Chapter 33. The shift of world lines. Oswald purchased some bread and sausage, and the two of them squatted on the ground to eat. Nearby, Dick felt neglected, unable to leave his bed in his hospital gown. He lay back down but found no solace in sleep. Thus he stood barefoot on the floor, awkwardly watching the two as they ate. His stomach audibly grumbled inappropriately, and he rubbed his cold soles together, hesitating before finally speaking up. "See, can I have some?" Realizing his mistake, Qin Wei took a bite of bread, tore open a can, and drank deeply, casting a cold glance at Dick. "You're right. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be seeking out Baron." At this, Dick's eyes dimmed, his head bowed, fists clenched tightly. His rigid body trembled as if pierced by a javelin, pinned to the ground. A piece of bread was offered to him. Here, eat. Your clothes are in that iron cabinet in the corner. After you finish, do as you wish, Qinwei said. Dick, as if jolted by electricity, abruptly lifted his head and grasped the bread with urgency. He opened the cabinet and, upon seeing the blood-stained acrobat's suit, turned to Qinwei in disbelief. Am I truly meant to kill him for revenge? You want to stop me? At the sound of these words, Qinwei felt the surrounding space tremble. Simultaneously, the entire world seemed to plunge into the void of the cosmic center as all sounds faded into silence. The sounds of breathing, the ticking of the heart monitor, and the faint snoring from the corridor vanished. Dick was speaking, but Qinwei could not hear him. Qin, what's wrong? You look unwell. It was as if he had emerged from a nightmare, awakened by Oswald's urgent call. Blinking in confusion, he soon realized that the surroundings had returned to normal. This was the first time Qinwei encountered such an experience. After a brief moment of panic, he began to contemplate, gnawing on his nails. What did Dick's words mean? You want to stop me? The phrase did not seem directed at him, but rather felt like a message for Bruce Wayne. Following the script, Bruce would certainly embrace Dick warmly and sorrowfully advise him. Revenge will only lead you astray. I do not wish my story to repeat itself through you. Contemplating this, Qinwei lifted his gaze, fixating on Dick. He began to grasp the source of that earlier eerie sensation. Since his arrival in this world, he had undertaken many actions, yet none had affected the overarching narrative. Dr. Hugo's assault on the casino, Catwoman's vendetta against Falcone, and the Penguin-esque quiet rise amidst the conflict of two crime lords. All these events would transpire even in his absence. But this time was different. Dick Grayson stood at a crossroads, one path leading to Robin and the other into the unknown. At this moment, Qinwei replaced Batman, and his words could influence, even alter, Dick's life, potentially triggering a butterfly effect that would rewrite the fated destiny of this universe. Are you not going to stop me? This phrase encapsulates Dick's inner turmoil, while simultaneously serving as a warning from the world to Qinwei. Do not alter the narrative. How intriguing. Qinwei drained his beer, the king gradually deforming under the pressure of his palm. For the first time since his arrival in this realm, he had encountered the truth of the world, attempting to rewrite the life trajectory of a pivotal character. This was a precarious gamble. The pieces he played could potentially unleash unforeseen consequences. Would the universe collapse? Or would the fabric of space itself tear? Such a monumental price to pay. Yet, Qinwei was determined not to become a slave to the plot. If he proceeded according to his plan, he would inevitably confront this scenario. Why not do it now? Taking a deep breath, Qinwei cleared his throat and gazed intently into Dick's eyes. When the law fails to deliver justice to the aggrieved, private vengeance becomes justifiable and noble from this moment forth. Do you understand my meaning? Dick nodded emphatically, the confusion dissipating from his gaze, replaced by a surge of vengeful fury. He donned his clothing and dashed out, leaving behind Qinwei, whose demeanor was heavy with contemplation, and a bewildered Oswald. What was he going to do? Seek revenge on Baron, perhaps. Madness. With such severe injuries, was he not afraid of reopening his wounds and bleeding to death on the way? That was not our concern, Qinwei replied nonchalantly. So, you spent all that money to save him, not to win him over? It is indeed to win him over, but I must first assess his capabilities, Qinwei remarked, suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his head. It felt as though an invisible ice pick had pierced his temple, slowly prying open his skull and stirring his brain. And in an instant, the agony constricted around his throat, causing him to clutch his hair and curl up in distress. Ah, yes indeed. Let us upheave this wretched timeline with great fervor. We shall soon meet, for I can hardly wait to see your delightful visage. A familiar voice slithered through his mind, its sharp, hoarse timbre cloaked in unmasked madness. On the very first day in Gotham, it had manifested in such a manner, kindly introducing him to the entire backdrop of the city. Initially, Qinwei believed it to be a system prompt, but it seemed the reality was far more complex than he had anticipated. As the pain subsided, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and rose, an image of a purple figure involuntarily surfacing in his mind. The voice was unmistakably recognizable, making it difficult not to associate it with the Joker. Yet, the question lingered. How had the Joker infiltrated his mind? Moreover, a particularly chilling thought arose. The entity spoke of upheaving the timeline rather than the world. The clues were scant, the suspicions numerous. Qinwei felt his mind struggling to keep pace. For now, he decided to focus on the present. Are you all right? Something has felt off since the beginning, Oswald said, supporting Qinwei. You haven't rested all night. Perhaps we should return and get some sleep. Qinwei retrieved the key to the Dodge Manor from his pocket. There remains a pressing matter to attend to. Maloney bestowed this trinket upon me. Would you care to join me in exploring it? Upon hearing this, Oswald swallowed hard, tears glimmering in his eyes. Is it truly so? He extended his hands, yearning to grasp the key, yet recoiled in panic, as if a wax figure had encountered the searing rays of the morning sun. He feared this might be a dream, a mirage capable of inflicting burns upon him. He would forever remember the words spoken over a decade ago when his father severed ties and cast him out. Oswald, you are nothing but a wretched rat from the sewer, unworthy of inheriting the Cobblepot name. Seek a dark corner to curl up and await your demise. For years thereafter, he wandered through the crevices and shadows of Gotham's underbelly, scavenging fruits from vendors, pilfering the pockets of the affluent, and enduring brutal beatings in alleyways from rival gangs. All for petty grievances. He had succumbed to illness and injury, once lying by the gutter awaiting death, yet he persevered through gritted teeth. Not for any other reason, but to prove one thing to that man. Oswald is not a rat. One day, his name shall resound throughout Gotham. Am I truly allowed to go? He rubbed the corners of his eyes, pleading with an almost humble gaze. It is not a matter of whether you can go. This manor is rightfully ours. Chinwei solemnly placed the key into the palm of Oswald's hand. Now, my esteemed lord, let us survey our domain. Chapter 34. You are dismissed. Seated in the back of a taxi, the streetlights flickered out one by one, accompanied by the droplets on the window retreating backward. It remained a chilling Gotham-esque morning, where the sun's grace felt like a distant luxury. The early risers, bundled in their coats, shivered against the post-rain chill. Their pale, rigid faces bore no semblance of expression, resembling mere NPCs enhancing the atmosphere, refreshing the streets, the crosswalks, and the offices where lights had just illuminated. Is life always this agonizing, or is it merely the absence of wealth that renders it so? Oswald withdrew his gaze, posing a question uncharacteristic of him. Chinwei's response was succinct. It is the absence of wealth that leads to suffering. Indeed, it is the lack of money that brings pain. He fancied himself carefree. Yet the prelude to his journey was marked by a similar existence, rushing through the dim light to catch the subway, toiling away at a burdensome and easily replaceable job, dedicating his fleeting leisure to short videos, returning to a cramped rental where he faced a drawer full of game discs, commencing his electronic escapades. When he first arrived in Gotham, he too longed to return, yet gradually, he had fallen in love with this place. Thorns densely entwined, turbulent undercurrents surged. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself teetering upon the edge of a blade. The fear of death quickened his heartbeat, yet it also bestowed upon him a long-lost sensation, a feeling of being alive. In truth, he and Oswald were not so different. Both were resolutely climbing upward, merely striving to prove something to someone. It is neither to the gambling father nor the timid mother, but rather to that damned world. He yearned to deliver it a resounding slap, to spit a mouthful of phlegm, and declare that it was not his lack of ability, but the absence of opportunity bestowed upon him. The taxi halted at the entrance of the Dodge Manor. The driver was the same individual who had transported Chinwei to Wayne Manor that fateful night. Upon raising his gaze, he immediately recognized Chinwei. What? It's you. It's quite difficult to hail a cab here. Should I wait for you at the entrance? The driver leaned against the car window, lighting a cigarette. He refrained from resetting the meter right away, contemplating that even if he could not secure a return customer, engaging in conversation might earn him a few extra cents. However, Chinwei could easily discern this trivial ploy. No need for that. You can keep the change. With a flourish, Chinwei tossed the remaining few $100s from his pocket, stepping into the manor amidst the driver's profuse gratitude. The elderly butler, clad in a tailcoat, had already been waiting by the tour vehicle for some time. You must be the new master of the manor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Paul. No need for that. Take me directly to meet Dodge's subordinates. True to his profession, Paul refrained from uttering another word upon hearing this. He smiled as he assisted the two into the tour vehicle, thoughtfully fastening their seatbelts. As the vehicle glided past the vineyard, they were met with a vast expanse of grassy fields. The fields were partitioned by a fence, with several golf flags adorning the neatly manicured grass on the left, and 3 white canopies pitched in the corner. Beyond that lay an artificial lake, rippling gently in the breeze, reflecting shimmering light. To the right of the fields, several majestic white horses galloped playfully, their manes flowing elegantly. Is all of this ours? This is incredible, Oswald exclaimed, unbuckling his seatbelt. Nearly tumbling out of the vehicle had Chinwei not caught him in time. Don't celebrate too soon, Chinwei murmured into Oswald's ear, causing his expression to shift from exuberance to reluctance in mere seconds, ultimately leaving him with a look of despondency. Are you really going to do this? Why? It's not convenient to discuss now, but if you're unwilling, it's all right. This isn't a crucial part of the plan. Sigh. I'll follow your lead. Oswald exhaled deeply, making a difficult choice. After uttering this, he slumped against the back of the seat, silent, as if his soul had been siphoned away by Gul'dan. A soldier of Stormwind. The tour vehicle came to a stop before the castle. The architecture bore a Byzantine oval solidity, yet was abruptly pierced by several Gothic spires. The overall hue and details leaned towards Baroque, yet every window was adorned with opulent Rococo golden trim. Qin Wei gazed at this bizarre edifice, a melange of styles. With a complex expression, his mind racing with 1,000 galloping steeds. Producing a key, he pushed the door open, revealing that the interior decor of the castle had not overlooked its intentions either. The overall ambience exudes a European court style, accented by ancient Roman-style wall tiles. The interior is sparsely furnished, and the staircase leading to the second floor is flanked by expansive walls adorned with vividly colored murals. He found himself reluctant to continue observing, for every detail of the castle revealed the appalling taste of a nouveau riche, mercilessly assaulting his eyes. Upon reaching the second floor, Qin Wei finally encountered the individuals he sought, Dodger's subordinates. 5 men and 3 women donned the quintessential black suits of Romans. Some leaned against the walls, playing with daggers, while others lounged on the sofas, engrossed in their phones. Qin Wei's arrival seemed almost trivial, so insignificant that they barely acknowledged him. Oswald furrowed his brow, poised to reprimand these oblivious individuals, only to be restrained by Qin Wei, who wore a mischievous grin. This was a blatant display of contempt, and to engage them would only signal desperation. Qin Wei strolled leisurely to the tea cabinet, his fingers delicately caressing a porcelain vase, gradually nudging it toward the edge of the shelf. With a sharp crash, the vase shattered, drawing the curious gazes of the onlookers, finally establishing eye contact. The tension was palpable, and the African-American man reclining on the sofa could no longer contain himself, sitting upright to inquire, "What do you want? Let us discuss terms. If I were to keep you all here, how much would it cost me?" At this, a smile crept onto the man's lips as he exchanged glances with his companions. An Asian woman with a high ponytail stepped forward, her eyes reflecting the stereotypical American perception of Asians, scanning Qin Wei with disdain from head to toe. "To be frank, Dodger's business is managed by us. He merely provides each of us with a monthly sum of 200,000, along with 50 of the profits from transactions. If you wish to retain us, it will cost you 300,000 plus 60 of the profits." This was Moroni's calculation. On the surface, he had entrusted the estate to Qin Wei, yet the drug dealings were run by his associates, rendering both Dodger and Qin Wei mere shells. Thus, he felt emboldened to execute Dodger without hesitation. After all, a puppet can easily be replaced. The woman's demands were outrageous, yet she had inadvertently left room for negotiation. Her silence indicated she was awaiting Qin Wei's counteroffer, as long as it did not fall below Dodger's salary. Pensive, Qin Wei furrowed his brow and suddenly turned to Oswald. "By the way, what was the salary you offered the brothers at the Senate?" 50 a week. The rest would depend on tasks assigned by Mr. Moroni. Is that so?" Qin Wei nodded with a smile, redirecting his gaze back to the woman. "Did you hear that? This is the salary I'm offering you. Are you joking?" The woman's eyebrows shot up in indignation upon hearing such a derisive offer. The others reacted similarly, their anger igniting the atmosphere. Oswald drew his handgun, bracing for the imminent chaos. "You need to understand." The African-American man resumed the conversation, expressing concern that Qin Wei had not grasped the intricacies of the situation. He kindly reiterated in plain terms, "The drug trade has always been under our control. Without us, you would be utterly powerless. I understand. If you choose to abandon this business, congratulations, you are dismissed. As for this estate, it no longer serves a purpose. I shall engage an asset appraisal agency to evaluate the property, and you are free to go wherever you wish." Qin Wei's expression remained serene, his arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. Yet, his nonchalant tone struck the ears of those present like a heavy bombshell. It was now their turn to lose composure. The woman stammered, attempting to retort, but was met with Qin Wei's sharp rebuke. "What are you still doing here after being dismissed? Do you wish for me to exercise the infinite retaliatory rights granted by the castle law?" The woman, incensed by Qin Wei's outburst, felt her facial muscles twitch as her features contorted in anger. After muttering an expletive, she suddenly raised her fist towards Qin Wei. Bang! The unexpected gunshot interrupted her movement, the bullet striking mere inches from her toes, piercing the chestnut-hued Persian carpet and leaving a smoking hole behind. "Am I invisible?" Oswald bared his teeth, gesturing with his chin as the smoking barrel of the gun pressed against the woman's forehead. Chapter 35. A storm approaches. Qin Wei had no intention of taking over the drug trade. For certain reasons, he held a profound disdain for it. Regarding the estate, a pivotal event was set to unfold in a month's time. Qin Wei had imposed a strict mandate upon himself to leverage this event to bring down Moroni. Should he succeed, Moroni would find himself in the dock, and as the actual controller, this estate would be deemed illegal assets, meaning they would only enjoy it for a month at most. Moreover, Oswald was currently recruiting, and money was flowing freely. It would be wiser to exchange the estate for resources, allowing him to acquire a cadre of high-quality subordinates while preserving ample reserves for future endeavors. However, what if he failed to topple Moroni? Qin Wei had never considered that question. After experiencing several events, he had amassed sufficient confidence and regarded success in this endeavor as a foregone conclusion. If he could not even handle a Moroni, it would be better to end his life by smashing his head against a tofu block, rather than entertain delusions of ascending to the Gotham throne atop Falcone's shoulders. Returning to the castle, Dodge's men were pale as liver, each clenching their fists with veins bulging on their foreheads. Yet Oswald's gun was not merely for show. Enough. Let's leave. The leading African-American man was the first to recognize reality. Arguing with Qin Wei was futile. This man was clearly intent on driving them away, while his group had naively hoped to seize greater benefits through intimidation. Yet he failed to comprehend that Qin Wei harbored no fear of offending Moroni. Indeed, Qin Wei was unafraid. His willingness to take this step signified that he was well prepared for any repercussions. Shortly after this group departed, Moroni's phone call came through. Qin Wei did not hastily answer. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of Lafite 1982 from the wine rack and savored it alongside Oswald. Yet, it was not until the wine was nearly half consumed that he suddenly jolted awake. Oh no, he had forgotten to let it breathe. However, he brushed off the concern, reasoning that he was not one to indulge in such fine wines excessively. It was only when Moroni called again that Qin Wei, slightly inebriated, picked up the phone. Why did you send everyone away? Did they upset you? Moroni's tone remained consistent with his usual demeanor, leaving Qin Wei unable to discern any hint of anger. However, he speculated that Moroni would not be irritated. Was he correct in this assumption? Indeed, Moroni was not at all angry. In fact, he was secretly delighted. As long as the team remained intact, it mattered not who played the puppet. He had initially feared that Qin Wei might impulsively report his drug dealings to Harvey Dent. But now, with Qin Wei actively distancing himself and even threatening to sell the estate, such actions only further solidified his identity as a greedy opportunist. Moroni appreciated the nature of the avaricious, for they were easily manipulated and bought. He was convinced that once Qin Wei reaped the benefits, he would dutifully serve his interests. Is Oswald beside you? Of course. I gave him a good thrashing, and now, well, he is quite subdued. Qin Wei deliberately belched. If you sell the estate, how much will you give him? Moroni raised his voice. That is my money. Why would I share it with him? Hey, this isn't what we agreed upon. Shut up. Just as Qin Wei's drunken roar subsided, the sound of shattering glass erupted like a drumbeat, intermingled with Oswald's foul-mouthed tirades. The cacophony of voices created a grand spectacle. Hearing the clamor on the other end, Moroni hung up the phone with satisfaction. Did he hang up? Oswald inquired. Yes, he did. Qin Wei nodded, exchanging a knowing smile with him. However, just as they set down the half-empty wine bottle, Qin Wei's phone rang again. This time, there was no caller ID. The number displayed as unknown. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, my dear partner. The voice on the other end belonged to Falcone. Qin Wei remained silent, waiting for the other to continue. This was the code they had established to prevent eavesdropping. Should Qin Wei ascertain that the surroundings were safe, he need only respond to essential inquiries. He placed the phone on the table, activated the speakerphone, allowing the ambient sounds to come through. I hear you have become Moroni's favored one and have taken over Dodge's drug business. I am genuinely pleased for you. Now, I have a few questions to pose. The tone of the old lion was slow and deliberate, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression even through the receiver. First, is there a third party listening to our conversation? Yes. It must be Oswald. He is indeed part of my plan, and I permit him to listen to this call. Now, I shall pose my second inquiry. Have you managed to establish contact with Harvey Dent? No, came the reply from Qin Wei. Humph. A brief yet heavy grunt echoed. Urging you to expedite your pace. My patience is limited. Now for the third question. Have you been suspected by Moroni? No. Excellent. Moroni is notoriously suspicious. Your lack of his suspicion indicates that I have chosen the right partner. Finally, Falcone paused for a considerable time, an invisible pressure swirling in the room like a phantom. Oswald pressed his lips together, instinctively holding his breath. If possible, he would wish to clutch his heart and cease its beating. To let a bloodthirsty lion hear one's heartbeat is far from wise. Have you been recruited by Maroney to serve his interests? Oswald believed himself to have grown significantly through relentless trials, yet under Falcone's intimidation, he felt akin to a skinless, bloodied lamb. If the person on the other end were him, even mustering the courage to lie would result in faltering. He could hardly fathom how Qin Wei could withstand such immense pressure and lie with a composed demeanor. For heaven's sake, the other party is Falcone. No. Qin Wei's tone remained as cold and tranquil as a machine, devoid of any fluctuation. As his words fell, a busy signal emerged from the receiver. Oswald exhaled deeply, rubbing his dazed head. He had myriad questions he wished to have answered by Qin Wei. Wasn't he to perform tasks for Mr. Falcone? Why not reveal the truth to him? Trust my judgment. Sometimes, knowing less about certain matters ensures greater safety. With Qin Wei's assertion, Oswald willingly shifted the topic. What shall we do next? Shall we find a room to rest? It is already 10 in the morning. Oswald glanced at the enormous grandfather clock in the corner. We have gone over 24 hours without sleep. Initially, he felt no fatigue, but upon this remark, drowsiness washed over him. Indeed, it was time for a slumber. Qin Wei drew the blackout curtains, plunging the room into an impenetrable darkness. The rapid secretion of melatonin prompted him to yawn widely, stretching out comfortably on the sofa, not forgetting to pull a blanket over his abdomen. Sleep well. I have arranged for the asset appraiser to arrive at 1 in the afternoon, and we can still enjoy 3 hours of rest. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Wei began to snore lightly. Oswald soon followed suit into the realm of dreams. However, just minutes after he had completely succumbed to slumber, the phone rang incessantly in the darkened room, the piercing ringtone roaring as if proclaiming the urgency of the situation. Yet, both men were far too fatigued to awaken. Meanwhile, in the Lower West Side, south of Gotham, a horrifying massacre had just concluded. Chapter 36. The history of the devil's demise. Outside the Flundia Cathedral, 2 police cars stood in a square overrun with weeds. A caution tape was drawn, and a white line was marked around the corpse, accompanied by a few symbolic photographs. The typical protocol of Gotham's police in the face of a gruesome murder concluded with the apprehension of several onlookers for their statements. Chief, the identity of the deceased has been established. Apart from the 2 wanted criminals, the remaining 3 victims are members of the Flying Grayson Circus, and they are all family. However, we did not locate the youngest child, Dick Grayson, at the scene, a young officer reported, handing the investigation file to Detective DJ. That little brat must be the one responsible for the killings. Notify the precinct to issue a warrant. DJ replied impatiently, glancing at the report before taking a sip of the coffee resting on the engine hood. Perhaps he had forgotten to add sugar. For the moment the bitter brew hit his palate, he spat it out, splattering caramel-colored liquid across the face of old Grayson. The young officer, flustered, quickly pulled out a tissue to clean up, fearful that the coffee might obliterate vital evidence. What are you wiping for? Just bag it and take it back to the precinct, DJ retorted. But, sir, we discovered 2 sets of ballistic trajectories pointing in completely opposite directions. Preliminary assessments indicate that 2 parties exchanged gunfire at the scene. The young officer protested, but DJ was already swaying away, his substantial belly leading the way. DJ was well aware of who the culprit was. Barron had called him immediately after the murder. Initially, upon hearing that someone had been killed within his jurisdiction, DJ felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. During this tumultuous period, Harvey Dent had instilled a sense of dread among the police, political, and business spheres. Protecting Barron at such a critical juncture was akin to wagering his career as an officer. However, relief washed over him when Barron disclosed that the deceased was a member of a circus family. As for that fleeing boy, I will dispatch my men to search the lower district. You take charge of the manhunt in the city. Once he's found, deliver him directly to me, and I will ensure he vanishes from this world without a trace. Barron had instructed DJ. Every day, the Gotham Police Department received no fewer than 7 or 8 reports of homicides. If they were to devote their utmost efforts to each case, the police force would be overwhelmed. Thus, an unspoken rule governed their investigation of homicides, to ignore them until the deceased stakeholders inquired and pressed for an investigation. By then, whether evidence had been compromised or the suspect's whereabouts were known was no longer their concern. Barron had executed a family of 3, and the sole survivor would be subject to cross warrants from both the police and the mafia, rendering survival nearly impossible. Once Dick was dead, no one would care about this murder case, and years later, the case files would be marked as unsolved, relegated to the archives where they would gather dust and mildew. It was indeed a clever strategy, but as Barron had rarely needed anything from others, DJ could hardly resist extracting a little more profit. Do you have the goods? Indeed. Fresh stock from Detroit, high purity. I'll set some aside for you. Just come by once you're done with your business. With that thought, DJ lost interest in the investigation, delegating the scene examination to his subordinates before heading to Baron's residence. Baron's abode bore little distinction from the Senate, resembling the most common of old-style apartments found in the lower district. Unlike the solitary Oswald, Baron was well accompanied, with 4 or 5 sentinels stationed at the entrance. And the cacophony from within the building reached Dejai's ears even from across the street. Dejai was a familiar face. The watchful underlings nodded in acknowledgement and opened the grand door for the portly officer. The pungent scent of marijuana hit him like a wave. Squinting, he inhaled deeply. Since Harvey Dent's arrival, Rob had imposed strict management over the officers, resulting in Dejai's long absence from clandestine indulgences in the stairwell, relying solely on caffeine to sustain his energy during duty. What a delightful surprise, my brother. Baron personally welcomed him, shaking with excitement as he enveloped Dejai in a hearty embrace. It had been a while, and Dejai noted the stark emaciation of this once formidable figure, now resembling a skeletal visage with bloodshot eyes almost entirely veiled in crimson. The contrast between Baron's gaunt physique and his frenzied demeanor was striking. He clung to Dejai's shoulder, rambling incoherently. The foul stench from his decayed gums and the noxious breath made it difficult for Dejai to keep his eyes open. You ought to cut back a bit. You look like you're on the brink of death. Really? That's splendid. I can hardly wait to meet my maker, Baron cackled, fervently kissing the cross that hung beneath his shirt. He escorted Dejai to his penthouse bedroom, a vantage point where a telescope stood ready to detect any movement outside. A left turn led to the stairway to the rooftop, a convenient escape route. Recently, the Red Hood gang had come looking for trouble, and this exit had saved his life. Baron drew the curtains, illuminating the dark room with a yellowed lamp. Everything is prepared for you. If you feel insecure, just wear a mouthguard. I don't want to witness you biting off your own tongue in ecstasy. Oh, and I've prepared a little gift for you. He reclined comfortably on the yellowed sheets, snapping his fingers as a young girl entered the room. Her tattered dress was marred by dark brown stains, her disheveled hair framing hollow eyes. At Baron's gesture, she obediently lay in Dejai's embrace. A flicker of discontent passed through Dejai's gaze. Don't look at me like that. This child's arrival is entirely legitimate. Her mother, desperate from addiction, pleaded with me to take her in, kneeling before me in a pitiful display. In that moment, I believe she would have complied with any request I made. Alas, her stench is off-putting, my interest lies elsewhere. Baron pulled out a small bag of powder, flaunting it under the light. Everything revolves around this substance. Your words are quite harsh, as if you're urging me to quit. Dejai pushed the girl away and straightened himself, his face merging with the shadows. Oh, do not misunderstand me, my friend. Baron flicked the needle and plunged it into the familiar spot on his neck. The world is on the brink of destruction. The mother, the child, you and I, all ensnared in a quagmire from which we cannot extricate ourselves. Struggling futilely will only hasten our descent. Perhaps it is better to embrace the abyss, for we shall inevitably meet our demise. Oh heaven! The narcotics corroded Baron's already ravaged nerves, and the gaunt man arched his back, tugging at a corner of the bedsheet. He rolled his eyes in blissful moans. In a stupor, he glimpsed a gargoyle affixed to the wall's shadowy corner. What a frightful creature it was! Its obsidian muscles bulged grotesquely, with twisted veins weaving across its surface. The gargoyle growled and writhed, flapping its inky wings, viscous drool trailing from its jagged teeth like a silken thread. Am I to perish? Baron pondered, bewildered by how a devout believer in God since childhood could behold such a malevolent entity. Only when the gargoyle lunged at him, its sharp, robust claws severing his artery, did he awaken from his hallucination. There was no gargoyle after all. Atop him lay a youth clad in a green bodysuit. The boy wielded a small knife, stabbing fiercely into Baron's chest. At last, I shall meet my creator. The drugs had dulled his pain. Baron murmured as his consciousness began to drift away. But instead of the heavenly gospel, he was met with the boy's hoarse, furious cries. Go to hell, demon. Chapter 37. A dreadful day. Baron exhaled his last breath. The flowers of sin blossomed from his wounds, filling his chest with vibrant blooms. Yet Dick remained oblivious, mechanically stabbing the corpse with the knife. As if with each thrust, he could dispel the anguish within. As if with a little more force, his family could be resurrected. Dick yearned to draw his gun in retaliation, but the toxins coursing through him rendered his hands uncontrollable. When he finally managed to reach for the holster, it was empty. Looking up, he saw a girl holding a gun. The dark muzzle was aimed at Dick. The diminutive GP-100 revolver, designed for single-handed operation by officers, appeared colossal in the frail hands of the girl. Hand it over, obey me. Dick's throat constricted as he slowly rose, attempting to seize the weapon. But in the next heartbeat, the girl performed an unfathomable act. She turned the gun toward her own forehead. "You did not harm me. You are a good person." Dick could not intervene in time as the girl pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood splattered. Dick watched helplessly as the girl fell before him. That moment's shock eclipsed even Baron's death. The bullet claimed the innocent child, and with it, Dick's very soul. Trembling, he retrieved the gun from the lifeless hands. Uncertain of what to do next, downstairs, chaotic footsteps echoed, while Dick continued to vent his rage upon the corpse beside him. He seemed to have realized what he ought to do. "Hurry, the people are coming." DJ's roar awakened the youth, who blinked in confusion. Failing to comprehend why the black-clad officer, who moments ago appeared to be in cahoots with Baron, was now urging him to flee. However, this was not the time for idle thoughts. The young man swiftly rolled off the bed and dashed back to the rooftop, the very place he had infiltrated to access Baroness' estate. DJ stared blankly at the gun in his hand, memories flooding back of a certain individual, the leader of the Red Hood gang who had nearly drowned in a chemical pool 5 years prior. When DJ had fished him out with a net from the shore, the man's lungs had been filled with water, and his skin, soaked in chemicals, had turned pale and shriveled. He had been crying, his bloodshot eyes drowning in tears, his pitiful brows drooping almost to his lips, while his chest echoed with an eerie, low laugh. Oh, to ruin a person, it only takes a single wretched day. Puddles splashed on his pant legs, leaves drifted into his collar. The early bus had been missed, disdainful glares were cast, rude roars echoed, vicious curses were hurled, and meager wages barely supported a household. Alongside a woman lying on a steel table, he recounted his past in a disordered song, turning to reveal a fervent smile that seemed to penetrate DJ's very soul. "I almost forgot about the child in the woman's womb. It didn't even take a day." DJ felt as though his life had already been shattered. Gripping the gun, he staggered down the corridor like a mere shell of a man. Coming towards him were Baron's henchmen. "Mr. DJ, the boss." He raised his gun, and in an instant, emptied the magazine, giving them no chance to react. A few gangsters fell to the ground, moaning in agony. Yet, he received no support, and soon succumbed to the gang's counterattack. The corridor's ceiling fostered mold, resembling the ink blots of a Rorschach test, shifting and changing with his every breath. What a dreadful day. DJ swallowed his last breath. Qinwei was startled awake by the doorbell, rubbing his temples as he descended to open the door. "I apologize for the intrusion. The tasks assigned by the master have been completed. Please review." The butler, Paul, had brought along staff from the Asset Appraisal Center who had completed their tour of the estate. He presented a document to Qinwei, glancing over the paper briefly. Qinwei noted that the appraisal center was offering approximately 1.8 billion. "What do you think?" he inquired of Paul. "That depends on whether the master is in urgent need of funds. If so, we could lower the price to 1.73 billion, ensuring a sale within 5 years. 5 years is too long, at most 3 days. Paul's brow furrowed slightly. "In that case, you might consider selling the estate at a lower price to the appraisal center, which could facilitate an immediate transaction, but the price don't dawdle, just say it. Paul's contract is nearing its expiration, and the sooner he sells the estate, the quicker he can secure a new agreement. Yet, adhering to the professionalism expected of a steward, he must clearly communicate the stakes to his employer. The estate could fetch a price of around 1.2 billion. However, Qinwei is disinclined to listen. This estate is a veritable hot potato. No matter the sum it sells for now, it will ultimately be pocketed by him. Yet, should Moroni fall from grace, the estate will be subjected to judicial auction, likely fetching a price even lower than this, perhaps leading to the confiscation of funds." He slammed the document against Paul's chest. "Everything is in your hands. Whether you choose to take kickbacks or line your pockets, I am unconcerned. Just remember to leave the cars in the garage. The house may hold little value, but the vehicles are indeed a prized possession." Oswald's car had a broken steering wheel and is currently under repair, making it opportune to procure a vehicle from the Dodge garage for transportation. He also thought of Selena. Isn't Catwoman fond of riding motorcycles? He wondered if there were any good bikes in the garage, such as a Kawasaki Ninja or a Suzuki Hayabusa. If so, he'd send a few over to strengthen their rapport. The more solid the friendship with the central figures, the better. After concluding the remaining matters, Qinwei ascended to the second floor and roused the thunderous Oswald from his slumber. "Wake up, it's time to attend to business." "Ah, business. What business?" Oswald replied, half asleep, his hair standing on end as if charged with electricity, adding a few inches to his stature. "Check your phone. Has anyone messaged you about significant events in the lower district?" Oswald opened his phone screen, startled by the multitude of missed calls. Most were from Uncle Royce, who also sent numerous messages, the latest just 5 minutes prior. "Where have you been? Answer your phone. The boss has issued a strict order to apprehend the murderer within 3 days. He scrolled through the previous messages and learned of the madman's demise. Baron is dead. You had foreseen this. Oswald gazed at Qin Wei in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Qin Wei could predict Dick's revenge would succeed. Do not portray me as a charlatan. Did we not agree initially that if Dick managed to kill Baron, it would indicate his capabilities and merit our recruitment? Qin Wei adjusted his hairstyle in the full-length mirror, reaching for a bottle of hairspray from the cabinet. A charlatan? Oh no. You underestimate your own worth. In my eyes, you are as great and enigmatic as a prophet. Grant me the chance to kneel and kiss your shoes. I could wear them down with my adoration. You're repulsive. Surely you aren't a homosexual? Qin Wei shot a kick, which Oswald adeptly dodged. Enough with the jesting, Oswald said earnestly. You wish to recruit Dick. Yet the entire lower district is currently in pursuit of him. Even those from the Diamond District may soon involve themselves. Having barely quelled Maroni's suspicions, openly seeking an alliance with a man who has slain a gang leader is tantamount to declaring war. While that is indeed correct, Qin Wei conceded. Qin Wei tossed the prototype water to Oswald and grabbed the coat from the sofa. But did Baron truly matter to Maroni? Having spent considerable time with Qin Wei, Oswald's mind had sharpened significantly. With just a hint, he grasped the implication. You mean Maroni doesn't care who the murderer is, as long as someone can take the fall? Indeed, let us not forget that casino massacre. We nearly became scapegoats ourselves. I see. Then let us depart. Oswald, having tidied his hairstyle, was about to head downstairs when Qin Wei abruptly seized him. Where do you think you're rushing off to? The second floor has an elevator that leads directly to the garage. Don't you want to see what treasures lie within? Chapter 38. Crystal Night. Upon entering the garage, Qin Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps it was due to this timeline still being set in the late 20th century. The dozen or so vehicles were all outdated models. The first edition Lamborghini from 1987 appeared rather boxy, reminiscent of a transformer sprung from an American cartoon of the same era. The 1980 Rolls-Royce, however, was striking, with its long, angular body embodying the essence of a crime lord's elegance. Unfortunately, Gotham boasted an abundance of wealthy individuals, making this model the most frequently seen luxury car on the streets. The 1993 Porsche might have been the most aesthetically pleasing of the bunch, yet to Qin Wei, it paled in comparison to Oswald's dark green Ford GT. While the little penguin continued to marvel, Qin Wei's interest waned until he spotted a machine concealed in the corner by a car cover. Lifting the cover revealed a blood-red 1963 Ferrari GT, its sleek form resembling a ravenous shark baring its fangs. The streamlined design showcased the unique smoothness of a sports car, while the spoked wheels balanced vintage appeal with modern flair. More importantly, it was immensely valuable. If Qin Wei recalled correctly, in his original timeline, this car had skyrocketed in price. An answer began to form in Qin Wei's mind. With a roar, the engine erupted, and the Ferrari surged out of the garage, the two of them rolling down the windows and laughing heartily. This car was a prized possession of Dodge, having spent its life on the track after several high-speed runs, never touching the ground again. Its engine was meticulously maintained, the paint gleaming as if it were new, receiving a fresh wax every week. And not a single stone was lodged in the tires. Yet, as the saying goes, what you cherish in your palm, I shall trample upon. Oswald pressed the accelerator with reckless abandon, unleashing a cacophony of exhaust on the country roads, occasionally drifting, and within mere miles, the vehicle was splattered with mud. If Dodge were alive, he would surely be infuriated by this inconsiderate lout. Oswald, setting off from the northern suburbs. The pair raced around the outskirts of Gotham on the western bank of the river, returning to the lower district via the Brown Bridge. Royce was not exaggerating. The entire eastern district truly resembled a chaotic mess. The events had commenced at 7 in the evening, and initially, not a single citizen could be seen on the streets. Instead, a band of black-clad Roman thugs united with numerous local ruffians, systematically searching homes one by one. These individuals act with reckless abandon, barging into residences to rummage through belongings, shattering windows and kicking down doors, and before departing, they do not forget to pilfer valuable items. They are scarcely distinguishable from the valiant players in an RPG game tasked with defeating a demon lord. The difference lies in the fact that the NPCs in the game do not resist, whereas the residents of the lower district certainly do. Not to mention that the lower district is not solely dominated by the mafia. There are also the erratic Red Hood gang. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the citizens, the gangsters, and the Red Hoods are embroiled in a fierce conflict. Trash cans are overturned, empty bottles and old newspapers litter the streets. Some wield iron rods, striking at perceived foes, while others comically clutch lids, cowering behind them. on guard against potential gunfire from the shadows. Streetlights are smashed, utility poles toppled, exposing live wires that soak in the standing water, spreading a sense of chaos throughout the streets. Consequently, every individual on this avenue finds themselves infected, their bodies taut yet trembling with exhilaration. When fatigue sets in, they simply lie down, indifferent to friend or foe. Everyone engages in this shared act. Should anyone perch atop the steeple of a church and gaze down upon the lower district, they would be astounded, applauding the magnificent turmoil. The urban landscape is ablaze. Gunfire erupting in rapid succession, the thick smoke merging with the cityscape, filling every street and alley until the flames delineate the smoke from the buildings. The situation has spiraled entirely out of control. Qin did not anticipate that Maroni would conjure such a spectacle. Nor did Maroni foresee the ferocity of the Red Hood's retaliation. The chaos resembles a runaway minecart hurtling down aging tracks, careening towards an abyss at the first bend. The suspension bridge leading into the lower district has been sealed off, forcing the two men to park their vehicle at one end and traverse the bridge on foot. What unfolds before their eyes is a lower district bathed in fire and smoke. The circumstances have far exceeded Qin expectations, and the situation is proving difficult to resolve. He realizes that it all seems to stem from the words he directed at Dick merely hours earlier. This has irrevocably altered Dick's narrative. Perhaps Qin could manipulate every character's appearance with his courage, strategy, and comic foresight, even outsmarting a mafia overlord like Maroni. Yet, once he attempts to disrupt the original storyline, the world retaliates with unparalleled ferocity. Fortunately, Dick is not a pivotal character this time. Altering the former's narrative does not jeopardize his safety. But what of next time? Especially if he seeks to prevent Harvey Dent from descending into the persona of Two-Face, what horrors might then unfold? A long convoy of police cars whizzes past, followed closely by fire trucks and ambulances. What do we do now? Oswald routinely poses this question, but this time, Qin is at a loss for an answer. He stands at the bridge's edge, experiencing confusion for the first time. After a lengthy pause, he shakes his head. I must return home. I promised my fallen brothers that one day, the Senate would become the true Senate of the Roman Empire. I cannot allow it to be destroyed in this chaos. You must be mad. Qin grasped Oswald's arm, but he broke free. I understand the danger, but I must go. You just wait for me here. Oswald removed his suit jacket, loosened his tie, and plunged headlong into the chaotic underbelly without hesitation. Qin clicked his tongue. He was aware of Oswald's loyalty. Yet this impulsive recklessness starkly contrasted with the cunning, sinister penguin from the animated tales. The rough exterior did not befit a gang leader. However, Qin could not simply abandon him. After a brief hesitation, he followed suit. The two navigated the labyrinthine streets, with Oswald donning his brass knuckles and swiftly dispatching a few oblivious Red Hoods, pulling Qin into a narrow alleyway. The streets were in disarray, and taking a shortcut through the alley was the wisest decision. Drawing upon their familiarity with the Lower East Side, they crouched low and darted through the intersecting passages. Just as they neared the alley's exit and were about to cross a street towards the Senate, a large group of Red Hoods obstructed their path. These adversaries appeared to have been engaged in a prolonged skirmish. Their garments were in tatters, and they leaned against the walls, panting, with several bodies of Romans sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, the enemy was aware of their surroundings while Qin and Oswald remained hidden, allowing them a chance to avoid confrontation. Oswald began to retreat slowly when Qin suddenly seized him. Be careful, Qin whispered, gesturing toward the ground beneath them. Oswald looked down to find an empty bottle. Had he not been warned, he would have stepped on it. Ugh, I knew there would be some cliched trope like this. Every time the protagonist sneaks away, they always step on something that makes noise, leading to an inevitable showdown. Can we please refrain from using such worn-out plot devices? Qin scoffed, a smirk reminiscent of the infamous wrestling move of Pope D'Angelo emerging on his lips. He felt quite pleased with his foresight regarding the unfolding narrative. However, the plot soon retaliated against the mocker, as footsteps echoed from the other end of the alley, followed by another group of Red Hoods peeking around the corner. They were surrounded. There was nowhere left for the two to hide. The Red Hoods looked up and spotted their prey. Oswald drew his pistol. Don't come any closer. In response, the group brandished their weapons in unison. Okay. I admit, that noise was a bit loud, my apologies. Oswald awkwardly rubbed his nose. He lowered his gun, only to see the Red Hoods on either side gearing up to close in. Wow, I didn't expect to encounter you, Mr. Oswald from the East Side. What's this? I heard your little minions have all been wiped out, leaving you all alone. The leader of the Red Hoods recognized the diminutive penguin. He also resided in the East Side, and had been on the receiving end of a severe beating from Oswald a fortnight prior. So the sight of his foe ignited fierce animosity. Qin Wei clenched his fists in silence. The Red Hoods and the Romans of the Lower East Side had long held a bitter rivalry, and with the chaos in the area, these thugs would not let their lone enemy escape unscathed. Surrendering would undoubtedly lead to a brutal and merciless demise for both of them. In a desperate bid for survival, the two found themselves cornered at the intersection of two narrow alleys, surrounded by the ominous muzzles of firearms, rendering their situation seemingly hopeless. Chapter 39. The Emergence of a Hero? The fetid stench of decaying refuse permeated the alley. Qin Wei and Oswald leaned against each other, their gazes fixed upon the advancing pairs of red-hooded figures. How would you prefer to meet your demise? A bullet to the brain, a knife to the throat, or perhaps a more grotesque fate? Alternatively, if you choose not to resist, I may yet spare your miserable lives. The leader of the red-hooded gang continued to berate the two men, brandishing a gun in one hand while theatrically twirling a butterfly knife in the other. Qin Wei's countenance was one of utter despair. The unforeseen twists of fate had finally caught up with him. These red-hooded thugs were a far cry from the likes of Moroni. They were reckless outlaws who acted solely on impulse, devoid of any regard for consequence. The dregs of society. Violence was the only language they understood, and at that moment, it was precisely what Qin Wei lacked. Before he could devise a plan, the red-hooded leader swung his knife. In a moment of sheer instinct, Qin Wei raised his left hand to deflect the blade. To his astonishment, as he executed the block, his body seemed to respond autonomously. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he assumed a fighting stance, channeling his energy into a powerful uppercut that struck the red-hooded figure squarely on the jaw. The impact was akin to shattering a walnut, the sharp crack reverberating through the air, sending vibrations through his fist and into Qin Wei's consciousness. In the blink of an eye, his mind registered the precise repercussions of the blow: a comminuted fracture of the jawbone, a severe concussion, and a loss of consciousness for at least 5 minutes. With a 95% probability of amnesia, the adversary was rendered utterly incapacitated. This was a masterful strike, executed with remarkable precision. What on earth? It was Qin Wei's first genuine display of strength, a stark contrast to his previously unrefined combat experience, as if his body had been forged for battle. It is noteworthy that without formal combat training, most individuals struggle to harness their full power, let alone utilize proper techniques to generate effective strikes. Yet, Qin Wei had accomplished this with an uncanny awareness of the potential damage inflicted upon his opponent, as if he were born for combat. However, there was no time for contemplation, for a furious red-hooded assailant had already squeezed the trigger. Boom. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the lower district. Almost the entirety of the Gotham Police Department was mobilized, including Gordon and Bullock, who were tasked with safeguarding Harvey. After securing Harvey in a safe house, the two men hastily drove to the scene of the mayhem. Crossing the bridge, the chaotic nocturnal landscape before them sent shivers down their spines. Especially Gordon, a native of Gotham and a seasoned officer who had lived through the infamous riot 2 decades prior, a night etched in the annals of Gotham's history. In that moment, the current turmoil bore an uncanny resemblance to that fateful night. Gordon vividly recalls that fateful night, when Gotham resembled the ancient city of Pompeii inundated by molten lava. Bathed in the blaze of conflagration, the rioters surged like a plague of lemmings, breaching barricades, toppling riot police, and flooding every street, alley, and government building, filling every police vehicle to capacity. He had long since ceased to reflect upon how he managed those ruffians. Once the chaos subsided, Gordon stumbled upon the Wayne family, sprawled in a pool of blood within a crime-ridden alley. Merely a week prior, Thomas Wayne had addressed the media about his revitalization plan, proposing the establishment of more welfare schools, relocating 3 factories to the lower districts, and increasing the supply of relief provisions. He envisioned a harmonious blend of knowledge and labor as a means to ameliorate the decades-long turmoil plaguing the lower districts. Young Gordon held steadfast faith in Thomas. As a native of Gotham, he understood the weight of those words. In truth, he was not alone. The citizens of Gotham shared this sentiment, and discussions of Thomas's initiative filled the air. The overcrowded Blackgate Penitentiary merely illustrated the symptoms, while the abandoned East End served as the root of the affliction. Yet, all hope had shattered that night, reduced to mere shards like a broken pearl necklace. Gordon watched as the ambulance departed, cradling within it the bullet-riddled son of the Waynes. A pitiful child who had sustained 4 gunshot wounds, 1 severing his spine, 2 piercing his lungs, and the last tearing through his kidney. Such grievous injuries rendered it miraculous that the child had clung to life until the medics arrived. However, Gordon knew that even if they could wrest him back from the clutches of death, The boy's future would be spent confined to a hospital bed, reliant on a catheter. Poor child. Sometimes, existence is more agonizing than death itself. Returning to reality, Gordon rubbed his eyes, engulfed in silence until a young officer approached him with the latest developments. The riots in the West End had quelled, and the flames were under control. Commissioner Lowe had commanded us to advance into the East End. How could it be so swift? Gordon pondered, for while the scale of this upheaval was not grand, its chaos rivaled that of the riotous night 2 decades prior. How had the Gotham police managed to regain control of the West End so swiftly? In truth, we scarcely did anything, but one officer hesitated as he spoke. What was it that remained unsaid? A peculiar figure appeared, and in an instant, it was as if an annoying individual was slowly pulling a tape from a cassette, elongating what should have been a fleeting gunshot into an interminable echo. The actions of the crowd also froze in that moment. Chenway witnessed Oswald lunging towards him. His face frozen in terror, the red-hooded figure that had been struck flying through the air like a white dove in an oil painting, arms outstretched, suspended in time. Is this what a revolving lantern feels like? The emotions swirling within Chenway were ineffable. He felt akin to a seasoned general, celebrated for his battlefield exploits, not felled by the blades of war, but rather ensnared by bandits on the return journey home. Ah, indeed. There exists a specific proverb to encapsulate such an unfortunate turn of fate, to capsize in a gutter. If only he could possess the speed of thought, turning around to catch that bullet. Yet, how many ifs exist in this world? In the depths of his heart, Chenway made a silent wish. Should he transcend to another life? He yearned for the gift of superpowers. The time for the revolving lantern was drawing to a close, the flow of time beginning to revert. Excluding the jarring gunfire, a chilling wind whispered past his ears, the lethal bullet hurtling toward the back of his head. He could almost feel its heat. The sound of the bullet's impact was peculiar, not like that of piercing through a skull, but rather akin to a collision with a steel plate. Though the revolving lantern had seemingly concluded, the Red Hood behind him remained silent, along with Oswald and the detestable thugs in front of him, all wide-eyed and slack-jawed. What was wrong with them? Were they not concerned about dry eyes? Or had they never experienced the agony of a dislocated jaw? Could it be that something loomed behind me? Chenway, like a wind-up doll, mechanically turned his head back. He had envisioned several possibilities of what might lurk behind him. The Killer Croc, the pig-faced doctor, or perhaps Bane or Scarecrow, figures that were indeed grotesque among Gotham's rogues. Yet, it was precisely because Chenway focused on these villains that he overlooked a crucial point. In Gotham, the true embodiment of fear was never the villains. The night breeze, tinged with the scent of char, swept into the alley, the jagged hem of a cape billowing in the wind, revealing unconscious thugs beneath black tactical boots. Chapter 40. Was it not him? Could that man truly be that man? It was unclear whether it was excitement or terror that sent chills racing from Chenway's heels to his very hair. The Red Hoods, awakening from their stupor, raised their weapons to fire, igniting the dark alley with bursts of flame, the acrid smoke overpowering the stench of refuse. Chenway lunged at Oswald, the bullet grazing his scalp as it spun and danced between bricks and garbage bins. Sparks flew from the blood-stained black armor as the mysterious man flicked his wrist, hurling 3 bat-shaped shurikens. The shurikens whirled past the weathered concrete wall, striking with impeccable precision into the throats of 3 thugs. The injured Red Hoods clutched their necks in agony, the terror of impending death triggering relentless muscle spasms. They could no longer maintain control over their weapons. The uncontrolled Uzi spewed flames, tracing an arc through the air, taking down several comrades. The mysterious man seized the nearest Red Hood, snapping his wrist with a crack, delivering a powerful elbow strike that landed squarely on the thug's face. The thug collapsed limply, revealing a bloodied visage before Chenway. The Red Hood beside him, paralyzed by fear, abandoned the fight, discarding their weapons and scrambling out of the alley. At this juncture, only 2 red-hooded figures remained before the enigmatic man. One trembled uncontrollably, gun in hand, while the other collapsed into the puddle, clutching his head and unable to bear the sight of that terrifying silhouette. The figure in leather boots traversed over 2 lifeless bodies, one foot plunging into the waterlogged pit. This act utterly shattered the psychological defenses of the gun-wielding Red Hood, who dropped his firearm and fell to his knees with a resounding thud. The other Red Hood, paralyzed by fear, descended into a state of mental collapse, muttering incoherently as his legs flailed like those pedaling a bicycle, scrambling towards the alley's exit. Just to reach there, just to make it to that place. As he drew closer to the alley's mouth, the Red Hood, in a fit of excitement, tore off his mask, revealing a face distorted with tears and snot. A pang of regret washed over him. Had he known such dreadful creatures roamed the lower district? He would never have heeded Jason's ghostly tales and sought trouble with the Romans. Yet, a flicker of relief emerged. He was so close to escaping. Far better than the grim fate that befell his comrades. The monster had another prey in its sights, and likely had no time for him. But was reality truly as he imagined? As the mysterious man swept aside his cloak, a harpoon shot forth from his waist with a swift whoosh. The harpoon pierced through the fleeing Red Hood's calf, embedding itself in the bone, its barbs unfurling like a bloodthirsty hound clinging tenaciously to its quarry. The poor wretch barely had time to scream before the retracting claw dragged him closer to the man. "Help me," he cried, soaring through the air, only to be seized by the enigmatic figure, who forcefully pressed his head against the concrete wall. A sickening crunch echoed as bricks shattered. The Red Hood's skull crushed mercilessly. The dark alley fell into a profound silence. Witnessing this horror, Chinwei was struck by a chilling realization. This figure was undoubtedly no Batman. The following scene swiftly confirmed his suspicion. As Chinwei's phone rang, the mysterious man slowly turned his head. He beheld the iconic bat-like ears of the figure on the other end, yet unlike the classic comic portrayal, this one concealed its face entirely behind a pure black bat mask. "What a weirdo," Gordon inquired. "Indeed, clad in bulletproof armor and draped in a cloak. He represents another faction amid this chaos. He appears to lack any specific target, attacking any living being with brutal methods. Several of our officers have been assaulted, with 2 severely injured and dispatched to the hospital. However, his interference has been somewhat effective. The riot has indeed been suppressed." Gordon stroked his beard in silence, suddenly seeming to recall something as he raised his head. "He must be wearing a hood. What does it look like?" "It has 2 pointed spikes on the forehead, resembling demonic horns, though it doesn't quite fit. It strikes me as resembling some kind of animal, but I can't pinpoint which." The young officer scratched his head, visibly troubled. Gordon offered a small hint. "Could it be a bat?" "Ah, yes. It is indeed a bat. When he leaps from the upper floor, his cloak unfurls, resembling the wings of a bat." "How did you come to know this, sir?" "I once overheard a person mention it, and at the time, I thought he was quite unwell, nearly sending him to Arkham Asylum." When the officer described the appearance of the creature, he immediately recalled the nonsensical ramblings of Chinwei. Indeed, the first time he learned of that individual was through Chinwei's words. To remember the mad utterances of some nameless pawn from over 4 months ago speaks volumes about Gordon's remarkable memory. Finding an excuse to dismiss the young officer, he retrieved another phone and dialed Chinwei. Meanwhile, in an alley of the East District, the ringing phone disturbed the enigmatic man. As he turned, a chilling aura pervaded the alley, freezing the blood of any who sensed it. Oswald pressed himself against the wall, daring not to breathe loudly, his peripheral vision scanning for any weapon that might offer him a fighting chance. Soon, he spotted his gun lying in a puddle. Rationality informed him that a firearm would be futile against such a monstrosity, yet in moments of extreme tension, one instinctively seeks solace, and at that instant, a gun offered him the greatest sense of security he could muster. This action, seemingly reasonable, placed Oswald in peril akin to that of the recently slain Red Hood. The foolishness of the latter lay in his simultaneous desire to escape and to clutch his weapon, leading to a tragic end. Now, Oswald's choice mirrored that same folly, placing him in a situation of equal danger. Should Chinwei discover this, it would be too late for a warning. A shadow swept past him. Boom. When he regained his senses, Oswald's head was embedded in a shattered concrete wall, a heavy boot pressing down upon his face. The mysterious man loomed above, surveying Chinwei from a height. His true visage concealed behind a mask rendered it impossible to decipher his expression or intent. Yet the cold glimmer in his eyes exuded a palpable threat. "Do you also wish to wield a gun, Oswald?" "Oswald, little penguin." In that fleeting moment, which felt both brief and interminable, Chinwei sensed as though someone had cleaved open his mind, stuffing it with 100 detonators, igniting the fuses, and vanishing without a trace, leaving him standing there, frozen. Boom. What constitutes a rational approach to problem solving? Avoid provoking the unknown adversary. Under the condition that the mysterious man only attacks those who wield firearms, Chinwei could ensure his safety without lifting a finger. Yet, it is a luxury to hope that humanity remains always rational. They are invariably swayed by hormones and emotions. Such was the case with Chinwei's feelings towards Oswald. He indeed exploited the latter while also considering him his closest friend. Chinwei lowered his head and cast a fleeting glance at the gun beside him, a sardonic smile escaping his lips. In the next moment, he extended his hand toward the handgun, inching closer. "Wasn't this the outcome you desired? Come. It is also what I seek." Just as his fingertips grazed the firearm, the mysterious man launched an assault. He lifted his knee, the heavy tactical boot slicing through the air toward Qin Wei's face with a menacing whoosh. The strike was swift and unhesitating, clearly aimed at breaking Qin Wei's neck. However, this time, he was not confronting a mere street thug of the Red Hood variety. With a powerful thrust of his Achilles tendon, Qin Wei propelled himself upward, evading the kick while shifting his weight forward. His hands clamping down like steel vices around the man's waist, bringing him crashing to the ground. The mysterious man's movements faltered, seemingly taken aback by Qin Wei's ability to counterattack in mere milliseconds. Yet, he quickly grasped the reason when he inadvertently caught sight of Qin Wei's face. The muscles contorted, drawing toward his brow, and as every wrinkle intertwined between his eyes, that visage transformed into a conflagration of fury. Chapter 41. Deadly Struggle. Certainly, Qin Wei was not consumed by rage to the point of losing his reason. He chose this moment to strike because he believed in his own capabilities. The original owner of this body was far from ordinary. After a brief skirmish with the elderly man from the Middle East in the hospital ward, he had discerned this truth, and the earlier feat of sending the red-hooded thug flying further validated his suspicion. Although he remained unaware of the full extent of this newfound strength, whether it could rival this faux bat, he resolved that he would not let any chance of counterattack slip away. The strong wield a blade against the stronger. This was the wisdom he had imparted to Oswald, and was equally his life's creed. Toppling the mysterious man to gain the advantageous position, Qin Wei capitalized on his momentum and delivered a fierce elbow strike to the man's chest. Unfortunately, the resilience of the bulletproof armor was formidable, akin to striking a solid steel plate, leaving the mysterious man unfazed, while Qin Wei's elbow burned with pain, likely having bruised the bone. Yet, there was no time to dwell on his aching elbow. The mysterious man writhed beneath him, attempting to break free. Should he succeed, the advantage gained from the ambush would dissipate. To maintain his position, Qin Wei's best course of action was to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Regardless of their effectiveness, this would sap the mysterious man's strength, rendering him too fatigued to retaliate. Indeed, Qin Wei executed just that. He withdrew, transforming his elbow into a fist. His knuckles cracked ominously as he rotated, pivoted, and unleashed a flurry of strikes, each punch a battering ram crashing against the mysterious man, who could only defend with his bent arms. However, equipped as he was, the protective gear absorbed much of the impact. In contrast, Qin Wei's hands had become bloodied and bruised after only a few exchanges. Feeling the pain, his fists began to hesitate. The mysterious man seized that moment of uncertainty, employing a Brazilian jiu-jitsu maneuver to thrust his hips, shifting Qin Wei's center of gravity and escaping from between his legs. Qin Wei stumbled forward, acutely aware that the situation had turned dire. In a frantic pivot, he found the mysterious man's fist hurtling towards him. He managed to evade it by a hair's breadth. Yet the barbed edge of his bat-like bracers grazed the corner of his eye. The man's fist, having missed its target, struck the wall with the force of a small TNT explosion, sending debris and dust swirling like a firework display. What immense power! A chill ran down Qin Wei's spine. Though the opponent was equipped with formidable gear, the sheer force he unleashed was alarmingly excessive. While not quite on par with the bioengineered beings created by Dr. Hugo, it was certainly beyond the realm of normal human capability. Just as he narrowly escaped this peril, blood began to seep from his wounds, obscuring his vision. He dared not wipe it away. The mysterious man continued his relentless assault, his fists raining down like a torrential storm, transforming the alley's wall into a honeycomb of destruction. Any moment of distraction could result in a fatal blow to Qin Wei's head. What to do? As Qin Wei dodged, his gaze fell upon the man's waist. A bat-shaped utility belt? In a flash, a simple plan began to form in his mind. However, even if the mysterious man were not Bruce Wayne, he hardly seemed a fool. Would his strategy unfold successfully? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Qin Wei recognized that this was not the time for contemplating the success or failure of a plan. Passively enduring blows would inevitably lead to defeat. With this realization, he dodged another punch and suddenly sprinted towards the alley's exit. The mysterious man had previously used a grappling hook to snatch back a fleeing Red Hood, and Qin Wei surmised that he might employ the same tactic against him. A maneuver used only once would catch an opponent off guard, but if repeated, it could easily be countered. The grappling hook was indeed such a tactic. Eagerly, Qin Wei pricked up his ears, and he soon heard the familiar whistling sound behind him. Feeling a rush of naive triumph, he initially believed he had outsmarted his foe, but he quickly discerned that the sound was not that of a grappling hook. Instead, 3 bat-shaped shurikens were hurtling towards him. The speed of the shurikens far surpassed that of the grappling hook, and by the time he comprehended the threat, The first dart had already embedded itself in his back, severing muscle with excruciating precision. In an instant, Qin Wei found his right arm immobile. Yet, the true danger lay ahead. The second and third shurikens, rebounding off the wall, were aimed at his throat from two distinct angles. In this life-or-death moment, he instinctively protected his head with one hand, his toes pushing off the ground as he spun forward, narrowly escaping the deadly convergence of the two shurikens. The mist projectiles sparked in the air, their fleeting brightness extinguished almost immediately. Qin Wei clumsily rolled on the ground for a couple of revolutions, his head colliding heavily with the edge of a garbage bin. Just as he staggered to his feet, the mysterious man's lethal attack was upon him once more. This time, it was the grappling hook he had been anticipating. At long last, I have awaited your arrival. Qin Wei exhaled deeply, striving to empty his mind. This is an exceedingly wise choice. His combat experience is severely lacking. At this moment, the instincts inherent in this body prove far more reliable than his own intellect. In the fleeting instant he relinquishes control to these instincts, the claw pierces through the back of his hand, while simultaneously, Qin Wei clutches the claw fiercely in his palm. Even during the moments he was throwing punches from a mounted position, he had discerned that although the opponent's height was similar to his own, their physique differed significantly. Even accounting for the entirety of their equipment, the mysterious figure's weight was considerably lighter than Qin Wei's. This meant that the retracted claw would not draw Qin Wei toward the mysterious individual, but rather pull the opponent toward him. Unaware of this, the mysterious man pressed the hook lock button, and the backward-facing hook embedded itself into his palm. Feeling the pull of the claw, Qin Wei half-squatted, adopting a stance akin to that of a tug-of-war, his feet wide apart with his weight leaning back. As he had anticipated, the mysterious man faltered momentarily, being yanked toward Qin Wei. "You are no Batman," Qin Wei roared, drawing back his robust arm as if preparing to release an arrow, his shirt torn as his muscles swelled with blood. He channeled the last remnants of his strength and the humiliation of all the pain he had endured into his left fist, aiming a devastating blow at the faux bat. "You counterfeit." The atmosphere reached a crescendo, even stirring Qin Wei's emotions. In that moment, he envisioned this punch as the ultimate strike from a comic book hero against an arch-nemesis, imbued with the hopes of all supporting characters and the expectations of the audience. Yet, the cold reality struck him like a harsh slap, leaving a stark imprint across his face. Just as his fist was poised to collide with the mysterious man, the latter pressed a button to remove his belt, leaning back to evade the punch. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Wei's attack left him momentarily rigid, the mysterious man dove low, grasping his calf and maneuvering behind him. With a resounding crash, he arched Qin Wei's back and lifted his legs, executing a stunning throw that concluded this brutal confrontation. As his back slammed against the ground, Qin Wei felt his brain tremble and spin, his limbs losing sensation, only the agonizing pain of his shattered organs resonating throughout his body. Thus, he was rendered entirely incapable of further combat. The mysterious man, leaning against the wall, struggled to rise. Although relying on his equipment spared him from severe injury, he had engaged in a high-intensity struggle with Qin Wei for over 10 minutes, nearly facing a counterattack. Now, with the adrenaline fading, his muscles soaked in lactic acid, every signal of impending rupture coursed through his mind. He was too fatigued to deliver a finishing blow. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from the alleyway. "Quick! Here! So many bodies! Hurry and check the situation." A faint spark of electricity flickered at his neck, and the murderous intent that had enveloped the mysterious man gradually dissipated. He cast a cold glance at Qin Wei before lifting his cloak and vanishing into the alley. Qin Wei felt his head growing heavier, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. He was oblivious to when he was lifted onto a stretcher or transported to the hospital. In his haze, he could only perceive the flickering visage of Gordon. What a monstrous creature this truly is. Gordon stood in the center of the alley, hands on his hips, surveying the scene to his left and right. This narrow passage, barely a dozen meters in length, was strewn with the bodies of 7 or 8 individuals. Apart from the gravely injured Oswald and the unconscious Qin Wei, the rest lay lifeless. The surrounding walls bore the scars of violence, riddled with gaping holes as if ravaged by an aerial bombardment. Most striking of all was a gaping crater, measuring over 10 inches deep and resembling the size of a tire. From its center, a web of cracks radiated outward, spider-like, covering the entire wall. Gordon switched on his flashlight, illuminating the crater's center, where he discovered a bloodied fist imprint. Unbelievable. This was indeed the mark of a punch. Yet I recall that the bat creature wore gloves. This blow hardly seems to be its handiwork. Chapter 42. true identity. The acrid scent of antiseptic filled Qin Wei's nostrils as he opened his eyes. The blurred, grid-patterned ceiling of the hospital room gradually came into focus. He slowly turned his head, his gaze drifting past the four-stand, settling on Oswald's face in the adjacent bed. Good grief. How on earth is this guy still alive? His head was kicked into the wall, and yet he endures. Had I known he survived, I wouldn't have engaged with that fellow. Qin Wei felt a wave of despair wash over him. You're awake. A familiar, deep voice resonated from the doorway. He cautiously turned his head to see Gordon approaching, cradling a small bouquet of baby-s breath. Compared to their previous encounter, he appeared significantly thinner. His complexion a sickly yellow, and dark circles adorned his eyes, with his cheeks sunken beneath his cheekbones. It seems assisting Harvey in gathering evidence has truly been a laborious task. Why bring flowers? A bit of fruit would be far more practical. I'm so hungry I feel faint. Is it possible that my dizziness is due to a concussion? Gordon placed the bouquet in the vase on the bedside table. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I feel as though my stomach has shrunk to the point where I can feel my spine, Qin Wei admitted, relinquishing his bravado. He indeed felt lightheaded from low blood sugar. Shall I fetch you something to eat, or find someone to deliver a meal? Gordon pulled out his phone and sent a text. Forget it. Discussing the matter at hand is paramount. Qin Wei's gaze shifted to the black bat-shaped utility belt in Gordon's possession. Their camaraderie had not yet reached such familiarity. Gordon was likely here for that fake bat creature. I've looked into this belt. It appears to be custom-made, lacking a manufacturer, with only your and the investigating officer's fingerprints remaining. Since we're being candid, let us get straight to the point. This belt boasts numerous functions. It can discharge electricity, launch grappling hooks, store several darts, and includes smoke and flash grenades. You needn't elaborate on its functions, simply address the matter at hand. It cannot serve as a breakthrough in the case. Hence I wish to inquire about your knowledge of its owner, that bat villain. Initially, I considered him to be Bruce Wayne. Yet now I find myself utterly in the dark. Qin Wei spoke candidly. How could you suspect Bruce? This is irrelevant to the case. If we continue down this path, I fear you will hear answers so outrageous they could land me in Arkham Asylum. Gordon nodded slightly and recounted an old tale. 20 years prior, he personally placed Bruce Wayne onto an ambulance, and not long after, the hospital conveyed the tragic news of the child's demise. Soon thereafter, the death certificate and autopsy results found their way to his desk. Wow. So, Master Wayne truly met his end? Qin Wei raised an eyebrow. He found this answer hard to accept. That counterfeit bat from the previous night, while perhaps not Bruce himself, surely bore intricate connections to him. Otherwise, in a world devoid of Batman, how could a complete set of bat-themed equipment materialize out of thin air? To be frank, he was growing weary of concerning himself with that false bat. Its existence or absence held little significance for him at present. However, on one hand, this was Gordon's request, and on the other, an impending pivotal event in a month's time promised to be of great consequence, implicating 3 factions and inevitably leading to chaos. Should the false bat intervene at that juncture, it might disrupt his entire plan. After much contemplation, he resolved to assist Gordon once more. If this investigation yielded no results, then so be it. I need to find someone. If he is in Gotham, then Bruce Wayne must still be alive. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Wei spoke. Who is this individual you speak of? Alfred Pennyworth, came the reply. Alfred, or simply Alfie, our esteemed butler. Qin Wei, possessing a fair knowledge of the Batman lore, was privy to more information. According to the original narrative, Alfred arrived in Gotham to become Bruce's guardian only after the tragic passing of the Wayne couple. Thus, if Bruce were indeed deceased, it was highly improbable that Alfred would be present in Gotham. His existence could indirectly validate Bruce's fate. Gordon pulled out a wrinkled notebook and inscribed the name. Thank you for your assistance. Should the investigation progress, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. By the way, before I came, Brock and Harvey sent their regards. They both hope for your swift recovery. Thanks to them, I can rise now. As soon as Gordon's words fell, Qin Wei yanked out the needle from his arm and sat up. Gordon was taken aback by his actions. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize how severely you are injured? Of course, I am well aware of my own body. But do you understand? Time is of the essence. That false bat has thrown my entire plan into disarray, and I must act swiftly. Gordon was among the first to arrive at the scene last night. No one understood the severity of Qin Wei's injuries better than he did. Both fists were bloodied, with palm puncture wounds, multiple fractures to the hand, an elbow fracture, and a gaping wound on his back measuring an inch long, the injury resembling the gaping maw of a carnivorous flower, oozing blood and flesh. Such injuries would have left him bedridden for at least 2 weeks. Under Gordon's horrified gaze, Qin Wei adeptly shed his hospital gown and donned his tattered suit from the wardrobe. Director Gordon, please assist me. I cannot reach my sleeves with my bandaged hands. What on earth is this fellow's true nature? Assisting Qin Wei in donning his attire, Gordon, amidst his trepidation, felt a flicker of relief. For at least this man currently stood on the side of justice. Just as Qin Wei departed, Selina arrived. Upon receiving Gordon's text informing her of Qin Wei's awakening, the young woman had made a special trip to Chinatown to procure a portion of dumplings. However, due to a language barrier, she struggled for some time with the proprietress to convey her order. Alas, this brief delay caused her to miss her chance to see Qin Wei. Damn it, could she not have waited a moment longer? Riding a motorcycle in this oppressive weather was stifling, and coupled with her haste, she was now drenched in perspiration. Clamping her helmet under her arm, Selina brushed back her damp hair. Her gaze fell upon Oswald, who lay unconscious in the adjacent bed. This is for you. She tossed the food onto the bedside table, her lips pursed in irritation as she stormed out of the ward. You've returned? Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Dr. Hugo raised his head, carefully placing the freshly prepared reagent onto the test tube rack. The response came in the form of slow, heavy footsteps echoing from the depths of the sewer. What a pity. This entire ensemble failed to aid you in eliminating him. Was it due to inferior performance compared to the original, or simply because you are a mindless puppet, controlled solely by your master? No one answered him. A dark silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows, standing motionless before Dr. Hugo, a mysterious man donning a bat mask. It is no wonder. Reason and thought are humanity's most formidable weapons bestowed by the divine. I was too hasty in my expectations of you. Dr. Hugo approached, rising on his tiptoes to remove the mysterious man's mask. His pupils were vacant, his complexion ashen, and his sweat-drenched black hair hung limply over his forehead, resembling disheveled straw. It was a lifeless visage. Strangely, apart from his slightly gaunt features, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Wei. I had presumed that having succeeded once, I could replicate that triumph by merely continuing down this path. Yet, it appears that fate has played a cruel jest upon me. Doctor. Hugo pressed a button in his hand, causing the mysterious man to shed his bat attire, crawling naked into a dish filled with an orange-yellow liquid. The funding for the experiment was dwindling, and my deadline was fast approaching. I certainly could not present you, a useless specimen, as my report. Crouching down, he traced the scratches on the bat armor, as a nefarious plan began to take shape in Dr. Hugo's mind. Chapter 43. Let money corrupt me. After escorting Qin Wei to the bridge, Gordon returned to the precinct. No sooner had he exited the vehicle than Qin Wei received a text message. The initial payment for the estate transaction had arrived, an impressive $10 million. After deducting the transaction tax, the subsequent $60 million would be transferred to his account in installments. Damn it, Qin Wei cursed with a chuckle, reflecting on how the Gotham government was utterly inept, yet merciless when it came to transaction taxes. From an initial sum of $1.2 billion, only $70 million remained in hand. One could speculate that, should he be pushed into a corner, he might very well don a mask and join forces with the Joker to rob a bank, scattering dollar bills behind him while firing at pursuing police cars, not for any particular reason, but merely to assert his presence. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that he has secured his first fortune. The next step involves investing heavily to recruit a competent entourage. The chaos of last night was confined to the lower district, sparing the other side from flames, and his Ferrari remained unscathed, parked beneath the bridge, albeit cloaked in a layer of ash. Qin Wei contemplated retrieving some cash from the bank, but alas, he could not drive. He perused his contacts, several faces flitting through his mind, ultimately fixating on his Uncle Royce, whose name appeared at the very end of the list. Hello. A languid and hoarse yawn echoed from the other end of the line. Qin Wei could almost visualize his uncle reclining on the sofa, clad in socks, with unkempt hair and sleep-drenched eyes. Something happened last night. I'm not taking any business today. Goodbye. Royce was never one to possess a strong work ethic. Had he been, given his experience, he would not have fallen into the depths of destitution alongside Oswald and Barron, but rather would have managed a few casinos like Richie, steering clear of a fate that reduced him to merely one of the impoverished trio. He truly squandered a winning hand. Returning to the present, Royce had been robbed of a night's sleep due to the turmoil. Disrupted from his slumber, he yearned to end the call and return to his dreams. Don't hang up. It's Wei. I need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Royce rubbed his eyes and sprang up from the sofa. The news of Qin Wei having sold the estate had yet to reach the ears of other leaders. In Royce's eyes, Qin Wei had now become a prominent figure in the drug trade, a rising star in Maroni's circle, someone whose wrath must be avoided at all costs. Before long, Royce arrived in his vehicle, precisely as Qin Wei had anticipated, his eyes still barely open, his hair a disheveled mess. He resembled not so much a gangster, but rather a middle-aged office worker who had just been laid off. "Good day, sir. I am Royce, also known as Uncle. You may call me Uncle Ben." In a bid to ensure Chin Wei recognized him, Royce launched into an exuberant self-introduction. "Uncle Ben, you ought to be cautious, especially when driving your nephew. Do refrain from uttering platitudes about great power bringing great responsibility." "What? Oh, never mind. Just consider it my rambling." Chin Wei lamented the inability of the DC crowd to grasp Marvel's dry humor. Returning to the matter at hand. "I've summoned you to be my driver for a day." "What? Oh, not again. Do you only know how to say that one word?" It wasn't that Royce's verbal repertoire was lacking. Rather, Chin Wei's request was simply preposterous. He could hardly believe he was called upon merely to undertake a menial task that anyone could perform, one that paid approximately $50 a day. "Enough chatter. Get in the car." Chin Wei thrust the keys into Royce's hands, urging him into the vehicle. Although it may seem akin to herding ducks onto a perch, the middle-aged gentleman's credentials are undeniable. The 1963 Ferrari GT fails to ignite his desire for indulgence. He sinks heavily into the driver's seat and yawns languidly. What manner of vehicle is this, with such a low seating position? The steering wheel possesses a commendable texture, reminiscent of leather, artfully crafted to mimic the genuine article. Wang Defa, this exhilarating power. Yet, it is also possible that he remains entirely unversed in such matters. The pair sped towards the bank, and Roy's eyes sparkled with clarity. Indeed, a rousing driving experience serves as the finest lubricant for a man's spirit. By a stroke of coincidence, Chin Wei arrived at Gotham Central Bank, the very institution slated to be robbed a month hence. It appears that even banks are not impervious. It is prudent to withdraw funds and convert them into tangible currency. From the revolving door into the Grand Hall, and subsequently into the VIP area to await his withdrawal. This journey unfolded with such ease that Chin Wei found himself somewhat disappointed. There was no encounter with haughty doormen or disdainful clerks. Everyone who attended to him was courteous. Entirely unperturbed by his tattered suit, he fidgeted, idly admiring the bank's Gothic decor and the enormous, opulent crystal chandelier that hung above. In retrospect, the world felt unsettlingly real. Apart from Dr. Hugo's bioengineered beings and the comic book in his pocket, no supernatural forces intervened. Gotham was not dominated by genetically altered villains, nor were there vigilantes combating crime. Death was final. Resurrection was not an option. Before long, a clerk returned carrying a substantial briefcase filled with $2 million. Considering Chin Wei's injured hand, the bank had thoughtfully dispatched a tall, muscular bodyguard to assist. Chin Wei had anticipated a mundane outing. Yet as he neared the bank's entrance, he encountered a minor incident. A gaunt man with shifty eyes burst into the hall, pushing past security while drawing a revolver from his pocket. The man was visibly agitated, trembling as he brandished the weapon in a futile attempt to threaten while retreating. His focus was so singularly fixed on the two security guards at the entrance that he nearly collided with Chin Wei, oblivious to his presence. "Everyone, raise your hands." Before he could finish his demand, the security personnel beside Chin Wei sprang into action, advancing swiftly to seize the man's head and forcefully slam it against the marble countertop of the reception desk. Thud. "I hope we haven't disturbed you. This was merely an unfortunate incident. Please rest assured in the security protocols of our bank. Your funds are secure here." With the assailant subdued, the diligent security guard took a moment to extol the virtues of their employer. "Safe. One can only hope," Chin Wei mused, shaking his head with a smile. Upon exiting the bank, he spotted Roy leaning against a parking meter, smoking a cigarette. The old man's addiction was evident. In the brief span of half an hour, he had already discarded 7 or 8 stubs, nearly smoking one after another without pause. "Sir, I reiterate my previous suggestion. Perhaps you should consider enlisting another driver." Settling back into the car, Roy broached the initial topic once more, indicating that the allure of the Ferrari remained somewhat limited for him. Royce is the most guileless among several heads, and he is recognized by Chin Wei as the best partner, aside from Oswald. If one wishes to recruit manpower in the lower district, his assistance is indispensable. Since material possessions failed to sway him, a more substantial offering was in order. Chin Wei adjusted his seat backward to create ample space for opening the cash box. The crisp sound of the metal clasp echoed pleasantly. As he opened the cash box, a cascade of fresh dollar bills exuded an intoxicating aroma of ink. Chin Wei leaned in, inhaling deeply and savoring the moment, feeling as though he were being enveloped by the scent of wealth. Grasping a thick wad of cash, he weighed it in his hands, contemplating the significance of money. It reminded him of the arduous struggle in the sewers to earn his first pot of gold from Moroni. After deducting Oswald's car expenses, He was left with a mere $30,000. Upon receiving that sum, he promptly indulged in a designer suit, the very tattered one he wore now. Subsequently, he spent extravagantly, allowing money to slip through his fingers, not out of recklessness, but from a firm belief in his ability to earn more. Today, he had indeed achieved that. His philosophy remained unchanged. Greater investments yield greater returns. He tossed the wad of cash onto Royce. "Sir, this is not merely about money." Royce glanced at the bills on his lap, offering a wry smile. Qin Wei flung another wad towards him. "The boss does not permit financial transactions among the heads." Royce rubbed his hands, ultimately hesitant to accept. Qin Wei tossed yet another stack. "You are making this quite difficult for me." Royce, exasperated, grasped his head, aware that he was not the type easily swayed by financial incentives. A slacker would never bow to money and squander precious leisure time, unless the sum were substantial enough. A resounding thud met his ears as yet another hefty stack landed on his lap. The weight of the money ultimately shattered his psychological defenses. Tightening his shirt collar, he spat into his palm and adjusted his hairstyle in the rearview mirror. When he turned back, his gaze had transformed into one of sharp determination. "Esteemed sir, where shall we head next?" "To a place where I can fill my trunk with arms." Chapter 44. The black market at the port. The location Qin Wei referred to was Miller Bay, situated in the southern part of Bobcane Port. Within the C-shaped coastal bay of the Apollo Cross-Sea Bridge, it hosts Gotham's largest smuggling port, controlled by Falcone. The port's shipping routes extend throughout the entire east coast of the United States, where one could theoretically procure anything from stolen antiques to decommissioned Soviet tanks and even rocket debris. The actual overseer of the port, Victor, is a businessman of exceptional reputation and diligence. As long as the price is agreeable, he would go to great lengths to procure anything, even from the neighboring film set. The two traversed the commercial district, enduring 36 red lights in the bustling Diamond District during the evening rush hour. As they approached the port, Qin Wei's expression darkened, eclipsing even the gloomy sky outside the car window. He silently resolved that once this matter was concluded, he would lodge a complaint with the Gotham Department of Transportation regarding the excessive number of red lights. Should his grievance yield no results, he would resort to using a rocket launcher to obliterate a few. He could not allow those idlers to continue their complacency. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he saw it was a call from Oswald. "Awake?" he inquired. "Indeed. The investigating officer just left. He informed me that last night I was quite fortunate. A section of wall behind my head was excavated by a rat, or else that peculiar individual's kick would have severed my neck." With a collar around his neck, Oswald's voice resonated slow and low, reminiscent of Marlon Brando speaking with his cheeks stuffed with cotton. Recalling this incident incensed Qin Wei. He had intended to share his grievances about nearly being slain by a faux bat, but reconsidered, realizing it was not the moment for idle chatter. It would be more fitting to wait until they returned home, where they could enjoy a couple of beers while discussing it. Who was driving? The roar of the sports car sparked thoughts of Qin Wei's abysmal driving skills, prompting Oswald to inquire further. "My uncle." The response was unexpectedly surprising. "Him? What superpower do you possess to have him at your disposal?" "I'm rich." "Wow. Well, you truly have struck gold. You may not be aware, but he originally." The two exchanged a few more words before Qin Wei ended the call. Before they could enter the port, they were halted by armed gangsters wielding Thompson submachine guns, who guided them to the roadside. They thoroughly searched the sports car, scanning it with a metal detector before confirming there was no threat and waving them through. The port was abuzz with activity under the night sky. Roaring forklifts darted back and forth, and an array of vehicles was parked beneath towering stacks of containers. A casual glance revealed buyers fervently arguing over price discrepancies, most of whom arrived well-prepared in pickup trucks or cargo vans. It was rare to spot someone like Qin Wei, driving a striking sports car. No wonder Falcone willingly relinquished his casino and drug businesses to Moroni. The substantial portion of his funding had always been propped up by the dark underbelly of this port. A slender man, adorned with a top hat, approached in a comical, bow-legged manner, illuminated by the car's headlights. "I am Victor, the overseer of this port. How may I assist you?" Victor, having spotted the conspicuous sports car from the control console, immediately recognized its value and understood that the occupant was a formidable boss. Fearing his subordinates might neglect such a distinguished guest, he hurried down to personally attend to them. Reaching the car window, he bent down, rubbed his hands nervously, and hesitated for quite some time before finally fixing his gaze upon Qin Wei. Indeed, clad in a tattered suit with a single arm hanging limply, Qin Wei appeared more like a mere enforcer. Yet, where else would a boss be seated while a subordinate languidly reclined with one hand supporting his chin? The mere aura he exuded was enough to overshadow Royce, who sat upright with a tight grip on the steering wheel. I am not well versed in firearms. If I were to rob a bank, what would you recommend? Qin Wei did not conceal his intentions. He had previously inquired with Falcone and confirmed that Victor was a trustworthy merchant. However, Roy's evident lack of mental preparation was palpable as he clenched the steering wheel, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Good heavens, wasn't he supposed to be the driver? How did this escalate into a bank heist? Surely, it couldn't be the very bank where he had just withdrawn money. That was the boss's property. Victor also noticed Roy's peculiar expression and cast a questioning glance at Qin Wei, suggesting that the individual he had brought along seemed rather unreliable. Rest assured, there are no outsiders here, Qin Wei encouraged. Why are you so confident in me, brother? Am I really that trustworthy? I don't want to hear this, Roy lamented, desperate, as he raised his hands in an attempt to cover his ears. Unfortunately for this timid ostrich, Qin Wei had no intention of allowing him such a reprieve. A firm, cylindrical object pressed against Roy's waist. Put your hands down and listen carefully. Indeed, once Qin Wei liquidated the estate, he acquired the capital to execute Plan A. The pivotal moment was approaching. Rather than being led by the narrative, it was better to take the initiative and act before the masked bandits executed their heist. The first step was to acquire a cache of formidable weaponry, followed by recruiting a cadre of capable subordinates under the guise of Oswald. Gotham was abundant with talent, and he found it hard to believe that such a significant sum would fail to make a splash. Yet, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Upon articulating his intentions, Victor shook his head. You must understand that under Mr. Falcone's rule, Gotham has remained remarkably stable in recent years. No one dares to target major financial institutions. The demand for items like rocket launchers, TNT, grenades, and liquid explosives has diminished significantly. Of course, had you come to the warehouse a day earlier, there would have been some stock left, but unfortunately, it has all been spoken for as of last night. Look, the individuals collecting the goods are right behind you. Following Victor's gesture, Roy turned to see a group carefully loading boxes into a van. The cautious manner in which they handled the boxes suggested that their contents were highly volatile. Upon hearing this, Roy felt a weight lift from his chest, and he slumped into his seat, relieved that he had not allowed himself to be blinded by greed. However, his moment of relief was short-lived, as Qin Wei audaciously dialed Falcone's number in his presence. Mr. Carmine? Yes, it's me. I'm at your dock and wish to procure a batch of reserved weaponry. If given the choice, Roy would have leapt from the vehicle at that moment. He understood that once he overheard this conversation, the path to a reckless existence would vanish, leaving him with only two thorny choices: to report to the boss or to join Qin Wei's criminal enterprise. Contemplating this, he found himself increasingly perplexed by Qin Wei's audacity. What kind of rationale would compel a normal person to so confidently disclose a top-secret plan to someone with whom they had only a few fleeting encounters? What audacity did he possess to presume that Roy would not dare to expose him? How astutely he reads people. Roy felt ensnared. This experience was decidedly unpleasant. On the other end, Qin Wei had concluded his discussion, and Falcone expressed his helplessness. As a gang leader and a businessman, he had built his reputation on trust and connections, making it impossible for him to betray his partners. Regrettably, the reputation of the Roman Empire holds greater significance than our friendship. With that, Falcone paused briefly before pivoting the conversation. However, we shall only ensure the safety of our partners within our territory. Once they leave the docks, we will not intervene in any matters they encounter. Chapter 45. Royce, Uncle Ben, could you lend me a hand? Qin Wei leaned closer to Royce. The sinister expression on his face was almost transparent, as if it were emblazoned with the words, I am plotting against you, causing a shiver to run down Royce's spine. The voice of the disheveled middle-aged man trembled, revealing his genuine fear. You've already pressed a gun against my side, and now you seek my counsel? A gun? I'm not armed. What are you talking about? Qin Wei replied, pulling out a sausage from his pocket. It was something he had purchased at a convenience store while waiting for someone, long forgotten and now cold. He tore open the paper bag and took a hearty bite, his hunger evident. Royce strongly suspected that Qin Wei was merely toying with him, yet he had no evidence to confront him directly. Fine, just tell me what you want. See that group of individuals over there? I wish to ascertain their identities and the destination of their cargo. Could you inquire on my behalf? You intend to rob them, Royce exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement, only to quickly cover his mouth like a thief. He hunched over, looking around to ensure no one was watching before murmuring, You plan to hijack the goods? You're dragging me into this peril. You clearly stated that this was merely a driving job for you. You deceiver. Well, it isn't entirely a deception. If the goods were secured, you would only need to drive. However, the acquisition has not yet occurred. Wei glanced at the mountain of cash piled in the back seat before eyeing Royce. After taking this much money, you enter the box and sulk while singing a couple of songs, not even allowing a touch. That is quite unprofessional. You're not asking for my hand. You're demanding my life. Royce failed to grasp Wei's metaphor, but he understood the underlying message. Wei chuckled softly at his words. He had expressed something similar when he recovered $5 million in gambling debts, having earned his first profits from Maroney. Yet, it was precisely this incident that had turned his sentiments against Maroney. Having faced adversity, Wei understood better than anyone that fear and threats could not win loyalty. Perhaps only sincerity could. To be frank, I wish to bring down Maroney. He scratched his head and sighed, gazing out at the flickering lights of the cranes outside the window. Noticing Wei's sudden seriousness, Royce wisely fell silent. In 28 days, I shall lead a raid on Maroney's bank. Hidden within its private vault is irrefutable evidence of his crimes. Once I possess it, victory will be assured. Arms are my first step. Without them, my subsequent plans cannot commence. Therefore, I must procure this badge tonight, whether through purchase or by force. Royce licked his lips. You might consult that group. If the price is right, they should oblige. Wei shook his head. He understood that this group harbored intentions identical to his own regarding the arms acquisition. Moreover, the involvement of the Joker in this matter complicates things further. That lunatic is not a man to be swayed by mere money. For certain reasons, I cannot divulge further details, but please trust me, this is the only viable method. Wei turned, his earnest gaze locking onto Royce's eyes. Royce had transformed, shedding his pitiful act. He lowered the car window and lit a cigarette. The smoke curled like a delicate hand, wafting upwards, permeating his stubble, gracing his long eyelashes, and finally entwining itself in his golden hair, outlining the profile of a somewhat disillusioned mature man. One last question. Why do you trust me so? I need to recruit personnel in the lower district. With the madman Baron now deceased, you are the only one who can relay the message to Maroney, hence I must enlist you before that occurs. As for why I trust you, initially, I considered bribery. But the recent call from Oswald made me realize that perhaps we have been in the same boat from the outset. Wei retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. After lying idle for so long, they would finally serve to embellish a conversation between men. Perhaps no one loathes Maroney more than Royce himself, especially since he spent 20 years in prison for loyalty to Maroney, only to emerge and find his wife missing and his former friend turned into a gang lord. 20 years ago, they were both lieutenants under Falcone, ruling over a small area of Gotham's lower district, toiling daily for rent collection. At that time, Maroney was just 19, exuding a ruthless and violent demeanor, his eyes betraying an unquenchable thirst for power and a deep-seated hatred for Gotham. He would often tell Royce, one day, I shall usurp Falcone's position, amass immeasurable wealth and women. If I cannot, I would rather die. As for Royce, 5 years Maroney senior, he was taller, stronger, and more skilled. Life was far more arduous when the Romans occupied the lower district. Yet with his formidable fists, he quelled the troublemakers and drunks, instilling fear in them. Unlike Maroney, however, he harbored no such grand ambitions. The pleasures of life for him lay in smoking, drinking, and resolving the predicaments of his reckless friend. Royce often frequented a bar where the leading hostess was breathtakingly beautiful. Jennifer, a name as radiant as her captivating eyes. Upon seeing her for the first time, Royce felt a rush of warmth, followed by an absurd thought of marriage springing to mind. Yet he was the kind of whimsical rogue who, in an impulsive fit, dashed out of the bar, intent on procuring a bouquet for the object of his affections. As night fell, the florists had closed their doors, prompting Royce to pry open a bicycle lock and pedal toward the outskirts. He traversed the night, crossing the rushing Gotham River and the majestic Brooklyn Bridge, until he found himself within the grounds of a sprawling estate, where he plucked a dew-kissed bouquet from a flower bed. Unsurprisingly, he was discovered by the estate's steward, pursued by a pack of Dobermans, their flashlights illuminating him in the dark. Ultimately, he managed to escape, but not without sustaining a scratch on his thigh as he vaulted over a railing. Overcome with exhilaration, Royce scarcely felt the pain, limping away while laughing heartily, even amidst the cacophony of barking hounds. The following morning, as Jennifer arrived for work, she stumbled upon the barely conscious Royce at the bar's entrance. The poor fellow's legs were soaked in blood, his lips and face devoid of color, collapsed at the threshold like a half-melted plaster statue. Jennifer, horrified, was about to call for help when the plaster figure reached out a hand. "Beautiful maiden, please marry me," Royce proclaimed, brandishing the bare flower stem, his ghastly smile sending Jennifer into a shriek. It was a botched proposal, yet it found a heartwarming conclusion. Royce and Jennifer eventually wed in that very bar. receiving the most heartfelt blessings from the patrons. However, Maroney, who was meant to attend, was absent, having encountered a mysterious figure on his way to the tavern who would alter the course of his life. The story took a dark turn with the onset of chaos. Royce's honeymoon was abruptly interrupted by the turmoil sweeping through Gotham. Perhaps due to his burgeoning reputation for martial prowess, no one dared to confront Royce that night. Hiding away with Jennifer in the attic, he bore witness to the dreadful calamity while silently worrying about Maroney. That rascal had departed for the evening, muttering to himself, "I will succeed. I can finally escape this life." The following morning, a disheveled Maroney knocked on the door. "I have killed," he confessed, collapsing to his knees. Royce, bewildered, pondered their actions. While not particularly heinous criminals, they had blood on their hands. Yet, the next words from Maroney sent a shudder through him. It was Wayne. "I have killed the Wayne family." Chapter 46. The Batmobile. This was not a secret within the Roman Empire, yet hearing it from another's lips still unsettled me. If something troubles you, confront it. Evasion is futile. I will take a stroll by the docks, and I leave the investigation of those rogues in your capable hands. "Oh, I haven't agreed yet." "You will," Chenway replied, pushing open the car door and glancing back at Royce with a wink. Royce inhaled deeply from his cigarette, rubbing his right elbow. His face resembled a cinematic screen, constantly shifting expressions under the illumination of a projector named memory. The cigarette had burned down to its end. With a swift kick, he flung open the car door, discarding the butt onto the ground, where the fleeting sparks vanished in an instant. Beside the van, 6 or 7 masked men were laboriously loading a myriad of goods onto the vehicle. Their garments were faded, caked with large clumps of grime, and some even revealed toes peeking from their worn shoes. A commonality among these individuals was the foul odor that emanated from them. Standing near them was akin to unearthing a decayed rat from the sludge of a sewer. True to his experience in the underbelly of the city, Royce immediately discerned their identities. They belonged to the Beggar Gang, a faction of the lower echelon, representing Gotham's most affordable labor force. Engaging their services required no monetary compensation. Merely a few pieces of bread would suffice. However, these beggars were not without their own unsavory reputation, often unable to secure legitimate work. Consequently, the tasks they undertook frequently skirted the periphery of legality, and once completed, they would scatter, leaving behind a trail that the police could hardly trace amidst the throngs of beggars in Gotham. Royce ran his fingers through his hair, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket as he approached 2 beggars lounging in the shadow of a container. The weather today was rather pleasant. Miraculously, it had not rained. Had it? He extended the cigarette before offering a greeting, fully aware of how to forge connections with the denizens of the Undercity. Yet, the 2 beggars were not foolish. Who would casually greet them? After exchanging glances, they accepted the cigarette, lapsing into silence thereafter. Royce had anticipated this reaction, shaking his lighter in his hand. "I am Harvey Dent, the newly appointed prosecutor. Recently, 2 bodies were discovered by the riverside. Beggars, much like yourselves, wearing masks. Do you have any leads to share?" The grim reality of utilizing beggars only to silence them was not unheard of, and they understood that the jobs they might take on were often fraught with peril. Yet, hunger was a relentless torment. Royce refrained from explicitly disclosing the dangers of their undertaking, instead cleverly hinting at his identity to convey a morsel of information. As night deepened, he was enveloped in the blinding light from the crane above, rendering his features indistinct save for his striking golden hair, more than sufficient to impersonate Harvey Dent. Moreover, had the beggars truly encountered Harvey? I don't know. One beggar snatched the lighter from Royce's hand, his hand trembling as he lit his cigarette. The reaction of the other beggar was even more dramatic. He yanked off his hood and crouched down, seemingly attempting to escape from behind the container. "I suspect that the shipment you are transporting is connected to the deceased from a few days ago. Therefore, I propose this. Leave behind your clothing and other belongings." Royce extracted several bills from his wallet. The 2 beggars had long entertained thoughts of retreat, with the prospect of receiving money. They found themselves bereft of any reason to refuse. After finishing their cigarettes, they gratefully shed their garments. Thus, Royce effortlessly acquired his pass into the realm of the laborers. On the other side, Chenway aimlessly wandered, fortuitously catching sight of a tower crane lowering a dust-covered container, poised to place it onto a forklift. However, the container proved too heavy, despite the forklift being the largest model available. The moment the crane released its grip, the machine was jolted, and one corner of the container struck the ground with a resounding thud. Chenway felt the ground tremble beneath him. Yet, the surprises were far from over. The forklift, with its rear wheels dangling in the air, revved up and attempted to extricate the 2 deformed forks trapped beneath the weight of the container. With a thunderous crash, The immense box teetered and toppled over, tearing open its metal shell and spilling its contents before Qin Wei. It was a vehicle. Its most striking feature was its wheels. For massive tires reminiscent of a heavy-duty truck, each approximately half a meter wide, the front shock absorbers, as thick as anchor chains, were exposed, exuding a robust industrial aesthetic. Though its chassis sat low to the ground, to classify it merely as a sports car would be an oversimplification. For the entire vehicle was enveloped in heavy gray-black metal plating, a privilege that even military-grade armored vehicles did not possess. If one were to draw a comparison, its exaggerated rugged design bore a closer resemblance to the off-road vehicles Qin Wei had played with in his youth, yet clad in this armor. It appeared far more akin to a tank. 3 words leapt to Qin Wei's mind: Batmobile. Every young boy harbors a vision of a Batmobile within. Its form perhaps reminiscent of the stately Rolls-Royces from early detective comics, or the bullet-like vehicles from Buster Keaton films, or even the heavily armored Beetle-like jumpers of the Bell era. But upon a single glance, Qin Wei was certain that this vehicle embodied his ideal Batmobile. For nothing could compare to the awe of experiencing it up close, as opposed to merely admiring it through a screen or on paper. His breath quickened, and he reached out impatiently, yearning to touch it. The forklift operator, noticing someone approaching the cargo, hurriedly leaped from his vehicle and shoved Qin Wei aside. Get away. Can you even afford this? Don't just touch it. The man spread his arms to block the path between the vehicle and Qin Wei, scrutinizing the ragged attire of the latter. Where did this trash picker come from? If you don't scram, I'll... Alas, the cliched scenario had finally unfolded. Qin Wei scratched his head, a look of distress crossing his face, pondering how to retort in a manner that was both fresh and unforced. Should he brandish a wad of cash or drive a Ferrari into the fray? Fortunately, Victor's timely appearance resolved his predicament. It seemed Victor had been observing Qin Wei for some time. Upon witnessing the trouble, he emerged from the shadows, striding forward with a flamboyant gait before delivering a flying kick that sent the insolent man sprawling. We've never seen anyone quite like you. Please, don't be angry. If you must, direct your ire at me. Victor bowed deeply, his face a mask of earnest concern, yet the next moment, his expression morphed into one of eager enthusiasm as he began to extol the virtues of the vehicle to Qin Wei. The crowning achievement of the Wayne Group's research and development department, the multifunctional terrain armored vehicle, boasts dual seating. Just look at the substantial steel plating. Most armor-piercing rounds leave no mark upon it. With an astonishing 200 horsepower and equipped with a remote control system, it is undoubtedly a treasure that guarantees a return on investment. Considering your acquaintance with Mr. Falcone, I can offer it to you for a mere $50 million. Qin Wei was determined to acquire this vehicle, yet the price was exceedingly steep, jeopardizing his subsequent operational budget. Is this truly the latest model? He cast a glance at the dull gray container and wiped a layer of dust from the vehicle's exterior with his finger. It is the latest model from the past 5 years, colloquially termed the newest version. Victor forced an awkward smile, realizing that Qin Wei was not easily deceived. The high-tech R&D department of the Wayne Group had disbanded 5 years prior, and many intriguing items had ultimately ended up in his possession, this vehicle being one of them. Its exorbitant cost led Victor to prefer letting it gather dust in a warehouse rather than sell it cheaply. However, its utility was exceedingly limited. Weighing over 10 tons, the vehicle caused significant damage to road surfaces, preventing it from cruising casually like a standard sports car. Moreover, its design, coarse and exaggerated, was hardly appreciated amidst Gotham's current retro trend. Victor had resigned himself to the possibility of being unable to sell it and considered transporting the vehicle to a dismantling factory, hoping to salvage parts for sale. Better to recoup some losses than let it languish in storage. Having finally encountered a discerning buyer, Victor understood that if he did not seize this rare opportunity, the vehicle would be permanently relegated to his possession. How much are you willing to offer? He inquired. This was perhaps one of the most humble phrases a businessman could utter, conveying a straightforward message. As long as I do not incur a significant loss, I am willing to sell it to you. Chapter 47, Murder and Plunder, Part 1. Does the Wayne Group have any other merchandise? If convenient, please show me. Qin Wei refrained from making a direct offer. Having accompanied his mother to the market since childhood, he was well versed in the art of bargaining. As long as one does not allow the vendor to suffer a loss, they are often quite willing to extend a small favor. Victor led him to a container deep within the dock. Just like the one housing the Batmobile, this container was also covered in a thick layer of dust. Victor sneezed several times, brushed off the dust, and inserted the key into the rusty lock. As he turned the key, the rusted metal pieces within the lock scraped against each other, producing a heart-wrenching creak. Observant as ever, Qin Wei noticed a distinct handprint on the handle of the container door, indicating that it had been opened recently. Who else has purchased items from within? Victor paused, glancing at the handprint on the handle before smiling. You are quite observant. It was just a few days ago. However, we must maintain confidentiality for each customer. And I regret to say I cannot divulge any information. Really? Not even a word, even if it costs you your life? Qin Wei's tone turned icy. He slightly lowered his head, shrouding his eyes in shadow, leaving only his piercing gaze fixed intently on Victor, as if he sought to penetrate the very soul of his counterpart. His towering stature only amplified the sense of intimidation he exuded. Sensing Victor tense his shoulders, he remained unwavering in his tone. Indeed, even if it meant my demise. This is the unwavering professional code of a merchant. Relax, I was merely jesting. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's expression brightened, and he chuckled while patting Victor's shoulder. He had no desire to uncover any secrets. Rather, he wished to gauge the tightness of Victor's lips. For a significant operation was on the horizon, and that ostentatious Batmobile would likely make an appearance. Such a conspicuous object would not escape the scrutiny of the discerning. And should Victor be loose-lipped, Qin Wei risked exposure. However, at present, Victor appeared to be a trustworthy ally. As he swung open the large door, Victor illuminated the halogen bulb atop the cabinet, instantly igniting Qin Wei's interest with the array of equipment within the room. Despite its somewhat rudimentary nature, the space resembled a clandestine armory from a spy film, adorned with uniquely designed firearms on the walls, a dozen briefcases strewn across the table, and a pile of dummies in the corner clad in full-body ballistic vests. Yet, the most captivating item remained the belt resting on the table, strikingly similar to the counterfeit bat belt he had seized. Ah, a discerning eye you possess. This is a multifunctional belt specially crafted by Wayne Enterprises for Special Forces. Particularly noted for this feature, Victor seized a belt and showcased the small button on its side to Qin Wei. With a mere press, it would launch a grappling hook. Another press would secure it, and a final press would retract it, boasting a rope length of 300 feet and a tensile strength of 3,000 pounds. It could silently elevate a person to great heights. Would you care to experience it? Casting a glance at his left hand, still stinging from the grappling hook's earlier encounter, Qin Wei replied, No need. I've already experienced it last night. It's nothing. Do tell me about this set of body armor. Qin Wei approached the dummy. Oh, this body armor is quite remarkable. It is a lightweight, form-fitting model, featuring an outer layer crafted from high-strength carbon fiber, triple-weave material, with an inner layer composed of a composite of Kevlar and titanium, complemented by additional lightweight armor plates on the shoulders and abdomen. It is more than capable of withstanding knife strikes and small-caliber firearms. Now, take a look at this ballistic helmet, made from Kevlar and Nomex aerospace polymer materials. Qin Wei rubbed his temples. The remnants of a mild concussion intensified as Victor's barrage of technical jargon continued. Enough. Your plethora of technical terms eludes my understanding. Let us cut to the chase. How much for that car along with this array of equipment? 46 million. Victor asserted his price decisively, to which Qin Wei countered without hesitation. 5 million, plus my Ferrari GT. Victor calculated the figures, furrowing his brow. Even a brand new Ferrari GT was valued at merely 15 million, and a well-maintained used model would fetch even less, altogether falling short of 20 million. He was incurring a significant loss. It seems rather insufficient. 40 million is the lowest price. 5 million, plus a Ferrari. 35 million cannot be reduced further. 8 million along with the Ferrari. Qin Wei retrieved his phone to display the entirety of his bank account balance. Look, I only have 8 million in liquid assets. Is that acceptable? Victor fell silent. He certainly had no knowledge that Qin Wei would soon receive over 60 million, only that if he missed this client, the equipment would likely gather dust for a lifetime. Adhering to the philosophy that holding onto it would result in a significant loss, while selling could recuperate some funds, Victor clenched his jaw and made a resolute decision. Deal. After filling in the delivery address, Qin Wei handed the keys to the Ferrari to Victor, confident that with such a large ported hand, he had no fear of the other party absconding with the money. Just as he stepped out of the container, Royce called. It's done. It's done? Have they decided where to go? A group of beggars wouldn't know such things. I meant we've secured a few outfits. And once we wear them, we'll know where they are heading, right? It's a bit risky, but it seems feasible. Qin Wei hurried back, coincidentally. The goods on the other side were nearly unloaded. He and Royce donned the foul-smelling attire of beggars, pretended to carry a few boxes, and entered the carriage alongside the other beggars. The vehicle started, carrying a full load of hazardous materials away from the port. Inside the carriage, a dozen beggars sat on boxes with blindfolds, swaying back and forth as the vehicle jolted. Fortunately, they were randomly picked from the lower district and were unfamiliar with one another. Otherwise, someone as tall and robust as Qin Wei, clad in ill-fitting garments, would have been unceremoniously discarded from the vehicle. Upon entering the carriage, Qin Wei realized the sheer volume of arms was beyond ordinary. He had several large boxes beside him, stacked almost as high as a person. He pried open a corner of one box, revealing it was packed to the brim with shotguns. With such an arsenal, not only could they rob a bank, but they could easily seize the town hall. Their intentions seemed to extend beyond mere bank robbery. What was the clown gang truly plotting? It appeared they had to navigate this juncture before seeking answers from the comics. Beside him, Royce had already begun to make moves, prying open boxes in front of the dozen beggars, handing a small firearm to Qin Wei, and rummaging for ammunition. "What are you doing?" Finally, someone mustered the courage to inquire. When Qin Wei looked up, the beggars had retreated into the corners, uncertain. "Fear not, I am Prosecutor Harvey Dent, here for a murder case, and I found Harvey's clothes quite fitting." Royce seemed to revel in this charade, spinning a web of deception that left several beggars bewildered. In summary, when the vehicle stops, they would resort to eliminating witnesses. However, there's no need for excessive worry. If you run out, we will attract the fire. The beggars, unperturbed, nodded in agreement, as if in a frenzy. Having resolved everything, Royce covertly gave Qin Wei a thumbs up. Was this the allure of a reliable middle-aged man? Suddenly, Qin Wei felt that the most rewarding aspect of this journey was having brought Royce under his wing. The truck had been traveling for an indeterminate period when it finally began to decelerate. The bustling clamor of Gotham City had faded, replaced by the serenade of cicadas. It seemed the vehicle had indeed transported them to the outskirts. The Joker's gang would not establish their base in a desolate area. The purpose of bringing this group of individuals here was unmistakable. Royce's ramblings were quietly manifesting into reality. Someone genuinely intended to eliminate them. Qin Wei heard a cacophony of footsteps outside the truck, likely a dozen or so individuals. Soon after, they encircled the rear of the vehicle. With a crisp click, the doors of the truck were ajar. Meanwhile, on the other side, Oswald was met by an unwelcome visitor. In the hospital room, Nurse Gloria found herself with a dagger pressed against her throat, while Maroni stood by Oswald's bedside, meticulously polishing his cane with a handkerchief. "Mr. Oswald, I wish to ascertain something from you. Given the multitude of enemies surrounding me, I am rarely compelled to leave my lair, but this inquiry bears significant weight. I wish to know how your dear friend Wei has been communicating with Falcone, what coded language he employed, and if any conditions were imposed." Maroni flicked the handkerchief before slowly tucking it back into his vest pocket. "I advise you to tread carefully with your response, for I shall take you back to the manor post-haste, severing all your ties to the outside world. Subsequently, I will consult your friend for verification, should your accounts diverge. Both of you shall meet your demise. Therefore, I implore you to speak truthfully." Chapter 48, Murder and Mayhem, Part 2. Perhaps the harsh glare of the fluorescent lights was too intense, or perhaps Oswald had been staring for too long. But he felt a dryness in his eyes. "Mr. Oswald, even if you glare at me like that, your girlfriend will not be spared. Come now, expedite your answer, preferably before her throat is slit." Maroni gestured, and his subordinate pressed the dagger deeper into Gloria's throat. The blade grazed her skin, blood trickling down onto the tiled floor. With her mouth covered, Gloria's pupils dilated, her throat emitting a desperate whimper. Oswald felt as though a wildcat had been thrust into his chest, its claws relentlessly scraping against his heart. The sharp talons tore through his heart's valves, pain rendering him speechless. What should he do? Naturally, he should remain silent. Oswald recalled Qin Wei's words. If someone could take your life with a mere flick of a finger but chose not to do so immediately, it was undoubtedly because killing you would incur a loss for them. In such moments, one must seize upon their psyche. The more they desire something, the less one should yield. That was the final card one held. The troubling reality is that it is not him who is under threat now, but Gloria, the object of his affections. Enough. Why threaten me? This is hardly a secret that cannot be revealed. Oswald ultimately succumbed to despair and disclosed the means of communication between Qin Wei and Falcone. With no other recourse, he could only hope that Qin Wei would consider this, that he had no intention of concealing it, and that this maneuver would not betray Qin Wei. Thus, it was always Falcone who initiated the calls, and all your friend had to do was answer either yes or no. It is as simple as that. You may verify with him. I commend your honesty. Maroni's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking tiles, as a throng of dark-clad bodyguards surged in, lifting Oswald amidst Gloria's piercing screams. Maroni frowned, irritated by the nurse's cries. He gestured toward the window. Let this woman be silenced. As Gloria was hoisted and pushed toward the ledge, Oswald's mind exploded with panic. He strained against his bindings, lunging toward Maroney. Yet was mere inches away when the bodyguards swarmed to restrain him. "Sal Maroney, what do you intend to do?" For the first time, Oswald addressed Maroney by name. Baring his teeth like a rabid dog, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury, were his eyeballs capable of being wielded as weapons. He might have unhesitatingly gouged them out to hurl at Maroney. Why this expression? All for a woman? Maroney, with an indifferent smile, crouched down and ran his cane through Oswald's hair. "There are far more worthy objects of your ire in this world, such as your suffering here while your good friend has just withdrawn $10 million from the bank. Do you find this fair? It seems that, thus far, all the suffering has been borne solely by you." He turned and beckoned, and the bodyguards released Gloria. "I could have taken her life, but I now wish to present her to you as a gift." A throng of beggars clustered by the car door, eagerly awaiting its opening. Chin Wei and Royce positioned 2 crates before them as makeshift cover, preparing for the imminent gunfight. The container's door creaked open further, and the terror-stricken beggars could no longer contain themselves, rushing down from the vehicle in a frenzy. The clowns responsible for the reception had not anticipated such a situation. Their initial intent was to use the guise of payment to lure these temporary workers to the riverside for silencing. Yet, before the door was fully ajar, a dozen beggars burst forth, trampling the hapless underling tasked with opening the door. Nearby, a clown gang member aimed his gun, only to be shoved aside by the tall leader. "Are you mad? A truckload of arms. Firing now would send us all to our doom. Yet, let them flee." Although it was prudent to eliminate witnesses, there was no alternative. The leader cast a glance at the beggars who had vanished into the night, then focused on the underling now trampled and mangled beneath the weight of the crowd. Stepping forward without hesitation, he fired his weapon, mercifully ending the suffering of his adversary. "Alas, you truly are unfortunate." Boom. Just as the leader intended to utter some cruel words to the fallen subordinate, a shotgun blast obliterated half of his skull. The unexpected gunfire reverberated through the desolate night, the fleeting glow of the scattered pellets briefly illuminating the darkness, as well as the pale face of the gun-wielding subordinate nearby. However, he barely had time to raise his weapon before being caught in the crosshairs of Royce, who leapt from the vehicle. "Say cheese." The flash of the shotgun's muzzle was akin to the snap of a camera shutter. Royce landed with a roll and quickly aimed his weapon in all directions. I anticipated a grand battle, yet they only sent 3 men. Extracting a cigarette from his pack, he lit it with the scorching barrel of his gun, inhaling deeply against the chill of the night air. The pressure was on, as Chin Wei felt a twinge of displeasure. It wasn't he that he was averse to killing. Rather, it was his first time wielding a gun, and he was apprehensive about accidentally injuring an ally. Moreover, he had forgotten to inquire how to disengage the safety. What should I do? Should I ask now? But posing such a question now seems rather embarrassing. How could a seasoned criminal mastermind not know how to operate a gun's safety? Would I be ridiculed for this? Help! Why aren't you taking action? What if there are more of them? Royce's reproach soon followed. Ahem, I am not fond of firearms. Chin Wei pretended to cough deeply, gently caressing the shotgun in his hands. Yet, I still admire the allure of these weapons. Their weight, elegant contours, cold texture, and precision. They stand as a monument to human industrial advancement, marking the end of the era of cold weapons. What am I saying? Can someone tell me what I am saying? As soon as Chin Wei uttered this nonsense, he regretted it, feeling so awkward that he wished to dig through his shoes. In any other context, such words would sound juvenile, but set against this moonless, wind-swept night of murder, they resonated with a mysterious and dangerous charm that complemented Chin Wei's persona. I never would have guessed you were someone with such peculiar principles, disinclined to use firearms. No wonder you've honed your physique so well. After savoring his last puff, he extinguished the ember against his shoe and carefully tucked the butt into his pocket. What shall we do next? Should we simply drive this vehicle back? That would be inappropriate. Such a large shipment may very well be equipped with a tracking device. We need to find another vehicle to unload the cargo. Chin Wei gestured for Royce to lead, for he was but a lone commander, and only Royce had subordinates. Royce contacted his men, and they arranged to meet in the northeastern part of Gotham County, in the clearing behind Wayne Manor. The decision to avoid remaining in place and instead circumnavigate Gotham City was primarily motivated by a fear of the Joker's reinforcements arriving. If the adversaries truly pursue them, first, the mobile truck is difficult to intercept, and second, the assailants may hesitate to open fire, fearing the cargo of arms on board. Thus, Chin Wei possesses ample time to outmaneuver his pursuers. Ultimately, his decision proves to be remarkably astute. A mere 10 minutes after the truck departs from the crime scene, several aggressive pickup trucks come roaring towards them. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground, the leader, adorned with clownish makeup, extinguishes his cigarette between 2 fingers. Have we located the cargo? Yes, it has been pinpointed. They are on the Brown Bridge, seemingly heading into the city. This shipment is pivotal to the leader's plan. They intend to intercept it regardless of distance. Chapter 49. The high-speed chase with the granny seated in the passenger seat. Qin occasionally glances at the rearview mirror, feeling a sense of unease. At this moment, he feels as though he is precariously perched upon a pile of fireworks, should the clown gang decide to unleash chaos. The truck's cargo of flammable and explosive materials could send him skyward in a spectacular display. He finds himself yearning for Oswald, who, despite lacking intelligence, could alleviate the tension with friendly conversation. However, he cannot afford such luxury with Royce by his side, as he must maintain his persona to earn the other's trust. If a gang leader were to appear startled and weeping, what would potential recruits think upon witnessing such a display? Unbeknownst to him, Royce is equally burdened with thoughts. With the window ajar, he grips the steering wheel, alternating between smoking and letting the wind carry the smoke away, continuously lighting one cigarette after another. He is also fraught with anxiety, yet a glance at Qin Wei, who leans with half-closed eyes, gives off an impression of someone who is yet to awaken. This ignites Royce's competitive spirit. If the leader remains so composed, will my own display of panic lead to disdain? Will he cast me aside? The vengeful Moroni. Seeking retribution for Jenny. Oh God, this might be my final opportunity. Both men harbor their own concerns, yet neither dares to break the silence. Pushing through the tension in resolute silence. The trials of manhood. As the truck enters the tunnel, having traversed half the distance, Qin Wei surmises that the other side may not yet be prepared and instructs Royce to reduce speed. However, this action incites discontent from the vehicle behind them. Since entering the tunnel, the Beetle has incessantly honked its horn. Annoyed, Royce pounds the steering wheel a few times. Were it not for the hazardous cargo, he would have slammed the brakes to surprise the tailgater. What is it with today's youth and their impatience behind the wheel? Royce grumbles under his breath. Yet before he can finish his thought, the car behind overtakes them on the right. With no oncoming traffic, the little Beetle drives alongside them. The window rolls down, revealing a silver-haired granny who brandishes her cane and jabs it toward their car door, leaving Qin Wei utterly flabbergasted. What in the world is this? A high-speed granny? The saying about Gotham City's down-to-earth folk truly holds weight. With a flurry of curses, she jabbed a few times, only to find that Royce, seated in the driver's seat, did not even spare her a glance. Infuriated, the grandmother retreated into the car, retrieving a handgun. Kiss my ass, bastard. With both hands gripping the weapon, she fired, creating several scorched holes in the car door. Royce's expression darkened. He had no desire to stoop to old Deng's level. Yet the other's provocation was intolerable. Just as he was about to look for his own gun, Qin Wei handed him a Mossberg 500. I believe you might need this. You truly understand. Royce whistled, his lips curling into a grin. As the black muzzle of the shotgun protruded from the window, old Deng, terrified, dropped his gun and trembled back into the car, beating on his companion. Slow down, quick, slow down. But was it too late for repentance? Shut your goddamn mouth. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Royce poked his head out of the window, hurling insults at the Beetle, firing a shot into its front tire. Boom. Countless steel pellets pierced the tire, causing the Beetle to lose control and crash against the tunnel wall. Woohoo. Royce stood up, exhilarated, leaning halfway out the window, firing several shots at the tunnel ceiling. Since his release from prison, he had bottled up too much frustration that yearned for release. This incident became the outlet for his emotions. It felt utterly liberating. The euphoric Royce stood in stark contrast to the grave expression of Qin Wei in the passenger seat. Why was Qin Wei frowning? A row of headlights had appeared in the rearview mirror. 3 pickups were barreling toward them side by side. The inevitable had arrived. However, Qin Wei remained composed. Although this was the worst outcome, everything was still under his control. He yanked back the still raving Royce. I apologize for interrupting your enthusiasm, but we need to accelerate. The pickups, with their powerful engines, quickly caught up to the truck that had the throttle floored, but since they were in a one-way tunnel, the oncoming traffic made it temporarily impossible for the pickup convoy to overtake and intercept. From the rearview mirror, Qin Wei even clearly saw the exaggerated clown face painted on the driver of the trailing vehicle. It seemed these fellows were intent on reclaiming their cargo. Instead of recklessly opening fire, an accomplice hidden in the pickup bed threw out a hook to latch onto the truck's collision frame. Once secured, the lead vehicle slammed on the brakes, causing Qin Wei's truck to lose significant speed. Yet, this was not the end. More hooks were seen flying over from the rearview mirror. Royce glanced at the rapidly plummeting speedometer, turned, and exchanged a knowing look with Qin Wei. Boss, it's up to you. Keep your composure. Although his right hand lacked strength, One should not underestimate the power contained within this body. Qin Wei gripped the window frame and, relying solely on his arm strength, hoisted himself out of the driver's seat. With a powerful push from his legs, Qin Wei leaped onto the roof of the vehicle. Upon reaching the top, a twinge of regret washed over him for not bringing his shotgun along. While the Joker gang dared not fire their weapons, it did not imply he was similarly restrained. Yet, on second thought, it was perhaps for the best that he had left it behind. Leaving a sliver of goodwill could facilitate future encounters. After all, provoking these lunatics could lead to a perilous explosion of chaos. As he steadied himself atop the vehicle, it began to decelerate sharply, causing Qin Wei to stumble slightly before regaining his balance and cautiously making his way toward the rear. Peering over the edge of the truck bed, he was taken aback by the sight. Every crevice was adorned with hooks, densely packed, 20 or 30 in total. It was no wonder the truck, despite its engine's efforts, could only manage a meager 40 or 50 miles per hour. These hooks were proving to be more of a challenge than Qin Wei had anticipated, as they were made of steel wire, rendering his small dagger utterly ineffective. It appeared that the only way to free them would be to leap onto the pickup truck. However, the Joker gang was no fool. Attacking the truck bed was out of the question, as anyone who dared to expose themselves would be met with a hail of bullets. At that moment, Qin Wei felt akin to a character hiding behind a wooden door in a CS desert map, with 100 sharpshooters lying in wait for him to reveal himself. Damn, this is quite the predicament. Fortunately, my wits are sharp, Qin Wei mused, as he rummaged through the foul-smelling garments to reveal a treasure he had unearthed from the black market at the port. As night descended, Maroney sat at his desk, fervently penning invitations. Beside the ink bottle, a neat stack of letters awaited dispatch. He hoped that Mr. Falcone would grace his upcoming soiree with his presence. After completing the final invitation, Maroney shook his aching wrist, a subtle smirk flickering across his face. Benny, please ensure these invitations are delivered, especially Mr. Falcone's. He must receive it personally. He called towards the entrance, and a towering shadow pushed the door open. This Benny fellow appeared remarkably tall, approximately 7 feet, with a substantial belly that filled the doorway like a well-fitted puzzle piece. Falcone? Forgive my presumption, boss, but he may not attend. No, this soiree pertains to the renewal of the port lease. Once I express my intent to increase the offer, he will be unable to resist. Maroney spread his arms, bringing them to his lips. Boom. Interlude. The origins of the Joker gang. This is a non-essential side story that contains minor foreshadowing. Skipping it will not affect the main plot. In the future, I may include similar interludes, and if any chapters require payment, their titles will be marked accordingly, allowing readers the choice to bypass them. Some say he is the mastermind behind multiple bank heists. Others claim a plethora of Gotham's missing persons are linked to him. There are whispers of him having toyed with 2 titans of the Roman Empire using a fake bomb. Yet, compared to these assertions, he resembles more of an urban legend. Perhaps no one has truly laid eyes on the Joker, but his gang of misfits certainly disagrees. They steadfastly believe they have seen him. In a desperate quest for his leader's acknowledgement, the Joker's gang donned spiked leather vests, dyed their hair in vibrant hues, and adorned themselves in absurd, circus-like attire, all in a violent and rebellious homage to their chief, yearning for even the faintest call. Yet, they never received a response. Perhaps, in the Joker's eyes, these individuals resembled jesters more than he did. As the relentless days dragged on, Quinn found himself on the brink of collapse. Who could have imagined that 5 years ago? The head of the Joker's gang was the manager of the Ace chemical plant in Gotham's South Industrial District, a stable and lucrative position that could support a family of 4. But that all changed when the accursed Red Hood fell into the chemical vat, rendering its contents unusable. He lost his job, and unable to repay his debts, the bank seized his home, leading his wife to leave with their 2 children. Quinn felt as if the world were a colossal, malevolent jest. A rapid descent from Gotham's elite to utter destitution in the span of a single day. Could anything be more insane? Once disdainful of gangs, he found himself compelled to join the Roman Empire, becoming a mere lackey for Maroney, enduring a life of exchanging meager wages for hard, stale bread. Puddles reflected the neon signs, the flickering lights casting mottled shadows upon his ashen visage as he stood at the entrance of the nightclub he once frequented, where sinister tendrils tore through moral boundaries, nurturing a grotesque distortion within his hollow soul. That night, he dragged a late-shift convenience store clerk into an alley, violating and strangling the unfortunate soul. Under the flashing lights, the victim's legs convulsed, their broken high heels splashing in the puddles. As these harrowing images etched themselves permanently into his mind, his skin felt as if gripped by invisible hands, pulling and tearing towards the back of his head. Fissures expanding like cracks in a frozen window, grotesque, and sickly wrinkles crawling across his face. He laughed, his lips stretching back towards his ears. He laughed. The chemical plant incident had spread like a contagion, droplets of despair and madness infiltrating the streets of Gotham. From the crevices of uplifted bricks, behind the peeling walls, and within the shadowy sewers, pallid faces emerged, adding unique annotations of madness to the impending doom of Gotham. The Joker's gang was formed. Yet even Quinn was uncertain of its inception, as if compelled by an unseen force. The madmen were tightly bound together. However, unlike the solitary jester, a gang required not whimsy and chaos, but strategy and a unified agenda, which contradicted the very essence of the Joker's initial vision. Thus, in the following years, the members of the Joker's gang dispersed throughout Gotham's myriad sectors, from the impeccably dressed bank manager and esteemed corporate executives to the factory workers toiling from dawn till dusk. Even beggars huddled in alleyways, struggling for survival. Aside from the occasional organized, small-scale heist, they garnered little attention from the world around them. The interminable torment of day after day had pushed Quinn to the brink of despair. However, one fateful night, a phone call from an unknown number shattered the silence. Upon hearing the neurotic, raspy voice tinged with a northern accent, he was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. He had always known that his leader would not abandon him. "Don't cry, my dear. My request is not as dreadful as it seems. I merely wish for you to procure all the arms from Miller Bayport. Gotham has become unsettlingly tranquil, hasn't he it? One might say it's ripe for a little commotion. Fear not. This grand performance will certainly include your part." The call concluded with the leader's signature chuckle. As Quinn extinguished the screen, his gaze drifted across the room, bathed in the sultry glow of purple lights. A woman clad in revealing sleepwear lay languidly on a soft bed, her ample form sinking into the mattress, a contract held delicately in her mouth. She cast flirtatious glances, her fingers undulating like octopus tentacles toward Quinn. "Come here, honey, don't just sit there idly. You wouldn't want to ruin this deal and face your boss's wrath, would you?" Quinn smiled, the first genuine smile he had shown in the face of coercion. Standing up and adjusting his collar, he approached the woman with measured steps, discreetly concealing a fruit knife in his sleeve as he passed the coffee table. "Honey, who was that on the phone?" she inquired. "An intriguing individual. He shared a joke with me." Quinn leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I can see you've always been amused," she replied, her arms wrapping around Quinn's neck. "But the joke isn't funny," he murmured, his kisses trailing from her forehead to her nose, finally resting before her lips. "Then why continue to laugh?" she questioned. "Because this world is inherently absurd. Every time I behold it, every time I witness its true visage, I cannot help but burst into laughter." "Ha!" The fruit knife plunged into the woman's artery, the purple light transforming her vibrant blood into a dark hue. She clutched her wound, blood filling her throat, rendering her voiceless. Yet, her struggle bore no consequence. Even if she could scream, her voice would be drowned out by Quinn's maniacal laughter. Under the gaze of terror and despair, he struck again and again. The fruit knife was dull, and Quinn's slender frame struggled against the woman's considerable flesh. Each thrust required him to press his entire weight against the knife's handle. The shower's light yanked him from that surreal purple realm back to reality. Quinn washed away the viscous blood clinging to his skin, lathering himself in thick foam. The exhilarating pleasure that seeped into his very marrow after taking a life compelled him to hum a tune. He felt a resurgence of the fervor from that night 5 years ago, recalling vividly why he had ascended to the role of leader of the Joker's gang. "This wretchedly tedious world resembles a steak devoid of black pepper. Let us sprinkle it with a dash of madness." Chapter 50. Let us try the new equipment. 2 pickup trucks screeched to a halt, their tires skidding against the ground, sending plumes of smoke billowing through the tunnel. With no oncoming traffic, those behind maneuvered to overtake on the right, effectively blocking their foes both ahead and behind. Quinn, the leader of the clown gang, leaned out of the window, vociferously announcing the latest developments to his obscured followers. Suddenly, a white canister, exuding a phosphorescent smoke, zipped past the back of his head and landed in the truck bed. Before he could react, a blinding flash robbed him of his sight, followed by a deafening sonic explosion that rendered him momentarily blind, with a buzzing sound echoing in his mind. "A flashbang," he shouted, attempting to warn his comrades who had not been affected. Yet, in reality, Qin Wei had hurled 3 of them. Not only Quinn and his gang were bewildered, but the instigator himself was also caught off guard. Shaking his head vigorously, Qin Wei gradually regained his focus, although his head still felt foggy, struggling to find his center of balance. "Wow, the bat belt truly is a treasure trove," he whistled, thoroughly pleased with this marvelous gadget. However, Considering it was specialized equipment for the special forces, the efficacy of the stun grenades was exceedingly powerful, even with his ears covered. He felt as though his eardrums were at risk of rupture, let alone the unfortunate members of the clown gang caught at the epicenter of the explosion. Initially, Qin Wei had hesitated to deploy all of them, but it now appeared he had wasted two. As his senses returned somewhat, he stood up, aimed, and pressed the button on his belt. A grappling hook pierced through the roof of the pickup, allowing him to be propelled into the enemy's stronghold amidst the chaos. What ensued was an unrestrained massacre. Leaping into the truck bed, he delivered a powerful blow to a clown gang member who was screaming while clutching his ears, sending him tumbling out. Another swift kick sent another member shrieking to the ground. This unfortunate soul landed precisely in the path of the truck's wheels, resulting in a sickening crunch as the pickup swayed, leaving a bloody trail behind. Qin Wei nearly retched at the sight, but the urgency of the mission compelled him to suppress his discomfort as he untied the rope securing the truck, with the lead vehicle no longer restraining them. The truck, driven by Royce, accelerated noticeably. A hand emerged from the window, giving a thumbs up, just as Qin Wei prepared to press forward. The last two pickups in the convoy swooped in from the right, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at him. Struck by several bullets, Qin Wei cried out, clutching his chest as he collapsed in the truck bed. Was he dead? A hail of bullets rained down, sealing his fate. Two members of the clown gang in the back of the truck conversed in hushed tones before tapping on the glass, signaling the driver to approach the lead vehicle. Two vehicles slowly approached, as two individuals trained their weapons on the nearby pickup truck, bracing for any potential ambush. A sudden pop echoed, reminiscent of a pellet gun launching a ping-pong ball, followed by a crisp sound from within the truck bed. An oval-shaped projectile spun into the air, momentarily suspended before the two men. It was an anti-personnel bouncing Betty. Before they could react, the spinning oval unleashed a barrage of fine steel balls. While the lethality of these projectiles was limited, merely capable of embedding into skin, they proved more than sufficient against unsuspecting foes at close range. The two henchmen of the Joker writhed in agony, their faces, necks, and any exposed skin peppered with steel pellets, blood streaming from the multitude of punctures, rendering their visages akin to ripe strawberries from afar. Qin Wei propelled himself into the assailant's truck bed, delivering equal measures of demise to his adversaries. This time, he had learned his lesson. After dispatching his targets, he immediately crouched down. True to form, a torrent of gunfire, laced with a cacophony of profanities, came hurtling towards him. Even with his foresight, the fabric of his back was perforated by a series of bullets. With his shirt in tatters, Qin Wei tore it off, revealing a sleek black, full-body bulletproof vest. To maintain agility, he had only worn the upper portion. Fortunate that the Joker's gang remained unaware of this hidden advantage. Had they discovered it earlier, they would have aimed for his legs, ensuring his incapacitation. It was no wonder that the faux bat had concealed his entire face. After all, comics are one thing, and reality is another. While exposing a tantalizing rear and a chiseled jawline might elevate one's recognition, it also attracted the unwelcome attention of malicious bullets. Should one be struck, where would they seek redress? Would they lament to a fledgling superhero? Once, I too was a champion of justice, until a bullet found my chin. Fortunately for Qin Wei, he also had the good fortune that the Joker's gang was a disorganized rabble, lacking grenades or other weapons of mass destruction. Had they possessed such artillery, a grenade tossed into the truck bed would surely have sent him soaring. However, time was of the essence. The cargo truck was nearing the tunnel's exit, where the road would widen, making it inevitable for him to be overwhelmed. With 4 more vehicles yet to contend with, and his utility belt devoid of ammunition, he could only rely on his grappling hook. Casting a glance at the tunnel's ceiling, he swiftly organized his thoughts, formulating a perilous plan. Having witnessed the previous encounter, the Joker's gang dared not approach the truck bed where Qin Wei hid. Instead, they squeezed the trigger, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. Most were equipped with Uzi Thompsons, while rapid-firing, their low muzzle velocity rendered them ineffective at penetrating the truck's bed. Nevertheless, sheer numbers and ferocity of firepower soon riddled the truck with dents. Just as the gang caught a glimmer of victory, preparing to reload for another assault, a grappling hook shot from the truck bed, embedding itself into the tunnel's roof. Qin Wei leaped into action, using the recoiling hook to swing towards the rear vehicle. Greetings. Stepping over a carriage filled with spent shells, Qin Wei resembled a ferocious tiger leaping into a sheepfold, baring his sharp fangs. What could the clown gang possibly do? 1 or 2 faces turned pale with fright, though it was also plausible they were naturally pale. In a flurry of motion, as he hastily inserted a magazine, Qin Wei's fist had already connected with the face. When it came to close-quarters combat, This ragtag group stood no chance against Qin Wei, who had once endured a 10-minute struggle with a faux bat. He effortlessly dispatched the first henchman. As bullets rained down, Qin Wei sprinted momentarily before launching himself toward the rear vehicle, shattering the front windshield with a kick and grappling for the steering wheel with the driver. Although the bulletproof vest effectively mitigated the harm of the projectiles, the impact was something Qin Wei endured, with every shot feeling like a heavy blow to his already battered body. He estimated that several of his ribs must have fractured. Fortunately, his robust physique meant that an average person would likely have been left bleeding. The battle for the steering wheel raged on, the pickup truck swaying drunkenly, scraping against the tunnel walls and generating sparks, before careening sharply into an adjacent vehicle. In a state of desperation, the driver reached for his gun, only for his palm to be pierced by a claw. Pressing the retraction button, the slight clown gang driver found himself powerless against the might of Qin Wei, yanked forward as if he were a mere ragdoll. Fair complexion, what brand of cosmetics do you use? Qin Wei scoffed. Even in the face of imminent death, the driver attempted to maintain bravado. Grasping the man's hair, Qin Wei pulled him from the driver's seat, tossing him out like a slippery eel from its hiding place. The unfortunate driver was caught beneath the rear wheels, his body becoming a gruesome mass of blood and flesh. Yet, Qin Wei remained steadfast in his principle of refraining from killing. As for those who, due to unfortunate circumstances, were flung from the vehicle, he reasoned, "You ask me? I did not kill anyone, I merely threw them out. If they met their demise, that is not on my conscience." Chapter 51. Joker with only 2 pickup trucks remaining. The chaos instigated by Qin Wei prompted them to abandon their pursuit, executing a sharp turn and braking to escape. Confident they could not muster any further disturbance, Qin Wei chose not to follow, instead launching a grappling hook back to the cargo truck. He promptly removed his bulletproof vest and tore open his shirt to assess his injuries. Varied shades of purple and red contusions marred his torso, leaving no part of his skin unscathed. "Wow, are you poisoned?" Royce gasped, accidentally spraying smoke onto the steering wheel. If it were poison, that would be a relief. Qin Wei slowly relaxed his back muscles, pressing his spine against the seat as if he had just emerged from a month of cupping therapy, only to be hoisted high by Bane. The intense pain stimulated a rush of dopamine, a bittersweet sensation that made him roll his eyes in agony. Resolute in his determination, Qin Wei vowed to allocate time for recovery once he had completed his task. Each time, he returned to the battlefield before fully healing from his injuries. Should any lasting ailments arise, it would pose a significant problem. After a brief respite, he did not forget his responsibilities, dialing Gordon's number to inform him of the events that unfolded in the Novik tunnel. Yes, it concerns the clown gang. 7 or 8 lives were lost, and several vehicles were overturned. Yes, there should still be a wrecked Beetle near the exit. If you spot it, please assist. This matter is entrusted to you, Director Gordon. I have reiterated several times that I am not the director. Before Gordon could finish his incessant rambling, Qin Wei decisively hung up the phone. The repetitive complaints were akin to those of a non-playable character. I possess more authority to assess my capability to be a director than your immediate superior. After eavesdropping on the call, Royce's expression gradually morphed into one of complexity. He licked his lips, casting furtive glances at Qin Wei, and after much hesitation, finally inquired, "Your police station has personnel, right?" "Indeed. How may I assist you?" His tone suggested a lack of concern regarding the directorship. "Do you think I could step in?" Royce gazed innocently at Qin Wei, evidently not jesting. "Get lost." As they departed the city and approached Cambridge, the night lights began to fade. The truck's xenon headlights sliced through the darkness. Swarming insects collided with the windshield, splattering deep brown liquid, which the wipers swiftly cleared away. Soon, a pickup truck parked in the middle of the bridge caught Royce's attention. Damn it, could these guys have tracked us down here? With the accelerator floored and a shotgun in hand, Royce was prepared for battle. Yet, Qin Wei sensed something amiss. If the truck was equipped with a tracking device, pursuers should have appeared behind them. The blockage ahead suggested that someone had anticipated their route. But if that were the case, why was only one vehicle present? Slow down. Rationality urged Qin Wei that charging onto the bridge would be a foolhardy decision should the adversary be prepared. The truck halted, and Royce, shotgun raised, forged ahead while Qin Wei cautiously arched his back, vigilant for any potential ambush from behind. They approached the pickup truck, moving in tandem. Cambridge, long neglected, saw few vehicles, particularly at this midnight hour. The crunch of gravel underfoot and the creaking of rusted metal became the sole sounds of the tranquil night. Innately, humanity harbors an aversion to silence, the cessation of insects chirping, the muted song of the thrush, and the stillness of reindeer no longer grazing on moss. All heralded the arrival of predators, signaling impending peril. An unsettling sensation intensified as Qin Wei furrowed his brow, his gaze inadvertently drifting upward. A thin wire glimmered faintly in the beam of the headlights. He tapped Royce on the shoulder and pointed overhead. Royce ascended the rusted lamppost, confirming that it was indeed a fine steel wire. The height of the wire was cunningly set. Ordinary vehicles would not encounter it. But a truck like theirs would certainly be ensnared. If they had not slowed down, their heads would have been cleanly severed. Royce's words sent a chill down Qin Wei's spine. Thus far, the adversary is yet to reveal their presence, yet the traps laid are insidiously cunning. Royce's fingers brushed against the steel wire, its texture slick to the touch. He brought it to his nose, inhaling a greasy scent that invaded his nostrils. He had even coated the wire with oil. What could be the reason behind this? Oil enhances reflectivity. He intended for us to discover it deliberately. Qin Wei's conclusion was resolute, as if he possessed an intimate understanding of his opponent. Even if time were to rewind by a second or two, he could not have arrived at such certainty. Yet, upon glimpsing the violet blooming in the shadows, an answer had already crystallized within him. He pressed down on Royce's gun barrel. What was amiss? With the enemy concealed in the dark, if that individual truly harbored murderous intent, we would have perished by now. Speaking thus, even Qin Wei himself remained oblivious to the fact that his breathing was becoming increasingly rapid, the surge of adrenaline painting his cheeks with a sickly flush. He paused his rhythm of speech, directing his gaze towards the pickup truck. Do you agree with my assessment? Joker, clad in a violet tailcoat. He languidly leaned against the door of the red pickup, legs crossed, the toe of his oversized shoes kicking at the fine gravel. His arms were folded across his chest, and perched atop his head was a whimsically styled black top hat, its wide brim concealing much of his pallid visage. He did not respond to Qin Wei's inquiry. Who was he? What was his intent in ambushing us on the bridge at such an hour? In the face of Royce's question, Qin Wei could only shrug in resignation. If one could truly comprehend the thoughts housed within that pale cranium, he ought to be somewhere far removed from here, perhaps Arkham Asylum. After a moment's wait, as patience waned, Qin Wei mustered the courage to approach. He had braced himself for a sudden jolt from the clown, yet upon reaching the pickup, he discovered that the object he had attempted to communicate with was merely a mannequin. What a dreadful jest. Is it not, dear? A faint, scuttling laughter echoed within the shadowy confines of the pickup, and a gleaming silver gun barrel emerged from the gloom, pressed against Qin Wei's temple. I thought you would appreciate this jest. The scene of their encounter was far more chilling than Qin Wei had envisioned. The clown's silhouette melded with the shadows, as he lifted his head and grinned. The glint in his eyes and the dazzlingly bright set of false teeth became the sole focal point in the abyss of darkness for Qin Wei. He could even count the number of blood vessels that marred those terrifying eyes. Smile, Qin Wei. I truly cannot fathom why you wear such a grave expression. A chill crept upward from his core. From the clown's lips, Qin Wei heard his own name. The true name he had never uttered in the presence of others since his journey began. Chapter 52. A brief confrontation. I suggest you speak plainly, rather than resorting to the antics of a third-rate horror film. Such theatrics are hardly amusing and merely reveal your amateurish techniques. Oh, it seems you know me quite well. Pray tell, what sort of character do you envision the clown to be? A remorseless villain? A circus performer with a red nose? Or perhaps the old man on the subway who asks for half a hot dog? Your tone carries a hint of disrespect. Perhaps when I slice your throat with a deck of cards, you will truly comprehend the nature of my being. Qin Wei felt a jolt of shock, his Adam's apple bobbing. He had not anticipated being targeted so soon. Indeed, even playing the part of a foolhardy Good Samaritan in Gotham posed immense risks. Do not be alarmed, my dear. It is merely a jest. Ha ha. The clown's fractured laughter buzzed like an annoying mosquito through the night. Oh, my apologies. You seem rather unfazed. Pay it no mind. It is simply my catchphrase. Qin Wei experienced a slight headache. After this lengthy tirade, he had gleaned but one useful piece of information. He had previously encountered the clown. Enough with the laughter. Can we not conduct our conversation with greater efficiency? What brings you here today? Will you let me go or not? The clown appeared momentarily stunned by Qin Wei's sudden outburst, his eyes darting about before he regained his composure. The truth is, there is no particular reason for my visit. I merely wish to see you. In anticipation of the forthcoming events, I have been eager to meet you, positively impatient. Following Qin Wei's warning, the clown's tone became significantly more serious, though the underlying madness remained indelibly etched within him. I can hardly wait to meet you, to witness the Gotham newcomer who will deftly maneuver Falcone and Maroni. You are affiliated with the gangs, yet your actions are anything but gang-related. You aspire to cultivate a new ruler with absolute dominion, to reshuffle the chaotic Gotham. Listen to this grand plan, a brazen act of heroism. While your words ring true, they fail to align with my intentions. I do not seek to be a hero. So, are you here to thwart my endeavors? Oh, no, no, no. Quite the opposite. I am here to assist you. Look, this truckload of weaponry is my gift to you. Take it and rob Maroni's bank. Domination necessitates chaos, and chaos is precisely what I desire. We can both derive ample amusement from this scheme. Now that you have seen me, may I take my leave? Qin Wei inquired nonchalantly. Of course, be my guest. Leave? How absurd. I have no intention of departing without ensuring your demise. In that instant, as the clown lowered his weapon, Qin Wei seized his wrist, twisting it to wrest the gun from him, pulling the trigger 6 times in rapid succession. He did not wish to take a life, but the clown was an exception. Allowing him to live would be akin to planting a hidden bomb in future plans, an intolerable risk for a strategist who valued stability. Qin Wei had done all he could. Yet the outcome spiraled unexpectedly. Click, 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 click. The revolver's firing pin rebounded, and the crisp sound of an empty gun seemed to crystallize the air. As he beheld the small white flag emblazoned with surprise. Emerging from the barrel, the Joker's laughter, long suppressed, cascaded forth like the waters of Gotham River breaching a dam. Ha 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 ha. Even Qin Wei found himself amused. Compared to the previous clumsy jokes, the Joker's performance was indeed astonishing. My dear, is this how you wish to kill me? Do stop. Just go. The Joker brandished another gun in his hand, which truly served as his talisman of survival. Qin Wei shrugged with a wry smile. All right. But had he truly surrendered? Of course not. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, shouting towards Royce, shoot. The scattering bullets stirred up clouds of dust. Regrettably, the Joker managed to escape, leaving behind traces of blood leading into the dense underbrush beneath the bridge. Meanwhile, a hapless soul sat on the ground, his face a mask of frustration as he pulled at his hair, lamenting his misfortune. Let us draw closer to discover the identity of this unfortunate wretch. Oh, it is none other than Qin Wei. The Joker swaggered in, burdened with a sack of enigmas. And without seeking Qin Wei's consent, pried open the latter's skull, stuffing the mysteries within. Why does he wish to see me? How did he find me? How did he learn of my entire plan? Why does he claim this batch of arms is a gift from him? Qin Wei needn't ponder these perplexing questions, provided he could put a bullet through the Joker's head. Royce approached and patted his shoulder. Although he had known Qin Wei for only a short time, he remembered that the usually composed man would never display such a countenance. It seemed that allowing the Joker to escape had profoundly affected him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you. And you? The habitual response slipped out. The other man did not reply, and Qin Wei awkwardly glanced up, hastily changing the subject. It's all your fault. You usually make every shot count, but when it matters, you can't hit the mark? Boss, I can't take the blame for this. It's a shotgun. Look at this beast in my hands. At this distance, the pellets scatter unpredictably, and I feared hitting you by mistake. Don't even mention a misfire. Even if you crippled me, as long as you could kill that bastard, I wouldn't hold it against you. Enough said. Qin Wei dusted himself off and rose to his feet, acknowledging that he should not take his frustrations out on Royce. No one was to blame for this incident. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, the two continued their journey toward Wayne Manor. After the brief interlude, the remainder of the trip proceeded remarkably smoothly. Royce's subordinates had long awaited in the clearing, and over 20 men hastily unloaded the arms, stowing them in their own vehicles. We'll leave the cargo with you for now. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve another couple 100,000, which you can distribute as overtime pay to the brothers who moved the goods tonight. Indeed, you should claim this as your own earnings. Just refrain from mentioning that it was a gift from me, Qin Wei advised Royce. His words were astute, serving to reward his band of Roman underlings, thereby silencing them, while simultaneously elevating Royce's stature in their eyes without overstepping boundaries. One can only imagine the reverence that would blossom in those who typically scraped by on meager earnings when presented with such a substantial sum. Royce, biting his lip, nodded in understanding. How could this seasoned veteran not grasp the true essence of Qin Wei's remarks? The heartfelt words concealed a deeper, burning truth. Thank you, boss. Follow me to greatness, and I shall ensure no one is left wanting. As he returned to Gotham in Royce's vehicle, Qin Wei alighted in the commercial district, contemplating a visit to Oswald at the hospital before parting ways. It wasn't until the truck had receded into the distance that he remembered he had left both the vehicle and the money at the port, now clad in tattered garments with pockets devoid of even a stray thread. Damn it, how could I forget? My mind is simply overwhelmed. At that moment, a taxi came to a halt before him. Hey, buddy, it's been a while. Why do you look increasingly disheveled? The driver rolled down the window, munching on a handful of fries from a large paper bag. Qin Wei recognized him as the same driver who had first taken him to Wayne Manor and later to Dodger Manor. It was a surprise to encounter him once more. Is Gotham really this small? Given your dismal appearance, you must be out of funds. I happen to be free this evening. Tell me, which estate do you wish to visit? Must it be an estate? Qin Wei chuckled, unceremoniously opening the door and plopping down into the back seat. Nestled into the soft cushions of the taxi, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, nearly succumbing to slumber. After dozing for a brief while, he suddenly recalled that Oswald might also be asleep at this hour. No, I cannot allow that scoundrel to enjoy such comfort while I toil outside. Why should he languish in the hospital while I am out here struggling? In a fit of frustration, Qin Wei fished out his phone and dialed Oswald's number. The groggy man on the other end was likely to be irritable. Just picturing Oswald's disheveled hair and grumbling demeanor upon being awakened made Qin Wei chuckle. However, the line remained unanswered, the persistent busy signal sending a chill of foreboding through him. After a second attempt, the outcome was the same. At that moment, a call from Falcone interrupted his thoughts. The old lion had never reached out to him in the early hours, and Qin Wei sensed that something unexpected had transpired during his absence. Do not speak, just listen to me, Falcone's deep, resonant voice echoed through the receiver. Moroni has sent me an invitation. He is hosting an investment auction gala. Under normal circumstances, I would abstain from attending. But he has provided me with a compelling reason to be present. I fear this gala may lead to my undoing. The soiree will be held the day after tomorrow. You have 24 hours to uncover the truth behind Moroni's hosting of this gathering and ascertain whether it poses any threat to me. Qin Wei hung up the phone. Let's take a detour. We must head to the estate, Moroni's estate. Chapter 53. You cannot truly be considering a betrayal, can you? The meeting with Qin Wei took place in the study, a clear indication of Moroni's malevolent intent. You have disturbed my slumber. If this is merely a trivial matter, you know the consequences, he said. Beneath the dim glow of the desk lamp, Moroni, clad in a blue and purple striped nightgown, held a cigar and reclined in his chair, gazing at Qin Wei. Though he spoke of being roused from sleep, his eyes were sharp, betraying no signs of having been pulled from his bed. You have clearly awaited my arrival for quite some time. Do not feign otherwise. Qin Wei, seeing through the pretense, smiled and stated his purpose. Falcone has just reached out to me. Oh, I appreciate your honesty. It indicates that our collaboration can progress to the next stage. Moroni was not surprised by this revelation, as he had removed all obstacles around him, leaving Qin Wei as the last remaining pawn. If Falcone sought the truth, this was his only avenue. Do you believe I would seize this opportunity to deal with Falcone? Moroni posed the question. Qin Wei scratched his stubble, deeming the inquiry inconsequential, and replied candidly. If I were in your position, given the commotion Harvey Dent has caused, I would not provoke trouble at such a critical juncture. A rational response. Yet not my choice. Moroni rose, strolling leisurely to the liquor cabinet, selecting a bottle after some deliberation. Shall we indulge in a drink and converse at a leisurely pace? Unfortunately, I have not had the chance to let this breathe. No, let us conclude our discussion swiftly. I am quite fatigued. Very well. I shall speak plainly. I hold Harvey Dent in contempt. Even if he were to imprison Mayor Bach, I would not falter. A mere district attorney believes he can hold leverage over me? It is the most ludicrous jest in the world, even if he could. The prominent figures and businessmen of Gotham would rush to absolve me of any blame. As for this soiree, I deliberately chose the timing to coincide with the black market at the port. It is a once-in-a-decade opportunity to draw out the serpents. Regarding the plan, I have bribed Falcone's parking attendant. On the night of the soiree, he will conceal a timed bomb under the seat. Once the gathering concludes, boom. A splendid plan. Yet why not deploy those assassins? Qin Wei inquired, his curiosity piqued. Compared to a bomb, those relentless assassins, akin to a persistent thorn, would be the simplest solution. Are you referring to those owlet wretches? Though they may be the cast-offs of the Talons, they remain under the jurisdiction of the Owl's court. And Falcone is also a partner of that court. I see no need to divulge so much to you. Qin Wei was indeed unfamiliar with the Owl's court, but fortunately, his memory served him well. He recalled the first time he encountered Falcone, who had uttered a careless remark. For certain reasons, I cannot take action against Moroni. It appears that certain reasons refer to the Owl Court, a vast and secretive organization hovering over the Roman Empire. By the way, may I inquire how you and Falcone communicate through coded language? Moroni casually tossed out a topic, yet beneath his nonchalance lay a deadly intent. At this moment, if Qin Wei could shift his perspective and move behind the desk, he would immediately spot Oswald bound and gagged beneath it. The poor Oswald, paralyzed with anxiety, dared not utter a sound, silently praying that Qin Wei would reveal the truth to Moroni. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. However, Qin Wei's response was disheartening. Coded language? There is no such thing. Are you certain? The flow of red wine abruptly ceased, the bottle poised precariously above the glass. Moroni seemed to be petrified. Simultaneously, his tone softened, as if he feared disturbing the rippling waves of wine within the goblet. Indeed, there was no coded language. Every time he called, I was only permitted to respond with yes or no. Surely, that cannot be considered a code. Oswald's heart, which had momentarily halted, resumed its rhythm. Qin Wei had actually spoken those words. Yet, questions arose. Why did he divulge this so easily? Did he truly intend to betray Falcone? Oswald was bewildered. Was it counted as such? Of course not. Moroni chuckled, unknowingly filling the glass with red wine. Blood trickled down the goblet's rim, splattering onto the Persian carpet. Moroni's willingness to disclose his assassination plan signified that he had no intention of releasing Oswald. After confiscating his phone, Qin Wei was escorted into the guest room of the residence. This lavishly adorned room lacked windows, effectively eliminating any chance of Qin Wei escaping or alerting anyone. I trust you, but just to be safe, I must sever all your external communications. Your phone will be returned when Falcone calls. By then, you should know what to do. Naturally, you've provided me with so many favors. I shall do my utmost to assist you. If the call comes, I will assure Mr. Falcone that everything is secure and he may proceed without concern. Qin Wei smiled innocently. What a clever fellow. You should rest well during the next 24 hours. If you require anything, feel free to speak with Benny. He will do his best to accommodate you. Moroni's gaze fell upon Benny as he patted his elbow. After relaying these instructions, Moroni departed the guest room, leaving behind the enormous Benny, who stood guard at the door like a boulder. Qin Wei understood that Moroni's assurances of meeting his needs were mere pretenses. Benny was a mere sentinel. Should Qin Wei attempt to escape or convey a message to Falcone, this hefty individual would undoubtedly spring into action, ensuring he experienced the full force of Sanguinello's 3A seat. Yet, Moroni had issued an order. Perhaps Benny would comply without question. Upon this thought, Qin Wei comfortably reclined on the sofa, casually discarding his foul-smelling leather shoes into the corner with a flick of his heel. Benny? A prominent scar traced a path from Benny's left ear to his chin, lending a rugged quality to his rotund visage. True to his appearance, his voice resonated with a deep timbre, slightly buoyant, just as Qin Wei had anticipated. What can I do for you? My feet are sore. Come and give them a rub. Huh. Benny paused momentarily, taken aback. His assignment from Moroni was strictly surveillance, with no mention of any special services. Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear what Mr. Moroni instructed? Strive to meet my needs. Benny forced an awkward smile, scratching his head. Benny was the top enforcer of Moroni's security team, once the absolute ruler of Blackgate Prison. Yet regrettably, his intelligence was akin to that of an 8-year-old. Due to his low IQ, he was deemed unfit for coercion, which is why Moroni entrusted him with the surveillance task. However, Moroni had grossly underestimated Qin Wei's audacity, as he audaciously leveraged a mere polite request to climb the ranks. The meticulously arranged surveillance apparatus was destined to become a foot massage device. Quite amusing, indeed. Brother, is this pressure all right? Benny wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting a jovial demeanor. As he squatted, his trousers tore, revealing cartoonish undergarments adorned with Mickey Mouse. A bit higher, a bit higher. Ah, right there, splendid. Just as Qin Wei was on the verge of slumber, a knock echoed from the door. Benny, mister. Moroni has instructed us to bring this individual over. Similar to the treatment afforded to that man. Ensure they have no intentions of escape or contacting the outside world. Benny's companion pushed Oswald into the room, only to find Benny blushing and panting heavily. Wei, I believe we have made a blunder. Oswald collapsed onto the sofa, staring vacantly at the brass chandelier above. A blunder? What blunder? With a toothbrush protruding from his mouth, Qin Wei emerged halfway from the bathroom, lathered with shampoo. His body marred with alarming scars, which made Oswald's heart race in trepidation. Oswald felt a pang of guilt. In the hospital, upon hearing Moroni declare that all the suffering was borne solely by Qin Wei while his friend had just withdrawn $10 million from the bank, he experienced a moment of profound imbalance. Yet, in truth, Qin Wei had endured far more agony. Damn it, I shouldn't have disclosed the code words to Moroni. Oswald lamented, resting his forehead against the wall, despondently covering his eyes. What am I thinking? I said it, so what? It's no big deal. Qin Wei retreated his head, the sound of rinsing echoing from the bathroom. However, Oswald could not comprehend that leveraging Falcone's power against Moroni was a plan meticulously devised by Qin Wei. Given our current predicament, why concern ourselves with Falcone? Let fate decide. Enveloped in a towel, Qin Wei emerged, seizing an apple from the fruit bowl and biting into it with vigor. Oswald remained silent, his heart beginning to waver. Initially, he believed that Qin Wei was speaking in jest out of apprehension of being eavesdropped upon by Moroni. Yet, observing the nonchalant demeanor of the latter, it could very well be a candid confession. Recalling the incident when Qin Wei had deceived him while answering Falcone's call, a shiver ran down Oswald's spine. Surely, he could not be contemplating abandoning me to side with Moroni. Chapter 54. The Rift. In the early hours of the second day, Qin Wei and Oswald were summoned to the conference room. Moroni had been waiting for a considerable time, a mobile phone placed before him. "Gentlemen, let us take our seats and await the arrival of that moment." He glanced at the clock. Only a few minutes remained before the 24-hour deadline set by Falcone would expire. Moroni placed a silver-plated Taurus revolver on the table. Falcone was a man of punctuality bordering on obsession. When he said 12 hours for an investigation, he meant it to the second. Understanding this trait of his adversary, Moroni had the audacity to confiscate Qin Wei's phone. He was certain that until the appointed time arrived, Falcone would not call. Of course, Moroni was uncertain whether Falcone would unconditionally trust Qin Wei. Even if he did, the balance of interests might lead him to choose not to attend. However, that did not deter Moroni from taking a gamble. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Even if the chances of the other party falling into his trap were slim, it did not preclude him from laying out his plans early. First, he would use a false Harvey to eliminate the obstacles, and then he would lavishly bribe Qin Wei, the last of his eyes and ears. Should the assassination succeed, he would unify the Gotham underworld, bringing those indecisive politicians under his control. With such power at his disposal, he could even usurp the declining Wayne family and ascend to one of Gotham's four great families. The temptation was overwhelming. As for how to manage Qin Wei, the great contributor, once the deed was done, Moroni had yet to devise a strategy. Rationally, he leaned towards utilizing this individual further. An unknown entity had risen to prominence in just a month and had deftly navigated the treacherous waters between him and Falcone. This was beyond mere audacity and intelligence. If properly harnessed, this could aid in expanding the empire of Rome, from New Jersey to the entirety of America. That was his lifelong aspiration. Yet, was this individual truly as avaricious and easily manipulated as he appeared? Moroni harbored lingering doubts regarding the death of false Harvey. He could not fully trust Qin Wei. More importantly, he believed that someone like Qin Wei would never willingly settle for a subordinate position. Perhaps, once this affair concluded, he could concoct a reason to eliminate him. As he pondered the nature of the charges he could fabricate against Qin Wei, the mobile phone began to vibrate. It spun before him like a lost nautical compass. Moroni glanced at the clock once more, and then pushed the phone towards Qin Wei, gesturing for him to proceed. "Come now, it is your turn to perform." Qin Wei pressed the call button, and Falcone's voice crackled through the receiver, intermingled with static. "Hello, my dearest partner. Now, place the phone on the table and activate the speakerphone. I wish to hear the sounds around me." Following the familiar steps, Qin Wei complied. "I have granted you 24 hours. I trust you have completed the task. Now, I have 2 inquiries for you. As before, respond with a simple yes or no. We shall discuss nothing further. First, is anyone eavesdropping on this call? No. Excellent. The second question, which is paramount, does Moroni intend to take action against me during this soiree?" Qin Wei looked up, meeting Moroni's gaze, along with the dark muzzle of the gun in his hand. "No," Qin Wei replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this response, Oswald hopelessly shut his eyes. He finally comprehended the meaning behind Qin Wei's earlier words at the Dodge Manor. Sometimes, the less you know, the safer you are. Indeed, after receiving Moroni's accolades, you wished to turn against me, yet I remained in the dark about everything. Oswald did not harbor resentment towards Qin Wei's actions. After all, Falcone's promise was but an empty pledge, while the estate gifted by Moroni represented tangible wealth, something that few could resist in the face of such astronomical sums. What truly troubled him was that Qin Wei had never attempted to communicate with him. After enduring so many trials together, in Oswald's heart, Qin Wei had become the most significant person in his life, second only to his mother. Yet this individual, so vital to him, had now abandoned him. Oswald lowered his head, rubbing the inner corners of his eyes. In the conference room, the call continued. Falcone offered a token compliment to Qin Wei and revealed his forthcoming plans. "Out of trust, I shall attend this soiree. However, should I encounter any misfortune, my assassins will emerge en masse. No matter where you hide in Gotham, they will locate you, seize you, and without hesitation, sever your throat." The old lion's presence was formidable. Even through the phone, Qin Wei felt the weight of pressure. Glancing at Moroni, he noted how this man, usually arrogant and overbearing, seemed diminished under Falcone's threat, much like a gummy bear. However, it was understandable. If Maroney were truly as unrestrained as he claimed, he would have already confronted Falcone openly rather than gamble everything on a high-risk assassination. As the call concluded, the three tense individuals exhaled in relief. Mr. Maroney, you heard the conversation. Once the deed is done, you will ensure my safety, will you not? Of course, my friend is like family to me. I will do everything in my power to guarantee your safety. Upon hearing Falcone's confirmation of attendance, Maroney could no longer suppress his mirth. A low cost, even rudimentary assassination held immeasurable potential for him. Eliminating Falcone would not only rid him of a rival, but also allow him to utilize Falcone's own assassins to dispose of Qin Wei, all while masquerading his actions under the guise of avenging Qin Wei against the remnants of Falcone's influence within the Roman Empire. Nothing brings greater joy than hitting 3 targets with a single arrow. The plan is nearly complete, with 99% finalized. The remaining uncertainties rest solely with Qin Wei. Maroney has resolved to keep Qin Wei imprisoned until the conclusion of the banquet, ensuring that he does not divulge any information during this critical period. Thus, Qin Wei has been missing for 3 days, and the one most concerned for his well-being is none other than Royce. Just as he has resolved to rebel, his leader has vanished, leaving Royce's heart plummeting into an abyss. These 3 days have dragged on longer than 3 years, with sleepless nights spent anxiously glancing at his phone every few minutes, hoping for new messages. Suddenly, the jarring ringtone jolted Royce from his half-sleep on the sofa. Horton Department Store is having a weekend sale, with all appliances starting at 30 off. He cursed, his frustration boiling over as he hurled his phone to the ground. The Nokia bounced off the wooden floor and skidded toward the door. It eventually came to a stop in the center of the corridor, its metallic frame glistening under the corridor lights. After venting his anger, Royce sulkily approached to pick it up and dust it off. "Where on earth have you gone, you bastard?" he muttered to himself. This seemingly casual complaint, perhaps uttered without thought, had, just a second prior, saved his life. A blood-stained dagger quietly withdrew from the nape of his neck and vanished into the shadows of the corridor's ceiling. Had Royce looked up at that moment, he would have been startled by the sight of a shadowy figure, limbs spread wide, akin to a mysterious Eastern ninja lurking above. Chapter 55. The return of the enigmatic shadow. The figure on the ceiling was Dick Grayson, who had been on the run for a week. After slaying Baron, the boy had evaded capture, hiding in the labyrinthine alleys of the lower district, subsisting on roasted rats and breadcrumbs scavenged from dumpsters. In moments of desperation, he had sought out Qin Wei, but upon learning of the Roman enclave in the East District, he was met only with the impenetrable doors of the Senate. Having lived for so long in squalor, the stitches of his surgical wounds had begun to fester. Believing the Romans were still hunting him, Dick dared not seek medical help. Aware that his days were numbered, he resolved to undertake one last grand heist, enlisting the aid of a few gangsters for support. Setting his sights on Royce, the Roman leader of the North District, Dick, a master of aerial acrobatics, stealthily infiltrated the premises. Had it not been for Royce's final murmurs, he would have succeeded. Realizing that the target might be a friend of Qin Wei, Dick hesitated for a long moment before ultimately abandoning the assassination. After Royce departed, he descended from the ceiling. Overwhelmed by an unbearable hunger that accompanied his dizziness, Dick, against his better judgment, found himself inexplicably drawn to the kitchen. A half-eaten, hardened loaf of bread lay abandoned, while the jar of jam revealed its empty bottom. The butter, riddled with gnawed marks from mice and cockroaches, bore testimony to neglect. Under the moonlight, Dick rummaged through the kitchen, voraciously stuffing whatever edible remnants he could find into his mouth. Life for Royce was far more impoverished than he had anticipated. Crouched behind the dining table, Dick resembled a famished hamster, clutching his food and chewing with fervor. Suddenly, the kitchen lights flickered on, causing Dick to flinch. Praying he would remain unseen, Royce's languid voice drifted through the air. "Would you care for a sandwich?" Was he addressing me? Dick, filled with doubt, blinked in confusion, hesitant to make a move. Across the filthy table, Royce ignited the gas stove, retrieving a frying pan from the overhead cupboard and spinning it in his grasp. "Did you take the butter?" At that moment, Dick realized he had been discovered. With a startled gasp, he abandoned his food and dashed toward the window. Being on the ground floor, a broken window would provide the perfect escape, and the night of the lower district would cloak him in shadows. Click! The spring propelled the metal bolt, the sharp sound pinning him to the spot. Trembling, he glanced back to find Royce, one hand gripping a gun, lighting a cigarette with the flame from the stove. If a guest departs without a word, I often find myself questioning my hospitality. Had Royce not stepped in the bloodstain on the floor, he might never have realized an intruder had entered. Examining the small pool of blood, he noted its spiderweb-like splatters. suggesting it had dripped from a height. Rising to his feet, he indeed found 2 dirty handprints high on the wall near the ceiling. The intruder could not possibly be the Red Hood gang. Those fools, like their leader Jason Todd, would confront any challenge head-on without resorting to stealth. The only individual capable of infiltrating the Romanesque lair without causing a stir was the assassin Grayson. After hiding for so many days, he must be quite famished. Royce crept silently into the kitchen, and sure enough, he heard the sound of gnawing. In the past, Royce would have bound the boy and delivered him to Maroney. But now his resolve had shifted. With Chenway lamenting the lack of manpower, he contemplated recruiting Dick instead. Having lost his family to the gang and himself being hunted by Maroney, Dick was indeed a perfect candidate, offering no concern of betrayal to the organization. Moreover, the boy was undeniably capable, having taken down Barron and stealthily infiltrated his own home. He was certainly worth recruiting. Unbeknownst to Royce, he and Chenway were already aligned in thought. After frying an egg, 2 slices of toast popped up from the toaster. Royce retrieved a slice of bacon from his basket, hesitated for a moment, then tore half and returned it, placing the bacon and egg between the 2 slices of toast. Royce took a dining knife and inserted it into the sandwich, blowing gently on it before presenting it to Dick. With his mouth agape, Dick, bound tightly, displayed a face full of defiance, yet his body betrayed him as he opened his mouth without hesitation and took a hefty bite. "What do you intend to do?" Dick demanded, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the sandwich. "Are you interested in joining? Even if you kill me, I shall never ally with the Romans. You butchered lot. Vile creatures." Royce forcefully shoved the sandwich into the boy's mouth, effectively silencing his protests. He then turned to fetch a bottle of nearly expired antibiotics, a roll of gauze, and a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Upon binding Dick, he had noticed the boy still clad in tattered green spandex, with a wound that had split open, staining half his chest crimson. Royce tore apart Dick's clothing, revealing a ghastly injury, the swollen flesh peeling back like daisy petals, with the wound filled with dark, putrid blood, causing a pang of distress in Royce's chest. Heating the scissors on the gas stove for sterilization, Royce meticulously assisted Dick in trimming the necrotic edges of the wound, gently wiping away the pus and blood. Yet, the most excruciating part was yet to come. "It may hurt a bit, but I implore you not to cry out. My men are asleep, and I wouldn't want to disturb their rest," Royce stated, stuffing a wad of cotton into the boy's mouth as he twisted open the bottle. The hydrogen peroxide slowly seeped into the wound, and Dick began to convulse violently, muffled whimpers escaping his lips, a testament to his fervent struggle against the pain. However, even the strongest human will has its limits. Under the relentless assault of agony, the boy's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Meanwhile, in the municipal district adjacent to Gotham's lower area, a lavish soiree was in full swing. Apart from the invited socialites, most participants were affluent magnates and investors from esteemed families. As the music gradually faded and the refreshments were cleared from the dance floor, the previously drowsy gazes of these individuals began to brighten. Indeed, the gala was merely a facade, behind which lay an auction for municipal projects and major venue leasing rights in Gotham. Decades prior, these public bidding processes that should have been transparent were swept up at meager prices by financial oligarchs, powerful families, and gang influences, leaving small to medium enterprises with no share of the spoils, relegated to becoming mere cogs in the supply chains of these colossal entities, ultimately leading to their acquisition and collapse due to financial insolvency. Countless individuals were thus rendered unemployed, destitute, and homeless, some joining gangs, others begging on the streets, or nurturing resentments that became destabilizing elements within society. The poor grew ever poorer, while the wealthy amassed even greater fortunes, epitomizing the very essence of Gotham's decay and corruption. As the clandestine auction concluded, various factions emerged with their spoils, effectively carving up Gotham. Falcone secured the 10-year renewal rights for the Miller Harbor black market at a staggering price of $435 million, while Maroney casually bid a low figure with no further competition and shifted his focus to the neglected redevelopment rights of Robinson Park in the city center. As the venue dimmed and guests departed, Maroney encountered Falcone at the hotel entrance, preparing to leave. "Mr. Falcone, it has been quite some time since we last met." Falcone offered no response, merely casting a cold glance before bowing his head and retreating under his umbrella, enveloped by his entourage. Maroney, undeterred, raised his wrist to check the time amidst the gentle patter of rain under the eaves. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. He confirmed with one last glance as Falcone crossed the street and entered a vehicle right before his eyes. 2 seconds, 1 second. The headlights flared to life. The engine roared, and the car trembled. Boom. A pillar of fire erupted skyward, the forceful shockwave toppling Maroney to the ground, accompanied by the cataclysmic explosion. The earth briefly quaked, and alarms from nearby vehicles blared in unison. Yet, to Maroney's ears, these sirens resembled the jubilant trumpets of angels. How exquisite, how melodious. From this moment forth, I shall become the king of Gotham. Amidst the screams of onlookers, he leisurely swept his hair back. In Maroney's frenzied gaze, the burning vehicle of Falcone was reflected. Chapter 56. Escape. Upon returning to the estate, the first thing Maroney did was envelop Qin Wei in a grand embrace. My loyal friend, no amount of florid praise can do justice to your greatness. Unaware of the bruises adorning Qin Wei's back, he patted him heartily. Qin Wei's face resembled a swollen doe, veins prominent in his neck. While Maroney intended to strengthen their bond, he was oblivious to the fact that the man in his arms was experiencing pain so acute that he wished to slap him into the ground. Impossible to pry off afterward. Having endured the insincere pleasantries, Qin Wei unceremoniously sought his due rewards, knowing full well that Maroney viewed him as a greedy opportunist. He might as well solidify that persona. More importantly, he genuinely had a fondness for wealth. Benefits, Maroney inhaled sharply, raising an eyebrow. There seems to be a company importing Italian leather shoes in the Roman Empire. Once I reclaim it from Falcone, I shall entrust you with the management rights. Maroney's mind was far from contemplating accolades for his loyal subjects. He possessed Falcone's dental records, and the immediate priority was to identify the mole within the police department. He needed to obtain the dental impressions from the corpse and compare them against the records to confirm the identity. Despite witnessing the explosion of Falcone's vehicle firsthand, the cunning and suspicious Maroney would not lower his guard until he had irrefutable evidence confirming the man's demise. Qin Wei noticed Maroney's distraction and discreetly rolled his eyes. He intends to reward me with Falcone's assets? Merely management rights? Is this even a reasonable proposition? Indeed, he was a man who would burn bridges. Qin Wei was filled with grievances. Moreover, he understood that with Falcone's death, the scattered underlings would not spare him. Maroney was evidently attempting to delay matters until he was eliminated by assassins, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Beast. After reclaiming his phone, Qin Wei departed Maroney Manor alongside Oswald. Having dialed the taxi driver's number, the two descended the dark mountain path. Oswald wrestled with his inner turmoil for quite some time before ultimately deciding to voice his thoughts. Wei, you can speak candidly. If you wish to betray the Falcone family and serve Maroney, though I will not accompany you, I shall not expose you either. What are you talking about? Qin Wei responded, bewildered. Is Maroney a fool, or are you as well? Oswald's mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. He had considered that possibility. For the binary choice of yes or no was exceedingly easy to deduce. One could easily mislead the unsuspecting by merely reversing the meaning. However, what dispelled that notion was Qin Wei's response during their conversation at Dodge Manor, when he received the first call from Falcone. Is there a third party listening to our conversation? Yes. He distinctly remembered Qin Wei's answer. If yes or no signified the opposite meanings, then he ought to have answered no at that moment. Oswald voiced his innermost doubts, only to be met with Qin Wei's derisive laughter. Isn't that rather clever of you? Why not adhere to your own thoughts? But in my plan, you have never been a third party. We have always been united. As Qin Wei's blazing gaze pierced through Oswald, the shadows clouding his heart dissipated. I should have realized it sooner. Oswald touched his flushed cheek, and Qin Wei's silhouette appeared tall and distinct in his eyes. He vividly recalled when he first recruited Qin Wei. This clumsy giant had caused him no small amount of trouble, failing to collect rent, hesitating to engage in fights, and overflowing with sympathy, almost getting himself killed on the tram. Yet, it was precisely because Qin Wei perpetually exuded an air of foolishness that Oswald felt inclined to look after him. In him, he saw the small figure cast out into the rain on a fateful night many years ago. Once, this little one had pursued Maroney as a target, but now he had found a new direction. Nevertheless, I have indeed been keeping something from you, Qin Wei added. I fear Maroney may extract a signal from our words. If you remain oblivious to the truth, whether you choose silence or betrayal, Maroney can only receive a false signal, allowing us to maintain a unified front even if our testimonies diverge. Thus, I have always told you that there are matters best left unknown for your own benefit. The implication was clear. Qin Wei did not fully trust Oswald. This was a rational judgment, for the young penguin's mind was still maturing, and Maroney's methods were exceptionally ruthless. Qin Wei, putting himself in Oswald's shoes, concluded that even he could not be certain of maintaining his composure in Maroney's grasp. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. With a touch of cunning, he had once again achieved a small victory in his game against Maroney. This further solidified his resolve to eliminate that bothersome fox. What are you dawdling for? The car is almost here. Chenway beckoned to the dazed Oswald. On the other end, Royce had just stitched up Dick's wounds. After cleansing his bloodied hands, he carried the unconscious boy back to the bedroom. The man sat on the steps outside the apartment, smoking 3 cigarettes in succession. As the night deepened, the rain began to ease. The gentle drumming of water collected on the eaves trickled down the corner walls, nourishing the moss in the crevices. Royce flicked away the cigarette butt and set off towards the Lower East Side. He intended to seek out Chenway one last time. The man had prepared himself for the worst. Considering that Chenway might have already fallen into Maroney's clutches or could succumb to torture and betray his accomplices, there was a significant chance that he might implicate Royce as well. After much deliberation, he resolved that if no one answered his knock this time, he would surrender Dick as the assassin of Barron to Maroney. During the weekly meetings, several heads from the lower district could only sit at the far end of the conference table. The distance was too great. Before the dagger could reach Maroney, it would be subdued by the bodyguards. Surrendering Dick would afford him the opportunity to meet his target privately in the study. Although he would be thoroughly searched, Royce, having once been Maroney's right-hand man, was well aware of the strength of his adversaries. Given the chance, he was confident he could snap that fox's neck before the bodyguards arrived. Upon reaching the Senate, Royce was drenched to the bone, adding a touch of tragic valor to the man who had already resigned himself to a noble death. He pressed the doorbell several times, but the Senate remained as silent as ever. The damp scent of decay wafted through the cracks of the door, as if the building were in a state of rot. Royce's finger hovered over the doorbell. He was reluctant to make any more futile attempts. He turned away, a resolute expression upon his face, and slowly descended the steps. Just then, 2 beams of light emerged from around the corner, accompanied by the roar of an engine. An orange-yellow taxi executed a stylish drift into his line of sight. With a screech, it came to a halt at the entrance of the Senate, splashing a curtain of water several feet high over Royce, utterly ruining the somber atmosphere he had managed to cultivate. Fuming, the man wiped his face with determination, contemplating whether he should practice his skills on the driver before dealing with Maroney. Ah, what a disaster, I forgot my wallet. The voices of 2 figures in the back seat murmured as the window gradually rolled down. Hey, uncle, could you lend me some money? Chenway's half-exposed face leaned out of the window, grinning with a cheeky smile. Chapter 57. Subsequent arrangements. Couldn't you have just called me? After escaping, couldn't you have given me a heads up? You know what I have piled up in my basement. There's an arsenal buried beneath me. I've been worrying about when it might blow up while I sleep. And you promised to pay the brothers, but I went and boasted about it. And they glared at me for 3 days. Eventually, they looked at me differently. Why was the driver speeding so recklessly? Come on, just tell me the truth. Did you see me earlier and intentionally instruct him to drive so fast? Oswald stirred his yogurt and oats, discreetly glancing at Royce. Uncle, has he been genetically modified by you? I remember he wasn't like this before, he whispered, covering his mouth. Perhaps it's just menopause. Age inevitably brings changes, Chenway remarked, as he devoured a slice of pizza and licked his fingers. For the past few months, his diet had been predominantly high in carbohydrates, resulting in a thin layer of fat around his abdomen. The defined six-pack he once possessed had faded into obscurity. In contrast, Oswald had been diligent with his diet, maintaining an admirable physique. Chenway recalled that in comics, penguin characters were often depicted as short and plump. He wondered if this Oswald would also succumb to middle-aged weight gain in the future. Are you even listening to me? Royce slumped despondently into his chair after venting his frustrations. Of course yes. After finishing the last slice of pizza and letting out a satisfied burp, Chenway straightened up. Royce, I will send you the job advertisement shortly. Print it out tomorrow and have your subordinates plaster it all over the lower district. Royce nodded in agreement. Oswald, find an open space with a roof, preferably somewhere like an abandoned auto repair shop, where the doors can be secured. Chenway turned his gaze towards the little penguin. I know a few such places, but you must be looking to hire, right? The Senate should suffice. Why do you need a factory-like location? Because there will undoubtedly be troublemakers showing up. Do you want to risk having the Senate's roof torn off? Oswald seemed to grasp Chenway's implication, as he began to suspect who those troublemakers might be. As for me, tomorrow I need to find someone who can provide a detailed map of the bank. The locations of private vaults are notoriously secretive, and time is of the essence on the day of the heist. Wasting time searching for Maroney's vault could jeopardize the entire plan. If I miss the window to escape, the Gotham police will surround the bank, presenting me with a dilemma, whether or not to confront them. For now, I am still a partner to the police, but crossing that line could lead to serious charges against me, making it difficult to retreat. I must avoid any conflict with them at all costs. Only after the plan succeeds will I have the right to negotiate with Gordon. Thus, I need to ensure that every aspect of the plan is meticulously orchestrated, with the utmost priority being to ascertain the location of Maroni's vault. After construction, 2 sets of blueprints are typically created, one for the government's design office and another kept by the property owner. I am uncertain if Gotham follows the same protocol, so I intend to explore both avenues. One of the tasks naturally fell to the elusive cat burglar, Miss Selina, but the other candidate remained a mystery to him. Qin immediately thought of Dick. Having been exposed to aerial acrobatics from a young age, Dick was agile and nimble, making him the perfect choice for this covert operation. However, the fate of that charming rogue remained uncertain. Dick's disappearance was an unfortunate twist of fate. Qin had initially devised a solid plan. Once Baron was eliminated, he would go to retrieve Dick. Yet, the chaos in the lower district delayed his plans, and his dealings with Royce to procure arms led to his imprisonment by Maroni, consuming an entire week. Now, searching for Dick was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Perhaps he should consider selecting a new, nimble teammate in a few days. Qin was on the verge of giving up on Dick when Royce suddenly interjected. "Hey, boss, I nearly forgot to mention, I have someone to recommend to you." "Who?" Qin demanded. "You know Baron killed the Flying Grayson family, right? Where is he?" Before Royce could finish his explanation, an excited Qin leapt to his feet. Just as he was fretting over a second choice, Royce had delivered a timely assist. At that moment, Qin felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Royce's weathered face in gratitude. "Yes, in my apartment. But why do I feel like you've known him for ages?" Oswald then took on the role of narrator, clarifying the sequence of events for Royce. Upon hearing the story, the middle-aged man felt utterly disheartened. "So, all this commotion in the lower district was instigated by you?" "Instigated? That is a harsh word. If it weren't for Baron's gunfire, would there have been so much chaos? Besides, the lower district was already in disarray. You Romans lack the capability to manage the Red Hood gang and the resolve to control your subordinates," Qin said, pouting and shrugging his shoulders to express his innocence. Royce made no rebuttal and lit a cigarette, chewing on it thoughtfully. Damn, this kid makes a compelling point. Given Dick's serious injuries, Qin decided to have Royce temporarily tend to him. After assigning the tasks, the group, exhausted, bid a brief farewell and returned to their respective homes. After so many days, Qin finally managed to get a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, he called Selina. "What do you want?" The voice on the other end was as cold and hard as stone. If this dialogue had been depicted in a comic, Qin would have feared being crushed by the dialogue box itself. He was unaware of the reason for her irritation, only that she was still fuming. So he responded with a forced smile. "I have a favor to ask." "Oh, you only reach out when you need something? Isn't that obvious? What else would I contact you for?" After hearing her sardonic reply, he felt an urge to retort with an equally blunt remark. "We're partners, aren't we? Didn't we agree to take down Falcone together?" A busy signal echoed in his ear. "Grandmother, what an unkind demeanor to present so early in the morning. What transgression have I committed?" After being abruptly hung up on, the bewildered man scratched his head in confusion. Oswald, yawning, ambled out from his bedroom, bleary-eyed, and retrieved a canister of oats from the shelf, pouring a generous amount into his bowl. "Eating this every morning and evening? Are you on a diet?" After receiving a tongue lashing from the cat lady, the irritable Qin directed his frustration towards Oswald. The little penguin, taken aback, touched his nose in surprise. It was usually he who awoke in a foul mood, yet today Qin seemed to have taken a wrong turn. "Do you think I desire this?" "Oats, no matter how unpalatable, are certainly preferable to toast. That said, the last item you bought for me was quite delightful. Was it called dumplings? Have you lost your senses? Or has your head been caught in the door? When have I ever purchased dumplings for you?" "Just a few days ago, when I was hospitalized." Gloria mentioned that this was not her purchase, so it must have been you. Qin paused, suddenly realizing the reason behind Selina's ire. Chapter 58. A little temper on this day of leisure, Qin once again found himself at Selina's shared apartment. The girls may not have risen yet. The semi-transparent curtains were drawn, and 2 potted pothos adorned the windowsill, their vines cascading gracefully down the wall. A cartoon rabbit sign hung on the door, bearing the inscription, "Please do not disturb." Adjusting his collar, he gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The voice from within was not Selina's. It was undoubtedly her frequently mentioned roommate, Holly. I'm here to see Selina." A figure flitted behind the curtains, and after a brief moment, the unfamiliar girl peeked through the gap of the door. "You must be Wei, she often speaks of you." The girl, wearing glasses, flashed a smile that revealed 2 prominent front teeth, reminiscent of a lively rabbit. "Hello, Holly." Qin donned an appropriate smile and extended his hand. "Wow, is a handshake a bit too formal? Let us not bother with such tedious etiquette." Holly ushered Qin inside. "No need to change shoes. We have no men's slippers here. Stopping Qin Wei's gesture, Holly cast a furtive glance at the closed door behind her. That call this morning was from you, right? My friend seems quite upset. She has locked herself in her room for a full 2 hours. Holly's gaze fell upon Qin Wei's empty hands. You truly brought nothing. But you are fortunate. I just returned from the market, and this bouquet of Gerber daisies is for you. Holly's mouth moved busily like a rabbit munching on its food, giving Qin Wei no chance to interject as she shoved the flowers into his arms. Please take care of this. Goodness, I cannot endure seeing Selina in such a state. Can you believe she would sulk in her room, refusing to speak a word all day? I cannot live like this. Pushing Qin Wei towards the door, Holly gave him a thumbs up before retreating to her room, chattering away as she left. Clearing his throat, Qin Wei said, ahem. Hello, may I come in? What reason do I have to refuse? After all, we are partners. Selina's voice dripped with resentment. As Qin Wei pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of a rudimentary steel pull-up bar, where a well-defined set of abdominal muscles moved rhythmically with his gaze. Speak your mind. Our time for rest is precious. Selina leaped down, tossing a towel around her neck. Her expression was frigid, as if she donned a mask that warded off any approach until her eyes caught sight of the bouquet of African daisies in Qin Wei's hands, causing her eyelids to flutter ever so slightly. Qin Wei presented the flowers at the opportune moment. These are for you. Do I appear to be a girl who loves flowers? She retorted, yet as she extended her hands to receive the blooms, she tore open the wrapping and placed them in a neglected vase in the corner. She tilted her head, examining the vase, repositioned it several times, then removed the towel to dust off the surface. Are they beautiful? Even Michelangelo would be in awe, Qin Wei replied, his response familiar. I didn't inquire about my figure. Selina placed her hands on her hips, her brow furrowed, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Catwoman massaged her brow, exhaling deeply, momentarily dismissing the surprise Qin Wei had brought her. Let us see if we can explore new collaborations following Falcone's demise, specifically, how to dismantle the Roman Empire. Selina had learned of Falcone's death from the morning news, and had also caught a glimpse of her half-brother Alberto, whom she had never met. There stood a tall, slender man under the long lens, his eyes unblinking despite the flashing lights, clad in an immaculate Louis Vuitton striped suit. Only when he adjusted his glasses did the Patek Philippe watch peek out from his sleeve. A wealthy, understated, and elegant man. Moreover, his title, a current Harvard MBA student, along with his recent accolade of the Rhodes Scholarship, deemed one of the most challenging to obtain globally, marked him as Gotham's future star and a prodigy of the business world. It was difficult for her to fathom that such nobility shared similar blood with her. The thought of her mother, who had succumbed to her addiction and perished curled up in the corner by the fireplace, ignited a surge of impotent rage within her. Qin Wei outlined the plan. Interesting, Maroni has stored the most crucial items in a private vault. I wager even his closest associates are unaware of this. But I know my intelligence is never wrong. This is the very foundation of our collaboration, is it not? With his hands in his pockets, he held his chin high. On Niha Island in Gotham City, in a modest wooden house, Lei Xiaogu retrieved an ancient tome bound in leather from a dusty shelf. If Qin Wei were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the Middle Eastern elder who had silently departed from the hospital earlier. That boy succeeded. He killed his enemy and survived. He is the person we need. Bring him here, but do not resort to unscrupulous means like David did. The old man spoke, yet no one within the room responded. Moonlight filtered through the shattered window, cascading into the chamber, where the mournful sound of the wind echoed within the earthen jars piled in the corner. Lei Xiaogu opened the book and spread it across the table. There is one more matter you must confirm. I wish to ascertain whether that man is indeed Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne? You mean the pitiful man who came to us approximately 2 years ago, lying in a wheelchair and struggling to articulate his thoughts? A faint female voice resonated from the corner, as if she were not truly present in this realm. He is a fool who claimed he would exchange all his assets for the location of the Lazarus Pit, clinging to the hope that a mere spring could cure his paralyzed body. It is hard for me to believe that you harbor curiosity towards such a man. Talia, your air of arrogance is quite displeasing. It is worth noting that the defeat we suffered 5 years ago left the League of Assassins in tatters. And we ought not to mock those who adhere to the tenets of the League. They are our last hope. Lei Xiaogu grasped the yellowed, cracked corner of the book, carefully turning a page. That man, Bruce Wayne, if only I could assist him in standing once more. When I took his pulse, I did not feel a broken body, but rather a combat machine known as humanity, with innate reflexes, sturdy and resilient bones, and veins as tenacious as the poplar trees in the desert. Had he not been injured, his martial prowess would surpass both yours and mine, perhaps even rivaling David S. Along with the woman he has long pursued. Lei Xiaogu closed the book, and dust danced in the moonlight. Thus, I entrusted the scroll to him. Even though he may never have the opportunity to learn the martial arts contained within, I am acutely aware that in the limited span of my life, I shall not encounter another student of such caliber. This is quite unlike your usual manner. A shadow shifted in the corner. I will heed your will and bring back that boy, and I shall also demonstrate to you that Bruce Wayne is unworthy of such praise, my dear father. Chapter 59. Recruitment. After leaving Catwoman's modest apartment, he hailed a cab to the bank to withdraw some money. The death of Falcone had triggered a minor upheaval in Gotham's financial sector. Both the banks and the neighboring exchange were bustling with a greater influx of people than usual, with merchants and investment advisors rushing about, their phones ringing incessantly, carrying briefcases filled with trading capital. Capital is like a bird perched on a branch, taking flight at the slightest whiff of trouble. The economic losses incurred by Falcone due to this feigned death plan are incalculable. As per routine, Qin Wei awaited in the VIP client area of the bank, sipping coffee in a small private room, with the vault door gleaming at the end of the corridor across from him. Having arrived with intent, Qin Wei feigned a casual stroll, standing by the door and discreetly observing the lobby manager, witnessing with his own eyes as the manager unlocked the vault door using a fingerprint scan. Fortunately, the current timeline remains in the 1990s, a period when global technology is not yet highly advanced. Were we to advance the timeline further, equipping vault doors with iris recognition and biometric palm print unlocking technologies, the difficulty of infiltrating and stealing blueprints would likely escalate exponentially. For now, the task is merely to devise a means of obtaining the manager's fingerprint to create a thin mold, carrying 2 boxes filled with crisp dollar bills. Qin Wei returned to the Elders' Council in the Lower East Side by taxi. The council was desolate. Oswald had already secured a location, an abandoned auto repair shop, where he was currently assisting General Royce in transferring munitions. From this moment on, the repair shop would serve as their clandestine base. Qin Wei dialed Falcone's number, and after a brief period of ringing, the call connected. The voice on the other end sounded quite youthful. "Hello, Mr. Wei, this is Alberto. My father will not be making any appearances during this time. All matters will be coordinated through me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill all your reasonable requests. I wish to rob a bank and require someone capable of creating fingerprint molds, as well as a hacker." A momentary silence ensued, and it was indeed a challenge for an MBA graduate like Alberto to delve into the underbelly of criminality, yet he did not refuse, promising to return the call shortly. Before ending the conversation, Alberto conveyed an important piece of information. "My father has dispatched numerous assassins for this performance, but they have been instructed not to kill you. I will inform you of the specific timing of their actions. Whether to flee or retaliate is your choice, as long as we do not raise Maroni's suspicions regarding the authenticity of this affair." Qin Wei feigned understanding, though a myriad of doubts brewed within him. Falcone's decision to feign death at this critical juncture seemed to indicate a grand scheme in the making. Upon Qin Wei's arrival at the abandoned auto repair shop, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered inside. A cold-eyed youth was polishing a dagger. Muscular men flexed their arms while surveying their surroundings. A gang of bikers with mohawks parked their motorcycles in a circle, revving their engines and blasting exhausts. Rival gangs clashed, rolling on the ground and tugging at each other's hair. The scene was a cacophony of chaos. In an effort to recruit reliable allies, Qin Wei offered an enticing sum of $200,000 along with a share of the spoils. Yet thus far, those who had come for interviews appeared to be reckless individuals who valued profit over life, showing little regard for any of Qin Wei's plans. He could almost envision the outcome of this endeavor, a group bursting through the vault door, laughing maniacally as they stuffed stacks of cash into sacks until Gotham's police arrived, leading to an explosive gunfight. Such a conclusion was utterly unacceptable to him. Qin Wei called out to his associate, the Little Penguin, omitting his true name due to the mask he wore. "Oswald, let these individuals know that only those who stand will be worthy to remain." "Yes, sir." Qin Wei ascended the rusted iron ladder to the top floor, where a protruding concrete platform offered a panoramic view of the entire scene below. In the center of the platform, a mountain of ammunition crates was stacked high, nearly brushing against the ceiling. Royce rose to greet Qin Wei. "Boss, the flyers have proven effective. Quite a number of applicants have shown up." "Effective? Are you jesting? This lot is not what I desire." Qin Wei frowned, gesturing toward the ragtag group below. Their sparring session with Oswald had already commenced. Initially, it was a one-on-one affair. But once they witnessed the diminutive figure of the Little Penguin effortlessly dispatching 4 or 5 individuals with a single punch, the applicants began to grasp the formidable prowess of their interviewer. Exchanging glances, they surged forward en masse. Oswald cracked his neck and sidestepped a knife thrust. He delivered a devastating blow to the leading assailant wielding a blade. Before ascending to his current position, he had been the strongest enforcer under Richie Pantone, and during his 2-year control over the district, he had subdued the rebellious Red Hood gang to the point where they could scarcely raise their heads. In terms of bare-knuckle combat, the average thug was no match for him. As he kicked one adversary aside and prepared to throw another punch, he faced the oncoming horde of applicants. Shattering one nose with a single blow and fracturing a jaw with a swift palm strike, leaving chaos in his wake, Oswald merely showcased a fraction of his skill. Yet the applicants were too intimidated to approach. "Do you see? Not a single one capable," Wei remarked with disappointment, shaking his head. He understood that robbing a bank required more than mere physical prowess, yet such prowess was indicative of one's standing in the underbelly. Were they prey or predator? A simple test revealed everything. Despite their fearsome appearances, most were merely cowardly ruffians who only dared to strike at innocent civilians, including them in his plans, unless Wei had lost his mind. However, there were indeed skilled individuals present, and Wei's gaze fell upon a young man in a faded denim shirt. Lounging in a corner, the youth stood with arms crossed, leaning against scaffolding, yawning. His broad shoulders and well-developed biceps filled the sleeves of his shirt, which were rolled up to reveal scarred forearms adorned with bulging veins. As Oswald intimidated the mob into retreat, the young man finally straightened up. He stretched his arms and threw a few punches into the air. "Hey, little penguin, you've made quite the strides during my absence." His booming voice resonated like a loudspeaker throughout the warehouse, drawing the attention of all present. "Who are you?" Oswald questioned, unfamiliar with the face before him. Yet the overwhelming aura exuding from the youth compelled him to momentarily forget the nickname Little Penguin that often drove him to emotional extremes. "Who am I? Hee. When my fist shatters your jaw like it did 2 years ago, you'll surely remember." The young man's fists cracked ominously as he wore a mocking smile. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a red hood stained with deep brown blood. Chapter 60. Jason Todd. When Jason extracted the acceptance letter from Gotham University from the brown paper bag, the pressure that had been building for so long erupted into a triumphant roar. This young man harbored a unique sentiment towards Gotham, particularly the lower district, an amalgam of love and hate, perhaps both. When the Roman Empire took residence in the lower district, imposing rental terms that were more outrageous than mere robbery, it was Jason who fired the first shot of rebellion. Cloaked in the red hood, he lurked by the shadows of alley walls, targeting isolated Romans with a swift strike, stripping these ostentatious figures of their skins and leaving them bare on the streets. Through his actions, he conveyed to the denizens of the lower district that gangs were not invincible. Inspired, the people spontaneously retrieved their red hoods from the depths of their closets, shaking off the dust. Jason, single-handedly, united a scattered band of red-hooded vigilantes. Sparks ignited in the unnoticed dark corners, rapidly transforming into an inferno of rage. Perhaps he was unaware that with every step he took, he tread upon the footprints left by that man. Yet, when the residents of the lower district successfully halted the advance of the Romans, Jason removed his hood. Despite his numerous contributions to the area, he found himself fervently yearning to escape this cursed place. The plan to flee had been set in motion the day his mother departed. The boy utilized stolen money to procure an entire set of textbooks for college, which filled an entire wall of his bookshelf. He regarded them as a brush, attempting to tear away the filth and the stench of the lower district that clung to him, hoping to leave this wretched land behind forever. This path was destined to be fraught with obstacles. Frank, William, and Carl, his former companions from the streets, regarded his ambitions with scorn. Sometimes, protest manifested as empty cans hurled at windows, or as spit launched onto bewildered faces. In Gotham, where the chasm between wealth and poverty was vast, the animosity that separated the upper and lower classes was akin to an original sin, irredeemable. In the eyes of many, the Red Hood was a hero, while Jason Todd was seen as a traitor who had forsaken the culture and honor of the lower district. Even though their notion of culture was nothing more than a farcical pursuit of followers. As for honor, it was often reduced to mere bullets piercing skulls during robberies. If those bullets came from a police firearm, even better. Those who received such dubious honors would be returned to the lower district, where a sacred ceremony held in the plaza of the Flundia Cathedral would see their corpses consumed by flames. When Jason witnessed those individuals casting bodies into the pyre while singing and dancing around it, he found himself questioning the very reality of this world time and again. One side must surely be mad, either him or them. Not long after, during nights spent studying for his entrance exams, Frank drowned himself in a foul gutter due to an overdose. A few months later, during a street brawl, a shard of a broken glass bottle severed Carl's throat. Finally, there was William, who participated in a heist at a burger joint, only to have the terrified face of the owner empty a magazine into him. The world has once again succumbed to a silence that feels almost cruel. Is life eternally laden with such suffering, or is it merely a remnant of childhood? It seems perpetually so. On rainy days of leisure, he finds solace ensconced on the sofa, watching the film reels left behind by his mother. Lyon stands out as his favorite among them. Not every Matilda is fortunate enough to encounter a Lyon. Oswald's fist crashed against Jason's face, blood enveloping a spinning molar as it soared high. Jason realized his punches had dulled, and before he could fully grasp this awareness, Oswald had already sent him sprawling with a kick. The shoe that pressed against his face was stained with the grime of the lower district, the pebbles and coarse sand embedded in its tread painfully scraping against his skin. "It's over, Jason, you're too old," Oswald declared triumphantly, his masked visage radiating arrogance. "Old? I am merely 20. Why do you deem me aged?" Jason scrambled to his feet, brushing off Oswald's foot, seemingly more concerned with his opponent's judgment than the defeat itself. In truth, it was not just Oswald who perceived Jason's struggles. Even Qin Wei had noticed. Time and again, this towering lad could have easily dispatched the penguin with a single blow, yet hesitated at crucial moments. However, Qin Wei chose not to delve into this matter, for a side quest had just been refreshed, reminiscent of the initiation of the Dick mission. And there was another comic book nestled in his pocket. The narrative of the second-generation Robin commenced with the theft of a Batmobile tire, a rather succinct summary. One might say, the comic meticulously chronicled the life of a young man named Jason Todd, detailing his acquaintance with Batman, his rebellious stint as Robin, and ultimately, his gradual torment at the hands of the Joker, leading to his demise. Perhaps it was the heart-wrenching final scene where Bruce weeps for Jason that left Qin Wei feeling a profound heaviness in his chest. Meanwhile, Jason pressed his finger against his lower lip. A resounding whistle pierced the air as dozens of armed Red Hood thugs surged into the garage from outside. Unable to fight? It hardly mattered. After all, Jason was not here for an audition today. The recent night of chaos had inflicted significant losses on the Red Hood gang, leaving the lower district in disarray, the acrid scent of charred remnants still lingering in the streets. The architect of this turmoil was none other than the Roman. Observing the Red Hoods, their masks smeared with dried blood, their eyes ablaze with rage, it was evident that they had lost brothers and kin during the riots, and their thirst for vengeance yearned for bloodshed. Yet, how could Qin Wei have failed to anticipate today's scenario? Distributing flyers so ostentatiously in the lower district would inevitably attract the Red Hoods seeking confrontation. Hence, he had chosen a secluded repair shop as their base, deliberately climbing to a higher vantage point to strike from above, aiming to eliminate this bothersome swarm in one fell swoop. As the Red Hoods flooded into the workshop, he pressed the button, and with a heavy clang, the iron doors descended, sealing their fate. As for Oswald, he adhered to the plan, slipping out through a side door amidst the ensuing chaos. Once he secured the small door from the outside, the scheme had come to fruition. Ensnared like fish in a barrel, escape was rendered impossible. Jason's greatest fears have indeed come to pass. Despite his repeated counsel to his subordinates to act with caution, those hormone-driven youngsters remained obstinately heedless. Although he held the title of the Red Hood leader, his grip on the gang was alarmingly tenuous. Thus, he could only pacify his restless followers and infiltrate the group of interviewees to gauge the situation. Should the adversary prove formidable, he would signal a retreat. However, Qin Wei, lurking in the shadows, was far more cunning than he had anticipated, choosing to wait until he had his prey in sight before striking. In a flurry, Jason directed his comrades to ascend the staircase, hoping to capture the mastermind behind this plot. Yet, as soon as several Red Hoods grasped the railing, they trembled and collapsed to the ground. The staircase had been electrified. With a clap of his hands, Qin Wei unveiled his ambush from the third floor of the factory, where armed Romans appeared, brandishing heavy weaponry, rocket launchers and assault rifles that rendered the Red Hoods' handguns and submachine guns utterly obsolete. The game of cosplay has come to an end. Boys, the Red Hoods huddled together, their masks unable to conceal the terror reflected in their dilated pupils. "What do you want?" Jason clenched his fists, his muscles quivering from tension. More than fear, he felt a deep sense of self-reproach. The night of chaos and this operation were marred by his reckless leadership, which had repeatedly plunged his comrades into peril. "What do I want?" Qin Wei mused to himself. Before acquiring this comic book, he had indeed wished to eradicate the threat entirely, but now his perspective had shifted. A moment's reflection revealed that he and Jason had no real conflict. They were, in fact, passengers on the same vessel, both yearning for a future devoid of Maroney's. Moreover, attracting key figures had always been his objective. Put down your guns, and I will ensure your subordinate's safe departure. On what grounds should I trust you? Jason retorted. Before posing questions, I suggest you engage your mind. The initiative lies with me. And what incentive do I have to earn your trust? Qin Wei cast a glance at Royce, who then fired a round at Jason's feet, producing a smoking bullet hole. Jason took a deep breath, calming his rising fury, and swiftly arrived at a realization. If Qin Wei truly intended to unleash a massacre, his equipment would allow him to easily overpower them without the need for deceit. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, he pressed his hands down to signal for silence. Drop your weapons. But, boss, they are. I command you to lay down your arms. Several Red Hoods hesitated, wanting to argue, but Jason's furious roar quelled their objections, and they reluctantly relinquished their firearms. The garage door opened as promised, and the Red Hoods scattered in a frenzy. Jason intended to follow suit, but Qin Wei called out to him. Boy, are you interested in exchanging a few moves with me? Jason hesitated momentarily until Qin Wei removed his suit jacket, revealing a shirt taut against his well-built physique. All right, let us go. Chapter 61. Jason Todd 2. Oswald circled the factory, returning to the front entrance only to discover that the workshop door had been flung open. Peering inside, he was astonished to find that Jason and Qin Wei were engaged in combat. The young penguin was unfamiliar with Jason, yet he harbored a vivid recollection of the red-hooded figure who had delivered a staggering blow that left him with a concussion 2 years prior. After being knocked down, that individual had audaciously struck his head with a soccer ball. Oswald found it challenging to articulate the sensation of being struck. It felt as though his head had been crushed like a walnut beneath a hydraulic press. Upon hearing the unmistakable sound of his skull fracturing, he briefly believed he was destined for death. Thus, when Jason donned the familiar hood in his presence, Oswald's heart raced, the familiar sense of pressure compelling his palms to sweat profusely. Despite his significant advancements in martial arts over the years, he felt no confidence in facing Jason. Yet, soon Oswald observed something peculiar. Jason's punches had become slow and lackluster. This was certainly not due to a lack of training. He appeared far more robust than 2 years ago. For reasons unknown, Oswald sensed a profound hesitation within Jason. This uncertainty seemed to persist even into his confrontation with Qin Wei. Qin Wei believed that by clearing his mind and relying on instinct, he could evade Jason's attacks. But in truth, this was unnecessary. Jason's strikes were reminiscent of a novice's clumsy attempts. Though initially powerful in the air, they slowed considerably upon aiming at a target. Jason seemed oblivious to this flaw, fervently launching his punches and kicks, all of which Qin Wei deftly evaded. What are you thinking? Qin Wei inquired. What are you thinking? A can of ice-cold cola splashed over Jason's head, eliciting laughter from those nearby. The boys playing frisbee on the lawn and the cheerleaders rehearsing for football all turned their gazes in unison. The crumpled can struck his head as Dave, as usual, snatched away whatever Jason held. Sometimes it was his wallet, other times chocolates gifted by girls. This time, it was a book. Introduction to Financial Management? What business does a country bumpkin have reading such material? Don't think that graduating from Gotham University will elevate you. No company will hire a lowlife from the lower district. The lackeys added a few dry chuckles, though most found little amusement in the situation. Nonetheless, as long as Dave smiled, they felt compelled to comply. Otherwise, Jason's fate would become their own. The offspring of a department store director and a distant relative of the Elliott family, these titles were sufficient to garner Dave the respect and admiration he commanded, and those who opposed him typically met a grim fate. Listen up, little Jason. I'm throwing an incredible party this weekend, and all the popular kids will be there. But guess which country bumpkin won't he be attending? Dave shot a glance at his lackeys, prompting them to chime in. You. That is right, you. We'll celebrate all night long, and there will be some sizzling strippers, but a lower district bumpkin has no place in my home. Jason felt no anger. He had never contemplated attending the party in the first place. This morning, I received a message from my subordinate. The Romans were fervently distributing flyers in the lower district, and he must rush back tonight to ponder the extent of the painful lesson required to teach those scoundrels some restraint. Dave hurled a book at Jason's bewildered face, and the indifference of the latter incensed him. You country bumpkin, you had better heed my words. Dave's corpulent form lunged at Jason, seizing him by the collar. What kind of look is that? Lift your head. Jason obediently raised his gaze, his fists unconsciously clenching. He felt no anger. Once he completed his studies, he would be free from this school and would never again cross paths with scum like Dave. Yet, Dave astutely perceived his reaction. You're clenching your fists. Why? Do you wish to strike me? Dave's enraged features twisted grotesquely, spittle splattering onto Jason's eyelids. This is your golden opportunity. Go on, give me a good punch. I can hardly wait to see your face when you're expelled from school. Of course, when you return to that drafty, dimly lit basement. You'll surely find a court summons on the floor. Faced with Dave's blatant provocation, Jason felt no anger, but his brow furrowed nonetheless. The taunting expression was met with Dave's fist. A punch from Dave sent Jason crashing to the ground, followed by a vicious spat. Damn country bumpkin, go to hell. Feeling bored, Dave slung his arm around his lackey's shoulder and departed. Jason's weak fists felt no real pain from Dave's blow. It was more akin to a gentle caress, far less forceful than the punches thrown by 10-year-olds in the lower district. Yet, Jason still felt the sting. Why did it hurt? This world was meant to be like this. Dave's senseless bullying stemmed from a century-old schism between the upper and lower echelons of Gotham. A rift born of lineage, status, and discrimination that was beyond repair. Jason hypnotized himself. He would endure until his studies concluded. Little did he anticipate that 3 nights later, he would drive the Batmobile into the outer wall of Dave's mansion, transforming the party into a conflagration. Jason was defeated. Chinwei once again knocked him to the ground in almost the same manner. Jason turned his head, but this time, what followed was not a shoe pressing against his face, nor a soda can poured over him. Chinwei extended his hand. Unlike Dick, Jason's pivotal moment had yet to arrive. However, compared to that pivotal moment, this boy's inner turmoil was so apparent that even an outsider like Chinwei could discern it at a glance. To win Jason over, one must help this young man untangle the knots of his heart that had been ensnaring him for years. Chinwei's intentions were noble, yet unfortunately, the timing was not right. Jason brushed his hand away. Who do you think you are? He exclaimed, lifting the hood to reveal a flushed face, breathing heavily. Chinwei was unfazed, stepping aside to indicate that Jason could leave. Damn it, what audacity! Who does he think he is? Oswald glared, rolling up his sleeves, ready to unleash a beating upon Jason, only to be halted by Chinwei's outstretched hand. Do not act impulsively. He will return, Chinwei stated with conviction. Having devised a plan, he resolved to adopt a more unconventional approach, one reminiscent of comic book antics. Since the usual methods had failed to penetrate the heart of this formidable young man. After Jason's departure, he dialed Victor's number. Hello, my friend. Have you completed the adjustments on the Batmobile? I mean the all-terrain armored vehicle. It can be delivered tonight, provided you give me an accurate address. With a chuckle, Chinwei ended the call. The Jason Todd trap was now set, and the unfolding of events would be left to the narrative. Chapter 62. Deadshot. Whenever a gun barrel protrudes from a window, I am invariably reminded of what Ms. Karina used to say back in school. Freud. Take that damned gaze away from the window. Do you not understand that no one will pay you for merely looking outside in the future? How I wish I could now tell Ms. Karina. Look, I have succeeded. Not only are there those willing to pay, but they are offering a handsome sum, $100,000. Although, in truth, I prefer painting over this line of work. Life, much like painting, is not a meticulously crafted piece of art formed through planning and calculation. More often, it resembles the yellow leaves that accumulate in a park corner, with no one placing them there. It is all mere coincidence, stirred by a gust of wind. Oh, how vital the wind is. The angle, speed, and oscillation of the breeze must be calculated with precision. Naturally, one must also account for the bullet's descent. Otherwise, how could I possibly embed it within my target's skull from such a distance? The wind is my ally, and just moments ago, an old friend plastered a flyer from the lower district onto my face. It is worth noting that there exists an entire city between the lower district and the island of Woe. What a fortuitous coincidence. $200,000. Plus bonuses, such a sum would surely entice any mercenary. With this fortune, I could leave Gotham, seek further education in painting. For my life is still long and teeming with possibilities. Having disassembled the gun barrel, Freud stuffed the components into a canvas weapon bag. He stood atop a high-rise, lowering his sunglasses to shield his eyes from the dazzling halo piercing through the clouds. The search for new recruits continued, and Chinwei sifted through the remaining candidates, ultimately assembling a makeshift team. There were black market boxers, the notorious bank-robbing siblings, and a seasoned assassin recently retired from the Romans. They possessed the muscle and the expertise in explosives, yet Chinwei still felt the absence of someone capable of overseeing the broader picture from above. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door, drawing their attention. A young man, carrying a canvas bag, leaned forward to peer into the factory, shielding his eyes with his hand. His meticulously groomed flaxen hair contrasted sharply with the disheveled U-shaped beard sprawling to his ears. A pair of aviator sunglasses rested upon his nose. Did he not realize today was overcast? Are you hiring here? I heard the commotion and came over. However, I must question your financial stability. How can you afford a $200,000 commission yet cannot turn on the lights? The young man complained. Perhaps you should remove your glasses before speaking? Oh, my apologies. I have grown accustomed to these sunglasses. They feel like an extension of myself. The man chuckled awkwardly. Yet he had no intention of removing his shades. I am a mercenary. It is a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand and approached Qin Wei. An eccentric individual, yet this was indeed a promising sign, for in Gotham, one's prowess often correlated with their peculiarities. Qin Wei also reached out, only to watch in disbelief as the man brushed past him, colliding with a steel pillar in the corner. A crisp sound echoed, confirming a solid impact. Qin Wei rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Such a neurotic character could either be a formidable figure or an outright fool. Judging by the man's demeanor, the latter seemed more likely. If your eyes cannot emit any red laser beams, I would advise you to remove the glasses, Qin Wei suggested. That is sound advice. But I think I shall refrain, the man replied, as he rubbed the swollen bump on his forehead. Qin Wei stole a glance at the man's hand. The inner first joint of his index finger, the webbing of his thumb, and his entire palm were covered in a layer of thick, wax-like yellow calluses, indicating he was likely an experienced shooter. You're a marksman, aren't you? Are you accurate? Qin Wei inquired. Accurate? No. With enough practice, accuracy can always improve. But being both fast and precise, that's solely my forte. I can guarantee it. No one in Gotham possesses better shooting skills than I do. A marksman in Gotham? Qin Wei hesitated for a moment, then raised an eyebrow, recalling a particular individual. The name Deadshot almost slipped from his lips, but thankfully, Qin Wei reacted in time. After his initial revelation regarding Catwoman's identity and background had elicited a wave of hostility and animosity, he was grateful for his discretion. Yet, one's tongue is not always reliable. It is wise to tread carefully. Forgive me, did you just say something? Freud interjected. Did I? Qin Wei replied, hands in pockets, lying without a flicker of his eyelids. No, I definitely heard something. It sounded like Dee dead. Freud exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I have thought of a brilliant new nickname. How about Deadshot? Just listen to that magnificent title, Death Shooter. It sounds far more pleasing than Cowboy Gunslinger or Shooting Kid. Indeed, it was he. The infamous Deadshot from the Suicide Squad, a disillusioned art student. A genius adept in all firearms, the most precise shooter on Blue Star, a notorious bounty hunter, and a recipient of the Apocalyptic Stars Award for hitting the high-speed running Lightning Kid, also known as Freud. Qin Wei was elated, rubbing his hands together. First Jason, then Freud. Renowned figures from the DC universe were emerging in succession. It seemed that the distribution of flyers was not in vain. Yet doubts lingered in his heart. Thus far, apart from Dr. Hugo's biochemically engineered beings, the reality of this world exhibited an unsettling authenticity. Qin Wei harbored suspicions that Freud could not replicate the miraculous marksmanship depicted in the comics. He rummaged through his pockets, directing his gaze towards Oswald. Do you have a dime? Could you lend me one? Maybe I do, Oswald replied. I think I have some change from the pizza I bought the other day. Let me check. After a moment of searching, he produced a coin from his wallet's compartment. As he handed it to Qin Wei, he couldn't resist teasing. What do you need this for? There's South no place here to buy your favorite gummy bears. Qin Wei, ever sharp-tongued, retorted, Damn you, Oswald. Do you see that claw machine at the entrance? Hurry up and get on it. Once I drop in the coin, you'll be sniffling and shaking for 10 minutes. Since their friendship blossomed, they often exchanged such light-hearted banter, with victories shared equally, though for now, Qin Wei had the upper hand. Could someone give me a definitive answer? Freud murmured, visibly displeased with their diversion but hesitant to voice his objections too loudly, fearing he might anger his potential employer and jeopardize this hard-won lucrative position. I'm really quite skilled. Let me take a couple of shots. If that is not possible, I could even perform a backflip. Freud's tone was humble, as many professional assassins like him had found themselves idle for an extended period due to the current stability in Gotham. I apologize. Allow me to pose a challenge. The coin flickered between Qin Wei's fingers until, with a swift flick of his wrist, he sent it soaring into the air. Here it comes. Bang, bang, bang. Before his words had fully dissipated, Freud fired 3 shots in quick succession, striking the coin and sending it on a bright arc, landing at Royce's feet on the 4th-floor platform. Chapter 63. Jason's trap. The incident unfolded abruptly, catching everyone off guard. Even the security personnel of the Roman gang were startled, with a few hastily attempting to aim at Freud, who had already sheathed his weapon. This remarkable draw technique would have earned admiration even from Clint Eastwood himself. How many holes? Qin Wei asked, tilting his head upwards. 1. Came Royce's incredulous exclamation from the platform above. Oswald elongated his jaw, emitting a surprised wow. from his O-shaped mouth. This performance was indeed impressive, but in his expectations, Freud, who had boasted so boldly, should have hit all 3 rings. It was only when Oswald glanced at Freud's holster that he noticed a petite Cohen mongoose concealed within. Oswald happened to possess the same firearm, which, at a slight distance, lost considerable energy and could barely penetrate the skull from 30 meters away, let alone a coin made of copper-nickel alloy. Considering the coin was not secured, piercing it was nearly an impossible feat, unless both bullets struck the same point. Yet, since both shots could strike the same point, it should be no great challenge for the third shot to pass through the ring. No wonder there is but a single hole. Oswald, who had not been blessed with divine sight, could hardly believe that such remarkable marksmanship existed in this world. While Freud and Chinwei haggled, he pulled out a coin and placed it atop an oil drum 10 meters ahead of him. At such a distance, this minuscule target had become a test for him. The little penguin aimed for quite some time, yet the alignment of 3 points remained elusive. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his armpit. The coin was struck on its lower edge and soared high into the air. Then came 2 more shots. Bang, bang. This time, Oswald distinctly observed the coin's trajectory shift twice in midair as he dashed to the corner to retrieve it. Once again, there was but a single notch. As the gathering concluded, Chinwei generously rewarded each participant with a deposit of $100,000, and he bestowed double that amount upon Freud. His intentions extended beyond this operation. He yearned to keep Freud close for the long term, and the monetary incentive was merely the first step. Next, he contemplated how to endear himself to Freud, recalling that the latter had a fondness for painting, and he pondered whether to gift him a set of oil painting supplies. Yet, those thoughts were for another time. The immediate task at hand was to devise a way to capture Jason. The open world had its merits, allowing for the advancement of the main storyline while simultaneously indulging in a Pokemon-like collection experience. As dusk descended, the group decided to spend the night in the warehouse. Chinwei placed a delivery call to a pizza restaurant and moved several metal tables to serve as a dining area. While he was wiping down the tabletop, Oswald approached him. "Where has our Ferrari gone? It seems I have not seen it in ages." Chinwei scratched his head sheepishly. When he first acquired the Ferrari, Oswald had expressed his admiration, and he had generously given it away. At the time, he thought it of little consequence since he did not drive. However, later, when he purchased the Batmobile and a container full of equipment, he regrettably had to let it go due to financial constraints. Oswald's reminder made him feel somewhat embarrassed. To sell something he had promised to a friend was rather ignoble, yet he truly lacked the liquidity to cover the deficits, making it impossible to retain the car. "How about I get you a Lamborghini instead?" Chinwei suggested, only to be met with refusal. "I want the Ferrari, and a Rolex to boot." "I want the Ferrari. You almost lost your life last night." "If I had been driving the Ferrari last night, I would have crashed it." "What nonsense." Oswald nearly fell into Chinwei's trap again. "Honestly, did you wreck it?" The little penguin pouted. When he looked up, his mournful eyes made Chinwei wish for a hole to hide in. "No, I just sold it for a bit more and got another car," Chinwei said, rubbing Oswald's shoulder, his expression one of guilt as he attempted to placate him. "What car warrants a trade for a Ferrari? And you had to add money?" Oswald complained, throwing his arms wide open. Imagining the scene of Chinwei being duped by unscrupulous merchants due to his ignorance about cars, he felt a surge of anger. Who the hell bought it? Take me to him. Oswald's ire was not merely because the car was sold, but rather because someone had taken advantage of his absence to swindle his good friend. "It's not what you think, for heaven's sake." A 1963 Ferrari GT. Before he could finish his sentence, the metal table beside him suddenly trembled. The metal pieces at the joints rubbed against each other, producing an irritating creaking sound that echoed through the room. Cautiously, Oswald crouched down, feeling a faint tremor in his palm. "Damn it, it's been years since we had an earthquake." However, he quickly dismissed his assumption as 2 headlights emerged from the street corner, illuminating the darkness with a heavy truck bouncing over the broken pavement of the lower district, the true culprit behind the tremors. It was hard to imagine what heavy cargo was concealed within its hold. Oswald glanced at Chinwei, who stood nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. "You bought this?" "Yes. The boss personally delivered it to your door. Didn't you want to cause him some trouble?" Oswald rubbed his nose, wondering if that little rascal Chinwei had bought a tank to rob a bank. If that were the case, the Ferrari GT would indeed make sense. The turned-around heavy truck aligned its cargo door with the factory entrance, and Victor climbed down from the passenger seat, waving a book the size of a thick English dictionary at Chinwei. "Wow, I originally intended to drive it myself, but this vehicle makes too much noise, drawing too much attention. As per your request, I've equipped this machine with a grenade launcher and 2 heavy machine guns." He held the book before Chinwei's eyes. Although it has a voice-activated driving mode, I still recommend you read the manual thoroughly. Royce instructed his subordinates to begin unloading, and Oswald curiously approached. As the cargo door swung open, a silent beast lazily lifted one eyelid. After a fleeting glimpse, the crowd erupted in size. Compared to the original version, the previously exposed front suspension and tires were now concealed within blast-proof armor, and the car's original gray paint had been replaced with a matte black finish. If the earlier Batmobile was a brash young lad wrapped in a rugged industrial aesthetic, this one now resembled a seasoned Black Knight who had triumphed after numerous battles in the royal court. The murderous intent lay concealed within its sheath. Yet the air of menace was more profound than ever. Just like that, Qin Wei's eyes sparkled, and he excitedly licked his upper lip. He was convinced that the dangerous aura emanating from this vehicle would capture the heart of any man. The bait was set, waiting for Jason to take the plunge. Chapter 64, The Hook and the Bait. It was destined to be a restless night. The night breeze infiltrated through a jagged glass window, causing the exposed chandelier to sway precariously from the ceiling. Mice scuttled through the narrow gaps between the bottles and jars on the wooden shelves, their bristly fur brushing against the rough ceramic surfaces, producing a series of faint rustling sounds. Jason closed his book on his lap and rubbed his temples with a hand. With the summer exams fast approaching, he found himself unable to concentrate on his studies. After 2 failed operations, his grip over the Red Hood gang was steadily diminishing, and an increasing number of his subordinates began to question whether he could truly lead them in driving the Romans out of the lower district. Jason was at a loss to provide proof. He had long understood that the task was nearly impossible, yet, if he were to disband the Red Hood gang or withdraw from the organization, the restless youths, untamed and in the throes of adolescence, would quickly become a far greater threat than the Romans themselves. Troubled, Jason felt compelled to take a walk. The moon, a generous monarch, cast its luminous glow equally upon all its subjects. For some, this gift adorned their dreams, while for others, it served as the solitary comfort during a lengthy night. As he traversed the empty streets, Jason recalled the abandoned children from the west side who had sought his help, wondering if they too, like his former self, fell asleep under the moonlight, sucking their fingers. Turning a corner, a glinting dagger suddenly lunged out from the shadows. But Jason's quick reflexes allowed him to seize the slender wrist of his assailant. The boy, clad in a red hood, was taken aback by being caught, momentarily stunned. "Hand over the money," Jason demanded, yanking off the hood to reveal a gaunt face that he recognized as that of a neighbor's child, someone who used to play with him before school began. "Jason, I am sorry," the boy stammered, recognizing him in the moonlight. Yet, the plea for mercy was met with a resounding slap across the face. A tooth flew out, and the boy's cheeks swelled like an overproof loaf of bread. But he had brought this upon himself. The dagger had been aimed at Jason's waist, and the boy had never considered holding back. Had it not been Jason passing by that night, perhaps in a few days, people would have discovered a corpse, gnawed by rats, in the alley. Remember this slap. You can't resort to robbery when you're broke. Jason rummaged through his pockets, handing over his last few coins to the boy. He understood that even this act could not forestall death, whether for the boy or the next victim. But how could he choose? To strangle this little punk who called him brother, or to let him continue his murderous path? The lower district never had choices. By some strange twist of fate, Jason found himself wandering near Qin Wei's factory. The darkened building swayed in the night breeze, the slumbering giant within resonating with heavy breaths, the metallic clanking echoing like its deep exhalations. Jason intended to leave, but a casual glance revealed an odd vehicle parked at the factory entrance. He almost failed to recognize that it was a vehicle until he spotted its 4 robust tires. My God, how astonishing! Jason rubbed his face and approached, studying every crevice of the armored vehicle from top to bottom, illuminated only by the faint glow of his phone. Indeed, no man could resist the formidable allure of the Batmobile. However, his spirits soon dampened, and he hung his head, turning to leave. If fortune favored him, he would graduate from Gotham University, secure a relatively stable job, and rent a modest basement in a small corner of the Diamond District, never to marry or have children. Yet no longer facing hunger, he had exerted every effort to escape the mire of the lower districts, leaving him with no capacity to possess such a vehicle. But what right did the Roman have? This thought caused Jason to pause. What if he stole the car? 2 years ago, he would have acted without hesitation. After all, this was his old trade. Following his mother's departure, he had learned the art of picking locks from the Irish gang that dominated the lower district, a skill that enabled him to stand out among those who often went hungry. Yet now, as a student at Gotham University, he could not allow himself to engage in such actions. But the target was the Roman. Was their wealth truly acquired by legitimate means? Encouraged by the flexibility of his moral compass, Jason turned back to the vehicle, leaping onto the hood and climbing to the cockpit to investigate. He touched the seams and tapped the glass, his cautious yet comical demeanor nearly causing Qin Wei, monitoring him from afar, to double over in laughter. To observe every movement of the Batmobile and accurately capture Jason, he had long activated multiple angles of night vision. Each of Jason's actions, from envy to resignation to anger, was meticulously documented by the recorder in Qin Wei's possession. This kid was entertaining, as if performing in a stage play. Yet, amidst the mockery, Qin Wei discerned the internal conflict reflected in Jason's expressions. He could clearly sense that Jason was unlike most denizens of the lower district he had encountered. His wild, rebellious demeanor appeared intimidating, but upon closer inspection, it was merely a facade. Reflecting on the stories Oswald had shared regarding the Red Hood, Qin Wei surmised that something had profoundly altered Jason during his 2-year absence. The situation proved far more complicated than Jason had anticipated. There was not a single screw on the exterior of the cockpit, rendering it impossible to gain entry, let alone steal the vehicle. Ultimately, he focused his attention on the tires. If he could not steal the car, perhaps he could pilfer a few tires to sell for a decent profit. He recalled the plight of several unfortunate children in the West End. If he did not provide them with some assistance, the coming winter would be most arduous. Jason crawled beneath the vehicle to examine the structure connecting the front wheels. The steering shaft, the brake drum, the front axle, the bearings, the brake backing plate, and the trapezoidal arms, which bore a striking resemblance to those found in Volkswagen models. The sole challenge lay in the screws on the exterior of the tire. The central recess featured a T-shaped design he had never encountered before, likely requiring a specialized wrench. Alas, it proved futile. With a heavy sigh, Jason reclined on the ground, his head tilting to the side, illuminated by the glow of his phone. A black iron box lay quietly to his left, accompanied by 2 jacks. Chapter 65. Nocturnal conversations. When a bait is overtly obvious, victims often concoct a rationale for it. Moreover, in a pivotal event such as Jason's tire theft, regardless of the reluctance of those involved, they are inevitably drawn into the narrative by invisible hands guiding them into a trap. Qin Wei, from beside a paper bag, snatched a French fry, keenly observing as Jason removed the first screw. What am I doing? I must be insane. After taking off the first tire, Jason proceeded to detach the connecting screws from the stabilizer and subframe, wiping the sweat from his brow. His once overheated mind began to cool, gradually allowing him to recognize the absurdity of his actions. Yet, having already removed half the tire, he could hardly justify reattaching it. Embracing a reckless abandon, Jason continued to tinker, completely oblivious to the jacks steadily lowering. When he finally realized the danger, the car was nearly brushing against his nose. Alarmed, he desperately scrambled to escape, but the descent of the jack accelerated abruptly. He had no choice but to brace himself, attempting to oppose the weight of the vehicle with his mere physique. Surprisingly, the downward force did indeed cease. Yet his arms became trapped in the narrow space beneath the car. After several futile attempts to extricate himself, he licked the corner of his mouth, stained with oil. "Hello, is anyone there? Yes, do you drink beer?" He held little hope for a response, yet to his astonishment, someone replied. The voice was accompanied by the crackling sound of a microphone, suggesting distant communication through a speaker. But what did drinking beer signify? A secret code or slang? Let me rephrase. Are you of legal drinking age? Not yet. That poses a bit of a dilemma. How can a heart-to-heart between men be devoid of the embellishment of alcohol? The voice carried a hint of disappointment. Well, a little wouldn't hurt. Why are we even discussing drinking? Jason muttered in confusion, but the other end fell silent. Before long, Qin Wei arrived, carrying 2 cans of beer. He pressed a button, and the jack slowly elevated. Jason emerged from beneath the vehicle, rubbing his sore elbows. Finally realizing he had walked into a trap, waiting to ensnare him, Qin Wei thrust a can of beer into his hand. Beads of water clung to the surface of the beer, and the warmth of Jason's palm transmitted a chilling sting. In pursuit of a more enjoyable life, Qin Wei relocated Oswald's small refrigerator to the garage, merely to indulge in a couple of bottles during his leisure. Come on. Do you prefer to drink here or somewhere else? Then let us drink here. Qin Wei snapped his fingers, illuminating the lights outside the warehouse. He interrupted Jason's inquiries repeatedly, intent on drawing him into his own rhythm. Jason shrugged, surrendering his thoughts, tearing open the pull tab. As the golden froth of craft wheat beer spilled forth from the can, he harbored no suspicions. If this man truly wished him harm, he would have met his demise long ago. After graduating from university, Qin Wei rented a meager 10-square-meter room. With a monthly salary of $3,200, after subtracting $2,500 for rent, He was left with a meager $700 for discretionary spending. Oh, and I almost forgot, this also included utility bills. This reality meant he could survive on instant noodles and bread for his daily meals. Yet capital knows no mercy. Amidst such impoverished living conditions, unpaid overtime became the norm. Arriving a minute late incurred a 10 yuan penalty, and restroom breaks were strictly timed, with any misstep inviting a barrage of scorn from his supervisor. Initially, Qin Wei tolerated this unjust treatment to cling to the hard-earned job. He truly wished not to spend another cent on that wretched drunkard and did not wish to witness his mother's silent endurance for the sake of familial harmony. However, the pent-up emotions surged like a torrential rain into a reservoir, necessitating an outlet, either through a floodgate release or a catastrophic breach. With nowhere to vent the accumulated pressure, he could only curl up on the single bed in his rented room, humming a tune in the stillness of the night. The poor sound insulation of the room soon attracted the neighbors' complaints. What a nuisance, singing at such an hour. Can't you go to KTV? Realizing his fault, Qin Wei complied and fell silent. Yet the neighbors' vitriol sparked an epiphany. A desperate existence is akin to a sharp pair of scissors. Patience and compromise merely slow its relentless severing of time. He resolved to fortify himself, to become resilient enough to contend with it, even if it meant shattering into pieces. To chip a notch into the blade. Hey, Qin, revise this document and convert it to an electronic format. Email it to me tonight. I'm heading out. Why are you leaving when no one else has? Don't you possess any sense of professionalism? If everyone behaved as you do, what would become of the company's operations? Working overtime just to buy the boss a Mercedes? Absurd. He changes cars twice a year, yet my salary hasn't increased a single cent. How dare you speak like that? Do you even want to keep your job? Like that kick he delivered to his drunken father at 17. Qin Wei's foot ultimately landed squarely on the face of his supervisor as he hurled the overtime documents onto the desk. Piecing together 6,000 yuan in damages that day, Qin Wei exited the police station with laughter, despite possessing nothing. And then, Jason took another hearty swig of his drink. Later, I embarked on a journey of self-education in graphic design. As my skills flourished, the opportunities before me expanded, leading me to transition through several companies until I finally found stability. While I do not aspire to extraordinary heights, at the very least, I am free from the worries of sustenance. Qin Wei, with a casual flick, crushed an empty can and tossed it aside, indicating that his abilities had reached a plateau. To ascend further without financial backing was simply unfeasible. Thus, he chose to embrace a more relaxed approach, preferring to savor the scenery along the way rather than relentlessly striving upward. Qin Wei posed a penetrating question. The true value of a person lies in their irreplaceability. You mentioned that you were studying finance at university. May I inquire how many finance students like yourself there are in Gotham? Jason remained silent. Yet the grave expression on his face spoke volumes. Qin Wei's words resonated deeply with him. He suddenly realized that his desperate struggle to escape the mire was merely a quest for validation. The upper echelons were not as idyllic as he had envisioned, and he had never been able to sever his deep-rooted ties to the East District. What should I do? If you still hold affection for this land, I can offer you a chance to transform it. Qin Wei's words served as a potent stimulant to Jason's wavering heart. Join me, and I can assure you that once Moroni falls, all the Romans will vacate the East District. Whether this land can be restored depends on your efforts. Jason wavered, yet his vigilance remained intact. What is your true intention? Qin Wei, of course, could not reveal that Jason was the heir of Robin or the chosen one of the comic realm. He was well prepared with his response. Because you are the leader of the Red Hood, my plan is to extend its roots from the lower districts throughout Gotham. Thus, a stable foundation is essential. With that, Qin Wei produced a hefty car key. You mentioned that Dave's little brat is throwing a party, correct? He patted the sturdy metal of the Batmobile, the sound resonating in the shadows. Drive it. Bring him a surprise from the lower district. But before that, you must help me equip my wheels. Chapter 66. Divergent paths amidst the thunderous roar of the engine. Jason drove off in the Batmobile, while Qin Wei stood rooted, watching the taillights vanish into the darkness. During their heartfelt conversation, he meticulously revisited his memories, but as before, the year leading up to his arrival in Gotham remained a complete void. He was unsure of how he had come to Gotham. Whether it was in the embrace of the Flash or summoned by a magical array, perhaps it was the work of an otherworldly artifact, a construction truck, that had brought him here. As Qin Wei pondered, a finger gently prodded his cheek. Are you troubled? If you don't mind, you can confide in a thief, Selina remarked, having stealthily approached from behind. Had she greeted him with more exuberance, he might have been startled into a jump. Keep it down. I am contemplating the essence of existence, to be or not to be. Naturally, Qin Wei could not divulge his thoughts to Selina, and instead, he cleverly shifted the conversation to a lighter topic. The young woman's presence here at this hour is a testament to his meticulous planning. They had agreed to visit Richard Daniels' residence tonight. It is worth mentioning that Richard is the manager of Gotham Bank. Whether it is the prelude to stealing the map from the vault or the climax of robbing the bank, this individual's fingerprint mold is as indispensable as a lubricant. From his observations during several cash withdrawals, he noted that Richard is even more cautious than a bull warrior. He never removes his white velvet gloves, not even when he visits the restroom. The number of bacteria on those gloves is beyond Qin Wei's imagination. The only potential entry point remains within the home, as he cannot fathom that this man sleeps while adorned in them. Seated on the back of the motorcycle, Qin Wei once again arrived in the Diamond District. At midnight, the streets were still bustling with life. The reflections of shimmering neon lights danced in the puddles at the roadside, while well-dressed gentlemen swayed unsteadily, reeking of strong alcohol as they approached. Women, adorned in heavy makeup, nestled in their embrace, professing sweet nothings. Yet their eyes constantly darted towards the wallets tucked within the suits. Each face bore a smile, though the meanings behind those smiles may vary. It is certain that their hearts were brimming with joy, regardless of the implications behind those beaming faces. For Qin Wei, who has long resided in the East District, this was a rare experience of the normal world. Once our business is concluded, we can find a bar for a drink, he suggested, pointing to a club across the street with an iceberg logo. If it's a gentleman's invitation, I would be delighted to accept, Selina smiled, pleasantly surprised by Qin Wei's invitation. After all, aside from the time he had come to apologize, this man had deliberately maintained his distance from her. Nevertheless, she understood. Being the daughter of Falcone, regardless of her father's contempt for her as an illegitimate child, it was not a title that bore well in the eyes of outsiders. The two walked through the vibrant streets, heading east for about 20 minutes. The number of pedestrians gradually dwindled, and the buildings lining the streets transitioned from bars and nightclubs to quiet, closed-off residences. To evade the hidden cameras, they donned disguises. Catwoman removed her pink sports hoodie, donning a headpiece with cat ears, while Qin Wei opted for the classic West Coast gang attire, a woven hat, and a black mask. With a firearm, he would have even considered indulging in the American zero-cost culture. Outside Richard's residence, Catwoman stretched her arms, preparing her body for the impending infiltration. If we encounter trouble, run without hesitation. Do not concern yourself with the mission. Safety is paramount, Qin Wei cautioned, his worry evident. Unlike the Flying Grayson family, his interactions with Catwoman had not been scripted in any comic. In other words, she had been forcibly drawn into the narrative. If anything were to befall her, Qin Wei would bear the weight of guilt. As for how long that guilt would linger, he could not yet ascertain. Are you genuinely concerned about me? Catwoman's tone was laced with a hint of surprise. She quickly furrowed her brow and bit her lower lip, reverting to her usual languid demeanor. Thank you for your concern. I shall graciously accept it. With a graceful leap, her melodious voice swept over the railing, vanishing into the shadows cast by the trees. Qin Wei retrieved the remote control for the Batmobile from his bag, holding in his hands a security lock with the highest level of authority. Should Jason act recklessly and escalate the situation, Qin Wei would lock onto the vehicle and remotely command it to return to him. Gripping the bullhorn steering wheel, Jason's body had been trembling for a full half hour. The last time he had driven was 3 years prior, when he had broken into an old Ford parked by the roadside and had driven 20 kilometers to the repair shop of the Irish gang in the East District. Back then, he had trembled throughout the entire journey, swallowing nervously. This time, however, it was excitement that coursed through him. The rear-view screens flanking the steering wheel indicated an approaching vehicle, and the central display began scanning and analyzing the data before him. Through the contours revealed by the scan, Jason recognized the vehicle as a Cadillac Eldorado, a convertible sports car only the wealthy elite could afford. On any other day, he would have gazed at them with envy as they sped away. But today, the envy belonged to them. The Eldorado accelerated alongside the Batmobile, and its driver honked enthusiastically. Hey, can you hear us? Your car is absolutely badass. Outside the cockpit, 4 or 5 flamboyantly dressed youths were wildly shaking bottles of alcohol. Amid the pleasant hum of the engine, the cockpit's roof slid back, revealing Jason, who glared at the young men through his blood-stained red hood. Initially startled, the youths quickly erupted into cheers, one of them even popping a bottle of champagne from the back seat, the foam spraying all over Jason's face. Wow, what a look! Are you cosplaying Deadpool? Let us race to the next traffic light. I bet your beast is as slow as a snail. Race. The previously reserved Jason felt his hormones surge upon hearing that challenge. He nodded, and the young men slammed the accelerator. with a sharp screech of burning tires. The Eldorado left the Batmobile in its dust. Well, how could one pass up such a rare opportunity for speed? Jason glanced at the accelerator beneath his foot. The Batmobile was currently cruising at 80 miles per hour, and he had not pressed the gas pedal even once, relying entirely on the engine's idle to propel him forward. The Eldorado came to a halt at the green light. Brad, where's that car now? Out of sight, I wager. Brad peered at the rearview mirror while his female companion held a bottle of champagne to his lips. Look at that car, it's all steel plates. Heavy as can be. There's no way it could ever outrun us. After taking a sip of champagne and wiping the remnants from his lips, Brad beamed with satisfaction. As he was about to withdraw his gaze, the rearview mirror began to tremble violently. Unlike the vibrations caused by the engine, the entire mirror quaked with intensity, accompanied by a resonating hum from the windshield. His companions cast skeptical glances at one another. An earthquake? The roar of the engine drowned out all inquiries. And in the next moment, a massive dark figure surged forth from the incline, crashing heavily onto the asphalt. Chapter 67. The wild party. Brad distinctly felt the four wheels of the Eldorado lift off the ground. Step on it. That guy is closing in. His companion's shout jolted him from his reverie, and he slammed the accelerator, causing the front of the Eldorado to rise, the exhaust dragging sparks along the ground. That's it. Go, Brad. Let that guy choke on our fumes. Let him only see our taillights. Though his companions were still exhilarated, Brad's heart raced with anxiety. The Eldorado accelerated swiftly, reaching speeds of 200 miles per hour, yet the vehicle behind him remained closely tailing, even edging toward overtaking him. With a decisive click, he shifted into top gear. Aware that the car was carrying 5 passengers and that he had been drinking, the intoxicating mix of alcohol and adrenaline ultimately overshadowed his rational judgment. As the speedometer soared to 300 miles per hour, he dared not glance at any distractions. His gaze remained fixed ahead. The wind rushed into his nostrils, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe, while the engine shook violently at such high speeds, the lightweight Eldorado causing the steering wheel to sway. Both man and machine had reached their limits. At that moment, a hand reached in from the right, tapping on the rearview mirror. I've got some business tonight, so I want to be joining you. Jason pressed the button to disengage the autopilot and floored the accelerator. The 8 exhaust pipes at the rear erupted with a thunderous roar, belching forth blue flames, and in the blink of an eye, he left the Eldorado far behind. On the undulating road, the youths could only watch as the Batmobile's taillights flickered and faded into the distance. Gradually slowing down, Brad parked at an empty intersection. The front half of the bright red Eldorado was blackened by exhaust fumes, and he leaned over the steering wheel, gasping for breath. What is so impressive? Anyone can accelerate in a straight line. True speed is about navigating the curves. The Batmobile halted at the base of the mountain road, beyond which lay Dave's villa. Jason opened the cockpit, closing his eyes to savor the cool night breeze, repeatedly mulling over Chenway's words. He began to grasp the essence of the sentiment being conveyed and understood what had been relentlessly tugging at his heart. He cherished the East District, yet simultaneously yearned to escape it. These conflicting thoughts intertwined, rendering him unable to discard his red hood or seamlessly integrate into a new world. Dave, that scoundrel, has inherited the commendable traditions of his lineage, looking down upon the East End and those who struggle in the mire. For discrimination is indeed a hereditary trait woven into the very fabric of Gotham. Yet, Dave's candidness reveals a simplicity of thought far removed from the veiled intentions of the highborn. Jason understands that dealing with Dave is straightforward. By merely echoing his disdain for the East End, he will surely gain favor as his little brother, much like the 2 sycophants trailing behind him. Those 2 spineless lackeys, also hailing from the lower district, have never dared to defy Dave's wishes. The path ahead is clearly laid out. Jason need only follow it. However, his outward demeanor of neither resistance nor compliance adds a layer of intrigue to his character. Like Dick, Jason finds himself at a crossroads. Chenway's method of resolution is equally astute. Instead of instructing Jason on what to do or choose as he did with Dick, recognizing Dick's youth while acknowledging Jason's capacity for independent thought, he opts to provoke reflection through his own narrative. The documents strewn across the table, the colas spilling overhead. These are not the core elements that shatter human reason. It is the cold gaze of discrimination, the relentless oppression, the weight of mountains bearing down. The daily torment, the inherited rules, dogmas, and vile customs, along with the whispers of anguish in the dead of night and prayers directed at the wall, all culminating in a hand reaching out to the sky in moments of helplessness. The East End is omnipresent. If both the act of guarding and the act of letting go bring pain, he would rather endure the pain of protection. as Jason revs the Batmobile. Its engine resonates with the rhythm of his heart, a raw roar exploding into the night. The mansion is filled with young men and women, twirling bottles and pills, dancing to the DJ's crackling beats and surging sound waves. On the lawn, Dave and his friends are baring their chests at a barbecue bash, while several strippers shed their garments under the flickering glow of the bonfire. Dave sways his hips to the music, sprinkling black pepper over a freshly grilled steak with a seasoning shaker. "Mal, turn up the music," he commands, yet the little lackey, enraptured, pays no heed, his gaze fixed on the alluring silhouettes of the dancers. With a swift kick, Dave sends Mal tumbling into the pool, scattering a flock of startled birds. "Damn country bumpkin, your East End filth has polluted my water." Cursing, he storms over, seizing the hapless boy by the hair and dragging him from the pool, delivering 2 sharp slaps across his face. "Boss," Mal attempts to protest, but Dave shoves him back into the water. "If the water is dirty, you must find a way to clean it." Dave pauses, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he surveys the crowd. "Any suggestions?" "Make him pay," someone shouts. "Do you really think those East End paupers can afford to pay? Even if we were to strip them of their organs, no one would want them." Draining the pool water and using it as a rag. Mal's face turned ashen. The mad ramblings induced by drugs were more chilling than the icy water of the pool. "Why not make him drink it all?" Dave conceived a brilliant idea, and before Mal could react, he leaped into the pool, pushing his younger brother's head underwater. Gasping for breath, Mal flailed in panic, his nails tearing into Dave's skin, leaving 2 crimson scratches on his chest. Dave had initially intended to give his brother a simple lesson, but perhaps due to the influence of drugs, or perhaps because the usually obedient Mal dared to resist, his ferocity was unleashed in that instant. Gripping Mal's hair, Dave repeatedly slammed his head into the pool. The dull echoes, the splashing water, and the blood that mingled with the pool water painted a macabre scene. When Dave finally came to his senses, a lifeless body floated before him. The DJ's music ceased, and the onlookers by the pool were etched with terror. "Wow." Dave wiped his face, licking the corner of his mouth, and feigned calmness as he spread his arms wide. "He's just some East Side punk. What are you all so worried about? No one will report us." Yet, deep down, Dave felt uncertain. After all, this was his first experience with murder. He was bewildered, unsure of what lay ahead. However, the crowd's reaction emboldened him. The music resumed, and the spectators dispersed, as if nothing had transpired. It turned out that murder was merely this: scooping up the blood-tainted pool water to wash his face. Dave's eyes widened, and an unnatural grin crept across his face, distorting his chubby cheeks in a bizarre smile. But just as he reveled in the thrill of killing, 2 smoke grenades, trailing wisps of smoke, were hurled over the wall. Boom! The sudden roar of the engines seemed like a giant's hands, ruthlessly tearing through the cacophony of the party. Chapter 68. Night Raid. With night vision goggles on, Selena leaped into the air, catching the eaves of the window, swinging back and forth like a pendulum to propel herself onto the second floor. Grasping the marble railing of the balcony, she relied on her formidable upper body strength, akin to a rock climber, to haul herself up. The entire process was executed without a whisper. Even her breathing remained remarkably steady. The main event was about to unfold. Outside the balcony glass, Selena skillfully retrieved a compass cutter from her small bag, affixing the suction cup to the glass surface, while her right hand deftly spun the blade. Unlike the ideal scenarios depicted in films, the noise generated from cutting glass in a tranquil environment would be magnified infinitely, prompting Catwoman to cut slowly and cautiously. It took her approximately 20 minutes to carve out a barely sufficient circular hole to squeeze her body through. Peeking through the corner of the curtain, moonlight spilled into the room through the circular opening. Just as Selena half entered the room, a Doberman bounded over, joyfully licking her face. Before every heist, she would spray herself with canine pheromones to guard against any potentially barking guard dogs within the premises. A row of bite marks still adorns her calf, a testament to the sanguine lessons learned. The obedient little darling, Selena stealthily infiltrated the abode and unleashed her frustrations upon the dog, reluctantly administering a sedative to the creature. The presence of a dog in the household suggested a low likelihood of infrared detectors being installed, yet she prudently conducted a thorough inspection nonetheless. Outside the cabinet door, Richard had nearly outfitted every valuable with infrared sensors in his oil painting, but fortunately, the path to the bedroom remained unobstructed. She inserted a wire into the keyhole and gently manipulated it, causing the bedroom door to creak open slightly. Disheveled garments lay strewn about the bedside, a crumpled pair of slacks, their legs turned inside out, draped over a torn black stocking. Selena sidled into the room, carefully avoiding a lace bra on the floor, disdainfully nudging a pair of boxer shorts aside with her toe. Richard, having just emerged from a fierce battle, lay naked on the bed, vociferously enjoying the company of a slender blonde on his left and a red-haired beauty on his right. The sight before Selina prompted an urge to obliterate her own vision with the night vision goggles. Yet, more daunting than this vulgar display was the uncertainty surrounding Richard's hands. This posed the greatest challenge of her mission. Selina was acutely aware of the implications. Upon learning from Qin Wei that the target was single, she had exhaled in relief. How simple it was to deal with one individual, either sprawled on his back or lying prone, who would ever think to place their hands between their legs. As it turned out, such was not the case. And the sleeping position of this eligible bachelor was more alluring than she had anticipated. The good news was that Richard was in a deep slumber. A slight adjustment of his limbs should not rouse him. Catwoman resolved to commence her endeavor with the red-haired beauty's thigh. It must be said, the beds of affluent households are remarkably spacious. Spanning 10 feet in length and width, she had to tread carefully to reach Richard's hand. The soft velvet cushion absorbed her every move, and she had to navigate around 6 intertwined legs, making this task far more complex than mere burglary. I deserve more. I must negotiate for a higher fee, Selina murmured to herself. She valued her collaboration with Qin Wei immensely, having never requested an additional cent thus far. But this time she had changed her mind. The tension of executing the mission amidst a near-nervous breakdown warranted an increase in her compensation. Creeping closer to Richard, she cautiously lifted a finger from the woman's backside. A soft, delicate sigh broke the silence of the room. Richard remained oblivious, but the red-haired beauty began to stir. What to do? 2 choices lay before her: risk waking the woman to collect fingerprints or hide away. The first option bore a high probability of success, but also a significant risk of discovery. Selina felt confident in her ability to escape, yet if awakened, confronted by an unfamiliar thief who had left all valuables untouched, yet seemed fixated on her finger, one could only speculate how Richard would react. Would he not reinforce the bank's security measures? The plan must not be thwarted. In a flash of insight, Selina made a decisive move, retreating to the bedside and concealing herself against the base of the bed. Just as she settled into her hiding place, the sounds of a woman stirring in the darkness reached her ears, followed by the rustling of hair being tugged. A crisp click echoed. The bedside lamp flickered to life, illuminating the replica of the Mona Lisa that adorned the wall. As Selina locked eyes with the woman in the painting, who wore a mocking smile, her thoughts detonated like a bomb with severed wires, bursting forth in chaos. Amidst the thunderous noise, the Batmobile crashed through the villa's outer wall like a brutish battering ram, sending bricks and debris flying, intensifying the disarray created by the smoke grenades. The headlights pierced through the billowing smoke, illuminating the scene. How would an ordinary person respond to such a situation? Surely, they would either flee in terror or at the very least exhibit signs of panic. Yet, behold the antics of these ruffians. They charged out of the house upon hearing the commotion, emitting primal howls, hurling whatever they could find, benches, potted plants, and bottles, toward the Batmobile. Perhaps these miscreants, in their drug-induced stupor, fancied themselves as valiant warriors challenging a dragon. Now, it remains to be seen how the dragon will retaliate. Within the cockpit, Jason surveyed the distorted faces of those around him, twisted by madness. Silently, he pressed the red button located on the back of the steering wheel. The 2 iron plates at the front of the vehicle swung open with a clattering sound, revealing a dark machine gun that rose like a totem of primal worship, standing defiantly before the crowd. Its emergence paused this farcical scene, freezing the frenzied youths, while the crackling of the campfire was the only sound breaking the silence. Let's amplify the noise, shall we? I detest pantomimes, Jason mused with a grin beneath his mask, tilting his head. He pressed the firing button, unleashing a torrent of rubber projectiles from the machine gun, which erupted in flames under his command. To prevent Jason from escalating the chaos too far, the vehicle was loaded with rubber rounds, but do not be deceived by their seemingly innocuous nature. Propelled by the firepower of a 127mm machine gun, these projectiles possessed sufficient kinetic energy to shatter ribs upon impact. As the smoke from the grenades began to dissipate, the roaring machine gun infused the courtyard with a new layer of disorder. Bullets rained upon the glass windows, bombarding the flower beds, fragments and soil cascading like fireworks. Splattering across the faces of those who screamed in terror, the youths wailed and cried, clutching their injuries as they fell to the ground, only to stumble back to their feet, frantically fleeing from the Batmobile. They finally grasped the truth, that they were not warriors at all, but merely a mass of disheveled clay. The party had far from concluded. Rather, it escalated into a new crescendo of madness and mockery. Chapter 69. Dignity at an opportune moment. Jason ceased the bombardment, opened the cockpit, and leapt out, stepping onto the edge of the car window. Grasping the collar of a fallen youth, he growled in a hushed yet menacing tone. "Where's Dave?" The blood-soaked young man, eyes tightly shut, begged for mercy, entirely relinquishing rational thought amidst the cacophony of screams surrounding him. At that moment, he was seized by a nefarious figure clad in a crimson hood, oblivious to the imminent danger. However, his response was inconsequential, for Dave was crouched behind a flowerbed nearby. Realizing that the hooded figure sought him, fear surged through him as he bolted toward the interior of the house. At the end of the staircase hung his father's hunting rifle. Obtaining that weapon would grant him a means of survival. Yet, throngs of people surged into the house like headless flies, rendering the entrance impassable. As the hooded menace advanced step by step, Dave, in desperation, clawed and pushed through the throng. "Let me through, clear the way," he shouted, but in the face of sheer panic, no one was willing to make way. Frantic and overwhelmed, Dave lashed out, striking down a girl who had inadvertently blocked his path. She crumpled to the ground, struck on the back of her head, and was soon engulfed by the stampede of frantic feet. With relentless determination, Dave managed to force his way inside. The scene was chaotic. A toppled champagne tower littered the floor with shards of glass, and the fallen were left bloodied amidst a chorus of screams echoing from the alcohol-soaked ground. Ignoring the carnage, Dave stepped over bodies, making his way toward the staircase. The elegant liquor cabinets on the second floor had been overturned, precious spirits cascading down the steps like a torrential waterfall. Climbing the slick staircase, he was breathless, filled with regret. The party had prohibited firearms out of fear that the revelers might become unruly. Yet who could have anticipated that a bizarre figure in a strange vehicle would disrupt the festivities? Dave was aware of the hooded gang, but could not fathom how a ragtag group from the east side had discovered the party's location or why they would venture across the city to hunt him down. Could it be that Jason Todd, that wretched scoundrel, had sent them to kill him? After much contemplation, this was the only conclusion he could reach. He retrieved the rifle from the wall, loaded it with 2 rounds of buckshot, and pressed himself against the wall. Listening intently to the approaching footsteps splashing through the puddles, he sent a message to his father. "Dad, if I die, go after Jason. He is the one who has doomed me." Having delivered his final words, a surge of courage coursed through him as he swallowed the remaining half-pack of pills from his pocket, watching as the world around him began to warp and distort. The chandelier above morphed into a flickering incandescent light. The opulent villa transformed into a grimy, dilapidated basement, and he envisioned himself as a genetically enhanced soldier, pursued by enemy forces. "I lack reason. I lack emotion. I am a machine of slaughter." Dave's eyes, now swollen and bloodshot from the drug's effects, were filled with a fierce resolve. As the footsteps drew closer, he stepped out from his hiding place and aimed his weapon at the source of the sound, firing without hesitation. The terrifying destructive power of the lead bullet instantly created a gaping hole in the victim's chest, sending the unfortunate soul hurtling against the railing and tumbling down the staircase. Flesh and large chunks of lead were strewn across the walls at the corner of the stairs, adding a vivid touch of human tragedy to the dimly lit painting, impression of sunrise, that hung above. Regrettably, Jason was not among them. Yet, this did not deter Dave from embarking on a rampage. In his eyes, those downstairs, who should have been regarded as comrades, had donned the crimson hoods of enemies. After shattering a young girl's skull with his gun, Dave, salivating and grinning maniacally, etched his deranged delight into the startled eyes of every onlooker. It was then that the partygoers comprehended. The true danger lay not with the Red Hoods, but with the irrational Dave. At that moment, Dave had long since cast aside the illusions of Jean-Claude Van Damme. All that flickered before him was an abyss of profound darkness. He felt as though he had been compressed into the most insignificant speck of dust, while overhead, a colossal shadow loomed, akin to a mountain. He recalled hearing from a companion that excessive drug use could induce hallucinations, within which lay the ultimate answers of the world. And now, it seemed as if he had glimpsed it. The world is to perish. He spread his arms wide, yearning to embrace the grandeur of the entity. But in the next instant, a fist came crashing down upon his face, yanking his thoughts from the depths of despair. Shaking his head, Dave found himself confronted by the clenched fist of the hooded figure. As the absurdities of his recent actions replayed in his mind, he came to the horrifying realization that he had inadvertently slain 2 friends. Yet, such thoughts were trivial. The pressing concern was how to preserve his life from this hooded menace. The effects of the drug began to wane, adrenaline plummeted, and fear regained its grip on his mind. Kneeling on the ground, he clutched at the hooded figure's leg, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I know you were sent by Jason. Whatever he offers, I'll pay double, no triple." Just help me eliminate Jason. The irony of self-destruction struck him as laughable. Jason paid no heed to the madman's ramblings. He withdrew his arm and delivered another crushing blow to Dave. The cola spilled above him, torn pages of books scattered around. And the bullying endured over the years, etched with deep-seated prejudice and insults, demanded restitution today. Dave's nose met the fist in a brutal embrace. The sharp crack resonating as a tooth, along with a spray of blood, flew forth. Clutching his face, Dave rolled on the ground, tears mingling with blood, painting his already contorted visage into a more grotesque mask. Why won't you tell me what benefits that bastard Jason has promised you? If you fear I'll backtrack, I can pay you right now. Whatever you want, just spare my life. The more malice Dave expressed toward Jason, the more ferocious the blows became. The answer was glaringly obvious, yet Dave remained oblivious to the true nature of his predicament. The red-hooded figure cracked his knuckles. The remnants of shattered glass crunched beneath his marten boots, emitting a sharp sound. Stop dreaming. What Jason entrusted to me, you cannot offer. I do not believe that this pauper could provide anything of value. Name your price. Dave mistakenly assumed Jason was negotiating with him, igniting a flicker of hope within. However, this glimmer was swiftly extinguished. Pulling off the red hood, Jason revealed his true self. This entity is called Dignity. Chapter 70. Mission accomplished. The bedside lamp flickered to life as the bare-bodied, red-haired woman yawned, her feet touching the floor. Selina pressed against the edge of the bed, her form clad in sleek black leather, seamlessly merging with the shadows. Yet this guise was precarious, for a mere glance downwards would betray her presence. Fortunately, no such glance occurred. The woman squinted through sleepy eyes and exited the room, her ankle nearly brushing against Catwoman's nose. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Seizing this opportunity, Selina surveyed her surroundings. The bedside lamp still illuminated the space, and when the other adjusted to the bathroom's brightness upon returning, she would surely be discovered. The urgent need to relocate was paramount. Just as she slipped toward the doorway, the familiar sound of a toilet flushing resonated through the hallway. The dark corridor echoed with the creaking of sweat-stained feet against the wooden floorboards, indicating that the other was hastening back into the room. At this juncture, rushing out would only elicit screams. Selina glanced once more at the bedside lamp. It seemed she had no choice. When Linda received the order from the Diamond District, she was initially quite pleased. For those portly wealthy gentlemen were generally devoid of combat prowess. $1,000 for 5 minutes of lifelike performance. Once completed, a refreshing shower awaited her, leaving the entire evening at her disposal. Whether to enjoy a drink at the bar, caress the abs of a young man, indulge in a high, or reconnect with her long-lost gang boyfriend, one could not deny that despite his infidelity, he possessed a remarkable skill that consistently left Linda entranced in ecstasy. Yet, upon entering the bedroom and witnessing the array of items laid out on Richard's bed, she realized she had underestimated the man. In the latter half of the night, another woman joined them. The trio labored until 2:30 in the morning. During a brief trip to the restroom, Linda felt her legs tremble. As she hurried back to the room, the bedside lamp suddenly extinguished. A shadowy figure approached, prompting Linda to heighten her vigilance. "Who is there?" The response was a substantial yawn. "Do not turn on the light. Speak softly. You might wake him." "Oh, I sincerely apologize." The two women exchanged a few brief words as they brushed past one another. It was this scant exchange that nearly sent Selina's heart into a frenzy. Did these women know one another? Would my voice be recognized? In that critical moment, there was no time for further contemplation. Yet luck favored Catwoman. The two women were indeed unfamiliar with each other. Even though familiar, the deliberately prolonged yawn she emitted was enough to distort the sound, leaving Linda, still caught in the haze between slumber and wakefulness, unable to discern its origin. More importantly, during this interval, Selina had successfully obtained Richard's fingerprints. Naturally, she did not neglect the final and most crucial step before her departure. She spent a mere 15 minutes raiding the living room's safe, leaving it devoid of valuables. Aside from gold bricks, items such as gemstones and luxury watches were completely looted. Of course, Selina was not motivated by greed. By ensuring a clean sweep, Richard would only suspect a burglary, as advised specifically by Chinwei beforehand. "Good pup, sweet dreams. I hope your master won't scold you upon waking." After giving the dog's head a final affectionate stroke, the Catwoman reluctantly slipped out through the window. Chinwei was crouched at the street corner, observing the Batmobile surveillance footage with amusement when suddenly he received a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Is this what you call giving me cover?" Upon looking up, he discovered that Selina had somehow positioned herself behind him, with one hand on her hip and her mask removed. Her silver hair danced joyfully in the night breeze like a playful sprite. I know you're upset, but please hear my defense first. Qin Wei cleared his throat. You see, you infiltrated without a ladder or rope. It was impossible to detect from the outside. If I stood around like a statue, it would only arouse suspicion. This area is affluent. If a police car were to patrol and apprehend me for questioning, what would I do, pray tell? Your defense is logically sound and quite convincing. Selina narrowed her eyes, forcefully dropping a bag of spoils into Qin Wei's arms. Then, pray tell, what is your purpose for being here if no lookout is required? Just in case. If you were caught, I could be the first to bail you out. Selina sighed, covering her head. She found herself at a loss against this man. Meanwhile, Qin Wei had begun to unpack and inspect the loot. Inside was a piece of clay bearing Richard's thumbprint, carefully sealed in a transparent acrylic container. Additionally, the bag contained a jewelry piece. Qin Wei extracted a gold Rolex, and recalling that Oswald still wore that battered, fake gold watch he had once struck a prison guard with, he felt a pang of sorrow. Could you grant me this watch? He inquired of Catwoman. Dream on. We are in a partnership. While I do not demand a reward from you, do not even think of seizing my spoils. How about checking your phone? Qin Wei snapped his fingers. Hesitantly, Catwoman illuminated the screen, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of a transfer message for $5 million. She deduced that Qin Wei sought her account for a transfer, yet she was unprepared for such a substantial sum. In truth, she remained unaware of Qin Wei's dealings regarding the estate and was still pondering how this man managed to procure both recruits and weaponry, wondering where such wealth originated. Did you rob a bank? Isn't the operation yet to commence? Well, everyone has their secrets, but to be honest, I shouldn't require this much money. This is what you rightfully deserve. Qin Wei vividly recalls Selina's heroic act of self-sacrifice in the sewers. What is even more commendable is that the notorious Catwoman, despite being a thief, resisted the temptation of a $4.5 million check, choosing instead to return it to Qin Wei, whose life hung by a thread. It is worth noting that at that time, the two had merely formed a verbal alliance, knowing little of each other. Without the unwavering support of this initial ally, Qin Wei would never have survived the relentless pursuit by Maroni's assassins. He is a man of sentiment, cherishing every act of kindness bestowed upon him, especially this unconditional trust during his time of dire need. In a sense, both Selina and Oswald hold equal importance in his heart. However, Selina's response was unexpected. In this partnership, we each take what we need. There is no need for you to pay extra. If you truly desire that watch, I shall sell it to you at its original price. Compared to selling it to a fence, I might still earn a few extra $1,000s. Selina's tone was playfully laced with a seductive rasp, as delightful as ever. Recognizing her sincerity, Qin Wei chose not to insist further. I respect your choice. But please allow me to cover today's expenses. Chapter 71. Judgment. Let us rewind the clock 10 minutes, to the moment when Dave fired the first shot. The shotgun's blast ignited a section of the floor soaked in liquor. Normally, the flames would extinguish once the alcohol burned out. But whether by accident or the whims of fate, a party banner hanging from the ceiling fortuitously fell. The hanging tassels caught fire, and the flames quickly spread, engulfing the entire ceiling. Jason, it's you. Dave gritted his teeth, his distorted face morphing multiple times within mere seconds. He could not fathom how the quiet, bullied boy from school had transformed into this figure, the blood-stained hood, the peculiar armored vehicle. What was going on? Dave, do you know? In the past 2 years, the blows you've landed on me surpass all the pain I've endured in my life. Before I donned this red hood, many perished at my hands. Corrupt cops, serial killers, organ traffickers, drug dealers, robbers, kidnappers. These individuals were either imposing and strong or treacherous and cruel, yet without exception, I dispatched them with little effort. Do you know why? Jason raised his head, the flames reflecting in his eyes. He donned red, fingerless motorcycle gloves, tightening his fists like a pestle, the crackling of his knuckles echoing as if they were the sounds of Dave's skull being crushed. Dave remained silent, but Jason continued unabated. I am the king of the East District, the last defender of this filthy mire. The king of the East District? Had someone uttered such nonsense in front of Dave just half an hour ago, he would have laughed at their naivety. But now, with the villa ablaze and the menacing red hood before him, everything was proving one undeniable truth. Jason was not joking. Oh God damn it. Are you truly the leader of the Red Hood? Dave rubbed his temples and shook his head. He initially believed himself to be the one who had lost his sanity from an overdose. Yet Jason's madness surpassed his own. The leader of the Red Hood, instead of remaining in the underbelly, had managed to excel academically at Gotham University. Dave felt as though his luck had utterly abandoned him. Akin to attempting to rob a bank only to find oneself confronted by the Avengers. Truly the epitome of misfortune. Yet he was not prepared to kneel in repentance. No matter how formidable Jason might be, he remained mortal. Dave licked his lips, his gaze stealthily drifting toward the door on his left. Suddenly, he crouched down and charged toward the exit. Jason, aware of Dave's furtive glance, shifted to intercept him. However, Dave's intention was not to flee. Just as he was about to collide with Jason, he exhibited an agility unexpected of a man of his girth. Pivoting and rolling to the ground while grasping the shotgun he had previously discarded. The weapon was already loaded, and all that remained was to pull the trigger, ensuring that Jason would be riddled with holes far more numerous than those in Swiss cheese. A sinister grin creased Dave's lips as he raised the gun. Bang! The gunfire echoed, the shotgun fell to the ground, and Dave stared at his mangled fingertips, his thoughts in disarray. 3 fingers had been obliterated. Now, his right hand was left with only his thumb and pinky. You didn't think I would come empty-handed, did you? Jason's gun was aimed squarely at Dave. Jason taught. The delayed sensation of pain gradually became acute. Dave muttered the name, clutching his wound and burying his head in his chest. Stripped of all support, and with every avenue of retreat blocked, the arrogant man finally tasted the bitter flavor of fear amidst the excruciating agony. I was wrong, I admit. But you cannot exact an eye for an eye. You may strike me and humiliate me as I have done to you. But you do not have the right to kill me. You do not have that privilege. As he accused Jason of his brutality, Dave's shoulders heaved, tears and snot streaking down his face. He sobbed, though it was difficult to discern whether it was fear or pain that drove him. The flames blazed higher, engulfing the villa in searing heat, the wooden furniture crackling as it succumbed to the inferno. Jason longed to eliminate Dave, yet the latter's arguments struck a chord within him. Thus far, those who had perished at the hands of the Red Hood were undeniably heinous individuals. If he were to reclaim his true self, he had no justification for taking Dave's life. Dave had indeed tormented him, but it was a crime not worthy of death. Watching Jason's retreating figure, Dave emerged from the shadows with a face twisted in a malevolent grin. What would he do? Like most villains, would he ambush him from behind and provide the merciful protagonist with a justifiable motive for murder? No. That was not in his character. The immediate priority was to escape the villa engulfed in flames. Once he weathered this storm, he could take his time settling the score with Jason. In the context of wealth and the tenuous connection to the Elliott family, any of these elements would suffice to confront a Red Hood, the king of the East End. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Jason glimpsed a lifeless body floating in the pool, his heart racing as he plunged into the water. However, upon witnessing the grotesque splatter of blood on the tiles, he realized he was not the architect of this slaughter. Someone had gripped the poor soul by the head, mercilessly slamming it against the tiles. As he turned the body over, the pale visage of Mal came into view. Jason recognized this follower of Dave, another East End inhabitant. Whenever Dave tormented him, Mal always cowered in the back, head bowed. Perhaps he recognized Jason, or perhaps he was simply timid. Either way, he never retaliated, nor did he contribute to the raucous atmosphere like other lackeys. Only when Dave shot him a warning glance would he emit a few dry, feeble chuckles. He embodied all the traits of an ordinary person, neither wholly malevolent nor purely benevolent. They are the most cowardly perpetrators in this world, as well as the most pitiful victims. Dark dust fell from the ceiling as Dave, leaning on his shotgun, staggered toward the exit, his battered body dragging behind him. The door loomed closer, just a step away from escape. However, at that crucial moment, a large hand reached in from outside, grasping his hair with a fierce grip. Dave looked up in alarm, his eyes reflecting Jason's fierce rage. Did you kill Mal? Mal? No, I didn't kill him. Jason's fist unhesitatingly struck Dave's cheek, a punishment for the liar. In slow motion, Dave's face rippled like gelatin, his eyes bulging, lips splitting, and cheekbones contorting, as his teeth tumbled like marbles in his half-open mouth. For a fleeting moment, Dave thought he had collided with a speeding truck. He wailed as he was propelled backward, sliding across the ground for 6 or 7 feet. Struggling to open his swollen eyes, he beheld Jason, the Red Hood, gripping his shotgun like a baseball bat. What do you want? Dave trembled in fear, unsettled and perplexed as to why Jason had returned. You are right, Dave, an eye for an eye. Initially, I had no right to take your life. But now you have given me a reason, one I cannot refuse. Jason's eyes blazed with fury as he spat at the wretched figure on the ground. To be honest, I never liked him. What do people say about Mal? Dave's lackey, a traitor of the East End. But that does not grant you the liberty to dispose of him at will. I really didn't. Dave protested, but Jason's foot pressed down on his face, silencing his lies. Stop deceiving yourself. Can you guess where the flesh under Mal's nails came from? And how did those scratches appear on your chest? Now, let me deduce how you committed the murder. Grasping his hair, he slammed his head against the wall, Do you relish such a gruesome demise of a fractured skull? Jason bellowed, raising his weapon and striking Dave's cranium with a heavy blow. Dave, you are in no position to judge him. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, until blood splattered across the hood, and until Dave's fingers ceased their twitching. Chapter 72. A night at the bar. Alcohol serves as the ticket to the hallucinatory shores. The disco ball spun uniformly, sharing its vibrant atmosphere with the patrons. Red symbolized passion, blue represented coolness, and purple hinted at ambiguity. In the interplay of light and shadow, individuals unveiled the gory masks of their faces, revealing foolish and vacant smiles to the air. Due to that drunken father, Qin Wei had once believed he would never touch alcohol in his lifetime. Yet when the sorrows of existence descended upon him, alcohol appeared, uninvited, in his mind, leaving him no choice. The tip of his tongue, covered with taste buds that sensed sweetness, contrasted with the bitterness at its root. He poured a small glass of wine, allowing it to flow through the winding path formed by his curled tongue into his mouth, where sweetness and bitterness clashed like tolling bells in the cortex of his brain. It was anything but gentle. Consuming alcohol too quickly often leads to intoxication, and once drunk, one finds oneself in such a state. Selina, holding her forehead and laughing uncontrollably, sat across from him. The girl appeared no better off, delivering poorly timed cold jokes, lost in the self-indulgent joy of the atmosphere. Qin Wei observed her, downing glass after glass. Wait, what I said wasn't too funny, was it? Selina shifted the conversation, raising her heavy eyelids to gaze into the shadows beneath her brow. Perhaps it is amusing, but my sense of humor is rather elevated. Nevertheless, I appreciate you listening to me. She extended her hand, her icy palm resting on Qin Wei's arm. When I was young, my mother told me that the secret to success lies in pleasing men, just like she did. Finding a suitable evening to climb into the beds of those powerful figures, placing a finger upon her lips and delicately unbuttoning their shirts with her teeth. Thanks to her, I have long since completed the necessary courses on how to become a despicable harlot, how to cast an irresistible glance, when to lift the hem of my skirt, what posture causes the straps of a gown to slip, granting men ample room for imagination. Qin Wei shrugged. He had already encountered these techniques during his first meeting with Selina. So, you don't truly enjoy this. I once did. But now I have come to terms with the past. It is neither hatred nor affection. It is merely a means of survival. In Gotham, even the most sordid ways of living are not ridiculed, except for being broke. The fundamental reason remains that I have realized it is merely a tool. Its current aim is no longer the hearts of men, but rather their pockets, wrists, and safes. Perhaps this is the enlightenment brought about by life experience. Selina, only slightly older than Jason, has already learned to reconcile with her past. As Qin Wei pondered, he was entirely oblivious to Selina extending 2 fingers and joyfully bounding from his forearm to his collar. Suddenly, Selina grasped his collar, pulling him close. However, this evening was unlike any other. For the first time, her aim was not directed towards the man's pockets, but rather towards his heart. A faint hint of wine mingled with her warm breath, brushing against Qin Wei's face. Selina had drawn too near. He could even feel her rising body temperature. Her wine-kissed lips shimmered under the soft glow of the lights. Qin Wei lifted his hand, threading his fingers through her thick silver hair, which possessed an exquisite texture that flowed through his fingertips, as smooth as silk, exuding the fragrance of gardenia-scented shampoo. Under the intoxicating effects of alcohol, Qin Wei had completely succumbed. All he had to do was tilt his head slightly, and their lips would meld together in perfect harmony. In fact, he was poised to do just that, regardless of Selina's connection with Falcone. At this moment, all he desired was to pry open those luscious, inviting lips and seek out her agile little tongue. Yet, the phone in his pocket vibrated at the most inopportune moment. And oh God, please and oh, like Evan, the news anchor tormented by Bruce's divine powers in Bruce Almighty, a desperate cry erupted from within Qin Wei. He was the initiator and orchestrator of the entire plan. He could not dismiss a text that might contain crucial information. The intelligent control system alerted him that the vehicle was under attack, though the threat level was low. A glance at his phone revealed the Batmobile speeding along the mountain road, pursued by a dozen police cars. Jason, is your situation dire? I should be able to shake them off once we descend. Jason's tone was unnaturally calm, his eyes glinting with cold light beneath his hood. Had Qin Wei not repeatedly cautioned him against clashing with the police before departure, he would have commanded the Batmobile to drop spike strips, relishing the chaos it would unleash on those pursuing rats. That's good. I'll help you plan the escape route. Just focus on driving. Qin Wei's voice crackled through the intercom. At that moment, he was playing the role of Alfred, safeguarding the young master. Jason turned the steering wheel sharply, the rear wheels pivoting 90 degrees. As the Batmobile navigated the U-turn with an exceptionally peculiar grace, maintaining its speed. The pursuing police cars lacked such finesse, their brake lights illuminating the night. The mountain road echoed with a series of jarring screeches as officers shouted, "Damn it! What kind of vehicle is this? Tell the precinct to send reinforcements to block the descent and lay down spike strips." One officer pounded on the car door, watching the Batmobile gradually vanish into the darkness. Despite shedding their pursuers, Jason's situation remained precarious. Police lights flickered below the mountain, with another batch of officers making their way up, seemingly intent on surrounding the vehicle in the middle of the winding road. The path was cleared by two armored vehicles, their fronts fortified with crash barriers made of thick steel plates, while iron mesh sealed the windows. A light machine gun protruded from the rooftop hatch, aimed menacingly at the cockpit. This was the ultimate gambit the Gotham Police Department could muster, yet it paled in comparison to the heavily armed Batmobile. The police cars halted at the end of the mountain path, the intertwining red and blue lights illuminating the entire hillside. This was the Gotham Central Police Station. "You are surrounded. Within 30 seconds, exit the vehicle with your hands on your head, or we will resort to force." Two officers sprinted to lay down spike strips on the road, then hurriedly ducked back to cover. Jason observed everything, curling his lip in disdain. It seemed that avoiding confrontation was no longer an option. "Fine, but I advise minimizing losses. The Gotham police are not our adversaries at present." As Chin Wei's words faded, the spine-chilling roar of engines echoed through the mountain pass. The armored vehicle surged forward. The two machine guns unleashed their fury, fiery tongues lashing out from the scorching barrels, spent casings raining down like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, several grenades were launched from the police's blockade, trailing long plumes of smoke as they hurtled towards the Batmobile. Chapter 73, The Visitor's Direct Hit. Did we take him down? That peculiar vehicle is merely heavily armored. While it can withstand such impacts, the driver cannot. The Gotham officers must not be acquainted with the law of smoke without injury, or they would not have ceased their bombardment at such a critical juncture. In the next instant, two beams of bright light sliced through the smoke, as the roaring iron beast charged fiercely towards the armored vehicle. If the police's armored cars could be likened to rugged wild boars, the Batmobile resembled a rampaging triceratops. Under its onslaught, the proud, thick body of the armored car crumpled like an accordion being squeezed by a musician's hands, the shrill sound of metal fracturing being the only note this instrument could produce. In the wake of astonished gazes, the armored vehicle instantaneously lost its capacity to resist, flipping over onto the ground. It was only when the Batmobile came roaring through that the commanding officer jolted from his stupor. "Move aside, it's going to crash." The officer clung to a sliver of hope. After all, there were still two strips of spikes for protection ahead. Yet, reality swiftly delivered a harsh blow. The collision block at the front of the Batmobile thundered down, pulverizing the spikes into iron shrapnel amidst a shower of dazzling sparks. The officers scattered in panic, their hearts sinking as they watched the Batmobile topple the flimsy police cars like tenpins and speed away. In a matter of moments, two armored vehicles had been destroyed. Was there truly a need to pursue such a monstrosity? "Director Gordon, I truly apologize," Chin Wei murmured, exhaling deeply as he stowed the surveillance device back into his backpack. As the brief interlude concluded, he excitedly rubbed his hands together, intending to rekindle the exhilarating flirtation with Selina. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found Catwoman peacefully slumbering at the bar. A hint of drunkenness lingered on her features, her lips murmuring indistinctly in her dreams. Chin Wei carefully draped his coat over Selina's shoulders and turned to the bartender, ordering a Long Island iced tea. This body, if nothing else, possessed an impressive tolerance for alcohol. After consuming 7 or 8 bottles of red, even a seasoned drinker like Selina was unable to withstand the effects. While he had only begun to feel slightly tipsy, shaking the tall glass, he listened to the ice clinking against the glass as he brought the rim to his lips. A finger pressed against the edge of the glass, and, to Chin Wei's astonishment, its owner gently seized the drink from him. "If I were you, I wouldn't indulge to the point of inebriation. Using drugs to ensnare the lower class and alcohol to numb the upper class is a common tactic employed to taint the world and drag it into ruin," she remarked. Her voice was melodious, soft and gentle, laced with a slight nasal tone. Her English was not entirely pure, marked by frequent pauses and pronounced retroflex sounds, a characteristic likely tied to her heritage. Her complexion was reminiscent of a warm brown, her nose high and sharp, resembling the back of a curved cookery knife, typical features of Middle Eastern descent. Yet, on her face, these traits did not seem out of place. Rather, they exuded an exotic charm. "Do I know you?" Qin Wei inquired. Perhaps we've crossed paths once, but that does not prevent me from understanding you, Talia replied, straightening her back and tilting her head to scrutinize Qin Wei. However, rather than merely observing, it felt more akin to the disdainful glance of someone looking down upon a trembling beggar in the corner. Strangely, while Qin Wei instinctively resisted her contemptuous gaze, a peculiar desire to push her onto the bed and indulge in her company began to blossom within him. This inclination was not entirely unexpected in the timeline of events. Talia had shared a tumultuous love-hate relationship with Batman for many years, even bearing him a son. For a man destined to inherit the mantle of the Bat, the impulse to act upon seeing Talia al Ghul was entirely reasonable, especially considering he had unknowingly found himself on Catwoman's motorcycle prior to this encounter. Secretly pinching his thigh, Qin Wei finally managed to suppress that thought. With his feet off the ground and his intellect reclaiming control of his body, he recalled the elderly gentleman who had appeared earlier at the hospital. The simultaneous presence of two Middle Eastern individuals in Gotham is hardly a coincidence. After having let the Riddler's old man escape last time, I cannot afford to let you slip away, Qin Wei pondered, maintaining his composure as he subtly redirected the conversation. Do you know me well? You might not even know my name. Bruce Wayne. I have stated before that I know you better than you might think. Triumph surged within him. He had succeeded, indeed. Yet, the revelation from the woman left Qin Wei utterly astonished. The shock stemmed not from surprise, but from the psychological preparation that had long been in place. Dick, Jason, Selina, these characters who once orbited around Batman were now drawn closer to him. Qin Wei was no fool. With a bit of contemplation, he could discern the underlying reasons. Yet, there had never been any evidence to substantiate this notion. Talia's statement served as the most compelling proof in that moment. So, when did you first encounter me? Amidst the explosive revelations, Qin Wei maintained his composure, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery over his expressions. Bruce, are you testing me? Or are you, in fact, not Bruce Wayne at all? Talia had not forgotten her father's mission, which was to verify this man's identity. Thus, while Qin Wei attempted to extract information, she discreetly observed his demeanor. How should Qin Wei respond? To assert his identity outright would be too hasty. The genuine Bruce Wayne would not be so tangled in his sense of self. I never claimed to be Bruce. In fact, you may refer to me as Mr. Match Malone. Recalling an animated series he once watched, Qin Wei borrowed a pseudonym that Batman had used while infiltrating a gang. Talia furrowed her brow in silence. This Bruce Wayne appeared nonchalant, although their appearances were strikingly similar. The carefree Qin Wei and the tormented Bruce from 5 years prior were two figures that could not coexist in her mind. Very well. Regardless of whether you are Bruce or not, I have another matter to discuss with you. Please proceed. Dick Grayson is the child chosen by our League of Assassins, and I will be taking him tonight. I refuse. Qin Wei's expression turned cold. Dick was the designated individual for stealing the vault map, and he would not allow him to be taken at such a critical juncture. Is that so? Regrettably, this is merely a notification. I have no intention of soliciting your opinion. Talia narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of danger illuminated by the blue glow of Dick's sphere. Chapter 74. Bruce Wayne. The perilous aura emanating from the woman was rivaled only by that of the false bat, and a mere glance sent chills down Qin Wei's spine. Should I eliminate her here? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a hint of murderous intent surfaced within him. Yet, this momentary surge of hostility was perceptible to her. She struck first, encircling her index finger and reaching for Qin Wei's throat with stealthy precision. Her movement was both clandestine and devoid of any warning. Her shoulders seemingly locked in place as she executed her strike. By the time Qin Wei noticed, her nails were mere inches from his throat. In that critical moment, muscle memory saved his life as he sidestepped and intercepted her attack with fluid grace, displaying a mastery reminiscent of a martial arts expert. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Talia's eyes. She had been certain that until just moments ago, this man had been oblivious to her subtle maneuver. Yet her covert strike had been thwarted. There exists but a singular answer to elucidate this bewildering affair. The man before us is none other than Bruce Wayne, who has not only healed his paralysis, but has also mastered the ancient arcane arts inscribed within the scrolls of the League of Assassins. Realizing this, a fervent jealousy ignited within Talia, burning relentlessly. Approximately 2 years prior, a dapper, elderly gentleman visited the League's enclave on Neho Island. Although referred to as an enclave, the meeting place was merely a small wooden cabin, drafty on all sides, and within it sat only 2 individuals, the leader Ra's al Ghul and his daughter Talia, steadfastly upholding the last vestiges of the League's glory. The dragon and tiger had perished, Bane had been captured, and David had ventured forth to establish his own path. The catastrophic defeat from 20 years ago had led to the utter decline of this once glorious organization. Ra's al Ghul personally engaged with the visitor. You must have served in the military, given your erect posture. Do not be so formal. Please, take a seat. There are no leaders here, merely an elderly man. You possess a pair of discerning eyes. I once served in MI5. The old gentleman slightly nodded in respect towards Ra's al Ghul. However, I cannot take a seat. For the individual who has come to discuss matters with you today is not I. To my knowledge, you share a profound connection with old Thomas, Mr. Alfred Pennyworth. Allow me to guess, who is it that wishes to confer with me? Surely, it cannot be the young Thomas, who has unexpectedly inherited the entirety of the Wayne estate. Ra's al Ghul gently closed his eyes and nodded slowly, akin to an ordinary elder succumbing to the hypnotic melodies of a gramophone. Yet, this seemingly mundane elder uttered words that astounded Alfred at every turn. Before the other could speak, Ra's al Ghul dismissed this conjecture. It cannot be him. To put it plainly, we both know young Thomas is no friend. Could it be that individual who should have perished in Crime Alley 2 decades ago? Ra's al Ghul spoke languidly, his half-open eyes emanating a piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of Alfred. Mr. Bruce Wayne, the wind outside is rather fierce. Alfred. I told you this was a superfluous endeavor, did I not? If Mr. Lars truly intended me harm, what use would it be for me to hide outside? Master, let us regard this as my unrequited sentiment. Alfred opened the wooden door. With the aid of an electric wheelchair, a slender youth with a tilted neck entered the cabin. He smiled and winked at Alfred, who understood and adjusted his head accordingly. As Mr. Lars mentioned, the wind on Neho Island is indeed quite strong. It has blown my head askew. The youth's raven hair was meticulously styled with mousse, slicked neatly back, and his thick gray wool suit was tidy and appropriate, though it appeared somewhat comical upon his matchstick-like frame. Despite his paralysis from the neck down, it did not detract from the air of nobility and elegance that emanated from him. Mr. Wayne, before we formally commence our discourse, I have a humble request. You may refer to me as Lei Xiaogu, for the transliteration of Lars is exceedingly dreadful. This journey proves to be futile. The fabled pool of Lesa, sought after by Bruce as a panacea for all ailments, is merely a legend whispered throughout the Middle East. In truth, Bruce harbored no expectations. Yet for one who has endured paralysis for many years, he is willing to explore any potential remedy, or even a mere alleviation of his affliction. Prior to meeting Lei Xiaogu, he had consulted numerous individuals, grand sorcerers, extraterrestrials, and even a British charlatan claiming to have made a pact with demons. Alas, all efforts were in vain. As time passed, he grew increasingly desensitized to disappointment. However, this expedition was not without its rewards. Lei Xiaogu presented Bruce with a scroll documenting the entirety of his martial arts teachings. This scroll, a relic of the Assassin's Guild passed down through its leaders, now serves little purpose as the guild has waned into obscurity. Perhaps its worth is better realized in your hands than remaining with me, while tending to Bruce's injuries. The latent energy within his battered form was unmistakable. Faced with this scarred body, Lei Xiaogu felt a deeper sorrow than Bruce Wayne himself. Had this tragedy not transpired, the youth before him would have been a far more formidable candidate for leadership than Bane. The flames of vengeance would serve as the beacon of fate, intertwining the lives of these two seemingly destitute souls. As they departed the humble abode, the smile vanished from Bruce's face in an instant. Though accustomed to disappointment, the relentless blows rendered his facade of composure and elegance nearly insufferable. Alfred, if I do not tread that path, I may never rise again. As he uttered these words, Bruce furrowed his brow, his slightly parted lips concealing a set of tightly clenched teeth. His gaze approached the brink of madness. He resembled not a mere human, but a lone wolf, its spine shattered and teeth bared, thirsting for vengeance. As long as he draws breath, as long as he is afforded a chance to rise, he shall unleash his bloodied maw upon his foes with the fiercest of ferocity. Master, indeed, there remains but one path, but are you truly resolute in your decision? To acquiesce to that madman, Dr. Hugo, and join his scheme. Through the shattered window, Talia gazed upon Bruce's hunched silhouette. Just moments ago, that man had seized the legacy of the Assassin's Guild, extinguishing her hopes of revitalizing the order. Why bestow the scroll upon such a person, devoid of any glimmer of hope? Such a being could easily confine him to a corner of a refuse bin to await death. Why gamble the scroll? Why entrust the future of the Assassin's Guild to such a man? Her thoughts, punctuated by 3 fervent whys, laid bare Talia's inner turmoil. Perhaps I am placing my last bet. Or perhaps I see in Bruce the final hope for a world on the brink of collapse. 18 years have elapsed since the night of the uprising, and a smile once again graced Lei Xiaogu's countenance. though it bore a grim and desolate quality, distinct from the spirited smiles of yore. Chapter 75. Intoxication. If he truly is Bruce Wayne, I cannot bring myself to kill him. This was Talia's initial response. However, refraining from murder did not imply she could not issue a subtle warning to Qin Wei. Withdrawing her right hand, she transformed her left palm into a fist, delivering a concealed uppercut aimed squarely at his abdomen. Reacting instinctively, Qin Wei evaded the initial throat strike, but he was not so fortunate against the subsequent barrage. Thud! It felt as though his flesh had blocked the barrel of the WZ-1913 cannon. What appeared to be a light punch struck his midsection like a fired projectile, propelling his body off the chair and momentarily into the air. Their confrontation was restrained, deliberately avoiding the destruction of any bar fixtures. In the dim, ever-changing light, the bartender merely raised an eyebrow, indifferent to the brief clash that went unnoticed by the rest of the patrons. Damn it, is this woman made of gorilla muscle? That was overly brutal. Qin Wei swiftly leaped from his chair, shielding the peacefully slumbering Selina behind him. Yet, compared to his startled state, Talia's expression revealed a deeper peculiarity. She chose not to pursue her attack, instead examining her bloodied, bruised hand with meticulous care. That punch had not merely struck flesh. It felt as though it had slammed against an iron plate. No, it was indeed an iron plate. The plastic buttons of Qin Wei's shirt had shattered, revealing a dark metal plate beneath the open collar. You came to a bar dressed like this? What exactly are you guarding against? Talia's tone carried a hint of irritation. Due to her profession, she loathed injury. Even the slightest wound could prove fatal for an assassin. A keen opponent could reconstruct the entire incident from a solitary drop of blood left on the floor. I do not even know what I am guarding against. But today I caught someone. Qin Wei chuckled, rolling his shoulders. The armored protection had spared him injury, yet the sheer force of the punch had left his body tingling. The woman had made her hostility unmistakable. It was time to contemplate how to eliminate her. He mused, scanning his surroundings like Jackie Chan in a furniture store. Unexpectedly, Talia spread her hands. Very well, you have proven your identity. I have no reason to continue opposing you. To demonstrate her sincerity, she raised a Long Island iced tea from the bar and downed it in one gulp. In the customs of the Assassin's Guild, drinking in front of others laid bare one's vulnerable throat, signifying complete trust. Of course, her audacity stemmed from her confidence. Even with her mastery of arcane techniques, Talia doubted Qin Wei possessed the strength to defeat her. Her assumption was not unfounded. At this juncture, Qin Wei, a mere novice, was indeed not a match for the elite of the Assassin's Guild. However, his limitations did not extend to the potency of the drink, particularly the deceptively strong Long Island iced tea. Now we can sit down and have a talk. Before the words could escape her lips, Talia suddenly pressed her hand to her forehead. Having long concealed her identity amidst the upper echelons of Gotham, her experience with alcoholic beverages had been limited to red wine. And without a habitual inclination towards drinking, she misjudged the potency of this cocktail. You despicable scoundrel, you have laced my drink. Before she could finish, with a thud, Talia collapsed onto the bar. At 5 a.m, Oswald, still ensconced in dreams, was roused by a phone call. Groggily, he grasped the receiver, and the raspy voice of Colleen Cobblepot resonated in his ear. "OS, how have you been lately? Mother, why are you calling at this hour?" Oswald leapt from his bed. The warehouse echoed loudly, and fearing to disturb others, he could only speak softly while covering the receiver. "Mother, I am perfectly well, rest assured. Mr. Maroney has assigned me a new jurisdiction, and now I earn several $1,000s each month. I have also bought a new car and made many friends. That's wonderful. My dear OS, your mother misses you dearly. I miss you too, Mother." Oswald bit his lip. Having shed no tears under Maroney's relentless torment, he now found himself weeping uncontrollably. "Mother, your voice sounds weak. Are you unwell?" "I am fine. I merely slipped out to make this call while your father is asleep." Hence my hushed tone. Yet, amidst her words, a frail cough emerged from Mrs. Cobblepot. "Mother, please do not deceive me. I am in a good position now. Once this busy period concludes, I will come to bring you out, and we can live together. By the way, I have met a girl, Gloria. She has beautiful eyes, the same amber hue as yours. OS, your father cannot do without me. I cannot abandon him." Mrs. Cobblepot interrupted Oswald, for reasons unknown. Her tone bore a hint of sorrow. Oswald should have perceived it, yet whenever that man was mentioned, his heart ignited with fury, drowning out all other words. "Mother, do not speak of that damned man in my presence. OS, he is your father. One day you will understand his intentions." Cough, cough. Intentions. Oswald clenched his fists. "I will never forget that stormy night when he cast me out of our home. That night, when he left his young son in a damp puddle and uttered those vile words that still churn my stomach at the mere recollection. Damn it. I do not seek comfort or guidance. I do not wish to know if he had any grievances. All I need is an umbrella, one that will spare me from shivering in the downpour. Oswald, cease your words, mother. Once I have completed this task, I shall return to the Cobblepot family and take you away. It would be splendid if the man cooperates. If he does not, I have no qualms about unleashing a shotgun blast upon his greasy, reflective forehead. Oswald savagely pressed the end call button. Through the window, the moonlight cast pockmarked shadows across Oswald's contorted face. Hey, my friend, I realize my intrusion may be ill-timed, came the magnetic whisper of Royce from the darkness. However, based on my past experiences, you might find this item of necessity. A cigarette flew onto Oswald's bed, swiftly followed by a Zippo lighter. Thank you, Uncle Ben. Oswald rubbed his face, picked up the cigarette, lit it, and nonchalantly tucked the lighter into his pocket. Royce's outstretched hand hung in the air, eventually drooping like a spring that had lost its tension. Never mind, tonight shall be yours. The old smoker rested his hands under his head, shifting on the hard wooden bed to find a relatively comfortable position. Chapter 76. Steady progress. This night witnessed numerous events. A fire broke out at the residence of a department store chairman, where a corpse with a battered head was discovered amidst the ruins. The Gotham police deployed dozens of patrol cars and nearly 100 officers to apprehend the suspect, who managed to escape despite the destruction of half the police vehicles. Meanwhile, a burglary occurred at the home of the Gotham Bank president in the Diamond District, with stolen goods valued at nearly $1 million. No one could fathom that the instigator behind these seemingly unrelated incidents was, in fact, the same individual. At this moment, this perpetrator hoisted a beautiful woman, carelessly tossing her into the back seat of a taxi like a lifeless pig. You are fortunate. The last time I saw you, you were in tatters. Now you have the means to indulge in such an upscale bar, and have even scored 2 stunning beauties. The taxi driver glanced at the cold hamburgers and fries in the paper bag on his lap, lamenting the disconnect between people's joys and sorrows. If you knew I had nearly been beaten to death by the very beauty you speak of, you would not envy me. Did your wife catch you canoodling with your mistress? Jealous rage leading to a brawl? Fear not. I am but a taxi driver. I have witnessed all manner of ethics. The driver peered into the rearview mirror. Let me guess, that darker-skinned one is your wife, right? TSK, what a stunning beauty. I can't comprehend why. Oh my heavens. I take back my previous statement. Your mistress is equally exquisite. You wretched man, how utterly enviable you are. Once the driver began his chatter, he could not be silenced. Chenway fished $100 bill from his wallet to silence him. By the time they returned to the abandoned garage in the lower district, dawn was breaking. After arranging the 2 women with minimal care, the ground trembled as the rumbling of an engine echoed from outside the warehouse. Without a doubt, it was the Batmobile returning with the Avenger. Having pulled off a significant heist, Jason, upon leaping from the vehicle, appeared exceedingly menacing. His crimson hood, singed to a charcoal hue, and his denim jacket, splattered with gory stains, painted a vivid picture. Did you kill someone? Chenway inquired. Jason, removing his hood and nodding, exuded an entirely different aura post-release from his inner turmoil, emanating a palpable aura of danger that starkly contrasted with the hesitant demeanor of the boy he once was. This was precisely the outcome Chenway desired, a fierce and resolute ally. Oswald, still too youthful, urgently required a capable enforcer by his side. The bastard needn't have perished, however. Having taken a life from the East End, the principle of an eye for an eye dictated retribution. Uncertain of Chenway's sentiments, Jason contemplated offering an explanation. You needn't justify yourself. I trust your judgment, Chenway replied with a reassuring pat on Jason's shoulder. Though he did not fully understand Jason, he recognized that Batman's discernment was always worthy of faith, whether in the pursuit of family or women. The tremors of the Batmobile roused the others from their reverie. A pensive Oswald descended the stairs, followed closely by Royce, who was rummaging through his pockets for a lighter while puffing on a cigarette. After you left, I sought out the 3 Irish brothers. They are renowned craftsmen from the East End, yet frightfully timid. The mere mention of striking at Maroney's bank left them quaking in their boots, even with Mr. Alberto's assurances, Oswald recounted. And where are they now? Chenway asked. Oswald gestured, and Chenway's gaze followed, landing on the trio bound by a tangle of wires to a pillar, their mouths stuffed with filthy socks. One could craft fingerprint molds to access the vault. Another was a hacker adept at infiltrating bank security, while the last was a car thief, albeit of little utility to the plan. At the mention of car theft, Jason turned away and quietly donned his hood once more. The 3 brothers share a strong bond. Oswald continued. We can take the last one hostage, ensuring the other two won't betray us. Well done. This matter shall henceforth be entrusted to you. Qin nodded with satisfaction, redirecting his attention to Royce. Huh. Oh, I've already sketched out a map, Royce said, producing a crumpled document from his lower back. Having missed his morning smoke, he felt as if half his soul had evaporated, compounded by a brief nap that caused him to forget entirely about lending a light to the little penguin the previous night. Among nearly 30 individuals in the warehouse, he was the sole smoker. Boss, take a look. I've devised 4 escape plans. Each has its merits, yet the first is undoubtedly the most optimal, being the shortest route. Although this traffic light often experiences congestion, Royce pointed to a specific intersection in the financial district. Qin recalled this intersection, having spent a prolonged lesson waiting at the same traffic light during a recent arms purchase at the black market port with Royce. My suggestion is to orchestrate an artificial traffic accident. The Department of Transportation would subsequently block this route, allowing us to dash through the checkpoint and reach the rendezvous point in the shortest distance. As for the rendezvous point, I have designated the Novik Tunnel in Upper West City, the very tunnel where we were ambushed by the Joker's gang last time. This tunnel is long and narrow. As long as we maintain an advantage at the front, it will be challenging for police cars to overtake us, even if they are in pursuit behind. We both understand this well. Moreover, Royce scratched his head, desperately in need of a bit of nicotine to lubricate his rusted thoughts. A lighter was conveniently presented before him. Thank you so much, OS. You are indeed a great help. After lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, Royce felt as though he could ascend to the heavens, only to glance and realize it was his own lighter. Meanwhile, Oswald was attempting to stash it back into his pocket. You bastard, give me back my lighter. The irate smoker lunged at him, and the two became entangled in a scuffle. In the following days, peace reigned as everyone diligently prepared for their respective tasks. Poor Dick, however, remained in a deep slumber. I agree to let you take him, but as I've stated before, first he must complete his task, and second, you must respect his wishes. Qin employed a delaying tactic, temporarily keeping a woman named Talia in the team. Naturally, all of this hinged on Talia perceiving Qin as Bruce Wayne. Whether she liked it or not, she had to accord at least a modicum of respect to the heir chosen by her father. Otherwise, given her ruthless nature, sparing the lives of everyone present would be a display of mercy, let alone remaining in this team to play house. Indeed, in her eyes, Qin meticulous plans were but a childish game. Should Talia choose to, she could easily accomplish this seemingly daunting task single-handedly. Yet, one could only speculate the formidable enemies that would arise should the League of Assassins take action. But do not presume that the master of exploitation, Qin would be at a disadvantage. Since Talia could not participate in the task, a different approach was warranted. Teach you martial arts? I am quite intrigued to hear what leverage you might employ to persuade me. Upon hearing Qin proposition, Talia crossed her arms and smirked disdainfully. You will likely be disappointed. I am so impoverished that all I possess is money. Qin raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Money? I truly do adore it. But my asking price is quite steep. You may not be able to afford it. Talia raised a finger. Chapter 77. That price isn't too high, is it? 10 million. Is this the fee for instruction from a top martial arts master? Qin glanced at his account balance, internally conflicted. This sum was not beyond his means. However, the cash obtained post-operation could not be accessed immediately, and with so many mouths to feed among his subordinates, his savings were earmarked for expenses. The fleeting embarrassment on Qin face was keenly observed by Talia. His family's assets had been seized. He resided in a dilapidated factory, served as a dog for Maroni, and was currently plotting a bank heist. Talia surmised that Bruce, at this juncture, would not have much money in his pocket either. She curled her lips, bestowing upon this defeated man a brief, yet piercing cold snort. This sound was precisely captured by Qin. Normally, he would have turned away in a huff, but given the current circumstances, with formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows and the likelihood of encountering the troublesome foe bat again, he could not afford to be rash. There was an invaluable experience package for enhancing martial arts skills at stake. Once this opportunity slipped away, it would be lost forever. Despite the distaste, he had to swallow his pride. Qin understood that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he possess the capital to be arrogant. Suppressing his temper, he inquired with a humble tone, "This is exceedingly expensive. Could you possibly lower the price? My guidance is worth this amount, and it is not a one-time fee. It is 1 million per day. If you cannot afford it, you might as well abandon the thought." Qin was left speechless. The price exceeded his expectations. Charged by the day nonetheless. Wait, how much? The first deal earned him 100,000. The second provided a whole estate. leading him to grossly underestimate the purchasing power of the dollar due to the ease with which money had come to him. In reality, Oswald's wild horse was only $40,000, and $500,000 could secure a very comfortable apartment in the Diamond District, while a country villa cost merely $2 million. His savings of over $60 million would easily outshine the fortunes of Gotham's elite. But was Talia's asking price exorbitant? It was positively astronomical. Just 2 days of guidance could enable her to purchase a villa outright. This was the very essence of swift wealth accumulation. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Qin Wei. The one who earned money with the wind faced the one who profited simply by breathing, merely a minor player. "Uncle, bring down the box from upstairs." On the second floor, Royce overheard their conversation clearly, and upon realizing that the boss was about to show off, he exaggeratedly raised his voice. "Boss, are you mad? How can I possibly carry that pile of money?" Upon hearing Royce's flamboyant tone, Qin Wei immediately understood that the other party was signaling him. How could he let down such a thoughtful gesture? "Just one will suffice." Riding the wave of Royce's words, Qin Wei turned his gaze back to Talia, seizing the moment while her disdainful smile lingered, raising an eyebrow in triumph. After all, the client's offer was not particularly high. When a large box filled with money was tossed before her, Talia felt nothing but humiliation. She perceived that this man was deliberately belittling her. However, out of loyalty to her employer, she did not allow her emotions to surface excessively, stating, "$3 million for 72 hours. During this time, I will do my utmost to guide you. How much you master will depend on your own efforts." Indeed, as Talia had asserted, in the following 3 days, she entirely set aside her lofty demeanor, demonstrating strong professionalism and ample patience while guiding movements, engaging in sparring, and answering queries. Human beings, in contrast to machines, possess a discernible pattern prior to executing each maneuver. Exceptional martial artists can invariably anticipate their opponent's movements and deliver a counterstrike as their adversary concludes their attack. Your reflexes are exceptionally acute, bolstered by a reservoir of muscle memory developed through extensive training. Even my attempts to subdue you with a single strike would prove futile. Curiously, however, your responsiveness to the subsequent and transitional techniques in martial arts resembles that of a novice. Talia's expertise justifies her price, as she swiftly identifies the root of the issue. During the brawl in the alley against the faux bat, Qin Wei ultimately succumbed to a transitional move. To elucidate, allow me to provide an example. Talia grips the hem of her pants, raising her knee, and delivers a mid-level kick toward a makeshift sandbag filled with gravel. Yet, as her foot approaches the bag, her body posture undergoes a sudden transformation. Her hips pivot forward, twisting at an angle, while her knee drops, converting the mid-level kick into a lethal strike aimed at the head of an imaginary foe. The sound of impact resonates within the empty factory. As the towering sandbag sways violently, a large hole forming at the point of contact, spewing sand and gravel as if struck by a shotgun. Qin Wei, accustomed to such displays, observes with familiarity, yet Jason, who has just arrived to observe and learn, is taken aback, biting his lip in astonishment. He too can execute a line-changing kick in karate, but none can compare to Talia's swiftness. More terrifying is the realization that the power of this technique relies solely on a slight body twist and the kinetic energy generated by the bending of the knee, involving minimal muscle engagement. The mechanics of this strike dictate that its lethality would not be overwhelming. However, one cannot ignore the exaggerated sway of the sandbag. This is no mere line-changing kick, but rather an extraordinary display akin to a critical art in a fighting game. Yet, the true surprise lies ahead. Qin Wei, after a single observation, can replicate Talia's movements flawlessly. His execution may lack the finesse and speed of Talia's, yet the explosive power he generates surpasses hers. The resounding impact reverberates like an explosion, startling Royce, who had been dozing upstairs. What transpired? What happened? It's nothing. Please continue your slumber. Qin Wei gestures dismissively, redirecting his gaze to the sandbag. The bag, rendered useless by the violent assault, lies in tatters. It seems spilling sand like a half-split carcass hanging in a cold storage. Qin Wei removes the bag and tosses it into a corner of the warehouse, where a small mountain of discarded bags has already formed. Even Talia cannot help but nod in acknowledgement. Their recent interactions have significantly altered her perception of Qin Wei, transforming him from a once frail and incapacitated man into an exceptionally gifted newcomer. She is indifferent to the noble blood coursing through his veins. Only strength captivates her interest. Thus, Talia gradually comprehends why Lei Xiaogu entrusted the legacy scroll to this man. Although she was somewhat reluctant to admit it, she began to comprehend her father's actions. You are correct. This man is a fighting machine known as humanity. After replacing the training dummy, Talia demonstrated various common combat techniques and their variations, while Qin Wei meticulously recorded each move. However, mere memorization was insufficient. One must repeatedly apply these techniques until they are thoroughly ingrained in one's blood and etched into muscle memory. This is a lengthy process. After the final day of training, Qin Wei still felt unsatisfied, pondering the possibility of persuading Talia to join his side, which would provide him with a free martial arts instructor. Yet, this was not the time for such considerations, as Royce brought forth good news. Dick had awakened. This signified the official commencement of the first step in the heist plan. Chapter 78, Act 1, Part 1, Gotham Central Bank welcomed a prominent client. Much like a Hollywood star, the tall and handsome man in sunglasses, accompanied by his female companion, captured the attention of everyone as he stepped through the revolving door. Manager Richard approached Qin Wei with brisk strides, extending his hand. Qin Wei glanced at the somewhat yellowed gloves on Richard's hands and grimaced in disdain. This scoundrel actually intended to shake hands with clients while still wearing those gloves? Noticing Qin Wei's reluctance to reciprocate, Richard awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Mr. Wei, it's good to see you again. However, you are 3 hours late for your appointment. Do I have a habit of arriving early? Qin Wei pressed down his sunglasses, casting a scornful glance at Richard, silently warning him of his own status. How dare you criticize my tardiness? Of course, you are Mr. Maroney's esteemed associate. Your time is of the utmost importance. Richard waved to summon his subordinates, whispering to them to quickly escort the man who was dragging his feet on signing the loan agreement out of the room. Turning back, Richard donned a cheerful expression. Shall we move to my meeting room on the second floor? Just like before, I prefer those plush chairs in the VIP waiting area. Qin Wei had no intention of changing venues. The waiting area was the closest to the vault entrance. Once the meeting location was settled, Qin Wei exchanged a knowing glance with Selina. The group made their way to the waiting area. Surrounding a coffee table, Qin Wei settled into a rose-red armchair, casually crossing his legs. In contrast, Selina appeared poised and elegant, her beautiful legs neatly aligned beneath her black skirt. She lifted the veil of her sun hat, delicately bringing her coffee cup to her lips with her pinky raised. Richard presented a thick stack of materials. This is a carefully curated selection of investment and financial products just for you. Too long, didn't he read? Qin Wei didn't even glance at the materials handed to him. After spending a considerable part of his life as a subordinate, he found himself overly immersed in his new role as a wealthy magnate. Meanwhile, Catwoman maintained a seemingly composed demeanor, yet her tightly pressed lips betrayed her struggle to suppress a smile. Let me take over the reading. Richard pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. In the past, he would have stood tall and exchanged glances with Qin Wei defiantly. If the negotiations fell through, so be it. However, recent events had taken a toll on him. His home had been burglarized, and years of savings had vanished into thin air. He was in desperate need of clients with deep pockets and shallow wits, and Qin Wei was precisely the ideal candidate. Richard had conducted his due diligence just months prior. The man across from him had been a mere low-level Roman, but he had seized the opportunity presented by Maroney and amassed a considerable fortune. He even sold a mansion valued at over $150 million, pocketing only $70 million in the end. Hearing this story, Richard could hardly contain his amusement. Were he in Qin Wei's position, he would have first sought collaboration with a charitable foundation, using the guise of donations to pass the estate along, subsequently hosting a charity auction under the pretext of raising funds for impoverished children in the East District, cleverly circumventing the IRS. Of course, in Gotham, no one truly engaged in philanthropy with their own money. The funds held by those buyers were undoubtedly tainted. Thus, the three parties reached an agreement. The auction would serve as a means to evade taxes and launder money. Even if the proceeds were split 3-7 with the charity foundation, the sum would far exceed the paltry $70 million. Gotham boasted a considerable number of wealthy individuals, but the true distinction lay in their ability to navigate the intricacies of finance and exploit legal loopholes, a skill that separated them from genuine success. Consequently, the materials in Richard's hands were not meticulously curated financial instruments, but rather traps he had laid to extract every last cent from Qin Wei's pockets. He recommended factories in distress, shell companies, and the murky realms of small gang operations, pushing whichever offered the largest kickbacks, indifferent to Qin Wei's fate. In a certain sense, these two seated across from one another were playing the same game. As Richard passionately elaborated on his financial strategies, Qin Wei snapped his fingers at his Irish hacker companion. Mickey, what is up? No, I mean the boss. Can you check on that stock I just bought? Richard felt a chill run down his spine. Had Qin Wei brought a financial analyst with him? Had his own fabrications been completely laid bare? He turned his gaze to the individual named Mickey, a shifty-eyed, hunched figure whose ill-fitting black suit did little to mask the aura of sleaziness surrounding him. How could someone like him be a financial analyst? Mickey's subsequent actions only confirmed Richard's suspicions as he rummaged through his pockets, suddenly slapping his thigh. "Oh no, I forgot my network card." Mickey grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he looked towards Richard. "Could I borrow your bank's network port?" "I must decline. The bank has stringent regulations against external network access," Richard asserted with righteous indignation. In the face of his firm refusal, Mickey cast a pleading glance toward Qin Wei. Stretching languidly, Qin Wei removed his glasses. "Mr. Richard, may I request an explanation?" "Explanation? What explanation? I am here discussing a multi-million-dollar deal with you. Yet you insist on imposing your trivial rules." Richard stammered, at a loss for words. "Your demeanor is both unreasonable and arrogant. I harbor substantial doubts regarding the legitimacy of the investments you have recommended." Qin Wei elegantly shrugged on his coat and rose, asserting that there was no need to continue this collaboration. "No, my friend, it is you who is being unreasonable and arrogant. Perhaps you should reflect on your own words." Richard felt an overwhelming urge to hurl his coffee at Qin Wei's face. Yet he understood that such an act would extinguish not only the prospect of collaboration, but also a wealth of currency. These dubious investments were a rare opportunity. Should he miss this chance, he would find no other prospects to recommend. Richard clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Qin Wei's retreating silhouette. "Brown, escort this gentleman to the network." The brief internal struggle concluded as Richard summoned the duty manager. Yet, this alone was insufficient to coax Qin Wei back to the negotiation table. The art of performance was his mantra, having deceived Moroni multiple times through a keen understanding of human nature. What purpose does it serve to speak of this now? Surely, you do not believe my anger stems from an inability to connect to the network, do you? Turning his head, Qin Wei held it high, wearing a disdainful expression. Even though anxiety gnawed at him, he yearned to collapse back into the sofa immediately. "Mr. Wei, please, do not be upset." Upon seeing Qin Wei turn, Richard sensed a shift in the situation and hurriedly approached, half coaxing and half imploring, persuading the esteemed gentleman to retake his seat. The return to his chair was merely the beginning. Richard then expended an additional 10 minutes elucidating the unfortunate regulations of the bank, followed by another 10 minutes painstakingly drafting a confession, which ultimately restored a semblance of calm to Qin Wei's countenance. It was all a misunderstanding. Thus, let us resume our prior discussion. However, before we proceed, I must consult with my stock analyst. Qin Wei raised his chin and called out to Mickey by the counter. "Has it risen?" "Boss, it has surged." "Then sell it." "Okay." Having received the confirming signal, Mickey swiftly entered a string of codes into the fabricated stock trading interface. As his finger struck the enter key, he had completely infiltrated the bank's security system. Chapter 79, Act 1, Part 2. Next, he needed to obtain command authority. Mickey dared not directly display the security system's interface. He awaited an opportune moment, anticipating that Qin Wei would create a minor commotion as planned, thereby diverting the attention of the security personnel who had been vigilantly observing him. Qin Wei, however, did not rush to act. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, meticulously scanned the positions of several bank security guards. One stood outside the vault corridor, another at the entrance to the reception area, and yet another was positioned behind Mickey. For the plan to unfold successfully, he needed to attract the attention of at least 2 security personnel, and the opportunity was singular. He tapped his index finger 3 times on the armrest of the sofa, a signal established with Catwoman, engrossed in her novel. Selina noticed the signal and quickly stowed her book in her small handbag. "Darling, I must visit the restroom." Rising, she approached Qin Wei, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his forehead. The plan did not include any kisses, and Qin Wei harbored a strong suspicion that he had been taken advantage of. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. As Selina turned to leave, he discreetly raised his palm and delivered a sharp slap to her well-defined posterior, accentuated by her form-fitting skirt. The sound echoed, accompanied by a delicate gasp. Catwoman turned her head, her eyes shooting piercing glances. Was the entire plan merely a part of their play? As Selina exited the reception room, her exchanged glance with Mickey signified the official commencement of the scheme. Upon reaching the restroom, Selina swiftly entered a secluded corner and squatted down. Retrieving a foil-wrapped object the size of an apple from her bag, she opened the back cover of the sink and suspended it above. After completing her preparations, she fetched a maintenance-style sign from the restroom corner and placed it at the squat position's entrance, ensuring that no one could intrude upon this compartment. Everything she was doing was merely a preparation for Plan B. Should Qin Wei's Plan A falter, She would remotely activate this homemade thermite smoke bomb. But what if Plan B also failed? Fear not, for to guarantee the success of the operation, Qin Wei had devised 2 additional strategies. Besides B, there was also C. Plan C, however, was rather straightforward and forceful. If both previous plans failed, he would command his men to launch an armed assault on the bank, and Richard would, without a doubt, escort him into the bomb-proof vault for client safety. This way, there would be no need for maps. They could directly coordinate their efforts and seize the day. Yet, such an approach bore significant drawbacks, as it would compel Qin Wei to lay all his cards on the table, inviting a cascade of assassinations and retaliation thereafter. Although Qin Wei had already amassed his own power and was no longer beholden to Moroni's whims, he preferred to avoid casualties whenever possible, thus relegating this most likely successful plan to the last position. Selina twisted her body, struggling to remove her tight-fitting dress, and after donning a plain sweatshirt, she discarded her golden wavy wig in favor of long black hair from her bag. Finally, she changed into a security uniform concealed within the ceiling's partition. After the elaborate disguise, the image of the elegant lady vanished, replaced by that of a female security officer patrolling the hall. However, there were only 3 female guards in the hall, and should anyone catch sight of her unfamiliar yet beautiful face, the risk of exposure would remain high. At this juncture, it was up to Qin Wei to divert attention. Stealing a glance at his watch, Qin Wei gauged that the time was ripe. Suddenly, he hunched over, clutching his chest in apparent agony. One moment, he had been enthusiastically expounding on investment projects. The next, Richard witnessed his benefactor collapse to the ground in distress, causing him to drop his folder in shock. "Ah, Mr. Wei, what is wrong with you?" The commotion quickly drew a multitude of eyes. With nearly 20 security personnel rushing to the reception area, some drawing their firearms and cautiously scanning the surroundings. Among them was Selina, now in disguise. The guard at the entrance of the corridor was also drawn to the disturbance, craning his neck to peer into the crowd. Yet, he did not proceed as planned to investigate, which posed a significant complication for Selina's actions. Pressing against the wall, concealed by a few towering plants, Selina stealthily approached the edge of the corridor. The security personnel could easily spot the would-be intruder attempting to breach the vault with just a turn of their head. Every few steps within the corridor, a camera rotated back and forth, and since no signal had yet sounded from Mickey, it indicated that the vault's security system remained intact. "Hurry! Faster!" Huddled in the corner, Selina was consumed with urgency. At that moment, the guard was on tiptoe, peering towards the scene. If he merely turned his head, he would instantly discover a feline thief trying to infiltrate the vault. "Boss, what's wrong, boss?" As the guard began to lose interest and was about to turn, Mickey's signal arrived late. The moment Selina heard the signal, she lunged forward, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact, successfully slipping into the corridor just before the guard's peripheral vision could catch her. The plan had progressed halfway, yet the situation remained precarious. The term boss was the agreed-upon signal for the trio to release upon successfully infiltrating the bank system. Uncertain of the strength of the bank's electrical defenses or the presence of a counter-tracking system, Mickey proposed the following. If there was no counter-tracking, he would simply call out boss. If there was, each utterance of boss would represent the number of minutes he could buy them. Mickey shouted boss 3 times, signifying that the bank's counter-tracking system would lock onto him in no more than 3 minutes. Selina had only 3 minutes to act. Using Richard's fingerprint mold, she successfully opened the vault door. Qin Wei slightly opened his eyes to confirm that Selina had indeed infiltrated the vault. Next, it was his turn to showcase his acting skills to buy time for his companions. My heart, he stammered intermittently, his body convulsing irregularly, resembling a shrimp freshly pulled from a net. Anyone who beheld Qin Wei's flushed face and pounding temples would instinctively assume he was a pitiable victim of acute heart failure, including Richard. "Choke, hurry and call 911. Then ask who has heart medication," Richard exclaimed, pressing his ear to Qin Wei's chest. Yet, he heard not a single heartbeat. It was over. There was no saving him. Realizing that his efforts might come to naught, the man struggled to gather himself, rolling up his sleeves, determined to perform CPR on Qin Wei. He crossed his hands and pressed down several times, only to find Qin Wei's chest as hard as steel. Doubting the situation, he tore open the man's shirt. Beneath the garment lay a black bat-like armor, akin to a resounding slap to his face. Lucius Technologies. No wonder there was no heartbeat. There was an additional layer in the way. Richard then ordered several security personnel to restrain Qin Wei's limbs, but the 8 or so guards fumbled for ages, unable to remove the bat suit, unable to remove the clothing. That was expected, for Qin Wei was covertly exerting himself. As Richard struggled to remove the clothing, He wiped his mouth. If resuscitation proved futile, then artificial respiration would suffice. Those filthy white gloves ultimately made contact with Qin Wei, not merely brushing against him, but prying his mouth open. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or not, Qin Wei seemed to detect the foul stench of urine wafting from the gloves. Yet, what he found even more intolerable were Richard's lips, drawing ever closer. Just as despair enveloped him, a canister of spray was thrust before Richard's eyes. "My husband merely suffers from asthma. What are you attempting to do to him with all this undressing and kissing?" Beneath the black veil of her sun hat, Selina's brows knitted tightly, her icy gaze piercing into Richard's very soul. Chapter 80, Act 1, Part 3. At the ice cream cart on the intersection, Royce had just completed a transaction. Leaning halfway out of the cart, he handed a strawberry-flavored ice cream to a child, receiving 3 sticky coins in return. "Thank you, sir." "No need for thanks. It is my duty. Do remember to watch for oncoming traffic while crossing the street." Royce cheerfully waved goodbye to the child's departing figure. If only Jennifer had not gone missing. If he had not taken the fall for Maroney, perhaps he would now have a snot-nosed son of his own. "Uncle, are you too deep into character? We are merely a part of the plan, and once we receive the signal from Wei, we are supposed to drive this vehicle straight into the bank's doors. Yet look at you, engaging in business." Oswald, donned in a ridiculous top hat, complained, turning to rummage through his pockets for change, counting it to hand back to the customer. "Here is your money. Please take care." "You seem to be enjoying yourself as well," Royce teased. "Shut it, uncle. It's not like you set a good example either. I say we should pull down the rolling door. What on earth is this ridiculous nickname you've given me? Every time I hear it, I feel like I've suffered a great loss." Oswald turned his gaze to Jason. "Red Hood, you must agree with me, right?" Jason, holding a cream dispenser, was enthusiastically decorating a cake, engaging in a heartwarming task, yet his words were laced with the foulest obscenities. "If you don't learn to shut the hell up, I'm going to break your spine and fold you up, then sew your damned rear end and mouth together. Get on with it." Oswald, boiling with anger, drew his gun and pointed it at Jason's temple. "Oh, you want to kill me? Guess how Wei will deal with you if you mess up his plans." Jason, unperturbed, pointed the cream dispenser back at the little penguin. "Is that so? Perhaps you are unaware that Wei and I share an unbreakable bond. Even if I were to shoot you dead right now, he wouldn't shed a tear for you. And what about you? What do you plan to do? Shoot me with cream while I open a bloody hole in your face?" Oswald retorted defiantly. In truth, the distinction between duty and personal vendetta was clear to the little penguin. He certainly would not resort to gunfire at this moment, his actions merely a reaction to Jason's unpleasant demeanor. To put it bluntly, the majority of individuals within this team were akin to troubled youths. Many had entered the ranks while still in a state of hostility, and the notion of setting aside their grievances to collaboratively explore the fertile land of Maroney was far more complex than mere words could convey. Adopting a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Royce removed his apron and stepped outside for a smoke. Discontent brewed among the ranks. Leading this group was proving to be a formidable challenge. Just as Royce exhaled a smoke ring, a hand emerged from behind him, seizing his cigarette. "You ought to cut back a bit. Just look at the number of cigarette butts on the ground. Are you not afraid of being caught before Maroney?" With a flick of his fingers, Qin Wei extinguished the glowing ember and tossed the butt into the bushes. Royce felt a shiver run through him, even while smoking. He remained vigilant, but had not detected the approaching footsteps. "Boss, what brings you back?" "No need to speak. We failed to obtain the map." Qin Wei crossed his arms over his chest, a troubled expression taking hold as he bit his nails. The bank's electrical grid system was far more formidable than we had anticipated. Mickey managed to secure a mere 3 minutes. Within that time, not only was the map elusive, but even a single room was impossible to thoroughly search. But what about B and C? While true, I still feel that revealing our hand at this juncture is premature. Moreover, we are not entirely empty-handed. Selina's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. The arrangement of the cameras in the vault was remarkably systematic, covering the entire corridor. I had requested Mickey to copy roughly a minute's worth of footage from each camera. Thus, with the recorded images, we could roughly reconstruct the layout of the vault. The cat burglar ceased the conversation, shaking her laptop in hand. Drawing the shutters of the ice cream cart, the trio squeezed into the cramped dining car, further constricting the already limited space. Upon hearing this, Oswald exclaimed that Qin Wei was foolish. Piecing together a map from the camera feeds? It sounds appealing, but that is simply impossible. The little penguin had a valid point. Years ago, while working under Richie as a casino security guard, he had spent countless hours observing the surveillance screens. After only a few days, he uncovered an intriguing phenomenon. Although the screens were numbered sequentially, the footage was deliberately scrambled. For instance, an individual exiting the view of camera 1 in the upper left corner might very well enter the frame of camera 12 in the lower right corner. Eventually, he realized this was a deliberate tactic to prevent the monitors from viewing the footage as if it were a television show. Most buildings equipped with surveillance systems were configured in this manner. Chinwei opened his laptop and accessed the video files sent by Mickey, confirming Oswald's assertion. The 48 camera feeds were indeed disordered. Were we truly left with no choice but to rely on Dick? He turned to Selina, who stood closely beside him. Recently, Oswald had been quite vocal, causing a somber atmosphere among everyone present. However, Selina remained unfazed, her gaze wandering as she scraped a bit of cream from a small cake made by Jason and popped it into her mouth. "Is it delicious?" Chinwei inquired. She responded with a graceful smile. Sweet treats are known to stimulate dopamine release. Who could possibly resist them? Yet, I must suppress this indulgence. For should I gain any more weight, I might find it impossible to complete 100 meters in under 125 seconds. Such a blunt transition suggests you wish to imply that you are quite swift on your feet. 3 minutes should suffice for you to thoroughly peruse the vault? Naturally. The vault is not a luxury goods store. There is little worth a thief's lingering affection. Selina picked up a pen and resumed jotting notes in a ledger before her. With only 2 minutes remaining, I shall dedicate this time to recording the surveillance camera numbers. You see, I am all too familiar with monitoring in this line of work. If one wishes to avoid dealing with it, one must contend with the GCPD instead. 32, 5, 18, 6, 4. Before the audience, Selina inscribed 48 digits, clicked the ballpoint pen, and placed it atop Chinwei's curled lip. Even a cat burglar must have a plan B, mustn't she? She winked at Chinwei with an air of mystery. Using the numbers provided by Catwoman, Chinwei sketched a rudimentary map of the underground vault, placing the finished diagram at the center of a clipboard table where 4 heads leaned in closer. For corners, 12 forks in the road, a total of 27 rooms. While not overly intricate, without a guiding map, they would have to search each room one by one. It must be said that Selina had greatly assisted Chinwei. "I shall treat you to a meal tomorrow. Dining is unnecessary. I only wish for you to answer me a question with utmost honesty." Selina smiled, her eyes curving into a sweet arc, yet her lips bore no signs of a smile. An ancient saying aptly describes such expressions, a smile that does not reach the eyes. Suddenly, an uneasy premonition struck Chinwei. "What is it? Speak. Earlier at the Iceberg Club, I was intoxicated, and you brought me back." "Indeed. But who was the other woman sleeping beside me?" Chapter 81, Act 1, 4. Upon realizing that Selina was gripping the steering wheel and preparing to speed away, those who had been listening intently began to leap from the vehicle. First, Royce dragged the bewildered Oswald away, followed by Jason. His response was somewhat delayed as he stiffly stood and surveyed his surroundings. I need to use the restroom." Ultimately, only Chinwei remained, stranded on the undulating roller coaster, screaming at the top of his lungs. He understood that Selina harbored feelings for him, having felt a twinge of jealousy over Talia. It was crucial to calm the allies' emotions first. Yet, the pressing question remained. Could Selina truly believe him? An unfamiliar woman approached me. We exchanged a few moves, and ultimately, she accidentally ingested a sleeping potion. Thus, you both ended up in a heap, and I brought you home. Well, since you are unwilling to speak. It seems that the little cat has discerned the awkwardness enveloping Chinwei and proactively shifted the topic. She scarcely afforded him an opportunity to retort, forcefully thrusting the rudimentary map before him. "Now, let us deliberate on which damned chamber Maroni could possibly have hidden his belongings." Selina, in a rare display of expletive, cast a look at Chinwei as if she could devour him whole. At that moment, a knock echoed at the ice cream truck's door. I had no intention of interrupting their discourse. Royce peered in, half his head visible. Yet Dick had just sent me a message indicating that he had located the map of Gotham Bank at the Architectural Design Institute. Royce dispatched the email to Chinwei's computer, and the group stealthily reconvened around the table. Unlike the crude map, the one Dick provided boasted remarkable precision. Characterized by a grid-like structure, complete with a scale in the lower right corner and detailed annotations of each room's function. Aside from the data room and storage room, the other 26 chambers were all private vaults. It still felt rather unhelpful. "The map does not indicate the room designated for Sal," Oswald lamented. "In my view, a map is utterly unnecessary. When the heist commences, we could simply bind Richard, pry open his mouth with a wrench, and if he remains silent, we could extract his teeth one by one." Jason proposed. "It is a sound suggestion, yet considering that such an act would amount to betraying Maroni, even if you were to remove all of Richard's teeth, he is unlikely to divulge anything." Royce dismissed this brutish proposal. He understood Maroni well. For him, Death would be a far preferable escape than enduring that man's merciless methods. Should Richard dare to utter a word, his parents' corpses would float down to Adam's port by the following day. Wait. Oswald, fixated on the map, suddenly unearthed a detail that had eluded everyone else. This group had been scrutinizing the standard map, but had forgotten to compare it with the rudimentary map drawn by Qin. It was not until he counted inadvertently that he realized a room was missing from the simplified version. Highlighting this issue, the group experienced a moment of clarity. The map sent by Dick was the design and construction blueprint from before the bank was built, which, according to industry standards, must indicate every room. Subsequently, as the underground vault underwent renovations, one room was concealed, leading to the discrepancy of a missing room on the simplified map drawn from the camera footage. In other words, the concealed chamber is highly likely to be Maroney's private vault. I must say, Oswald, I am quite taken aback. I never imagined your intellect would match the efficacy of your punches. Royce enthusiastically patted the little penguin's shoulder. I beg to differ. Clearly, it is his intellect that surpasses his feeble fists. At this critical juncture, the sharp-tongued Jason couldn't resist delivering a subtle jab. As for Qin, he remained silent throughout. The rudimentary map was his creation, and he had recognized this detail even before Oswald. His silence stemmed from contemplating the feasibility of the entire heist plan. A mere step forward brought about unforeseen mishaps. Although he managed to achieve results akin to those planned, the uncertainties of reality imparted a profound lesson. Had Selina not possessed such remarkable memory, piecing together a rudimentary map from the surveillance footage, or had Dick's mission failed to yield an alternative map, Qin's initial endeavor would have met with dismal failure. He understood deception, skillfully gauged the hearts of men, and excelled in stratagems. Yet, amidst a multitude of unpredictable elements, these attributes could not ensure the plan would proceed along its anticipated trajectory. Fortunately, Qin was accompanied by a cadre of dependable comrades. Though they were fresh to the fray, some timid, others languid, and a few tempestuous and sensitive, their collective presence morphed into a formidable force capable of altering the dynamics of Gotham. In the aftermath of a brief exchange, Oswald and Jason engaged in a verbal spar, while Royce leisurely lit a cigarette, observing the unfolding drama from a distance. Despite the fact they were a motley crew of troubled youths, an inexplicable sense of reassurance enveloped Qin. He scratched his head in contemplation. The ice cream truck rumbled away from the intersection, yet it seemed he had forgotten to inform one teammate to withdraw. From daylight to twilight, and into the depths of night, a gentle rain began to fall upon Gotham. A kilometer away, atop a water tower, the merciless assassin Floyd sneezed violently. Dick, having accomplished his task, stood outside the abandoned factory. In truth, he was uncertain if entering the premises was still requisite. Prior to the operation, Qin had unveiled the ultimate objective, to topple Maroney. Confronted by the architect of his tragedy, Dick harbored a deep-seated loathing for Maroney. Yet he grappled with doubts regarding his own significance in the scheme. His role was limited to acquiring the map, and that was merely a contingency plan. Should Selina succeed, his efforts would be rendered futile. That night, Qin's words irrevocably altered the boy's perspective. Dick came to realize that justice was merely a tool for maintaining stability, and only the fervor of revenge could cleanse his hatred and numb his tormented heart. Determined, he bit his lip and resolved that if he were to remain an inconsequential figure within this group, he might as well take his leave now. Depart from here and exact his revenge in his own manner. Perhaps infiltrating Maroney's estate would prove as formidable as scaling a mountain. Or perhaps he would be torn to shreds by the bodyguards before even drawing near. Yet, none of that mattered. At least he would have exerted himself. Rather than numbing his senses and pretending that revenge was a means of evading responsibility. With his resolve solidified, Dick pushed open the warehouse door. The factory was shrouded in darkness, with moonlight cascading through the skylight, illuminating the dust-laden air. Had they departed? Dick wondered aloud. Although he was determined to leave, the realization that he might be forsaken by the team stirred a pang of bitterness within the sensitive youth. I truly am worthless. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the silence, and the lights blazed to life. Dick crouched down in panic, clutching his head, only to realize that what had fallen upon him was not bullets, but rather ribbons and glow sticks. Who could it be? It turned out our great hero had returned. Chapter 82. Intermission. Dick gazed around in confusion. On his left stood Oswald, brandishing a confetti gun, while on his right was Jason, holding a cake. Bewildered, he wondered what their intentions were. After all, today was not his birthday. Jason, with a fierce expression, handed a small cake to Dick. Don't be shy, this is made from the surplus ingredients of the ice cream truck. It would be a shame to waste it. Jason said, watch your tone, You hooded brat. Do you even know the occasion? Oswald roared, interrupting Jason's chatter. Without Dick, our plan would have failed. Is this how you speak to a hero? Humph. Little penguin, I've rescinded my earlier praise of your clever mind. Look at your pitiful emotional intelligence. It might be smaller than a mouse's brain. Jason retorted defiantly. If I don't say it this way, this reserved child would likely refuse such kindness. But you just said it. What good does that do? Isn't it just some fools revealing their own shallowness and ignorance? As expected, these two were like two barrels of gunpowder tied together, ready to explode with the slightest spark. Chinwei approached, shamelessly snatching the only strawberry from the cake. These two are quite the noise, aren't they? Yet, I feel this is what gives a sense of home. Like you. There are no blood relatives left for me to care about. But humans are social creatures. Comfort, care, tolerance, encouragement, and listening are as essential as food and water. One nourishes the body, the other soothes the soul. If you don't mind, stay a while. I made a mistake and must be given a chance to make amends. Chinwei was right. Solitude was like Batman in his youth, always accompanied by a guardian who was both a father figure and a friend. If Dick were to close himself off and plunge into the embrace of hatred, it would only be a matter of time before he was consumed by darkness. He organized this celebration, and the thought had emerged when he saw Dick standing dazed outside the factory for an hour through the second-floor window. A month ago, Dick's family had been murdered, and at that time, Chinwei was trying to harden himself to adapt to Gotham's life. He thought he would adjust quickly, until the Graysons fell before his eyes. To be honest, when Mary stared at him with wide eyes, blood pouring from her mouth, that image held an impact that no words could describe. This incident became a knot in his heart, yet it also inadvertently became an opportunity for him to confront his own inner demons. Indeed, how could a person who would fight a drunken man on a tram for a stranger willingly transform into a cold-blooded villain? If this distorted world is determined to change me, then before it succeeds, I shall first snap its neck. I refuse to be coerced into anything I do not wish to do. That which I detest must vanish from my sight. Dick did not respond immediately. Yet Chinwei remained unperturbed. He estimated he had about a week to mend his fractured heart before the plan was to be executed, ensuring the boy did not fall into the clutches of the Assassin-S Guild. The operation would commence tomorrow at noon, and it was imperative to review the plan one final time. The ship was about to set sail, and each person present was akin to a rivet on a small boat. Royce dispatched his subordinates to scout the surroundings. Jason pulled down the shutter, and after Dick extinguished the lights, Oswald shielded the flame of a lighter to ignite an oil lamp. Stop, stop, stop! Is it really necessary to make the room this dark? Chinwei protested vehemently. But isn't that how it's done in the movies? Before the villains commit their nefarious deeds, they always dim the lights to create a conspiratorial atmosphere, Oswald said with a sly grin, his hands rubbing together with excitement. He had awaited this day for far too long. What nefarious deeds? What villains? It seemed there was no issue in saying such things. However, upon realizing these words came from the mouth of the penguin, Chinwei suppressed his urge to retort. A metal table was dragged into the midst of the group, upon which he placed a map of Gotham City. 1150 is the first phase of the mission. Oswald, you are to drive through this intersection in the Diamond District and feign a breakdown. Are you prepared? Oswald nodded. A few days prior, he had anonymously purchased a fuel truck and had someone forge construction documents. Perhaps it was true that one becomes like those they associate with. The young penguin would not have been so meticulous in the past, yet this time he instinctively considered the potential consequences. The furious Maroni would undoubtedly send someone to investigate in secret, and the police would also be suspicious of this dubious accident. As the first phase of the entire plan, he would not allow the operation to collapse at his hands. Excellent. Next, Jason and Royce, your task, in addition to accompanying me into the bank, is to oversee the remaining 4 members of the team. They were hastily recruited from the lower district, comprising sharpshooters and demolition experts. However, I do not fully trust them, so I have only divulged to them a portion of the plan. After the heist, you will be responsible for guiding their escape, should their actions appear suspicious. You are also authorized to take action with your firearms. The two nodded in agreement. Chinwei's gaze shifted to the corner where Deadshot sat. Having caught a cold after being drenched in rain, his nostrils were stuffed with tissues. I apologize for forgetting about you during the last evacuation, he said, scratching his head awkwardly. That's of little consequence. Just give me a larger share of the money, Floyd replied, his expression laden with resentment. Your task is particularly unique. You will set up a sniper rifle atop a high building to serve as remote command and fire support. You must monitor the intersections near the bank for any GCPD presence or suspicious individuals, and report any findings promptly, especially concerning the police. If we delay too long, We may very well find ourselves surrounded. I grant you the right to fire, but please refrain from taking any lethal action. How troublesome. Perhaps you could increase my share of the money? As Freud made his suggestion, Oswald silently produced a brass knuckle and exhaled deeply. I'm merely jesting, everyone. Please do not be so tense. Selina rested her arms on the table, quietly gazing at Qin Wei's profile illuminated by the light, a faint smile gracing her lips. Due to a minor misunderstanding, she had resolved to ignore him, yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to this man. She still vaguely recalled the time she infiltrated the Senate, accidentally stumbling upon Qin Wei, lost in sorrow while nestled under his blankets, shedding small pearls of grief. Just a few months had passed, yet his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Selina could not pinpoint the exact moment she began to harbor feelings for him. Perhaps it was while sharing a beer on the rooftop, or while diverting bioengineered beings in the sewers, or during a meal in Chinatown, or when presenting him with a bouquet of African daisies, or even when she draped her coat over him at the bar as he succumbed to intoxication. However, she was acutely aware of the precise moment she would fall for him. It was now. This man radiated an infuriating charm that was utterly captivating. Chapter 83, Act 2, Part 1. The patter of rain roused an ordinary day. Today marked Independence Day, America's second grand celebration after Christmas. While other cities in New Jersey prepared fervently for the festive parades, Gotham remained unchanged. No banners, no drumbeats, and no spontaneous crowds adorned with stars and stripes filled the streets. Instead, there was only Mayor Bach's routine speech at Robinson Park, an annual occurrence, with the speech itself a mere half-hearted revision of previous years. Any rational individual would find no interest in such drivel, especially on a damp, sticky day. Bach's promises were akin to a repeatedly scorched pancake, reducing crime rates, increasing worker employment, and tightening oversight on government officials. None believed this tired rhetoric. Gotham was rotten to its core, and Harvey Dent alone could not salvage it. Was it not evident? Just look at how splendid Harvey Dent appeared upon his arrival. Yet after enduring several assassination attempts, he was forced to retreat, curled up in a safe house under the protection of numerous officers. Corruption and assassination left him with only two choices. Of course, there existed a slight variable to this scenario, should Maroney fall. In Gotham Bank, Richard donned white gloves and raked his fingers through his hair while facing the bathroom mirror. Ever since the incident a few days prior, Qin Wei had ceased all communication, leaving Richard, who was intent on slaughtering the piggy bank, in utter misery. For days, he had been unable to eat or sleep, constrained by empty pockets. His former life of revelry, now a distant memory. This would not do. I must contact that scoundrel once more. Richard retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Wei for the 28th time in 3 days. Unlike the disheartening experiences of being abruptly rejected in the past, after enduring a series of vexing busy signals, the melodious voice of Qin Wei graced the receiver. Mr. Richard, to what do I owe the pleasure? Richard exclaimed in surprise, covering his mouth, nearly succumbing to the dreadful odor emanating from his gloves. Is my voice truly so repugnant to you? That is not the case, Mr. Richard hastily defended himself. Typically preoccupied with work, he had been oblivious to the overwhelming stench of the gloves until this moment of instinctive reaction. If you do not mind, I would like to schedule another time to discuss investment matters. With the phone nestled between his shoulder and ear, the man rummaged through his drawer for a fresh pair of gloves. Certainly, how about today? In the presence of the aggrieved party, Qin Wei issued a foreboding proclamation. That would be splendid. What time shall we meet? I will come to find you, Qin Wei replied before abruptly terminating the call. What do you mean by I will come to find you? That tone does not bode well, Richard mused, stroking his chin. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted in the hall, followed by the shattering of glass. Peeking out from the changing room, he beheld 2 robbers clad in black stockings charging through the broken glass doors into the lobby. Everyone, raise your hands. We are merely here for the money. As long as you cooperate, no one will be harmed. The lead robber brandished a Thompson, unleashing a volley of bullets towards a security guard attempting to fight back, who fell to the ground in a pool of blood, while the terrified patrons crouched down, emitting high-pitched screams like startled chicks. Who else wishes to test the bullets? Before the words could fully escape his lips, the robbers had exploded. The shooter was none other than Richard. With a decisive action of the bolt, accompanied by the crisp sound of a shell casing hitting the floor, the man made a striking entrance. At that moment, Richard brandished a Winchester 97, exuding an intimidating aura akin to Arnold Schwarzenegger riding a hefty steed. I implore you not to call the police. I shall handle this matter. Witnessing his comrade's demise, the remaining robber executed a slide maneuver. Taking refuge behind a column in the lobby, Richard raised his weapon and fired, the shot leaving a horrifying gash in the marble pillar. Terrified, the robber froze. Yet Richard had no intention of letting him escape as he advanced and fired again. Bang! Once more, the same spot was struck, creating an even larger chasm as debris flew in all directions. The citizens of Gotham are all skilled marksmen, and even this tall, lanky bank president dabbled in frisbee shooting as a hobby. Sir, would you like me to facilitate your passage to hell? Richard was unwilling to leave the matter to the police. His orders from the boss were clear: eliminate any scoundrel daring enough to rob a bank. Only death could instill fear in those who defy the law, a truth that Maroney understood better than anyone. With shot after shot, the stone pillar was reduced to rubble. Just as he was about to succeed, a flash of light glinted from the upper floors, and the weapon in his hand was abruptly knocked to the ground. Richard, quick to react, rolled into the counter before the assailants could counterattack. He gazed at the deformed barrel of the shotgun that lay on the floor, his mind swirling with uncertainty. A sniper rifle? Was there someone aiding him? Yet, the subsequent events shattered his assumptions. Outside the bank, a series of gasps erupted. And amid the jarring screech of brakes, an armored bus, fortified with steel plating, crashed through the glass facade, charging into the bank like a rampaging rhinoceros. The criminal who had narrowly escaped Richard's gun was caught beneath the wheels. This was evidently another group of robbers. The extent of their armament was alarming, having not only acquired an armored vehicle but also positioned a sniper atop the high-rise. Compared to the previous two reckless thieves, this crew was undoubtedly a formidable force. Richard's throat constricted as he tremulously retrieved his phone, hoping to notify Maroney, but the signal-less screen sent a chill down his spine. Could it be that a signal jammer was in place? The terrified crowd, using the billowing smoke as cover, scattered outward, including several security personnel. These individuals were astute, recognizing that their small firearms would be ineffective against such heavily armed assailants. However, not everyone possessed this wisdom. Many security staff remained steadfast, crouching behind cover, guns drawn and aimed at the vehicle. How foolish they were, thought Qin Wei, chuckling coldly from within the vehicle. Pressing a button, a Gatling gun emerged from the roof, a precaution he had prepared specifically for the security team. Should anyone dare to retaliate, they would face the terrifying firepower of 100 rounds per second. Yet, it seemed such measures would be unnecessary, as the mere sight of the weapon caused the remaining security personnel to obediently discard their guns and prostrate themselves on the ground. Their crouch positions were impeccably executed, a clear indication of formal training. Justice lies within range. With the hiss of the hydraulic valve releasing pressure, Qin Wei was the first to step out of the vehicle, noticing the corpse of a fallen robber beneath his feet. He shook his head in disappointment. What caliber of criminal attempts to rob a bank with me? Chapter 84, Scene 2. Hiding behind a column. Richard extracted a canister of yellow liquid from his pocket. Unscrewing the cap, a plume of white smoke wafted upward, the acrid scent prompting him to frown. Ultimately, he found himself resorting to this substance. When he was promoted to bank president, Maroney had entrusted him with the office key alongside this item. "Boss, what is this?" he had inquired. "Something that will save your life and that of your family," Maroney had replied. At the time, Richard had not comprehended how a small canister of concentrated sulfuric acid could be a lifesaver. However, later, from Maroney's cryptic remarks, he speculated that the private vault contained not only mountains of cash and gold bars, but also a formidable secret. The scandals of prominent families and the private photographs of political figures, once exposed to the public eye, could lead to the swift downfall of the Maroney crime empire overnight. Before such revelations, however, Maroney would not hesitate to sever his own parents' throats, subsequently forcing the muzzle of a gun into his mouth. Safeguarding this secret equated to preserving the safety of himself and his family. After a series of intense psychological struggles, Richard trembled as he extended his finger into the bottle's opening. Beep! The concentrated sulfuric acid instantaneously corroded a portion of his fingertip, the agonizing burn searing through to his bones, nearly rendering him unconscious. Ignoring the approaching footsteps behind him, he let out a piercing scream, his head relentlessly colliding against the column. Seized by the collar, his frail form was hoisted and thrown before Qin Wei. "Go ahead and kill me. My fingerprints have been dissolved," Richard uttered. "Mr. Maroney, what are you talking about? I am here to discuss investment projects." That voice was all too familiar. "It's you," he exclaimed. But before he could finish, Qin Wei stuffed a foul-smelling sock into Richard's mouth. This was purely a personal vendetta. After all, Qin Wei was known for holding grudges. Richard had previously pried open his mouth with those filthy white gloves, an affront he had not forgotten. Richard paid little heed to the acrid stench that permeated his nostrils, instead lost in the shocking revelation that Qin Wei was the ringleader of the robbery. He could not comprehend why the top aide of his employer would lead a rebellion. However, his confusion did not end there. He was further astonished when Qin audaciously opened the door to the underground vault in front of him. Mmm. Bound and helpless, Richard could only futilely writhe, expressing his shock through feeble sounds. Yet, he had not yet been pushed to the brink. He prayed fervently that Qin would take some money and withdraw, avoiding any intentions on Maroni's private treasury. Even if he were to face death, at least the documents would remain intact, and out of loyalty, Maroni might spare his parents. Richard even believed that Qin was entirely unaware of the existence of that incriminating evidence. After all, it was the old fox's greatest leverage in maintaining control over the Roman Empire, squeezing out the aging lion. Could a secret formula, an enterprise's core competitive advantage, be casually leaked to outsiders? Richard began to tremble as Qin stood before a wall. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? Qin rapped on the concrete wall, the echo inside dull, devoid of hollowness. Without a blueprint of the building, who could have imagined that the target lay just beyond this wall? I almost forgot. The master is also locked out here with me, he muttered to himself, yanking the foul sock from Richard's mouth. Now, I offer you a chance. Tell me where the switch is, or let your demolition expert behind you handle it. To blast through this thick wall, one must first drill a hole and then pack it with explosives. The time wasted could have added millions of dollars to the sacks. But now, with a more efficient method at hand, Qin was determined to give it a try. I find myself unable to assist you. Should I extend my help? My parents would be at risk. I am aware of the concerns that plague your thoughts. The signals here are indeed obstructed. Yet I can assure you with my very life that I know the whereabouts of your parents. Just give me a nod, and I shall immediately fetch them. Richard, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, suddenly lunged towards Qin. However, this frail creature stood no chance against Qin, who effortlessly seized him by the head and pinned him against the wall. Why do you torment me so? Richard, on the verge of breaking, struggled as Qin mocking laughter echoed in his ears. Who is tormenting you? Please, clarify your situation. The worst I have done is stuff socks in your mouth. I never forced you to use acid to burn your fingerprints, but you threatened my parents. Threaten? Do you truly believe your parents would be safer in my hands or in Maroni's? If I had intended to kill you, the sniper's bullet would have found its mark in your head just moments ago. Stop talking. I beg you, just kill me. Richard's desperate plea was disheartening. Qin felt a grim amusement. He had consistently offered Richard opportunities to survive, yet regrettably, Richard's knees had been shattered by Maroni years ago. A broken bone may mend, and a shattered wound may heal, but the person remains unable to rise again. With a mere glance, Qin signaled to Royce, who then dragged Richard away. Bang! The sound of a gunshot reverberated as the man was executed under surveillance. With matters having escalated to this point, Qin could only offer loyalty in exchange for the life of the other's parents. I understand now. Maroni, in a daze, ended the call. Turning to hurl his phone to the ground, feeling unsatisfied, he retrieved his handgun and emptied an entire magazine into it. The Nokia ultimately succumbed to this barrage, shattering into a multitude of electronic components. The gunfire prompted the bodyguards to burst through the door. Just in time, informed the Cubs to head to the central bank immediately. Maroni called out to Benny, who was about to leave. You have a special task. Head directly to Richard Daniels' residence. Benny's response was akin to that of a primitive AI struggling to comprehend complex commands. Why go there? Are you intending to meet his parents? No. Quite the opposite. I have no desire to meet his parents. Never. The malevolence in Maroni's eyes was palpable. The call he had just received was from the corrupt police, devoid of any substantial information, merely notifying him that a gang of robbers was currently raiding the central bank. Yet, this was sufficient for Maroni to deduce numerous issues. The fact that Richard did not report to him immediately, along with the failure of the electronic alarm, was enough to illustrate the gravity of the situation. Although the vault was fortified with layers of encryption, Maroni had prepared himself for the worst: betrayal by Richard. First Dodge, then Richard. Why do those I trust always betray me? Maroni pondered at his desk, tapping his head in frustration. No, this question should be left for them to contemplate when they seek forgiveness from God. My only task is to send them to meet him. He grasped the receiver and dialed a number. He had not intended to make this call. Had circumstances not escalated to such severity, there was no need to wait. Almost instantaneously, the call connected. It was rare that you would find yourself in need of me. Slade activated the speakerphone, shedding his robe before the expansive floor-length mirror. As the cobalt silk slipped from his broad shoulders, the scars adorning his back, robust and graceful like a Roman marble sculpture, were laid bare to the air. The marks of knife wounds, bullet holes, and the harrowing traces of explosive blasts bore witness to the prowess of a mercenary, symbolizing Slade's indomitable vitality. For $20 million, I shall resolve any troublesome predicament for you. Slade's voice resonated within the room, deep as a bronze bell, as he extended a finger to rummage through the wardrobe for an appropriate mask for today's operation. Chapter 85. Act 2. It took approximately 10 minutes to breach the wall. Qin glanced at his watch, this duration aligning closely with his expectations. Due to the Independence Day speech, most of the GCPD's forces were stationed at Robinson Square to ensure Mayor Bach's safety. Even without considering traffic delays, this substantial unit would require at least 45 minutes to arrive. Friends, are you truly planning to stand around like this? Do you wish to be blown to bits like this wall? Willie, the demolition expert, had inserted the detonator into the wall and trembled with adrenaline. Curiously, while he exhibited cowardice in recruitment, in his professional domain, the eccentricity of this bespectacled little man surged forth uncontrollably. Gotham was indeed filled with peculiar individuals. The group retreated to a corner. Boom. The explosions erupted in unison, the electrical system tripped, and the entire underground vault quaked from the force of the gunpowder. Qin brushed off the dust that had fallen from the ceiling, peering out with his flashlight. Behind the shattered wall, the charred revolving hydraulic door stood as the final bastion of Maroni's secrets. Willie, proceed. Let this fellow experience your expertise. Of course, I have been preparing for this day for a long time. Willie, trembling and crouching on the ground, cautiously retrieved a small canister of liquid explosives from his metal case. This is my prized concoction for this door. You must understand. This door can withstand the force of 10 tons of TNT, equivalent to the energy released by a small tactical nuclear weapon. Yet, where there is mechanical structure, there exists a vulnerability. Do you see those hydraulic valves? As long as the explosion strikes there, it will be compromised. All right, there are no spectators here. No need for such intricate explanations. Qin cast another glance at his watch. What a dull fellow. Explosions are a gift of nature's artistry. Willie pouted, muttering softly. After a flurry of activity, a similar scenario unfolded once again. However, this time, the explosion's might was significantly diminished. The group covered their ears, anticipating a cataclysmic blast. But what ultimately resonated was merely a melodious, lingering sound. The vault door stood resolutely before a few individuals, from the crevice of which oozed a substantial pool of deep blue viscous liquid. The previously perplexed Qin felt utterly reassured. It appeared that the hydraulic mechanism had been compromised. The group surged forward, gripping the handle and forcefully turning the vault door open. A dry, cold wind carrying the scent of ink rushed towards them, prompting the group to instinctively halt, absorbing the decadent and decaying atmosphere. Had Oswald been present, he would undoubtedly have mocked his past self for having the audacity to frame Maroni with a mere $5 million in front of Falcone just months prior. While $5 million might seem a fortune to the average citizen, capable of securing prosperity for 3 generations, it paled in comparison to the mountain of cash that nearly reached the ceiling, filling half the vault. Even the self-proclaimed slacker, Royce, was taken aback, his cigarette dropping from his mouth and igniting a brilliant spark in the darkness. Pack it up. Qin commanding voice roused the others. You have 15 minutes. Take as much as you can. When the time is up, I will commence pouring gasoline. After outlining the precautions, his gaze shifted to the safe in the corner. Within it lay the objective of his venture, a staggering secret capable of bringing Maroni to his knees. Selina raced ahead, her flashlight clamped between her teeth. She crouched before the safe, feeling around before extracting a stethoscope to listen through the wall of the box. Just as I suspected, there is an unusual sound, likely some sort of anti-theft mechanism. Given the unspeakable secrets of Maroni hidden inside, if the password is input incorrectly multiple times, the device will be triggered. What is the outcome? Perhaps I'll be blown to smithereens, or maybe the documents will be destroyed. Who knows? Her description of the situation was dire. Yet the girl exhibited no signs of anxiety, merely shrugging her shoulders as she pressed the stethoscope against the safe's intricate combination dial. You need to be cautious. If you're uncertain, be quiet. You're distracting me. Hurry and join them in packing the money. Give me a little extra. Selina pouted in complaint. After dismissing the bothersome man, she could finally concentrate on deciphering the complex safe. The remnants of the old era typically harbored an intrinsic distrust of electronic devices. Selina had visited numerous grand estates, and invariably, these affluent individuals favored mechanical safes, some featuring 5 layers of codes, others 8. Yet, she had never encountered a custom-made safe like the one before her, boasting a 12-layer combination. With each additional layer, the complexity would increase by 2. The first layer offered 6 options, the second 8, the third 12, culminating in an astonishing 138 options at the final layer. Selina tightly closed her eyes, striving to block out all surrounding noise. Click, click, click. The delicate and crisp sounds of the dial echoed in her ears. Due to the nature of her profession, Selina must remain acutely aware of her surroundings, ever vigilant against the distractions of the external world. Yet today, she could devote her entire focus to the intricate mechanical dial before her. The decryption of the 26AF code progressed far more swiftly than she had anticipated. As the final digit clicked into place, Selina pressed the switch, and with a harmonious symphony of interlocking gears, the safe revealed a narrow aperture. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the floor, wiping the sweat from her brow. A hand extended towards her. "Have you finished?" Selina looked up with a smile, hoping to hear genuine praise, only to be met with the disapproving glare of Qin Wei. "For heaven's sake, sister, it's been 22 minutes. We've drained our gas. Get up quickly and don't delay my plans." Always adept at shattering the mood at the most poignant moments, the Sigma man never fell prey to the snares of love. The contents of the safe were precisely as Selina had anticipated, a small liquid explosive. A misstep in the code would trigger an immediate detonation, obliterating the secrets within. Qin Wei cautiously extracted a stack of documents with 2 fingers. There was no time to dissect them. Freud had already signaled his arrival. In the distance, the wailing of police sirens echoed from the street corner, and they needed to evacuate before the GCPD encircled the area. Chapter 86. Act 2. Are we really going to burn it? Of course. Just imagine the expression on Moroni's face upon witnessing this scene. It must be spectacular. If it were me, to see years of savings consumed by flames, with my little secrets laid bare, I would surely lose my mind. Then this task is entrusted to you? I couldn't wish for anything more. Royce flicked open his lighter, his wrist trembling slightly. In the darkness, a slender flame arced through the air, landing atop a mound of cash and igniting a blaze powerful enough to alter the fate of Gotham. Shortly thereafter, as he faced the burning vault, would Mr. Sal Moroni recall that fateful night when a gun was pressed against his temple? Once the others had evacuated, Qin Wei gazed at the inferno, murmuring as he pressed the switch for the wall-mounted exhaust fan. The circulating air would serve as the ideal accelerant. Naturally, before departing the vault, he ensured the outermost electronic blast door was sealed. Such a substantial sum of money would require ample time to burn. Qin Wei needed to guarantee that no one could enter the vault beforehand. "Death Shooter, report the latest status." Qin Wei barked into his walkie-talkie. "A recent batch of police vehicles is just 1 block away. 8 cars in total. You'd better hurry. Getting trapped in the bank would be quite troublesome." "Understood." With 2 black canvas shoulder bags in hand, Qin Wei tossed them into the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings to ensure he left no clues that might reveal his identity. "All right, you are free to go," he reassured the bank employees, who were tightly bound in the corner, as he boarded the car. "We harbor no intention of taking hostages. You may as well await your rescue from the police." The doors of the vehicle slammed shut, and amidst the roar of the racing engine, the modified bus extricated itself from the wreckage of the collapsed columns, shedding the debris that clung to its exterior. However, no sooner had it emerged from the bank than the armored side panels erupted with sparks, perhaps having just departed from the mayor's speech. The officers of the GCPD were still clad in their white, ceremonial uniforms. Police vehicles adorned with colorful ribbons screeched past the intersection, drenching bystanders with torrents of water, eliciting a chorus of screams. Yet, the cacophony of screams was swiftly drowned out by the intense exchange of gunfire. A CAR-15 police rifle protruded from a window, unleashing a fiery torrent towards the steel behemoth, while the crisp sound of 5.56mm shells scattered across the street. Under Qin Wei's command, Royce and the others relentlessly hurled projectiles from the windows. Smoke grenades and stun grenades, though devoid of lethal force, served perfectly to delay the police's pursuit. Soon, the entrance of the bank was enveloped in a haze of grayish-yellow smoke and a cacophony of noise. The first police car careened out of the blockade, only to be momentarily blinded by blinding flashes, careening drunkenly and crashing into a nearby fire hydrant. The second vehicle followed closely, emerging from the smoke, only to find its front obstructed by a smoking vehicle belonging to a teammate. In a moment of panic, it slammed on the brakes, sending itself into a spin, landing upside down. Then came the third and fourth vehicles, screeching to a halt. While they managed to stop in time, they had inadvertently become the architects of their teammates' hindrance. As they finally maneuvered to clear the path, the armored bus had already sped past 2 traffic lights. It was baffling. Instead of utilizing the heavy machine guns at their disposal, they squandered so many grenades. Willie, perched dejectedly on the ground, rested his chin in his hands, methodically unwrapping bundles of cash. He had little affinity for explosions devoid of flames, particularly the stun grenades, which produced a thunderous sound, yet spared lives. It was utterly perplexing. Were they not a band of outlaws? Did no one yearn to witness a police car erupting in flames? Fear not. This machine gun is reserved for a perilous old acquaintance. I cannot predict when he will make his appearance, but I can assure you, he will not miss this spectacle. Qin Wei's hands ached, and he removed his mask, pushing back his sweat-soaked hair. Boss, you don't mean that green-haired fellow, do you? Royce, who was at the wheel, interjected. Huh. Qin Wei turned his gaze towards the driver's seat. You remember him. Indeed, a most loathsome character. Although I have yet to encounter him directly. He always struck me as rather dangerous. Qin Wei fell silent, his head bowed. Suddenly, the voice of Freud crackled through the radio. A pair of police cars is advancing on East Avenue, and straight ahead. They will engage you in approximately 5 minutes. The rooftop across from the bank can no longer provide fire support. I am moving to the adjacent building. The wind howled fiercely around Freud as Qin Wei equipped him with a versatile tactical belt before his operation commenced. At this moment, he was likely utilizing grappling hooks to navigate swiftly between the buildings. Understood, stay safe, Qin Wei concluded the call, rising with a pat on his backside. Gentlemen, we have nearly completed our tasks. The police are closing in. Let us proceed according to plan. Thanks to aerial reconnaissance from a helicopter, the police vehicles on East Avenue swiftly pinpointed Qin Wei and his group's location. Amidst the curious gazes of pedestrians, the police cars roared past, leaving a trail of anxious red and blue lights in their wake. Before long, the lead vehicle spotted the conspicuous bus mentioned over the radio. It was undeniably eye-catching. Shrouded in rusted steel plating and entangled with a dense web of barbed wire around its barred windows. This contraption was far from modern, resembling something that had traversed from a desolate wasteland engulfed in swirling yellow sands. What are these bank robbers up to? Rushing to the set of Mad Max? The lead officer muttered, only to suddenly notice that the roof panel had been lifted. Careful, they might be about to throw a flashbang. At the warning from the front vehicle, the officers in the rear swiftly donned their sunglasses. The seasoned Gotham police were resolute in their belief that they would not fall victim to the same trick twice. Yet, they grossly underestimated their adversary. The mastermind was no fool, never placing bets on the opponent's negligence. What flew from the rooftop was not a projectile, but a cascade of banknotes. After such an extensive period spent preparing, they had awaited this very moment. The zipper of the canvas bag was ripped wide open, and one by one, Benjamin Franklin's visage soared high, whisked away by the turbulent winds, eventually slapping against the windshield of the police car. The crumpled smile served as a silent mockery to the GCPD. Humph, just a bag of cash. The lead officer grumbled, activating the windshield wipers. He was correct. A single bag of money was insufficient to create any significant impact once scattered by the wind. However, what if there was more than one bag? Before the first bag had fully dispersed, another emerged from the roof, and soon, one bag after another followed. Qin Wei, in his audacity, conjured a veritable artificial rain of currency. It is no exaggeration to say that the streets were inundated with bills, fluttering like locusts, clinging to police car windows, shop fronts, and the astonished faces of passers-by. The screeching of brakes filled the air as the streets became utterly congested, not only due to the windshield obscured by cash, but also because of the frantic pedestrians who had recklessly surged into the street, risking everything to gather the money. In contrast to Qin Wei's lavish generosity, they were the true desperados. Why? Are they really scattering the stolen money without discrimination? The officers slammed their car doors, gazing in bewilderment at the direction the bus had vanished, lost in silence. But soon, their attention was drawn back to the banknotes caught in the wipers. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching him, before the officer, with a guilty whistle, stuffed the crumpled banknotes into his pocket. Chapter 87. Interlude, The Death Knell. Left turn. Proceed to the contingency plan on Liverpool Street, then right at the second traffic light. Understood. Royce gripped the steering wheel tightly. The bus's side wheels lifted off the ground, crashing through the corner traffic light amidst the pedestrian screams. Ugh. Including Qin Wei, the swaying cabin left the group looking rather pale. Gentlemen, just hold on a little longer. None of us wish to remain in a cabin reeking of vomit. Yet, despite the words, the sensation of nausea is not something easily controlled. Willie turned away, covering his mouth. He could no longer contain himself, but just as he opened his mouth to retch, a gun barrel intruded. Hold it in. I have a germ phobia, Jason said sternly, his eyes flashing with an authority that brooked no refusal. The intimidation proved effective, and Willie, his complexion ashen, nodded, turning off a side street. The armored bus took advantage of the closely knit buildings to evade the helicopter's gaze. just as everyone believed they had temporarily escaped. More than a dozen police cars unexpectedly turned into the intersection. The GCPD, having lost their target, were merely patrolling the vicinity, not anticipating the criminals would come charging toward them. In a matter of meters, the two parties were set for a collision when a bullet dramatically pierced the scene. Bang! The right front tire of the lead car exploded, followed swiftly by the left front tire of the second police vehicle. It was evident that Floyd, the death marksman hidden among the high rises, had taken his shot. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. With each shot fired, Floyd reported his deserved remuneration through the radio to Chin Wei. This was the hallmark of a professional mercenary, ensuring the client was acutely aware of where every penny was spent. A bullet to the left wheel, another to the right tire. This cycle continued as police cars lost their balance under his sniper's gaze, parting like the Red Sea for the bus's passage. The hidden vantage point, combined with the silencer, concealed the firepower support from 2 blocks away, rendering the scene one where it seemed the GCPD was cowardly avoiding a direct confrontation with the bus. Of course, not everyone was oblivious. Slade, another mercenary, keenly sensed the battlefield's anomalies. The sniper's reticle shifted away from the bus driver Royce's forehead as the man pulled out a notebook, swiftly jotting down a series of calculations based on the length of the block and the elevation differences between nearby buildings and the ground. Is it there? Beneath the inky black carbon fiber mask, his hawk-like, piercing gaze focused on the Braden building, 2 blocks away. It stood as the tallest office building in the Liverpool Street vicinity, its gray-green glass facade reflecting the halo of the sun behind the clouds. The intense glare discouraging ordinary individuals from scrutinizing the structure closely. Indeed, it was a prime spot for concealment. However, if my calculations are correct, the rooftop is at least 12 miles away from here. Your marksmanship is truly that exceptional? The man aimed his rifle at the rooftop and discovered a silencer protruding from beyond the glass facade. Caught you. Slade chuckled, his voice quivering uncontrollably in his throat. Initially, he intended to shoot the driver in the head, swiftly eliminate everyone in the vehicle, and report back to Maroney. Yet upon noticing the presence of another mercenary, he altered his plan. $20 million may seem like an astonishing sum to other mercenaries, but to Slade, it was merely an inconsequential bonus. Using a hefty commission to augment one's own worth? Such folly is the domain of fledgling mercenaries. The present Slade relished in the act of slaughter. Gotham was growing increasingly mundane. Compared to a grass carp devouring bait in a murky pond, a lurking alligator gar ready to strike was far more intriguing to the angler. Engaging in a struggle, wrestling it ashore, and eviscerating it after extracting its sharp teeth was a thought that filled Slade with anticipation. There are no police cars nearby, and the helicopter has lost its target. It seems it will soon depart after circling a few more times. You may withdraw. Beneath the air conditioning unit behind him lay a janitorial uniform. Once donned, he could exit the Braden building. A Ducati awaited on the roadside, with the keys buried in the soil by a flower bed. Be cautious to avoid the front of the vehicle, and remember to dispose of the fake license plates before reaching the tunnel. Chin Wei's instructions left Floyd astonished. You had this all planned out. How did you know I would come to this building? I don't know. I just arranged for every building in your vicinity. What a terrifying individual. Floyd licked his lips, feeling a shiver of apprehension at Chin Wei's meticulousness. Creating such a commotion, the other party might not hesitate to resort to murder to silence him. Can I charge a little less? Will you still consider me for future assignments? Floyd tentatively inquired. Rest assured, you still possess considerable value. I believe our future collaborations will be plentiful. Chin Wei detected the unease in Floyd's tone and patiently reassured him. Upon understanding the implications, Floyd felt a slight relief, donned the janitorial uniform, and descended the stairs with a bucket in hand. Finally, it is over. The death shooter sighed. Unlike previous assignments involving contract killings, this time he had provoked Maroney, known as the king of the underground, wealthy and well-connected. This ruthless man was perhaps the most formidable figure in Gotham. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his ambition to apply to an art school and escape this wretched place, Floyd accepted the job. The footsteps echoing from downstairs snapped Floyd from his reverie. He halted and strained to listen. The footsteps were heavy, akin to the sound of thick-soled military boots, accompanied by a clinking noise. It was as if what traversed the stairs was not a mere human, but a cursed suit of steel armor. Floyd peered out from behind the stair railing, clutching his revolver tightly in his pocket. The sounds grew increasingly closer, and his heart raced in tandem. His sixth sense warned him that an imposing figure approached. At last, the intruder revealed himself, and Floyd exhaled in relief. It was merely 2 men ascending the stairs with an iron table. Upon encountering the masked janitors, the 2 men courteously stepped aside, gesturing for each other to pass first. Freud sidled by with his bucket. It was evidently a misunderstanding. Yet his heart thudded like an overheated engine, and his limbs felt weak under the influence of adrenaline. This sensation was indeed peculiar. However, the answer awaited him just around the corner. A bizarre figure clad in leather armor leaned against the wall, appearing both mysterious and dangerous beneath the flickering lights. Behind him, a long knife and a sniper rifle crossed each other, while a sidearm was tucked into his waist. Most striking was his mask, half an orange visage, while the other half, adorned with a carbon fiber pattern, resembled a skin draped over a skull, devoid of eye openings. As soon as Freud laid eyes on him, he instinctively drew his weapon and fired, his body responding to fear even before thought could intervene. Yet, this once infallible draw met an unexpected obstacle. The sidearm was unsheathed. Sparks flying. The bullet, split in two, landed on the ground, still warm. In the past, I too liked to take emergency exits after work. But there always seemed to be someone eager to teach the young a lesson, did there not? Chapter 88 Interlude. The mercenary wore the name of the Grim Reaper. Slade lingers in the industry, even after years of his retirement. His career has been marked by an unblemished record, with fees so exorbitant they would break the hearts of his clients. Wherever the Grim Reaper sets his sights, chaos inevitably ensues. Whether it be the Prime Minister of Venezuela, a Brazilian drug lord, an Italian mafia godfather, or a Vietnamese warlord, no matter how exalted their status, once targeted by the Grim Reaper, it becomes merely a matter of time before they transform into a warm corpse. According to the law of conservation of energy, their souls do not vanish, but are instead transmuted into numbers on a bank statement. Whether this phrase originated from the Grim Reaper himself is lost to history. Yet it does not prevent industry insiders from attributing it to him. To them, a benchmark in the field always requires a pithy quote to broaden its renown. This, in turn, attracts more individuals eager to join the vast family of mercenaries. Thus, after the group's promotional efforts, the Grim Reaper nearly became an idol for every young mercenary. However, Freud stood as an exception. His idol was Rembrandt van Rijn. Hence, when he beheld the Grim Reaper's iconic single-eyed mask, he unhesitatingly fired a bullet at him. Although it proved ineffective, it was enough to pique the Grim Reaper's interest. Otherwise, this dagger, while slicing through the bullet, would inevitably sever his trachea as well. At this distance, Slade possessed no fewer than 9 methods to eliminate the inexperienced Floyd. Of course, Floyd remained oblivious, and even if he were aware, he might not grasp the intentions of his elder. Bang, 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 bang. After a brief delay, Floyd unleashed a rapid succession of 5 shots, swiftly creating distance with the recoil. Seizing the moment when his opponent was occupied with deflecting the blade, he flicked his wrist to eject the spent cartridges from the revolver, deftly loading fresh rounds into the chamber with a flourish, the entire process unfolding with the elegance of a magician's trick. Yet, in stark contrast to his elaborate maneuvers, the Grim Reaper's response was remarkably straightforward. He did not even significantly shift his body, merely relying on the pivot of his elbow and the rotation of his wrist to slice through the incoming bullets. Like a dazzling flash of light cutting through the air, the blade of the Grim Reaper scattered metallic fragments at his feet. Should anyone be fortunate enough to witness the unfolding spectacle, they would be left utterly astounded by such seemingly effortless skill. However, this grace transformed into sheer terror in Floyd's eyes. My God, what manner of monster is this? The Grim Reaper, with a nimble step, advanced while wielding his blade, prompting Floyd to reload and aim his gun. With the dagger poised at his throat, the barrel of the gun pressed against his forehead, the 2 mercenaries, in that brief moment of close combat, instinctively chose to hold their fire, achieving a delicate equilibrium. A gust of wind from the west, accompanied by the essential tumbleweed, was all that was needed for these 2 cowboys to resurrect the glory of the American Western. Frankly, your marksmanship surpasses mine. In your presence, I feel almost ashamed to draw my weapon. The voice of the Grim Reaper resonated in the empty stairwell. Imbued with a unique charm, distinct from the raspy tones of an old man, it was deep and resonant, akin to a weathered bronze statue. You deserve to live, provided you tell me who your employer is. Dream on, Grim Reaper. Floyd's response was resolute and powerful. I am not surprised. One must possess a modicum of loyalty to their employer in our line of work. Yet, I am genuinely uncertain. Uncertain whether you will maintain that loyalty as I sever each of your fingers one by one. Although Floyd could not see his opponent's expression, he was convinced that a malicious grin lurked beneath that mask. Floyd was incensed. The first to pull the trigger shattered the delicate balance. Almost simultaneously, the Grim Reaper reacted, sidestepping the bullet, and the dagger sliced down his neck. Yet, this time he chose to spare his opponent, reversing the blade to strike with the flat. Floyd was brutally slammed against the wall, and in the next moment, a massive hand seized his head, propelling him forward as if he were a shot put hurled with ferocity. Boom! The plaster of the wall crumbled. A mangled Floyd slid down the uneven cement, leaving a gruesome trail of blood like a brushstroke. His head endured repeated impacts, momentarily disrupting his balance. Struggling to open his eyes, blood flowed into the corners. And amidst the vivid crimson, the Grim Reaper approached, casting a triplicate shadow. If he were to be granted a rifle and a few paces of distance, Floyd believed he would not suffer such a humiliating defeat. Yet, in his retreat, he concealed his firearm atop the rooftop, armed only with a low-velocity mongoose revolver. "Young man, do you recall what I once said?" The Grim Reaper pressed down upon Floyd's wrist, the blade's edge poised against his left index finger like a sharp paper cutter. "I shall commence my incision at the knuckle, inflicting triple agony with a single digit. No one can endure such torment. Do not allow foolish loyalty to lead you astray. Hey, Grim Reaper, do you always prattle on like a woman?" Snip! The blade severed the knuckle, a price paid for spewing insults. In the throes of excruciating pain, Floyd's face flushed crimson, trembling as he gasped in anguish. Gritting his teeth and inhaling deeply, he understood this suffering was merely the prelude. The Grim Reaper twisted the knife handle, slowly withdrawing the blade. Yet as he prepared to strike again, Floyd seized the handgun beside him. Did Slade not notice? No. At that moment, he could have kicked the weapon away, yet he chose to leave it within Floyd's reach, allowing this mundane scene to retain a blank frame. Bang! Sparks erupted as gunpowder debris flew from the barrel. Yes, precisely. A prey that does not resist is simply too tedious. Excitement glimmered in the Grim Reaper's eyes as he readied his dagger to intercept the incoming bullet. However, this time, the bullet was not aimed at him. It passed beneath his arm, altering its trajectory as it grazed the railing. Was it a miss? No, it was a ricochet. The deflected bullet, having bounced twice, approached the Grim Reaper's nape at a most cunning angle. Clang! The bullet was halted by the scabbard behind him. A miscalculation. It was inevitable that a freshly practiced maneuver might falter, and Floyd was not surprised. The instant he fired, he rolled to his feet, clutching his injured hand as he sprinted up the stairs. Yet, this assault was not entirely fruitless. The ricochet had successfully diverted the Grim Reaper's attention. Even the most seasoned mercenaries find it challenging to predict the bullet's landing through mere experience. After a brief moment of disarray, the Grim Reaper's breathing quickened. This unexpected twist was indeed a significant surprise. Slade, steady yourself. Isn't this precisely what you sought?" He reached behind him, grasping the hilt of his knife. The blade rasped against the metallic scabbard, producing a melodious sound akin to an opera reaching its crescendo. The hunt had commenced. Chapter 89. Interlude. Thank you for your instruction. With a forceful shove, Floyd burst through the rooftop iron door, a bullet grazing his scalp, carving a line through his fine flaxen hair. He landed and rolled, firing back as 3 bullets ricocheted off the doorframe, scattering at various angles into the stairwell. The chime of the ricochets was crisp and melodious. He did not anticipate such an assault to yield results. His primary objective for ascending to the rooftop was to retrieve his weapon bag. One may evade a mongoose. Yet the M82A2's bullets shall surely cleave through Mr. Slade Wilson. This formidable weapon is more commonly known as the Bullpup Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. Pressing the searing muzzle against his fractured index finger, he employed a cauterization technique to momentarily staunch the flow of blood, while extricating the weapon bag from beneath the massive exhaust fan. At that moment, a glint of cold light caught his peripheral vision. Slade's long knife dragged a trail of sparks across the ground, the wind generated by its arc seeming capable of rending the ominous clouds that enveloped the sky. The exhaust fan was severed cleanly in half, and amid the erupting electric sparks, the Grim Reaper soared high, leveraging the potential energy of its rotation to deliver a horizontal slash towards Floyd's waist. The ricocheting bullets ignited Slade's combat fervor. Instinctively, he yearned to withdraw, treating the charming Floyd with the gentleness akin to caressing a kitten. Yet, the insatiable desire for destruction that seeped from his very bones compelled him to extend his hands towards the kitten's throat. Strangle him. He is far too intriguing. I cannot resist the urge to snuff out his life. But Floyd was ill-prepared to counter the oncoming lethal strike, save for raising the weapon bag as a shield. Clang! The hefty bag of weaponry intercepted the deadly blow, the blade nearly severing the entire backpack, halting a mere half-inch from his waist. This desperate act bought Floyd precious moments to draw his weapon in retaliation, just as the mongoose expended its final 2 bullets, temporarily forcing the Grim Reaper to retreat. Lightning illuminated the heavens, and torrential rain descended without warning, saturating every crevice of the world. Perhaps moved by a stubborn spirit, Lady Luck finally smiled upon Freud. Unfolding the weapon bag, amidst a multitude of shattered parts, the intact Barrett M82A2 lay quietly in a puddle. As the sole survivor of the carnage, the prominent gash on its dark body linked it to the fate of the death dealer. "Old friend, it is just you and I now." Caressing the barrel, he snapped the magazine into place. Amidst the cacophony of rain, the crisp sound of the bolt being drawn reached the ears of the Grim Reaper. The atmosphere had shifted. There were no prey in this hunt, or perhaps everyone was prey. Pressed against the casing of the exhaust fan, the Grim Reaper gazed into the puddle, where the raindrops distorted his reflection. The decisive battle commenced with a bullet that pierced through the machine's casing, utilizing the momentary elevation of the Barrett's muzzle. The Grim Reaper leapt sideways, unleashing a torrent of bullets from his dual firearms towards the death dealer. Freud, evading amidst the curtain of rain, rolled to avoid the onslaught. Although the opponent's marksmanship fell short of his own, his agility paled in comparison to that of the Grim Reaper, and the mischievous bullets posed significant challenges. Yet, his advantage lay in his uncanny ability to fire from various, unusual positions. Bearing the sniper's burden, just as he was about to seek refuge, Freud unexpectedly lowered his weapon and discreetly drew a cold bullet. The Grim Reaper, sprawled on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade, barely managed to avoid a sizable chunk of concrete that exploded behind him. The sniper bullet was so swift that he had no time to cut it. Even if he were to miraculously strike a shot, the immense kinetic energy would obliterate the blade before it could reach its target. This led to the need for the Bell to anticipate the timing of the bullets through his dead-eyed movements. Yet, Freud's shooting technique was shrouded in secrecy. They exchanged fire for several rounds, and though neither was harmed, the rooftop was left riddled with holes. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, intensifying with each passing moment. The scales of victory once again tipped in favor of the Bell. The sound of rain muffled his footsteps while Freud's line of sight was severely obstructed. Slade's figure drew nearer, weaving through the cover. If he were to be caught in close range again, Freud was certain of his demise. It seemed this was the only way forward. Freud glanced at the handle of the mongoose peeking from his pocket, a near-suicidal plan taking shape in his mind. Closer, just a little closer. To gain a broader perspective, Freud climbed to the top of the ventilation unit, while the Bell transformed into a patient assassin, stealthily advancing behind cover. In Freud's eyes, abandoning cover was tantamount to suicide. Yet this very recklessness compelled him to respond with caution. Was it wise to ambush a sharpshooter while risking exposure? No. The easily attainable victory should be firmly grasped in his hands. He intended to strike, to deliver a decisive blow that would utterly dismantle his opponent. To choke the life from him in despair, praising him for providing such an exhilarating hunting experience. The ghostly figure edged closer, while Freud remained oblivious, wiping the rain from his face in search of his target. Now was the moment. The Bell seized the edge of the unit and flipped over, delivering a low sweeping kick that sent Freud crashing to the ground. However, Freud was no pushover. In that fleeting moment of losing his balance, he redirected his weapon toward the Bell. Yes, just like that. Struggle all you want. The Bell could not help but laugh heartily, reversing his grip on the knife and plunging it toward the gun's muzzle. With a bolt of lightning striking the lightning rod, the sharp blade penetrated the gun's barrel, elegantly tearing through the weapon amidst the falling raindrops, silently annihilating the bullet that had yet to be fired. The blade pierced through Freud's scapula, pinning him to the casing. Child, the game is over. I must say, you may be the most formidable opponent I've encountered in nearly a decade. Was that a compliment? Freud pressed against the knife's hilt as the heavy raindrops fell, blinding him. Before my patience runs dry, tell me, if I kill your employer, will this remain a permanent secret? You are mistaken. I am not bound by any ridiculous industry codes. Freud bared his large white teeth. I do not betray my employer because he pays me a staggering $1,800,000. What absurd logic was this? The Bell, who had never run errands for petty sums, was taken aback. This man, facing death, was still preoccupied with money? Had his repeated acts of mercy led Freud to mistakenly believe he could still turn the tide? Slade felt insulted. In the next instant, the sound of a gunshot from behind caused the elite mercenary to display an expression of incredulity. Was there someone behind him? When did they arrive? Trembling, he glanced over his shoulder. There had never been a third party. From the crevice of the air conditioning unit, Cohen's menacing gun barrel echoed with a piercing, maniacal laughter. A transparent string attached to the trigger, the other end tethered to the severed left index finger of Freud. Mr. Slade's luck had run out. This time, the sheath failed to shield him from the bullet that struck from behind. Clutching his nape, he was sent tumbling off the air conditioning unit by a kick from Freud. As he hit the ground, the Grim Reaper drew his pistol, aiming it at Freud. Should he dare to show his head, he would be met with a tempestuous counterattack. Yet, he had gravely overestimated Freud. The young Deadshot was too weak to deliver a finishing blow, clutching his bleeding wound as he staggered to push open the rooftop door. "Thank you for your instruction. This time, I shall remember to take the elevator." Chapter 90, Act 3. Seizing the moment while the clamor subsided, Qin Wei unwrapped the brown paper bag. Extracting the documents, he casually flipped through a few pages. As he anticipated, they were filled with undeniable evidence of political scandals and the unscrupulous competition among businessmen. No wonder Maroney felt so emboldened once the evidence in his possession was exposed. Both the political and business spheres of Gotham would face a thorough reshuffling. How could these individuals allow such a situation to unfold? Illegal acquisitions, contract killings, kidnappings for ransom, smuggling. Gotham's commercial warfare was as brutal as it was wild. Qin Wei estimated that the number of directly implicated individuals reached into the hundreds, should accountability be pursued. Blackgate Prison would likely burst at the seams. As for the political scandals, Maroney had meticulously documented them, with clandestine photographs of bribery at the scene and receipts for gambling and solicitation, timestamps precise to the very second. Notably, the records mentioned a place called the Pizzeria, frequented by GCPD's chief, Roman, and Mayor Locke. Turning a page, Qin Wei furrowed his brow. The image depicted Roman and Locke, bare, sprawled on a bed, making a yep gesture, surrounded by a group of scantily clad youths. The hollow expressions of these gaunt children, marked by scars, contrasted starkly with the radiant smiles of the two men, rendering the photograph imbued with an absurd atmosphere. Bang! Jason's fist struck the iron shell of the bus, blood splattering from the crevices of his fingers. There had been numerous disappearances in the East District in recent years. He had represented the families of the missing, reporting to the authorities repeatedly without success, even facing detention for his impassioned remarks. He had believed it was due to GCPD's inaction, but now, all had become clear. Do not pound the wall. After this matter concludes, we shall smash their heads to pieces. Qin Wei closed the documents and added, "I am with you." Having prepared a backup with the camera, he placed the original in a bomb-proof box and entrusted it to Jason for safekeeping. Gordon's call came through. "Hello, Director. How may I assist you? There is something I wish to inquire." Gordon no longer wished to correct Qin Wei's habitual phrases, indicating that the situation had indeed escalated. "Let me guess, the central bank heist from half an hour ago?" It seems Gordon had realized something, as silence enveloped the line. "I should have anticipated this." Armed with heavy weaponry, yet not a single officer had perished. These bandits were deliberately avoiding a confrontation with the police. However, I cannot fathom why you discarded the stolen money. Why? I have acquired what I desired, which is also what you and Harvey seek. The evidence against Maroney? No. It is the evidence against all of Gotham. Qin Wei gazed out at the torrential rain, murmuring softly, "Frankly, this burden is far heavier than I had envisioned, and I am uncertain whether you possess the courage to bear it, or rather, whether you even have the fortune to do so." A heavy breath resonated from the receiver, and Gordon's resolve to send Barbara out of the city nearly drained him of his lifelong bravery. "I will ensure Barbara's safety. Harvey wishes to speak with you. Do you have a moment?" Before Gordon could finish, a hearty laugh burst forth from the receiver. Whenever Qin Wei heard Harvey Dent's voice, he felt an undeniable joy, particularly from that enchanting laughter, which made the relentless downpour seem far less dreadful. "I truly wish to find an opportunity to share a drink with him. Hey, my friend, I can hardly contain my eagerness to congratulate you. You have been an immense help to me. The threats I've received lately could fill an arsenal. Thanks to those scoundrels, my investigation has come to a complete standstill. Yet you, like a powerful locomotive, have reignited my momentum. Are we nearing our destination? Harvey, the final confrontation approaches. Do you have any family to send out of the city as well?" Qin Wei had posed the question half-jokingly, but Harvey's tone suddenly darkened. "No. My wife perished in a bombing 2 weeks ago. I truly should not have brought that up." Qin Wei chastised himself. "Do not blame yourself. This is a reality neither of us can alter. The departed are gone, and all I can do is fulfill her wishes. It was Greta who encouraged me to muster the courage to confront the painful past. Her greatest desire was to help me emerge from the shadows. Enough of that." Harvey sniffed. "Let us discuss the rendezvous." Maroney stood before the charred vault, firefighting water mingling with the remnants of dollar bills gathering at his feet, surrounded by bustling officers. Feeling as solitary as a lighthouse amidst a tempest, he retrieved a cigar from his pocket, while Benny instinctively pulled out a blowtorch. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the blowtorch malfunctioned at this critical juncture. Click, 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 click. Maroney discarded the cigar, snatched the blowtorch, and crushed it underfoot. "Sheriff Rob, sensing the impending doom, waved to disperse the officers. Mr. Maroney is undoubtedly a pawn of Falcone. It is certain. Pray tell, who now manages the enterprise of the deceased? It is hardly surprising that Maroney thinks this way. His assassination of Falcone in Gotham City is far from a secret. However, what astonishes him is the swiftness of the retribution. Sir, we are in a precarious time. Internal strife among the Romans is unwise. Enough. I merely wish to ascertain who the hell is overseeing Falcone's affairs. Nothing more. Nothing more? Whom do you think you are fooling? Gazing into those bloodshot eyes, Rob's Adam's apple bobbed. He knew that the immediate priority was to calm Maroney, yet this man resembled a powder keg ready to explode. Alberto, the sole heir of Camin. Maroney waved Rob away and instructed Benny to close the vault door. The mission has changed. I need you to locate Alberto. He directed his gaze toward the shadow in the corner. After a prolonged silence, footsteps echoed from the darkness. I refuse. You lack the authority to command me. I will fulfill the original request and sever their throats one by one. The Reaper emerged from the shadows, his stride steady, almost unfathomable considering that an hour prior, he had been shot in the neck. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was toying with a blood-stained bullet in his hand. I am your employer. My employer compensates me. Look at you now, like a dog whose den has been burned to the ground. The Reaper bent down and threw a handful of money dust into Maroney's eyes. Already on edge, Maroney erupted. He reached for his gun, but before he could raise his hand, a glint of cold steel flashed before him. The gun was severed at an angle, along with the windpipe of his bodyguard Benny. Benny clutched his throat and collapsed, and as the ground trembled, Sal Maroney's gaze cleared considerably. You cannot kill me. If you do, the Owl Court will not spare you. Do not overestimate your importance, Sal. The Owl will not risk its talons for a minor player. The Reaper gradually tucked the knife back into his waist. In truth, the sole reason I do not kill you is that mercenaries do not act on personal whims. I will assist you in your endeavors, provided you prepare $50 million. Do not inquire as to why my price has increased. These individuals are far more formidable than we presume. You are mad. My money is right here, reduced to ashes. Maroney lamented, spreading his hands. Leave. I no longer require your services. In response, the Reaper issued a brief, cold chuckle. Wow. Sal, have you lost your mind? Are you unaware of my rules? Since you sought my aid, you must pay regardless of the outcome. Hurry and gather the funds. Not a single cent less will be tolerated. Chapter 91, Act 2. At the intersection of the Diamond District, Oswald stood beneath an umbrella in the torrential downpour, glancing at the Rolex on his wrist every few seconds. Beside him lay an overturned fuel tanker, oozing an indeterminate liquid. Driving skillfully is a formidable challenge. Yet even more arduous is the necessity to feign incompetence behind the wheel despite possessing exceptional driving prowess. The greatest difficulty, however, lies in the paradox of demonstrating remarkable driving abilities while pretending to be inept, even to the extent of overturning the vehicle. Nevertheless, Oswald achieved this feat. As he approached a curve, he deliberately revisited the intricate maneuvers executed by Cheen Wei when they plunged into the Gotham River, attempting to replicate the experience. He turned the steering wheel fully and pressed the brake with all his might, executing the sequence with fluidity reminiscent of a world-class rally driver. As his vision began to tilt, the little penguin could not help but marvel at the necessity of a certain talent to maneuver the vehicle in such a manner. He could hardly conceive of a more effective method for flipping a car. Having produced a forged certificate for the transportation of flammable materials, the police promptly cordoned off the intersection at Cross Street. After evacuating the public and vehicles, this bustling intersection in the Diamond District was left eerily vacant. All proceeded according to plan. The radio of the officer beside him crackled to life with a series of beeps. It was a command from Sheriff Robb, reporting that a group of heavily armed thugs had just robbed a bank and vanished without a trace, instructing officers to report any sightings immediately and engage at all costs. Moments later, the radio buzzed again, this time with a message from Sheriff Gordon, whose orders stood in stark contrast to Robb's. He urged officers to avoid engaging in gunfire with the armed criminals whenever possible. The officers, taken aback by the contradictory commands, were typically expected to heed Sheriff Robb's higher rank. However, compared to the elusive figure who spent his days in the confines of an office, the seasoned veteran Gordon was the true figure they respected and followed. Although uncertain of the circumstances, the officers sensed something was amiss. A few gathered in hushed conversation before dispersing. Hey, what is going on? Oswald quietly inquired, edging closer to glean information. Nothing too serious. Just a gang of robbers hit the bank. They have taken hostages and are armed to the teeth. We decided, if we encounter them, it's best not to open fire. No sooner had the words left his lips than a modified bus appeared at the far end of the road, barreling through the rain toward the intersection. Oh my God, they're here already. Move the vehicle. Qin Wei was poised to breach the checkpoint. But the police cars lined up at the intersection parted to create a path. The bus crashed through a traffic cone, resembling a victor crossing the finish line in a sprint, whirling past while entangled in the police tape. It seems Sheriff Gordon has already made arrangements, Selina remarked. Indeed. Which means we must hasten our efforts, Qin Wei replied, biting his nails in a subdued tone. Gordon's actions had indeed granted them a clear path. Yet it simultaneously attracted the attention of Rob and potentially Maroney. By wagering his own future without concrete evidence, Gordon had committed to a risky gamble alongside Qin Wei. Should the outcome prove unfavorable, the repercussions for the man would be dire. This realization weighed heavily on Qin Wei. The threat posed by the police was no longer a primary concern. The imminent danger now lay in the lurking presence of the Joker. The individual boldly delivered a truckload of arms to himself, evidently intent on orchestrating the occurrence of this heist. But what could his true motives be? Was he merely seeking entertainment? It likely transcends such simplicity. As the bus entered the tunnel, the sudden cessation of the rain momentarily eased everyone's anxiety. Yet Qin Wei's keen gaze quickly discerned a troubling sight in the distance. Two heavy trucks completely obstructed the roadway, barreling towards the bus in unison. Royce, in a fit of agitation, pressed the horn, but rather than dissuading the adversaries, it only incited their provocations. Four xenon headlights flared to life, flooding the dim tunnel with blinding white light. Concurrently, a torrential barrage of bullets rained upon the bus's steel frame. The unwelcome guests had finally revealed themselves, brandishing two large bags of refuse. What to do? Willie anxiously rubbed his hands together. Do you remember when you asked me the purpose of the Gatling gun on the roof? Qin Wei gestured towards the vehicle's summit. Go ahead, create a tumult. I trust you will wield it well. At your command, sir. Willie excitedly ascended the welding ladder to the roof, gripping the gun's handle and aligning the crosshairs with the headlights. I truly hope all those high-beam users can experience its wrath. The demolition expert's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he murmured and pressed the machine gun's firing button. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and in an instant, ejected casings littered the roof, blinding the xenon lights and engulfing the entire front of the truck in thick smoke. The two deflated front tires sent the out-of-control truck crashing against the wall, the entire vehicle collapsing to the ground amidst a cacophony of noise, revealing the deformed fuel tank to the onlookers. It was only then that Qin Wei realized this was, indeed, a fuel tanker. Roy slammed on the brakes, his right hand swiftly engaging reverse gear as if casting a spell. Jason yanked Willie, still in shock, and shut the top cover. The next moment, an explosion consumed their field of vision, flames erupting from the tunnel like a ferocious dragon, instantly engulfing the bus. With no combustible materials within the tunnel, the explosion was both swift and fleeting. A gust of wind rushed in, swirling the charred remnants of the explosion and depleting the oxygen in the tunnel. As the flames subsided, the clown gang, concealed behind the shrubs outside the tunnel, donned gas masks and cautiously ventured into the dark passageway. The clowns were oblivious to the retreat route of the group, yet their exhaustive methods spared them considerable trouble. As for the fuel tanker within the tunnel, it was a deliberate scheme. Should Qin Wei wish to change vehicles, he would have to designate the evacuation point in the outskirts, which necessitated traversing the tunnel. The tanker, whether it exploded or not, would impede their progress, given the tunnel's constricted dimensions. The members of the clown gang, all heavily made up, wielded baseball bats and submachine guns. Following their previous encounter, they were significantly weakened, having lost many of their elite members to Qin Wei's onslaught, and their pickup trucks suffered considerable damage. If only these individuals knew that their leader, the clown, had stirred such a ruckus merely to amuse the enemy. One could only imagine the dismay of the hapless followers. Hurry, they are here. The young roadman let out an exultant shout. The scorched, pitch-black bus lay across the road like a deceased beast, its melted tires oozing forth what resembled fresh blood. The clown gang, akin to a band of primitive beings, danced around the carcass of their prey, their feet squelching in the viscous crimson. With great effort, their leader, Quinn, forced a dagger into the door, prying it open with impatience. During his last encounter with Qin Wei, he had been hurled from a pickup truck, spending a fortnight in the hospital. This time, he yearned to point at his adversary's charred remains and laugh until breathless. Yet, a chill gripped his heart as he stepped into the bus's cool interior. A cold barrel pressed against his sweat-drenched forehead from the shadows. Chapter 92, Act 3. This bus, modified at great expense, did not boast a rally car engine or a body encased in 15 millimeters of high-strength steel. Instead, it concealed within its walls a material known as KSL. When Qin Wei expressed a desire for an insulating material, the seasoned Roys from the East District recommended a certain individual. Garfield, nicknamed Firefly, once a heroic firefighter, now infamously known as an arsonist. His tale is one of sorrow and heartbreak, but setting that aside, his self-developed fireproof insulation did indeed possess remarkable qualities. The drawback, however, was its cost. Yet, such is the hallmark of quality. In the late 90s, materials capable of withstanding temperatures of 2,000 degrees were rare finds. Observing Firefly effortlessly lifting 2 hefty cash boxes, Oswald's face contorted in anguish. He understood the reasoning, yet he pondered the risk of encountering an explosion. One should not rely on an unprepared adversary. Some things are essential, even if they remain unused. Had Oswald been aboard this vehicle, he would have been grateful for Mr. Wei's foresight as a leader. Bang! With the pull of the trigger, Quinn's nefarious life reached its conclusion. Dismissed from Ace Chemical. This man was corrupted and stripped of his soul by the clowns, and as the bullet claimed his life, it seemingly restored reason and emotion to him. As his vision blurred, memories of his daughter surfaced, recalling the tear-streaked face she wore in her mother's embrace. Harley, the man murmured, closing his eyes. The death of their leader did not ignite conflict between the clown gang and Qin Wei's faction. The weapons wielded by the latter were simply too fearsome. When Selina emerged from the roof with a rocket launcher, the faces of the gang members turned pale, or perhaps they were already quite pale. Ladies and gentlemen, you have made a wise choice. Armed to the teeth, Qin Wei approached the clown gang, squatting down to grip one man's face. Would you mind telling me, Mr. Clown's plan? He only communicated with Quinn. We had no knowledge, the man stammered, gesturing toward the corpse on the ground. Qin Wei awkwardly scratched his head through the mask. It was he who had urged Jason to fire, yet he did not anticipate that the leader would lead the charge into the unknown. Adhering to the clown gang's reckless style, shouldn't such tasks be left to the underlings? What else do you know? He inquired. Before we entered, we notified those who were scattered in the other tunnels. They should be on their way here now. Qin Wei calculated the time. There were 5 tunnels leading to the outskirts, all in close proximity, and the pursuers would likely arrive in about 5 minutes. The Gatling gun atop the vehicle had been melted down. Their only significant weapon was a 3-round rocket launcher and an RPK light machine gun. The tunnel had collapsed due to 2 oil tankers exploding, leaving retreating through the same path as the only option. We should exit the tunnel while we still have time before the clown gang and GCPD arrive, Selina suggested. However, this seemingly logical plan was met with Qin Wei's firm rejection. No, if we reach the tunnel's mouth and happen upon the clown gang, even with our firepower advantage, we could suffer casualties due to the lack of cover. The best course of action is to hold our ground, using the wrecked vehicles as shields while we await reinforcements. Qin Wei waved away the clown gang members. These individuals, initially resigned to their fate, raised their heads in disbelief upon realizing they could leave, stumbling away without a backward glance. Willie raised his machine gun behind them. Humph, I understand the boss's intention. You understand nothing, Qin Wei exclaimed, slapping the back of Willie's head. Don't waste ammunition. There's a fierce battle ahead. Meanwhile, behind everyone, Royce's lips twitched as he struggled to contain himself. He could no longer hold back, stifling laughter behind his hand to conceal his gleaming false teeth. As soon as the battle with the clown gang commenced, he would strike from behind, first incapacitating Jason to seize the box containing evidence, then eliminating Selina. As for Qin Wei, he planned to keep him intact until the end. The explosion had not completely spared the vehicle, and the sudden rise in temperature had caused the human masks to crinkle and warp. This was their one flaw: a vulnerability to high heat. However, in the dimness of the tunnel, relying on his exceptional vocal mimicry, he was confident he could deceive everyone. Qin Wei had begun distributing weapons, and Royce rubbed his hands together in excitement. Were it not for the heavy burden he carried, he would have liked to gaze at that face, that strikingly chiseled visage that was utterly captivating, one he could never tire of. Your existence completes my flawed self. Royce extended his hand, imagining the type of weapon he would receive. If it were a shotgun, he would need to stay close to Jason. But if it were a rifle, distance would suffice, as losing a couple of inconsequential side characters in the chaos mattered little. But what was handed to him was a playing card, the Joker card. Royce's gaze fixated on the card. What's wrong, dear? The laughter of Qin Wei resonated in the darkness. Why so serious? Smile a little. When did you realize? Royce's tone shifted, sharp and piercing. Exaggerated as though he were a stand-up comedian on stage impersonating his grandfather to amuse the audience. In response to this query, Qin Wei retaliated with a ferocious strike of his rifle butt. The group gathered to strategize suddenly heard a wailing from behind. Shining the flashlight revealed Qin Wei trampling on Royce's head, grinding it against the gravel. Jason was taken aback, about to inquire when he was restrained by Selena. That face, he was not Royce. Under the flashlight's beam, the shattered skin of Royce unveiled a ghastly, pallid grin. Jason covered his mouth, his shock beyond words. Joseph Cole, the inaugural leader of the Red Hood, a valiant warrior, a true revolutionary, a great selfless individual, such titles abound. Yet no praise can encapsulate the admirable qualities inherent in this noble figure. He single-handedly founded the Red Hood Gang, spreading vibrant red across every corner of the East District. He organized sit-ins for the citizens, orchestrated workers' strike parades, opposed the oppression of factory workers, detested the exploitation of the populace by the tycoons, and vehemently condemned the devastation wrought by gangs in the East District. He was well-versed in literature, having delivered impassioned speeches in the city center, and harbored a deep-seated hatred for wrongdoing, never ceasing to shout even when arrested by the police. He had once been a beacon of hope for Gotham. Aside from Thomas Wayne, 5 years prior, in defiance of Ace Chemicals' pollution of Gotham River with untreated waste, he orchestrated a bold operation. That night, thousands of Red Hoods broke through the chains and surged into the factory. No conflict, no violence. Under the simultaneous mobilization of the police and media, the hidden evils shrouded within the high walls of the compound were unveiled to the public. Jason was present that night, but as he and others raised their hands in celebration of their victory, their leader fell silent, plummeting from the platform into the bubbling green cesspool of chemical waste. In retrospect, Joseph's recent behavior had indeed been peculiar. He no longer raised his arms in fervent calls nor expressed himself passionately, many times. He was seen standing in front of the charred statue in the church, lost in silence. His eyes were dim and lifeless, as if a world had collapsed within him. Chapter 93, Act 4. After reorganizing the Red Hood, Jason visited Joseph, who was detained in Arkham Asylum, as a family member. I wish to lead the Red Hood. What must I do to become like you? His inquiry was met with a series of grating laughs. The current Joseph's skin was pallid, and his hair resembled a mass of green algae dredged from a dock's drainage. Dear, why not jump into a pool? When you emerge, will you still lead us? Of course, Gotham needs reform, but our previous methods seem too cumbersome now. The truth is rather simple, akin to mending a teddy bear that has come undone. All we need to do is sever its ears, excavate its eyes, and then stuff a bundle of TNT into the resulting wounds. The path has always existed. It is I who have evaded it for far too long. Gazing at the man in the visitation room, who was laughing uncontrollably, Jason instinctively rubbed his shoulders. Perhaps to comfort the other, or perhaps to soothe his own sensitive nerves. Joseph, are you all right? No. Do not call me Joseph. Call me Joe. Pronounced together with my surname. Joe Cole. Ha. Trapped within the confines of a straitjacket, Joseph chuckled to the brink of breathlessness. Jason glanced with concern at the ochre leather garment, fearing that something might burst forth from within at any moment. The visitation period soon came to a close, and just as Joseph was about to be escorted away, he suddenly broke free from his restraints and slammed his head violently against the glass. The impact was excruciating, blood trickling from his forehead. Under the dim yellow light of the visitation room, Joseph's face was cloaked in shadows, with only his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Jason Todd, do you believe it? One day, I shall torment you to death with a crowbar. This is an inescapable fate for both of us. At that moment, Jason sensed that Joseph had already perished, having crawled out from a chemical pool, now a monster clad in human skin. Where have you taken Royce? Qin Wei loomed above, stepping on the clown's face. Oh dear, don't be like that. I asked the question first. How did you deduce that I was an imposter? Speak quickly. With the solid soles of his shoes repeatedly grinding down, half of the clown's face was embedded with gravel, blood, and flesh, a grotesque blend. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, incessantly chattering in his neurotic tone. From the moment you discarded your lighter while burning cash, Royce is quite the chain smoker. Oh ho, please. I was actually aware of it at that time. But you must understand, that action was simply too cool. Is it a bit hasty to conclude that I am not him based solely on that one action? Well, it's acceptable. But what truly exposed you was a single phrase of yours. A phrase I uttered? Wait, let me think. It couldn't have been that line about the guy with green hair, could it? Indeed, you've guessed correctly. That night, Qin Wei was the only one who encountered the clown in the back of the pickup truck. Royce remained on guard from a distance. And Qin Wei never disclosed the clown's appearance afterward. Qin, you are quite amusing. I am increasingly looking forward to our future games. In the future? Are you jesting with me? Qin Wei pressed the barrel of his rifle against the clown's temple. When Qing Ming arrives, I shall burn paper for Royce, but until then, I must trouble you to accompany him. Ah, it seems that the soaring Grayson family has failed to impart any valuable lessons to you. You selfish wretch who would unconditionally sacrifice your companions for personal gain. You are correct. That said, Qin Wei took a deep breath in the face of the onslaught of the opponent's words. One must admit that the Joker's approach was both precise and ruthless. Very well. Come on. In my life. This way, Royce and Dick can embrace their descent into hell together. Qin Wei's composure was fraying, especially with Dick held captive by the adversary. Yet, he understood that at this moment, no amount of curses or blows would inflict any substantial harm upon the Joker. Only by making an unexpected move could he hope to turn the tide. The audacity of appearing before me with such swagger was solely predicated upon the confidence derived from having 2 hostages in hand. With 2 fingers gripping the M16's bolt, he pulled forcefully, the metallic springs click resonating with a delightful clarity. Joker, I wager you never anticipated meeting your demise here. As his words fell, the smile on the Joker's face faded away. What is the matter, darling? Do you find my humor lacking? Qin Wei sneered, his eyes radiating disdain. Truth be told, he was torn with inner turmoil, yet he could not afford to relinquish his imposing demeanor. Both parties were enduring a tense standoff, waiting to see who would falter first. Oh, never mind. My intention was to engage in a game, not a life-or-death struggle. That is hardly entertaining. The Joker, unable to contain himself, shifted the gun barrel aside. I possess another piece of information along with 2 lives in exchange for my safe departure. How does that deal sound? Qin Wei exhaled in relief. Regardless of what information the Joker possessed, he had, for the time being, emerged victorious in this clandestine confrontation. He was not one to revel in petty provocations. Yet should the Joker find success this time, it would likely lead to further harassment and threats in the future. Conversely, having faced a setback this time, the Joker would need to carefully consider the consequences of masquerading and infiltrating Qin Wei's circle. Thus, without hesitation, Qin Wei acquiesced to the proposal. He figured that no matter the nature of the information, it would be worth it, especially since Royce and Dick were of paramount importance. However, the intelligence the Joker provided was indeed shocking. It suggested that Maroni might have hired the Grim Reaper to pursue them. How do you know? Qin Wei inquired. A few years ago, due to some trivial matter, that fellow sought me out. The Joker dusted off his clothes and began to extract the shards embedded in his facial skin, revealing a visage marred by blood and flesh. Gotham must have its duality. It is quite amusing, really. The Grim Reaper demanded half of the Roman's assets. Get to the point. Qin Wei prodded the Joker with the barrel of his gun. You are quite the impatient one. What were we discussing? Oh right, that deal ultimately fell through, but out of curiosity, Mr. Grim Reaper approached me nonetheless. So, what do you think? If Maroni is unwilling to spend that money on me, would he be willing to spend it on you? Qin Wei pressed his thumbnail into his mouth. If what the clown claimed was true, and a reinforced mercenary had indeed entered the battlefield, he must prepare himself in advance. Chapter 94, Act 3 Scene 5. Where are Dick and Royce? Ha ha ha. Is that when you finally thought of them? You cold-blooded fiend. But I cannot divulge that information to you. You possess no credibility in my eyes. Qin Wei shrugged, indifferent, for this sentiment equally applied to the clown. After some negotiation and back and forth, they ultimately decided to restrain the clown and have him lead Qin Wei to rescue the hostages, with the intention of releasing him afterward. Of course, Qin Wei had no intention of freeing him. Once the hostages were safe, he would not hesitate to snap the clown's neck. But could the clown not foresee this outcome? Agreeing so readily indicated that he still had cards left to play. However, this was not the time for such considerations, as reinforcements for the clown were arriving in droves. Just as Qin Wei had anticipated, these individuals had no intention of engaging in direct combat. Instead, they occupied the advantageous terrain at the exit, continuously hurling smoke bombs and makeshift incendiary devices into the tunnel. Thick smoke billowed into the tunnel, causing several to squint their eyes in discomfort. What now? Selina lay on the ground, covering her mouth and nose. At the moment of decision, she had also been apprehensive about the current predicament, but considering the cunning nature of the man, she chose to trust his judgment. Yet the present crisis could not be surmounted merely by simple faith. It's almost here. Qin Wei glanced at his watch again. Almost here. Old Smokey and the little brat have been taken away by the pale-faced one. Who do you expect to come to our aid? We might as well surrender before we get scorched. Willie, who had always relished flames and explosions, couldn't he help but voice his complaints. Hey, I quite like your suggestion. But that nickname for the pale-faced one is rather unflattering. The clown, bound hand and foot, and thrown to the ground, with the weight of 215 pounds of Qin Wei atop him, seemed undeterred in his banter with Willie. Say more. You damned pale-faced one, cough up your last words. Last words? I have none. If I truly die, please stuff me face down into the coffin. I prefer to sleep on my stomach. Ah. Willie rolled his eyes, feeling overshadowed by the clown's level of madness. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds echoed through the tunnel amidst the smoke. Boom. Just as the group was engulfed in uncertainty, a violent explosion erupted from behind. The collapsing tunnel was blasted open, and with the influx of fresh air, the Batmobile's headlights pierced through the darkness, as if guiding them toward the ladder of freedom and hope. Wow, is that the Batmobile? What a treasure. Qin, you're getting closer, just like that. You've hurt me. The Joker continued his incessant chatter, prompting Qin to strike him in the abdomen with a punch, before yanking off his mask and stuffing it into his mouth, finally restoring a semblance of silence to the world. To be honest, beating the Joker did not yield any sense of accomplishment for Qin. He offered no resistance, no retorts. Hitting him was less satisfying than striking a sandbag. However, there was no choice. That incessant rambling was as bothersome as a fly buzzing around one's ear. I'm going to save someone. Jason, you're in charge of transporting the box to the extraction point. Commissioner Gordon will come to collect it personally. The rest of you, return to the garage and prepare for battle. With lingering concern, Qin reiterated his instructions, then unceremoniously shoved the Joker headfirst into the Batmobile. After lowering the cockpit cover, he activated the autopilot system. Darling, I didn't expect you couldn't even drive the car, the Joker exclaimed impatiently, having just regained his speech module. Enough with the nonsense. Tell me where those two are. Qin clenched his fists, producing a menacing creak. All right, let us first head back to the East District. Under the Joker's guidance, the Batmobile wound its way back to the East District, eventually stopping at a crossroads in the narrow alleyways. My ankle feels a bit itchy. Either help me untie these ropes or come assist me. Qin understood that the Joker was negotiating. Without unbinding him, he wouldn't lead Qin to their destination. Thus, the ropes around the Joker's feet were loosened, but to prevent any strange mechanisms from being triggered, Qin reinforced the bindings on his hands. The two then drove to the Senate's entrance. You've locked them up here? The most perilous places are often the safest. The Joker tilted his head, revealing a broad grin. Can I leave now? Not a chance. Qin hoisted the Joker by the scruff of his neck, leaping out of the Batmobile. The benefit of unbinding the Joker was that he could be pushed ahead, as he seemed to value his life too much to set a trap for himself. Kicking open the Senate's grand doors, they were met with a musty atmosphere that tickled Qin's nose, a sign of long-abandoned spaces. Ladies first. Qin offered the Joker a path. A wise decision, but are you not afraid I might have installed a delayed detonator aimed at your back? The Joker's taunts were as crafty as ever. Qin jabbed the Joker's back with his gun. I'm not much of a marksman, but within 7 paces. My aim is both swift and accurate. If you dare, feel free to test it. Stepping cautiously on the creaking floorboards, they ascended the stairs, with the Joker halting outside a storage room on the 3rd floor. This is it. Hurry inside, no dawdling. Is it? Just don't regret it. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the Joker violently burst through the door. Indeed, there was a mechanism. Inside the empty room stood a massive glass tank filled with countless small fish, while 2 unconscious individuals dangled from the ceiling, their mouths taped shut. Qin was oblivious to the fact that the creatures within the tank were the infamous red-bellied piranhas from Amazon, although he could sense that these entities were far from benign. Just as he began to comprehend the situation, a blinding flash of white light suddenly stripped him of his sight. Almost instantly, a tremendous noise erupted in his ears, akin to someone stuffing firecrackers into his brain, leaving him in a daze. It was yet another stun grenade, a cliched tactic, yet this time he found himself as the victim. The clown, too, was not spared. Though he immediately shut his eyes, the dazzling light penetrated his eyelids, impairing his vision. To make matters worse, the bomb exploded right in front of him, the high-pitched decibels piercing his eardrums, causing blood to trickle from his ears. However, this provided him with a fleeting opportunity to escape, as he stumbled and rolled down the stairs, without thorough preparation and consideration of every possible outcome. How could he dare to engage in a battle of wits with Qin? Yet, before his departure, he had prepared a small surprise for Qin. That door not only connected to the stun grenade's trigger, but also linked to the motor. The sound of iron chains clattered as the unconscious Dick and Royce were gradually lowered into the tank teeming with piranhas. The clown's scheme was flawless. Even if Qin regained consciousness, he would be unable to pursue him immediately. Dear, I hope you enjoy playing my game. He tumbled down the staircase, struggling like a worm to rise from the floor. He was unworthy of the title of victor in this game. Originally, He had intended to obtain the evidence against Maroney from Qin Wei under the guise of a cunning predator. Yet now he had nothing to show for it, and was left with numerous injuries. If it were not for the circumstances, he would have preferred not to follow the script and trouble that police officer. James Gordon. According to the comic, his daughter should now be aboard that flight. Chapter 95. Interlude. Black Forest Bar. Royce was the first to be jolted awake by the explosion, taking a full 5 seconds to realize he was not dreaming. His last memory lingered on the previous night when he had visited the convenience store for cigarettes. Glancing down, he was horrified to see a pool of leaping piranhas. And even more terrifying was the iron chain slowly descending above him. He was merely 20 centimeters from having his shoes touch the water's surface. Scanning his surroundings for anything that could aid in his self-rescue, he could only spot Qin Wei huddled in the corner, clutching his head. "Help!" he shouted. But all he could hear in response was a buzzing sound. "Someone, please save me." He was perilously close to the water's surface when a piranha leaped up and bit down on the toe of his shoe, its sharp teeth piercing through the material and into his flesh. "That hurts." Relying on his core strength, Royce extended his legs forward, forming a perfect right angle in midair. Yet his unconscious companion, Dick, was not as fortunate. "Fuck!" Royce hesitated, cursing under his breath, but ultimately could not bear to see the child suffer. He hoisted Dick's legs up. However, this situation forced him to bear a greater weight, which proved to be a dire predicament for the elderly man, who was both unaccustomed to exercise and perpetually clenching a cigarette. His voice was on the verge of cracking, and his face was flushed with exertion. In just a matter of seconds, the iron chain had descended by 50 centimeters, bringing his posterior perilously close to the water's surface, where a simple lift of the legs would no longer suffice. Just as Royce teetered on the brink of collapse, Qin Wei, unsteadily, managed to rise. Yet, his condition was far from favorable. His balance had yet to be restored, and his ears were enveloped in silence, while a foggy white haze obscured his vision, allowing him only a vague glimpse of the two figures before him. He could stand only by the sheer force of will. Feeling the rifle against his chest, he disengaged the safety and unleashed a volley toward the location of the water tank, as recalled from memory. The bullets left a spiderweb of cracks upon the surface of the tank, with water beginning to seep out, though it had not shattered completely. The jester had employed bulletproof glass, a foreseeable measure. "Hurry, please. I can barely hold on." He faintly heard Royce's cries. Unfamiliar with the firearm and unable to reload in his compromised state, he relinquished the rifle and struck the glass with its body. However, the loss of spatial awareness rendered his swing futile, and as he slipped on the soaked floor, Qin Wei fell awkwardly, the gun flying from his grasp. "Please, get up." Royce's pleas echoed, and Qin Wei's predicament was dire. Had it not been for the compulsion, Royce would not have sought assistance. At that moment, the tips of his buttocks were already grazing the water's surface, where 5 or 6 piranhas clung, writhing as they sought to tear a morsel of flesh from Royce. I know, don't rush me." The sound of Royce's voice grew clearer, aiding him in pinpointing their positions. With one hand braced against the ground, he forcefully collided with the water tank before he had fully regained his footing. Crack! He heard 2 distinct sounds, one emanating from the glass of the tank, the other from the bones in his shoulder. This collision was fueled by all the strength he could muster, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Droplets of water and shards of glass unexpectedly splattered across his face. Having taken a volley, the already cracked glass could no longer withstand the water pressure and shattered, allowing the free piranhas to joyfully scatter throughout every corner of the room. "Damn it, I thought this operation wouldn't result in injury, and yet here I am." After dispatching a piranha that had leapt toward his face, Qin Wei lay on the ground for a moment before finally rising and releasing the 2 captives. "It's over. I can't feel my hand," he exclaimed, filled with exaggerated alarm. He checked Dick's pulse, reassured to find the boy merely unconscious, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. It was not until they exited the Elder's hall that Royce realized it was already midday the following day. "How are things on your end? What of the mission?" "Consider it a narrow escape. It was completed without major incident, aside from a deranged individual masquerading as you, who set fire to Maroney's vault." "Is that so?" "It is truly unfortunate. I had envisioned the scenario perfectly. The task of burning money was undoubtedly destined for me, and I had rehearsed the act of tossing the lighter into the pile of cash multiple times in my mind." Royce's points of regret are indeed peculiar. "Oh, it seems you would have quite a bit to discuss with that eccentric individual," Qin Wei remarked with a hint of sarcasm as he carefully placed Dick into the Batmobile and made a call. Once he confirmed the completion of the transaction with Gordon, the weight that had been hanging over his heart finally lifted. The only remaining obstacle before him was the final hurdle. Would the terrifying mercenary, known as the Reaper, come knocking at his door? At present, Floyd found himself in an awkward predicament. To avoid implicating his employer in the event of a failed mission, those in his line of work never leave behind contact information for their clients, waiting instead for the latter to reach out. Moreover, the short-range communication device had been shattered by the Reaper S-Blade. In order to contact Chin Wei, Floyd would need to return to the warehouse. However, the pressing issue was that he not only could not return to the warehouse, but he also did not dare to step outside the bar's entrance. To save his own life, he hardly had time to clean up the scene. Far too many clues that could reveal his identity were left on the rooftop. Given the Reaper's investigative skills, Floyd had reason to suspect that he had already been tracking him in secret. Nonetheless, the bar should be relatively safe. The Black Forest Tavern belonged to the Hive mercenary organization and served as a gathering place for Gotham's mercenaries, much like the Continental Hotel in John Wick. Any fool who dared to cause trouble within its walls would be marked for pursuit. While the Reaper might be one of the few individuals capable of challenging the organization, Floyd believed that he would not resort to such actions. It was simply unnecessary. "Hey, cowboy sharpshooter, how did you get so badly injured? What happened?" Pushing through the tavern's gate, Floyd's disheveled appearance caught the attention of everyone present. As a mercenary, his skills could be deemed average, but when it came to marksmanship, none present could guarantee victory over him in a gunfight. The crowd was astonished that he had sustained such serious injuries and were curious about the nature of the perilous mission that had left this talented marksman so wounded. "Surely no one hired you to hunt that extraterrestrial creature in Metropolis." They laughed. I doubt Floyd would be foolish enough to take that on. Assuming he hasn't given up on attending art school, though the number of mercenaries in the bar was few. The banter among the dozen or so patrons infused the previously subdued atmosphere with warmth. Floyd chuckled and shook his head. He understood that these individuals meant no harm. For a mercenary, sustaining injuries was the greatest stroke of luck, as it signified that a bloodthirsty soul had once again evaded the clutches of death. They were celebrating him, using laughter to dispel misfortune in the indifferent realm of Gotham. A lovely waitress emerged from the back door, carrying a tray of sterilized instruments, free medical services reserved for mercenaries, as they could not afford to go to a hospital when injured. "Forget about your fingers, focus on your chest." Floyd removed the bulletproof armor provided by Chin Wei. Despite its impressive hardness, Slade's blade pierced through it with a single strike, a terrifying display of power that sent shivers down one's spine. Just as the attendant was about to stitch up his wounds, the gate creaked open. When the newcomer stepped inside, the previously boisterous atmosphere was suddenly stifled. Chapter 96. Interlude. So-called glory, gentlemen. Is my presence unwelcome here? A dagger thudded against the bar, and the Grim Reaper removed his mask. Sweeping his damp, gray-black hair back, the man turned his head. He chuckled, revealing the wrinkles etched by the passage of time before Floyd. He appeared to be in his 50s. Older than Floyd had anticipated. "Surely you wouldn't dare act in the Black Forest." The Grim Reaper did not respond, ordering a pint of dark beer. "It has been many years since I last sat here. This familiar spot brings back memories of Edmund and the days spent drinking with him. Ah, a true Perigord stout. I recommend everyone savor its flavor." Before Floyd could refuse, Slade ordered him a glass. "What is it that you truly desire?" "Relax, Floyd. Our accounts will be settled in due time, but not now." The Grim Reaper placed a bloody bullet on the bar. Mercenaries never reveal their true names. "So you shouldn't have stuffed a sketchbook into your weapon bag, nor signed your name on every drawing." "Floyd Lawton Jr., a fine name. Through it, I discovered your address, finding a flyer in the trash." Each of Slade's words struck Floyd's heart like a bullet. "So, shortly, I will exit this tavern, find them, and eliminate them one by one, including you. However, I prefer to save the best for last, so you shall be the final one." "No, that is not what I meant to ask, show." The attendant's stitching, without anesthetic, caused Floyd to grimace in pain. "What I meant to ask was, how do you think I draw?" "I'm referring to that sketch. To be frank, it was dreadful." "Damn." Slade chuckled at Floyd's disgruntled expression, suddenly realizing he quite liked this younger man, who deserved the honor of a medal forged from his own blood. "Gentlemen, allow me to share a word." Slade rose, approached Floyd, and placed a hand on his shoulder. "The injuries he bears were inflicted by me. This young mercenary wrestled with me on the rooftop for a full 18 minutes. The tavern erupted in uproar. The patrons were seasoned mercenaries, some of whom had witnessed Slade's illustrious days on the battlefield. No one understood the weight of these words better than they. Furthermore, he nearly killed me. Had this bullet deviated by just a few centimeters." Slade raised the bullet high above his head. As if standing before a triumphant monarch, the crowd rose in excitement, offering fervent applause to Floyd. Suddenly illuminated by the spotlight, Floyd furrowed his brow, uncertain of the deeper significance behind Slade's words. As a revered elder, Such remarks from the other party undeniably diminished his stature. Though he was enveloped in praise and applause, Freud felt an overwhelming discomfort. Come now, speak your name aloud. Slade directed a sincere gaze towards Freud, yet the latter sensed only arrogance and pride emanating from him. It was then that Freud comprehended the source of his profound unease. Speak my name. A mercenary never reveals his name unless he lies lifeless. Bestow upon me both accolades and a death sentence. Who do you think you are? A lofty king? Freud brushed aside the hand resting on his shoulder and glared at Slade. To this affront, Slade exhibited no signs of displeasure, donning his mask once more. I am truly astonished that you would dare to imagine defeating me twice. This is no mere fantasy. I even feel a sense of regret. For when my bullet pierces your skull, you may not have the opportunity to utter your name. I admire your courage. The Black Forest grants each mercenary a grace period of 24 hours. Use this time wisely. Clean your weapons or dig your grave. The Grim Reaper exited, ushering in a breath of fresh air and a lively atmosphere back into the tavern. In a corner, an elderly mercenary beckoned to Freud. Hey, shooter, do you truly intend to confront the Grim Reaper? Well, actually, I've been contemplating a new nickname lately. Not entirely my own idea. Mind you, my employer inspired me. I now go by the name Death Marksman. Very well, Death Marksman. If you truly wish to adopt a new moniker, you must at least survive. So now I ask you, do you genuinely intend to face the Grim Reaper? The mercenary engaging in conversation with Freud was likely the most seasoned individual in the tavern, his hair now gray, his limbs no longer agile. He had earned a modest living over the past year by lurking in the shadows and taking cold shots. Yet as a living relic who had witnessed the glory days of the Grim Reaper, he was undoubtedly suited to prophesy this formidable exchange. Indeed, as you can see, it is a fight to the death or a surrender to slaughter. Do I have any other options? There is indeed a third option. As Oswald discovered he was the first to return to the base, a sense of foreboding washed over him. They had encountered trouble, well had yet to call, indicating that matters were likely grave. According to the plan, they were supposed to convene at the warehouse, but circumstances had changed, prompting Oswald to implement Plan B. However, just as he twisted open the cap of the gasoline canister to pour the first drop, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Are you all right? Upon seeing that familiar number, the little penguin breathed a sigh of relief and spoke first. A minor setback, yet still within manageable bounds. I am en route home. Approximately 10 minutes away. Qin Wei's voice resonated with weariness. Oswald twisted the cap back onto the bottle and fetched a mop. However, there was disheartening news. It appeared we had drawn the attention of the Reaper. Who is the Reaper? A troublesome individual who could annihilate us with a mere flick of his finger. Oswald set down the mop and unscrewed the cap of the gasoline canister. Yet, given his capabilities, fleeing would be futile. Once one of us is captured, it is merely a matter of time before they uncover the rest. Oswald placed the gasoline canister down, pleading, I implore you to finish your thought in one breath. To be honest, I too am somewhat perplexed and seek your counsel. You wish for me to offer advice? Oswald mused, stroking his nose. Such words from Qin Wei were indeed rare, especially since their relationship had subtly shifted following their encounter with Falcone. Oswald did not oppose this notion, for he acknowledged that his counterpart possessed a sharper intellect. Yet, at this moment, Qin Wei's words rekindled Oswald's sense of brotherly responsibility. Firstly, the disparity of information is paramount. I must ascertain whether the Reaper is aware of his exposure. In Qin Wei's presence, Oswald had unconsciously absorbed the latter's mode of thinking. Indeed, the source of information relies on inference. He likely remains oblivious to his own exposure. Oswald pondered for a moment. I believe that rather than each of us fleeing and awaiting his pursuit to eliminate us one by one, concealing ourselves and laying an ambush would be a more prudent choice. The factory still houses a considerable amount of weaponry, such as broadsword mines and fragmentation grenades, which should prove useful. If you concur, I can begin preparations immediately. Go ahead. Do not solicit my opinion. Proceed as you envision, the illustrious Mr. Oswald, the future godfather of Gotham's underworld. Chapter 97. Interlude. Dark dawn. The first to return was the Batmobile, carrying Dick, closely followed by the team of marauders transferring in a shuttle bus. Lastly arrived the tardy Qin Wei and Royce. As Royce stepped into the factory, he inadvertently tripped over the triggering wire that Oswald had just set. Damn it, Ben, you should be grateful that I haven't connected the explosives yet. You should be the one to feel fortunate. Otherwise, our entire group would have been blown to smithereens. Who would stand against the Reaper then? Royce grumbled, crouching to tie his shoelaces and tossing a cigarette into his mouth. Hey, where's my lighter? In a corner, Qin Wei peeled off his armor, using Selina's makeup mirror to inspect the injury on his shoulder. Old wounds had yet to heal. now accompanied by fresh bruises. His body bore the appearance of an apple ravaged by hail. At that moment, he longed for the medicinal liquor from his homeland. Selina retrieved several ice packs from the little penguin's portable refrigerator, and when they adhered to his shoulder, Qin Wei trembled involuntarily. Feeling any better? I might as well be ascending to the heavens. He gradually leaned back until fully resting against the chair's back. Compared to the agony of his body, the torment of mental fatigue was the true affliction. A relentless onslaught of events assailed Qin Wei, making him feel akin to Prometheus, bound to a colossal rock on a precipice, daily subjected to the ravenous pecking of an eagle upon his heart. Yet, unlike Prometheus, who bestowed the gift of fire upon humanity prior to enduring his torment, Qin Wei had not even managed to illuminate Gotham with a spark. His path remained shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his belief that he would soon part the murky seas and reach the dawn within his grasp. Before that moment, however, he would confront the profoundest depths of despair. Slade Wilson, should he maintain the combat prowess displayed in the Green Arrow series, would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle Qin Wei had yet encountered. Adding to his woes, the absence of a scriptwriter meant this adversary would show no mercy to those marked as prey. With bullets that would never stray and blades that would slice across the throat, each maneuver would be lethal. "Hey, you seem troubled," came the concerned inquiry from Selina, her voice resonating in his ears. "I'm fine. Jason is on the rooftop keeping watch. You should take this opportunity to rest," Qin Wei replied, extending his hand for the ice, only to find that Catwoman had no intention of relinquishing her hold. Their hands pressed closely together. "Wait, once everything settles, we can." The atmosphere had shifted, and Selina wished to confide in the man before her. However, just as she gathered the courage to voice her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted. Qin Wei sprang to his feet, suddenly realizing a critical matter. Where was Floyd? According to his plans, Deadshot was indeed meant to be the last to return. But that was contingent upon everyone else's safe retreat. First, they had encountered the Joker's gang, followed by the incessant harassment of the White Face. The time lost was ample for Floyd to have made a round trip. Qin Wei hesitated, gripping his phone. If Floyd had been captured by the Clock King, could the mercenary adept at finding targets through mobile signals locate them here? Deprived of comic cues, Qin Wei could not survey the situation from a divine perspective. His concerns were not without merit. Yet, in reality, the Clock King had long been lying in wait in the loft of an apartment on the southeast corner of the warehouse, observing through his scope as one prey after another entered the premises. To pick them off one by one, such a notion would be an affront to the Clock King. This arrogant mercenary held no interest in a methodical takedown. He sought to orchestrate a brutal massacre. Just one more. "Floyd, hurry back and deliver the warning. It would be best if these fellows were caught unprepared. This time, I would show no mercy." Of course, Slade himself was reluctant to acknowledge why he had previously divulged the plan to Floyd and insisted on waiting for Floyd's appearance before making a move. In truth, the Clock King held a considerable apprehension toward Deadshot. He feared that Floyd might not reveal himself and instead lurk in a corner, poised to strike. Subconsciously, he had already regarded Floyd as a formidable equal. Shaking the amber-hued solution in his hand, Hugo Strange drew a few drops of the azure liquid from the petri dish with a dropper, blending them together with a gentle shake. He poured the enigmatic green concoction into a syringe. "The blood of Solomon Grundy would grant you rebirth, although you are a thorough failure. You bear the solemn duty of bringing him back." Squeezing out a stream of liquid and tapping the needle, the doctor secured the syringe and injected the entire mysterious reagent into the body of the naked man on the examination table. The reagent swiftly took effect. The man abruptly opened his eyes, the scara tinged with a drop of crimson ink, visibly transforming into a bloody hue. Following a series of faint tearing sounds, every vein erupted from the surface of the skin, as if a century-old tree had been planted within the man's body, its roots twisting and sucking at his lifeblood. The iron chains binding the man creaked ominously, rust flaking off at the joints. Even though he was prepared for this, Dr. Hugo stepped back cautiously, gripping the remote control tightly. The entire transformation lasted approximately half an hour. When the doctor finally untied the bonds, a slate blue foot touched the ground. If, a month prior, this fake bat had appeared too emaciated, it now bore a physique comparable to Qin Wei's. However, unlike Qin Wei, who had grown plump from junk food, this creature's body fat percentage was alarmingly low, with veins and muscle fibers visible beneath its taut skin. "Now test your strength." The doctor pressed the remote, and the man, devoid of expression, walked to the corner, shattering a suspended sandbag with a single punch. Gravel flew, and the deafening explosion echoed, causing the glass jars on the test tube rack to rattle. The doctor then retrieved a pair of scissors and plunged them into the man's abdomen. The robust muscles clamped down on the blade as if gripped by a powerful hand. Despite Hugo's utmost effort, he managed to insert the tip of the scissors only 5 centimeters deep, and, against the intense contraction, not a drop of blood escaped the wound. Yet, as the doctor withdrew the scissors, the wound almost instantly healed, leaving no trace of a scar. If you still possess any semblance of reason, you would be the most perfect humanoid being in this world. Roar. A perfect humanoid being? I beg to differ, Dr. Strange. How can a genius's mind be cluttered with excessive muscle? A sharp male voice echoed from the darkness. Dr. Hugo turned, his expression darkening. He recognized that bothersome new employer had returned. Chapter 98. The final curtain. Ever since the first experimental subject escaped, the original client had ceased funding the experiments. And Hugo Strange, disheartened, contemplated giving up until this individual known as the Joker appeared with a new plan and a vial of serum. With the aid of this undead serum, Dr. Hugo re-engineered several biohumans from the failed subjects, ultimately succumbing to the Joker's persuasion to raid Maroni's casino. Yet he knew that no matter what he did, it was all in vain. The parameters of the entire experiment were based on the original client's genes. However, the original client has vanished without a trace. The only recourse now is to locate Subject 1 and extract its blood. Yet, in a city as vast as Gotham, where could Subject 1 possibly be? Nevertheless, the Joker assured him that if he adhered to the plan, he would soon encounter it. What kind of logic is this? To be fair, Dr. Hugo would much prefer to engage with the original client. The old man's demeanor exudes a sense of calm elegance, unlike this pale-faced individual, who is erratic and prone to fits of manic laughter, reminiscent of an epileptic seizure. No one would place their trust in the words of a madman, unless, of course, that madman accurately predicted the unfolding events. Today, this lunatic has returned, leaving one to wonder what prophecy he brings this time. What do your words mean? Is it not the most perfect specimen of humanity? Simply put, what I wish to convey is that the beauty of the human form lies in the harmony of strength and flexibility. Your creation is excessively cumbersome. If our collaboration is merely to produce a hulking brute, then why not dive into the zoo and bring forth a bear? The Joker's words plunged Hugo into contemplation. He could not deny the validity of the argument. Beneath that pallid exterior lies a rational skeleton, vastly different from the cruel, twisted villain that Gotham's folklore depicts. What is the true nature of this individual? What has happened to your face? Feeling a vague sense of unease, Hugo instinctively shifted the topic to inquire about the Joker's wounds. Oh, that's of no consequence. It was merely trampled and rubbed by the person you so dearly long for. You have already met him. Ha ha ha, is it so? Are you not permitted to meet privately with him? However, the situation aligns precisely with my expectations. They have just completed their task and are utterly exhausted. If you release him, we will surely be able to capture him alive. Very well. Let us hope your intelligence is not flawed. Bang. Without warning, a gunshot rang out, and as Hugo turned, a gaping wound appeared in the shining surface of his skull. Hugo's sixth sense is quite accurate, but regrettably, the Joker's words had subtly conveyed a message. We are allies. Quickly, trust me. Perhaps this was why Hugo let down his guard. Ah, dear. Surely no one has ever advised you against making a deal with the Joker. As the smoke from the gun dissipated, the Joker gracefully danced to the experiment table, retrieving his carefully selected tape and inserting it into the recorder. Por una cabeza. The theme from the film Scent of a Woman was his current favorite song. How many disillusionments can one endure? This step away is fraught with frustration. I have sworn 1,000 times to refrain from further insistence. I have vowed countless times not to let myself sink deeper. Yet, if a glance from her pierces me as she passes, I yearn once more to kiss her fiery lips. Amidst the harmonious duet of violin and cello, the clown gracefully bows, twirling his wrist and extending an impassioned invitation to the air. His tango steps are exquisite, his posture erect. Each turn perfectly timed, yet brimming with vigor, as his shiny shoes tread upon the spreading crimson, splattering droplets of blood high, staining his purple trousers. As the performance concludes, he exhales deeply and retrieves the remote from the ground. My apologies, Dr. Strange, for I never contemplated collaborating with you. Perhaps in your eyes, he is merely a failed experiment, but to me, he is an imminent masterpiece. I appreciate your efforts towards my scheme. It requires just a touch more finesse. And before he completes my incompleteness, no one shall have permission to approach him. The clown pressed the switch. Go, assist our little bat. But do not let him perish at the hands of the death knell. As he spoke fervently to the lifeless body, Hugo's assistant, Sanj, stealthily approached the target with a blow dart in hand, navigating the dark, treacherous sewer pipes. The ever-mentoring Hugo was slain on the spot. And Sanj could not swallow this bitter pill. Yet he understood that the pale man was devious and exceedingly dangerous, offering but a single opportunity to strike. Get closer. Closer still, Sanj muttered as he softened his footsteps. Just as the clown was within range, the sharp sound of a falling pin echoed beneath him. Watch out, child. Boom. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the gust from a shrapnel grenade sent the clown's top hat tumbling. He retrieved it, dusting off the blood, his lips curling upward uncontrollably. I just set a little surprise at the entrance. I hope my warning comes not too late. Ha ha ha. As the night grew darker, just as Qin Wei prepared to close the warehouse door, his estranged companions returned. Freud, riding a roaring motorcycle, crashed into the factory, sliding heavily before colliding with the metal wall. Everyone, step away from the windows. Keep your distance from the door. The first thing Freud did upon rising was to urgently caution the group about the sniper, yet upon glancing up, he found no one at the windows or the entrance. It seemed everyone was tacitly aware of an unseen threat. Selina lifted her motorcycle, gazing mournfully at the scratched shell, a pang of regret stirring within her. Indeed, one should never lend out their vehicle casually. My apologies. There are several cars in the Dodge garage. I will deliver them to you once I am finished. As he comforted Catwoman, Qin Wei helped Freud to his feet and closed the door behind them. They were all aware of Slade's situation. Who is Slade? The bewilderment on Deathstroke's face seemed genuine. The name Deathstroke was known even to the legendary mercenary. One could only wonder about the identity of his employer. Freud mused internally, recognizing that only individuals like him, who frequently took private jobs without careful consideration of their speech, were prone to inadvertently disclose names. Clearly, Deathstroke was not such a person. As Freud surveyed the warehouse, he realized it had been transformed into a veritable trap-laden chamber, with tripwires and machine guns concealed behind makeshift cover, every individual fully armed. Damn it. This group had clearly anticipated Deathstroke's arrival and prepared accordingly. It seemed my concerns were somewhat unfounded. Qin Wei handed him the last piece of Kevlar body armor. Deathstroke may arrive at any moment. Let us prepare for battle. Just as the order was given, dissent arose. You speak of Deathstroke as if he is invincible. If the opponent dares to return someone, they surely expect us to be ready. Hiding in the warehouse is tantamount to waiting for death. We might as well flee. The dissenters were the demolition experts, the Willy brothers, who had harbored grievances against Qin Wei's command since the tunnel incident.